In Hong Kong 1977, Su Feng has transmigrated and become the fallen heir to the Dongyi Xing syndicate's dragonhead. His father has suddenly passed away and he himself has been gravely injured in a car accident. Faced with uncles vying for power and enemies closing in, this young crown prince of the syndicate is about to be turned into a sacrificial pawn. Just as everyone is preparing to carve up Dongyi Xing, the 10,000 death-sworn system awakens. On the surface, he is a bullied, destitute orphan of the fallen dragonhead. In secret, he commands a loyal army unknown to the world. From underworld bosses to elite police officers, and even to powerful families in the legal world, all will gradually become pieces on his chessboard. While others are still fighting over a few streets, Su Feng has already begun to arrange his designs for the whole of Shangjiang. Gazing out at Victoria Harbor, he says calmly, the Jianghu is far too small. What I desire is all of Hong Kong. Xiang Shu Gui Ma Dong has gone too far. This car accident that happened to Feng Gu was definitely his doing. Outside the ward, He Huzai growls through clenched teeth, his voice thick with suppressed rage. An aged, steady voice presses the agitation down. Who without evidence, hold your tongue. Speaking recklessly now will only harm a Feng and drag the entire syndicate down. Another elder speaks slowly. The case has not been fully investigated. We must keep things steady for now. Once a Feng wakes up, everything will become clear. Inside the ward, searing pain suddenly explodes. Su Feng gasps sharply as though all the air has been ripped from his lungs. His temples feel as if pierced by steel needles, his brain buzzing violently, a scorching dizziness sweeping through his entire body. Mustering all his strength, he pries open his heavy eyelids. His gaze meets a chalk-white ceiling, pale blue curtains, and four stands standing quietly at his side. A hospital. I was in a car accident. As the thought forms, a tearing agony detonates at the back of his head. A torrent of unfamiliar memories surges into his mind, brutally flooding his consciousness. Neon-lit alleys of Xiangjiang, the blare of ship horns at the docks, the youthful smiles of his parents, a cafe, Pacific flight touching down. Finally, everything freezes on a narrow alley laced with hidden killing intent, the screech of car wheels grinding over a spiked board echoing in his ears. After a long moment, Su Feng coughs up a mouthful of bitter metallic-tasting fluid onto the pillow. His whole body goes rigid, pupils contracting sharply as a tidal wave crashes through his heart. He has transmigrated. It is 1977, in Xinjiang. The young man whose body he now inhabits shares his exact name, Su Feng, and is the only son of Su Jianglong, dragonhead of Dongyi Xing. Half a year ago, the original host's parents died together in a back alley of Yaomati under highly suspicious circumstances. The original host rushed back from the Megwa to attend their funeral. Barely 20 minutes after landing, his car smashed into a carefully arranged spiked board, nearly killing him on the spot. Landing only to be ambushed, his opening move is a dead end. Damn it. I transmigrate only to fall straight into a Triad death trap. Su Feng growls through clenched teeth, a glacial chill flashing in his eyes. This was no accident. His return date was known only to three core elders, Xiang Shu, Fu Shu, and Hua Shu. No outsider had any idea. The enemy struck with precise timing down to the minute of his landing. Such elaborate planning and vicious intent are utterly monstrous. In the Jianghu, there is no true loyalty, only slaughter for profit. The orphan of the dragonhead is never meant to inherit the scepter of power, but to serve as a stepping stone that stabilizes others' rule. The enemy clearly wants him dead to sever the Su family bloodline completely and seize power in one stroke. Cold sweat streams down past his ears, yet Su Feng's mind remains razor-sharp. Having watched 20 years' worth of Copan gangster dramas, he understands all too well that although he appears alive, he is in truth standing at the edge of a cliff. One failed attempt only means there will be a second, a third killing strike. The ward door clicks open. A nurse carrying a tray of medicine enters. Seeing his eyes open, she immediately calls out, patient in bed 327 is awake. In an instant, 7 or 8 burly men swarm into the room, a noisy crowd, each harboring their own agenda. A Feng, you've finally woken up. Feng Gu, was it Gui Ma Dong who did this? We'll avenge you. The jumble of accusations wrapped in false concern grates harshly on the ears. The nurse frowns and moves forward to intervene, only to be barked at by He Huzai, the short-haired defiant thug. Shut up, you stupid woman. Say another word, and I'll slap you. Ahoo. The calm utterance carries the weight of 1,000 pounds. He Huzai's entire body stiffens, his murderous air vanishes at once as he obediently retreats to the side. Xiang Shu walks in at an unhurried pace, his presence steady and commanding, and the room falls silent. With a wave of his hand, he dismisses everyone, leaving only 2 veteran elders, Fu Shu and Hua Shu. A Feng, focus on healing. We 3 will handle your parents' funeral arrangements, Xiang Shu says gently, though an undercurrent of probing lies hidden in his tone. Su Feng suppresses all turmoil and replies in a steady, even voice, thank you, Xiang Shu. Xiang Shu pats the back of his hand with quiet emphasis. They're gone, but life must go on. Your living well matters more than anything. Fu Shu steps forward half a pace, his tone low and sharp, each word like a blade. The syndicate will never tolerate your father's death. The dragonhead of Dongyi Xing is not someone others can erase at will. The words carry heavy implication, a pointed reminder veiled in concern. I understand. Su Feng nods lightly, his expression unreadable. After a few more polite exchanges, the two elders turn and leave, and the ward finally grows quiet. Yongge closed the door, Su Feng says in a low voice to Hu Ziyong, who has been standing silently nearby. Hu Ziyong is his father's adopted son, personally nurtured and promoted by Su Jianglong, regarded by outsiders as his most loyal right-hand man. The door closes firmly, shutting out all prying eyes. Su Feng's gaze burns, cutting straight to the heart of the matter. How did my parents really die? Hu Ziyong is silent for a long time before his hoarse voice emerges. They were burned to death. A thunderclap seems to tear through Su Feng's mind, his spine turning icy in an instant. Burned alive. Such cruelty is beyond imagination. The police collected evidence at the scene. The ground was covered in gasoline traces. It was no accident, Hu Ziyong says solemnly. Someone set the fire on purpose. Who did it? Su Feng's eyes turn glacial, killing intent hidden deep within. Hu Ziyong avoids his gaze and merely says, focus on recovering. I'll handle what's outside. With that, he pushes the door open and leaves, deliberately sidestepping the answer. Watching the door swing shut, the last trace of warmth fades completely from Su Feng's eyes. Feigning ignorance, offering perfunctory words, hiding the truth. Loyalty is a lie, a self-interest is real. In that instant, Su Feng sees the situation with total clarity. Throughout the entire Dongyi Xing, there is no one he can trust, no one he can rely on. Gui Ma Dong wields great domineering influence, coveting the dragon-head seat for years. Hu Ziyong holds substantial power, harboring hidden ambition. The three elders are seasoned schemers, each with their own calculations. His father is dead, his own life hangs by a thread, internal strife erupts, killing intent lurks everywhere. As Su Feng sinks deep into this predicament, searching desperately for a way to break the deadlock, a cold mechanical voice suddenly resounds in his mind. Detected host in extreme crisis with unyielding obsession, binding 10,000 deathsworn system. Binding complete. Host may summon absolutely loyal deathsworn, unlock combat skills across all tiers, and take command of the life and death chessboard. System. Su Feng's pupils suddenly gleamed, and the tension that had been wound tight within him loosened by more than half in an instant. After 10 years of drifting through the world of online fiction, he understood all too well what a system implied. Turning the tables in a hopeless situation, defying the heavens to rewrite fate. System, explain your functions. Su Feng ordered in a low, steady voice. You may summon exclusive death warriors, all absolutely loyal, never to betray. You may expend Hong Kong dollars to unlock basic, intermediate, advanced, and master-level combat skills. Each death warrior comes with a fully legal identity and background, seamlessly integrated into the modern world. In the midst of despair, a blade descends from the heavens. What he lacked most at this moment were men of his own, utterly loyal, able to fight and endure. Summon a death warrior immediately. Su Feng did not hesitate in the slightest. Summon successful. Death warrior Liao Zixin will arrive on site within 10 minutes. There would be no suspicious appearance out of thin air, only a silent arrival that perfectly avoided all risk. The system's attention to detail was impeccable. 10 minutes passed in a flash. Suddenly, commotion erupted in the stairwell. The two underlings on watch stumbled back into the ward, faces bruised and swollen, their expressions filled with fear. Feng Ge. Someone forced their way in. Before the words had finished, a tall, burly figure strode through the door. He stood a full 1.9 meters tall, shoulders broad and back like a wall, his build like an iron tower. A chilling aura of slaughter radiated from him, his presence crushing everyone in the room. Everyone out. Su Feng spoke lightly. The two underlings did not dare utter a word of protest and fled in panic. The door closed behind them with a solid click. Liao Zixin dropped to one knee, his spine straight as a spear, his attitude utterly respectful. Liao Zixin pays respects to his master. From now on, call me boss, Su Feng said, sitting steady upon the hospital bed, his bearing composed, devoid of any greenness of a newly transmigrated soul. Yes, boss. Death warrior Liao Zixin. Skill basic Muay Thai entry level. Loyalty 100 unwavering until death. System unlock intermediate Muay Thai. Su Feng directly chose to enhance his combat power. Intermediate Muay Thai upgrade cost 20,000 Hong Kong dollars. Detected host account balance 350,000 Hong Kong dollars. Proceed with payment and upgrade. Upgrade immediately. Deduction successful. Liao Zixin's skill has been upgraded to intermediate Muay Thai. His combat strength has soared dramatically. In an instant, the aura around Liao Zixin surged. The lines of his muscles grew even more defined and compact, a sharper light flaring in his eyes. He had already become a top-tier expert, invincible in any street brawl. A trace of satisfaction flickered in Su Feng's eyes. With his first absolutely loyal top-tier combatant at his side, he finally possessed the confidence to gain a foothold in this chaotic Xianjiang. AXIN, from today onward, you will be my personal bodyguard. You are not to leave my side, even for a single step. Understood, boss. Steadying his close safety, Su Feng looked far ahead and directly initiated a large-scale layout. System summoned 10 death warriors in bulk. 10 elite death warriors are now in position. 10 minutes later, 10 tall and imposing muscular men stood in formation outside the hospital room, disciplined and intimidating. Su Feng quickly scanned everyone's profiles, accurately selecting talents. Feng Xiaonan possessing the intermediate 12 paths. Tan Leg has the strongest foundation. Liu Yunhui, Li Dongyuan, and Sun Jiqing all top physiques suitable for infiltration and undercover work. Yu Hongsai proficient in basic marksmanship. Yu Kangan versed in basic law. Yang Kan skilled in basic administrative management. A complete set of talents, both literary and martial, perfectly matching his overarching strategy. System grant Feng Xiaon and the intermediate Thai boxing skill. Deducted 3000 skill, loaded successfully. Feng Xiaonan now has dual intermediate combat power, crushing opponents of the same level in close combat. Liu Yunhui, Li Dongyu, and Sun Jiqing all unlock intermediate 8 extremes fist. Deducted 9000 skill, upgrade complete. The three men's combat power is maximized. They stepped forward in unison, standing at attention. Boss. Su Feng's gaze sharpened as he issued a top-secret mission. Liu Yunhui infiltrate under Gue Ma Dong. Li Dongyu and follow Hu Zhiyong closely. Sun Jiqing penetrate the Black Tiger Gang's ranks. Core objective: gain trust, establish a foothold, and master everyone's movements. Only infiltrate, do not expose. The three answered solemnly, understood. They turned and left silently, officially embedding themselves into the three major factions, laying down fatal hidden pieces. Su Feng looked at the strongest combatant, Feng Xiaonan. You three settle in North Corner, establish a firm foothold, and create momentum. The more chaotic, the better. North Corner is a mixed bag of forces, the best starting point. In chaos, it is easiest to take root and rise. I guarantee the mission will be completed. Feng Xiaonan accepted the order and left. Next, Su Feng began a comprehensive layout in the officialdom, law, and politics, avoiding the old paths of gangs, only to become a behind-the-scenes mastermind. Yu Hongsai, Yu Kangan, Yang can all skills upgraded to advanced. Yu Hongkai additionally acquires basic combat and intermediate case-solving skills. Deducted 19000, all skill upgrades completed. The account balance instantly dropped to 200 Hong Kong dollars. The heavy investment is for the grand pattern of the next several decades. Su Feng solemnly ordered. Yu Hongsai enroll in the police academy, delve into the police force, rise step by step, and control the discourse power of law enforcement. Yu Kangan obtain a lawyer's license, enter the legal department, and master the rules of law. Yang can join the Works Bureau, control the core resources of land reclamation and land grants. The three bowed and accepted the orders, then hurried to their respective battlefields. While others were mixing in gangs, engaging in violence and bloodshed, Su Feng directly laid out the lifeline of officialdom, law, and real estate, grasping the rules and resources of the entire Hong Kong from the root. As night deepened, the bars in North Corner stirred with hidden currents. Shi Huan leaned against the sofa, listening to his subordinate's report on Su Feng's awakening, a sinister calculation curling at the corners of his mouth. He patted the shoulder of Black Tiger Boy, pretending to support him. As long as Su Feng is alive, it's a good thing for you. Let Gue Ma Dong, the Elder's faction, and the Su family's orphan fight each other, and when they are both wounded, you can reap the benefits and secure the leading position. Black Tiger Boy believed it wholeheartedly, his ambition swelling, completely unaware that he was merely a pawn in someone else's game. Once Black Tiger Boy left, Shi Huan's smile instantly faded, coldly stating, just a fool to be discarded once used. Dongyi Xing will eventually be mine. The night was heavy, and the atmosphere on Beijiao Street was filled with hostility. He Huzi and his gang had just exited the bar when they encountered a mysterious muscular man who had taken down all of his underlings, leaving them groaning on the ground. The newcomer was none other than Sun Jiqing, who was on a covert mission. With a tall stature and a cold aura, he had one hand in his pocket, and his gaze indifferent, exuding an overwhelming pressure characteristic of a top-tier expert. Brother, who is him causing trouble? One of the underlings gritted his teeth and growled. He Huzi stepped forward, sizing up Sun Jiqing with an arrogant tone. Brother, do you dare to touch someone from my He Huzi? If you don't provide an explanation, don't even think about leaving Beijiao today. Sun Jiqing shot a sidelong glance, his tone icy. Your people initiated the provocation, they lost, so there's no need for unnecessary arguments. His tough and arrogant demeanor, unafraid of confrontation, unexpectedly pleased He Huzi, who had a penchant for fierce warriors. You've got some spirit. He Huzi laughed heartily and waved for his men to stop. I appreciate you. Brother, are you interested in joining me? You'll have everything you desire, food and drink in abundance. Sun Jiqing pretended to hesitate, feigning being swayed by the generous offer. After a moment of silence, he slowly nodded. All right. Great. From now on, you're my brother, and everyone must call you Brother Chang. He Huzi was overjoyed, completely unaware that he had recruited a top assassin next to his boss, and from this moment on, all his actions would fall under Su Feng's watchful eye. But just as his words fell, the street suddenly stirred up a storm. He Huzi, come and face death. A thunderous shout erupted. Across the street, 30 to 40 burly men wielding knives and clubs surged forward, blocking all escape routes. The leader was none other than He Huzi's archnemesis. He cunned the Iron Horse of the Sit-Down Club. In the dead of night, they aimed to eliminate him entirely. The narrow street was instantly sealed off, filled with cold gleams of knives and a murderous aura. Hey Hughes's face changed drastically, his heart sinking. He had only a handful of subordinates while the opposing numbers overwhelmed them. Today death was inevitable. Damn it, let's fight back. Hey Hughes grabbed a broken piece of wood and fought desperately, but the power difference was too great. His men fell in droves, and he himself was injured, blood splattering everywhere. A mountain-splitting knife came slicing toward his heart, its blade piercingly sharp, leaving him no way to evade. The deadlock was set. In a moment of peril, a shadow suddenly flashed in. Bang! A dull thud resounded. The burly man who had launched a surprise knife attack was kicked away 2 meters, crashing heavily to the ground, curled up and convulsing, never to rise again. Dongyi Xing moved like lightning, plunging into the crowd. The full force of the intermediate 8 extremes fist erupted. The winds of his punches howled, and his kicks struck like thunder. Those close to him cried out in agony as their bones shattered, while those who attempted to block were sent flying. No one could withstand even a single strike from him. Bang! 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 With successive loud impacts, the thugs from Kowloon fell to the ground in droves, wailing endlessly. The once fierce and rampant crowd was instantly terrified, halting their advance and retreating, no one daring to step forward an inch. Get lost, you worthless trash! Tai Ma Fu roared angrily, personally stepping forward with a knife, ruthlessly slashing. The momentum of his blade was ferocious, aimed directly at the neck, with every strike intended to kill. Dongyi Xing sidestepped to evade the blade, grazing his ear, narrowly escaping. Before his opponent could change tactics, Dongyi Xing countered by snatching the staff, sweeping it horizontally with thunderous force. Clang! The clash of metal echoed, sparks flying. Tai Ma Fu's palms exploded from the impact, his long knife flew out of his hands. In the next moment, a heavy iron rod slammed down on his forearm. Crack! The clear sound of bones breaking rang out. Tai Ma Fu let out a miserable scream, his face pale and drenched in cold sweat, his entire arm rendered useless. The entire scene fell silent. The 30 to 40 people from Kowloon were completely subdued by Dongyi Xing alone. No one dared to provoke him again, only hurriedly helping Tai Ma Fu up before fleeing in panic. The winds died down, the people retreated, and the murderous intent dissipated. Hey Hughes looked at Dongyi Xing, who was as steady as a mountain and exuded a formidable aura filled with shock and elation. He had struck gold. This was definitely a top-tier warrior capable of securing his position in the north corner. Brother Chung is amazing. His underlings bowed in admiration. At this moment, the sound of sirens blared in the distance. The cops are coming, let's get out of here. Hey Hughes hurriedly pulled Dongyi Xing away from the scene. On the other side, in a lavish private room of the nightclub, Gui Ma Dong embraced a drinking companion, his face filled with hostility. Listening to his subordinate report the elder's visit to Su Feng, a tide of murderous intent surged in his eyes. Those 3 old bastards are obviously trying to protect that kid. His subordinate whispered, Boss Dong, rumors are swirling outside that we were behind the incident with the dragon head and his son. Should we make a statement to refute this? Hawk. Gui Ma Dong spat, his gaze cold and sinister. Refuting rumors. Useless. Someone is deliberately framing us, wanting me to clash with the Su family. Tomorrow morning, I will personally visit the hospital to inquire about the illness. He chuckled coldly, his eyes filled with calculation. We need to maintain the proper etiquette and stabilize the situation. As for whether that kid can survive this ordeal, that depends on his own fate. The next morning in the Rena hospital ward, Su Feng listened to the bank clerk's asset report, his expression calm, his heart already assured of victory. The original owner's father, Su Jianglong, had been deeply rooted in Xiangjiang for many years, and their family wealth was extremely substantial. 3 bars, a garment factory, and a finance company with fixed assets totaling 20 to 30 million. The bank's current deposits amounted to a staggering 472,000 Hong Kong dollars. In the Xiangjiang of 1977, this fortune placed them firmly among the upper echelons of wealth. Transfer the full amount to my personal account. Su Feng ordered calmly. Yes, young Master Su, it will be credited within 24 hours, the bank clerk replied respectfully. At this moment, the garment factory's manager Yu Qinghua approached with a haggard expression, revealing a look of distress. Young Master Su, the factory can't hold on any longer. Wages have been overdue for half a month, goods are piling up, machines have stopped working, and there's no cash flow left. We can only close down. Su Feng understood the situation. The garment industry in Xiangjiang was embroiled in fierce competition, and the old-fashioned imitation model was already outdated. Without design or export channels, closure was the inevitable outcome. But he was not anxious. His primary task now was to root out the hidden mastermind and stabilize the situation. You go back first, I will personally handle matters at the factory after I am discharged. Yu Qinghua nodded helplessly and bowed as he left. The ward door was pushed open again, and Hu Jiong walked in slowly, concern etched on his face, his tone gentle. Feng, do you feel better today? Looking at his falsely loyal yet deceitful brother-in-law, a cold glint flickered in Su Feng's eyes, but his expression remained unchanged as he raised his gaze indifferently. The grand performance has only just begun. Su Feng tugged at his cheek, smiling somewhat foolishly. Much better. By the way, how is my parents' funeral going? Su Feng suddenly remembered this matter. Hu Jiong replied, the coffin is ready and the memorial hall has been set up. What about the memorial service? Tomorrow. Su Feng nodded. He had no emotional connection to Su Jianglong and his wife, but with this body he still had to make an appearance, especially considering the more than 20 million inheritance which was still formally his. Suddenly, he heard noisy voices outside the door. Boss, Dongyi has arrived. A lackey burst in shouting at Hu Jiong. What does he want? Hu Jiong furrowed his brow, the warmth on his face freezing instantly. Feng will go take a look. Before he finished speaking, he had already stood up and led his men out the door. Su Feng squinted slightly, watching Hu Jiong's figure disappear at the doorway. In the corridor, there was a commotion. What are you blocking for? Do you dare to stop Dongyi? I'm sorry, but the boss ordered that you cannot enter. Nonsense. Who does your boss think he is? Where Dongyi wants to go, does he need to ask for permission? Stop it. Hu Jiong shouted, his voice startling everyone. His subordinates immediately halted and stepped back, clearing a path. I heard Feng was in trouble, so I came to check on him. Gui Ma Dong raised an eyebrow. What? You're not happy? I heard Feng was in trouble, so I came to check on him. Gui Ma Dong raised an eyebrow. What? You're not happy? Not welcome, please leave. Hu Jiong's voice was as cold as steel scraping glass. Heh. Gui Ma Dong let out a laugh, his expression darkening, his glare sharp enough to cut. Hu Jiong, do you really think so highly of yourself? Do you believe I could flip you over right now? Try it, let's see who capsizes first. The tension was palpable, the air thick with hostility. Gentlemen, the boss requests your presence. Liao Zhixin appeared out of nowhere, his voice steady, commanding. Hu Jiong frowned, glanced at Liao Zhixin, then stared at Gui Ma Dong for 2 seconds, snorted through his nose, and turned to stride back toward the hospital room. Gui Ma Dong remained in place, staring at the retreating figure, a flicker of darkness flashing in his eyes, his killing intent sharp as a knife. He wore a blank expression, leading a few subordinates swiftly down the corridor, pushing open the hospital room door and stepping inside. Feng, how are you feeling? Are you better? As soon as he entered, Gui Ma Dong immediately shed his earlier hardness, smiling warmly as he greeted Su Feng. Su Feng looked at this familiar yet strange face, the corners of his mouth lifting in his usual foolish smile, nodding in response. Thank you for your concern, much better. That's good to hear. Gui Ma Dong pretended to pat his chest, then suddenly slapped his thigh, anger flaring. Rest assured, I will track down the person who hit your car, even if I have to dig them out from 3 feet underground to let you vent your anger. Su Feng forced a smile, feeling somewhat strained. That would be troubling you, Dongyi. Gui Ma Dong laughed heartily. What thanks are necessary between us? I've watched you grow up. Watched you grow up. Heh. Although it was Su Feng's first time seeing him in person, the memories of his previous self were clear. The more affectionate the words, the more they were meant to flatter himself. The two were only a few years apart, at most a decade in age. According to the hierarchy in Dongyi Xing, Gui Ma Dong had been at the helm for many years. Calling him uncle could still be somewhat justified. Feeling annoyed inside, he did not show it on the surface, only smiling awkwardly. Gui Ma Dong noticed a glint of pride flashing in his eyes, his laughter growing louder. Gui Ma Dong, that's enough. Hu Jiong stood by, his voice low, his eyes sharp as knives piercing through. Gui Ma Dong didn't even glance up, just waved his hand at Su Feng. Feng, take care of your injuries, I have things to attend to, I'll leave first. Before leaving, he shot a sidelong glance at Hu Jiong, his gaze nonchalant, then turned and walked away. Hu Jiong's knuckles turned white as he stared at the door that had just closed. Su Feng softly said, Brother Yong, forget it. This Gui Ma Dong is too arrogant. Hu Jiong's voice was tense. Su Feng sighed softly, his tone calm. It's fine, Brother Yong. What he said isn't wrong. He indeed has watched. According to the system, a death soldier skilled in intermediate combat possesses combat power comparable to the elite soldiers of special forces. Though one cannot claim to take on 100 alone, taking down a dozen or 20 street thugs would be more than sufficient. Ding, insufficient balance, please recharge. Su Feng. A prompt sounded in his ear, nearly making him roll his eyes. Suppressing the urge to curse, he asked, System, has that money in my account arrived? Ding, detected an incoming deposit of 475,000 Hong Kong dollars in Su Feng's account. Would you like to recharge the full amount? No. He promptly declined. This money had already been arranged. It couldn't all be dumped into the system at once. After a brief contemplation, he said, recharge 50,000 first. Ding, recharge successful. Current system balance, 520,000 Hong Kong dollars. Ding, deducted 120,000 Hong Kong dollars, skill loading complete. Watching the account balance drop significantly to 400,000, Su Feng fell utterly silent. What kind of death soldier system is this? It is clearly a bottomless pit of a cash machine. Muttering under his breath, he turned to the 4 people in front of him. From now on you will follow Liao Zhixin's orders. He then looked at Liao Zhixin. The people are in your hands now. Liao Zhixin nodded and led the 4 away from the hospital room. The next morning, after changing into new bandages and completing the discharge procedures, Su Feng walked out of the hospital's main entrance. Brother Feng, I am Xiao Ma Yong sent me to pick you up. At the hospital's entrance, a young man in a black jacket hurriedly approached, bowing respectfully with his head down, his tone extremely deferential. Su Feng glanced at him, his voice flat. Thank you. However, I prefer to take a taxi. After saying that, he walked straight towards the roadside. Xiao Ma stood there in a daze, unable to comprehend. Why would someone refuse a ride? Little did he know Su Feng only trusted death soldiers at this moment. As for others, not even their shadows could be relied upon. After standing by the roadside for 2 to 3 minutes, Su Feng shared 2 taxis with 6 people and headed towards North Point. North Point, by Fu Garden Funeral Home. A row of men in white shirts, black trousers, and black leather shoes stood at the entrance uniformly, wearing black armbands with white characters spelling filial piety, their expressions solemn as they maintained order. Su Feng got out of the car, looked up at the doorway, took a deep breath, and stepped inside. Brother Feng. Brother Feng. Along the way, the underlings of Dongyi Xing all turned sideways and bowed their heads, greeting him in unison. Though he was not an official member of the gang, he was the son of the leader. Today was a funeral, and face must be given to all. Upon entering the mourning hall, the sound of sorrowful music hit him, heavier and more oppressive. He gazed at the portrait ahead, his chest feeling slightly constricted, then slowly exhaled and stepped forward. Ah Feng has arrived. Ah Feng, please accept my condolences. Several older relatives came forward, one after another, heavily patting his shoulder with solid strength. He walked all the way to the front of the spirit, took the 3 sticks of incense handed to him by the presider, bowed 3 times, and inserted them into the incense burner. Then he circled to the back hall, changed into a plain white mourning outfit, returned to the mourning hall, and sat down on the kneeling mat to start burning paper. Every time someone approached to pay their respects, he had to rise and respond. The visitors included not only people from Dongyi Xing, but also representatives from other gangs, as well as old friends and business acquaintances of Su Jianglong from his past. Sigh. Old Su was planning to retire. Why did this happen? Who did it? How dare they set fire to someone? Their hearts are too dark. It's rumored that it was someone from Dongyi Xing themselves. Is that true? Who is so reckless? I heard it was led by Gue Ma Dong. But it's just hearsay, hard to say if it's true. Gue Ma Dong. I've heard of him, ruthless and heartless, would dare to act against his own boss. I can't say for sure. Sigh, the rules are getting worse, a disciple turning against his master. What kind of world is this? I'm getting old. In a few days, he'll completely retire from the scene. From now on, let the younger generation handle the affairs of the underworld. In the morning hall, several older relatives gathered in a corner, whispering their discussions. With the death of Su Jianglong, it felt like a stone had fallen into their hearts, causing panic. This world is no longer the kind of underworld that respected hierarchy and boundaries. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside the morning hall. It seemed there was a conflict. Su Feng's brow furrowed. Go out and see what's happening outside. Hu Zhiyong shouted to a subordinate beside him. The man promptly stepped out the door. Moments later, he returned, bowing. Yonggu, it's the number gang's Maisie, DUI. They brought over 20 people. What are they here for? Hu Zhiyong's face immediately darkened. Yonggu, what's going on? Su Feng asked. It's nothing, I'll handle it. As he watched Hu Zhiyong lead people away, Su Feng turned his head to Liao Zhixian, who was standing quietly behind him, and nodded. Go investigate why they're showing up at this time. Understood. Hu Zhiyong had just reached the door when he saw Shi Huan standing at the foot of the steps, followed by a crowd of over 20 young men with dyed hair smoking cigarettes. He squinted, his voice cold as iron. Shi Huan, today is my godfather's funeral. You bring so many people to block the entrance. Are you looking for a beating, or do you want to stay in North Point forever? Looking for a beating. Who dares? Shi Huan waved his hands repeatedly, but his lips curled up high. Su Lauda is after all a senior. I came to pay my respects. How did I break any underworld rules? A weasel wishing you a happy new year. Who would believe you mean well? Hu Zhiyong's teeth clenched. Maisie DUI and Dongyi Xing had no dealings. Instead, they had been at odds over the North Point territory for years. With the backing of the number gang, Shi Huan had always wanted to extend his reach into this old territory. Dongyi Xing was not a soft persimmon either, especially in their own territory, having engaged in secret battles no less than 10 times, remaining at a stalemate. Now that Su Jianglong had died unexpectedly, Shi Huan came knocking with plenty of manpower. There was not a shred of mourning, clearly here to test the waters. Oh dear, that sounds hurtful. Shi Huan shook his head, laughing even more joyfully. I recognize Su Jianglong as a senior. Bowing to your godfather is also a matter of etiquette. Hu Lao Di, have you forgotten how to write the word courtesy? You. Before he could finish, Uncle Xiang and Uncle Fu had already come out from the side corridor with their men. The two glanced at Shi Huan, then turned to Hu Zhiyong. Ah Yong, today is your godfather's big day. What are you doing? Moreover, it's only right for a person from the road to come and pay their respects. Are we not letting them pass? Uncle Xiang, I know what you want to say. Uncle Xiang raised his hand to stop him, his tone not heavy but suffocating. There are full guests today. If anyone disturbs Su Lao Da's peace, he'll be the first to turn against them. Hu Zhiyong clenched his jaw and stepped back half a pace. Shi Huan laughed aloud. Old players are indeed old players. Hu Lao Di, learn more. After saying that, he strode into the morning hall, followed by the flashy group of underlings. Hu Zhiyong's nails dug into his palm, his eyes fixed on that retreating figure. Uncle Xiang patted his shoulder. The big picture is more important. Your godfather's passing peacefully is better than anything else. He exhaled deeply, his chest rising and falling a few times, finally nodding. I understand, Uncle Xiang. I'm going quickly. Feng is not from the gang. Many things still need your assistance. Yes, Uncle Xiang. The news quickly reached Su Feng's ears. He lightly tapped his fingertips on his knee, his gaze slightly narrowing. Interesting. This funeral is likely to turn into a battleground. Guests are arriving. The presider's prolonged shout brought him back to his senses. He looked up and saw a group of people surging into the mourning hall with overwhelming momentum. The leader was dressed in a neatly tailored Western suit with the collar of his white shirt unbuttoned at two places, hands tucked into his pockets, walking leisurely with an arrogant expression. Behind him were more than 20 young men with disheveled hair and mismatched clothing, yet their eyes shone bright, each more fierce than the last. Without needing to ask, the leader was certainly the one known as Fine Ring from the Mei clan. Bow. Bow again. Family thanks. You are the son of Su Jianglong, the new leader of Dongyi Xing. Fine Ring squinted, scanning Su Feng from head to toe, a smirk playing on his lips as he asked casually. Su Feng stood up and nodded slightly. Hello. You do look quite proper, with an air of scholarly elegance. Fine Ring snorted lightly, his tone dripping with indifference. Little brother, take my advice. Go back to your America soon. This territory is not yours to manage. In this underworld, you cannot hold your own. Fuck you. Fine Ring, watch your mouth. How dare you speak to our leader like that? Uncle Hua's anger flared, his voice shaking the rafters of the room. I've spoken cleanly. Fine Ring tilted his head as if hearing a joke. Old man, have your ears been stuffed with glue? Which of my words was insulting? At your age you should rest, not come out to embarrass yourself. Oh, what's the point? Fuck you. Uncle Hua stepped forward, his fists clenched. Stop. The younger brothers surged forward simultaneously, sleeves brushing against sleeves, shoulders bumping into shoulders, the air taut like a bowstring pulled to its limit. Everyone stand down. Uncle Xiang's voice was not loud, yet it fell like a block of ice into boiling water. The moment he spoke, the entire venue fell silent. The crowd turned to see him, slowly releasing their grips and stepping back to create a path. Su Feng stood still, his eyelids slightly raised, a sharp glint flashing in his gaze before vanishing as he lowered his eyes, returning to his seemingly honest demeanor. Uncle Xiang walked straight up to Fine Ring, his gaze cold enough to frost over. Now take your people and leave. Delay any longer, and don't blame me for being heartless. Fine Ring spread his hands, dramatically sighing. Oh, let's go. People find us annoying. As he strolled away, he lazily added, it's a pity that Su Jianglong, a once great hero, ended up falling at the hands of his own people. What a tragic death. This statement was like a boulder dropped into a deep pond, instantly causing an uproar. What the hell? Is that true? Su Jianglong really was killed by his own? If that's the case, the bones must feel cold to the core. If the leader was killed by an insider, how will Dongyi Xing survive in this world? Guests here to pay respects whispered among themselves in low tones. Even Dongyi Xing's own younger brothers exchanged glances, their expressions blank, afraid to speak. Fine Ring, you can't just speak carelessly. Uncle Fu reprimanded sternly. Carelessly? Fine Ring threw his head back and laughed. Are you all not aware of the truth? He's gone. Hu Zhiong glared at Fine Ring's retreating figure, his teeth grinding. We should have stopped him earlier. This bastard is here to cause trouble. Uncle Xiang's face turned ashen. To have his face torn in public, especially after he had just claimed the situation is under control. This slap landed squarely on his face. Worse still, once this news spread, the reputation Dongyi Xing had built over decades might be ruined. From now on, when people mentioned this name in the underworld, who wouldn't spit in disdain? Son of a bitch. He spat in his heart, but managed to maintain his composure on the surface. Today is brother long. We can settle other scores later. The truth is, paper cannot cover fire. The news of Su Jianglong's death due to infighting would within 3 days spread like wildfire throughout the entire underworld. Even the police sent people to investigate, summoning Uncle Xiang, Uncle Fu, and the others in charge for questioning. After the funeral, Dongyi Xing held an emergency meeting overnight. The only agenda was how to suppress this news and find the murderer. As expected, several elders along with Hu Zhiyong and Black Tiger all firmly insisted that it was the doing of Gue Ma Dong, even presenting a so-called eyewitness. Su Feng merely lowered his head, fiddling with the tea lid, not even twitching his lips. He had already figured out the details through the Death Warriors. Black Tiger had secretly colluded with Fine Ring from the Mei clan, fabricated evidence, and pinned the blame on Gue Ma Dong, hoping to eliminate this thorn in their side amidst the chaos. As for those elders and Hu Zhiyong, Su Feng was clear in his mind. They simply couldn't stand Gue Ma Dong's arrogance and seized this opportunity to legitimize a strike against him while also taking over his territory and lines. He did not expose them. Whenever asked for his opinion, Su Feng would just smile innocently. I'm not part of the gang, I'll be returning to America in a few days. As for Dongyi Xing's matters, it's up to Uncle Xiang and Uncle Fu to decide. Uncle Xiang and his group were planning to use Su Feng as a puppet, naturally wanting him to stay in Hong Kong and absolutely not let him return to America. They were even more determined to eliminate Gue Ma Dong. But the wind had already leaked out. As soon as the news spread, Gue Ma Dong received word. Without hesitation, since the face had already been torn, there was no use in talking further. He immediately ordered all his subordinates to assemble. At the same time, Uncle Xiang, Uncle Fu, and Uncle Hua's teams along with Hu Jiong's men gathered in North Point, over 400 strong, surging towards Gue Ma Dong's territory. In North Point on Jianhua Street, the streets were clear of pedestrians, as if avoiding a plague. Of shops on both sides were tightly shut, even the sign lights were extinguished. The once bustling night market was now cold, only the sound of the wind was left. At both ends of the street, a dense mass of gangsters wielding iron rods and knives gathered, nearly 800 in total. A sea of dark figures exuding murderous intent. The air was tense enough to hear it crack. Gue Ma Dong fixed his gaze on Hu Jiong leading the opposite side. Without a word wasted, he drew his machete and raised it to the sky, shouting, "Kill!" More than 300 behind him responded in unison, brandishing their weapons and charging forward. Hu Jiong was equally unyielding, raising his weapon and shouting hoarsely, "Brothers, let's go." In an instant, 800 figures were thrown into chaos. The glint of knives and the shadow of clubs clashed together, the shouts and grunts mixing into a cacophony. And not far from the street, on the rooftop of an old building, Su Feng stood steadily, holding a pair of binoculars, his gaze calm. Liao Zixin and 4 others stood behind him, not moving an inch. After a moment, Su Feng slowly lowered the binoculars, his tone flat, as if nothing stirred. "What's the situation at Mei Clan?" Liao Zixin immediately bowed and replied, "Boss Feng Xiaonan just called. Over 500 from Mei Clan have already entered North Point in 3 batches. Su Feng nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over the distant chaotic battle, pausing briefly before speaking. "Tell Feng Xiaonan to proceed as planned." "Yes, boss," Zhao Hua responded. Inside a traditional mahjong parlor, Feng Xiaonan had just hung up the phone. "All right, understood." He turned around, his gaze sweeping across the room, full of men smoking, sharpening knives, and swinging clubs, finally landing on Lu Wenlong's face. "Wenlong, take your men to He Fu Road's Fu GT house. Uncle Xiang and the others are there. Leave no one behind." "Understood, Brother Nan." Lu Wenlong stood up, nodded, and turned to wave his hand. "Go get to work." With a clatter, dozens of Isha brothers grabbed their weapons and streamed out. "Ajun." Feng Xiaonan looked again at Zhang Ziju, and his eyes cold and sharp. "You take your people and wipe out all of Gue Ma Dong, Black Tiger, and Hu Jiong's territories. Leave none of Uncle Xiang's behind." "Understood." Another round of fabric rustling and clashing sounds. The mahjong parlor was emptied once more. Outside the door, a crowd had gathered, all dressed in the same E-Society attire, armed with knives and sticks, silent and waiting for a command. At this moment, Jianhua Street had turned into a battlefield. Blood trickled down through the cracks in the bricks, and the wails of anguish rose and fell in waves. Pei Huzi kicked over a thug, glancing sideways at the street brawl, and taking advantage of the moonlight, stealthily slipped into an alley and quietly retreated. "Damn it, are the people from the Mei faction coming or not?" Sun Jiqing, panting after taking down 2 men, wiped the sweat from his brow while crouching in a corner and asked in a lowered voice. Pei Huzi didn't answer. In such a brawl, he preferred that others exhaust themselves first, allowing his own people to rest. When he heard Sun Jiqing ask again, he hesitated for a moment before shaking his head and replying, "Not likely. I've sworn brotherhood with him. He wouldn't betray me in this matter." Sun Jiqing remained silent, simply nodding slightly. But the cold glint that flickered in his eyes was swiftly swallowed by the thick, inky darkness of the night. At this moment, the 2 sides were locked in a stalemate on the street. Hu Jiong's side had the advantage in numbers, with over 100 more than Gue Ma Dong. However, they were a ragtag army hastily assembled from various factions, each following their own leader, seldom crossing paths, let alone having any tacit understanding. They could hardly compare to Gue Ma Dong's men, who fought with reckless abandon and coordinated as one. Moreover, everyone harbored their own leader's unspoken directive: conserve energy, avoid unnecessary fights, and primarily observe the spectacle. When it truly came to blows, no one intended to risk their lives. As a result, the scene became absurd. Gue Ma Dong's group surprisingly pushed Hu Jiong's coalition back step by step. "This is getting interesting." On the rooftop, Su Feng held a pair of binoculars, taking in the situation below, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth as he silently laughed. "Go get some snacks. With such a good show, it would be a waste to watch without something to eat." The vantage point was too good to pass up. A bodyguard immediately responded, turning and quickly heading downstairs to buy snacks. Just as Su Feng took his seat, Shi Huan, arriving from the Wanchai direction, had gathered his subordinates and was turning on a Chong Kong Street, heading straight for Fu Road. Has the news arrived? Seeing his little brother burst into the private room, breathless Uncle Fu suddenly stood up and asked. Uncle Shi and Uncle Hua, sitting nearby, also turned their heads in unison. The younger brother's chest heaved violently, his voice tight. "Bad news. Boss, someone has barged in from outside." "What?" Uncle Fu froze in place. Uncle Shi and Uncle Hua's faces changed dramatically, and they all stiffened. After a few seconds of silence, the 3 of them suddenly sprang up, shouting in unison, "Who? Where did they come from? Explain clearly. I couldn't see their faces, I just saw them attacking. When I ran and they were already rushing into the first floor lobby. Uncle, she asked urgently, how many people? 50 or 60 a sea of them. Hearing this number, the three felt a chill run down their spines. All their elite subordinates had been sent to the front line, leaving only 3 or 4 trusted aides by their sides. Run. Without bothering to discern the intruder's origins, the 3 of them bolted toward the back door of the private room. Bang! The door to the private room was kicked open, splinters flying. Uncle Fu, leading the charge, was caught off guard and slammed his forehead painfully against the door panel, letting out a cry of agony. Before he could finish his words, a dozen shadowy figures poured into the room like a tide. Who are you? Don't move. I am Dongyi Xing. Puff. A flash of cold light and blood erupted from Uncle Hua's throat, his voice cut off mid-sentence. The wound expanded and his body went limp, collapsing with a thud, his eyes bulging, staring blankly at the ceiling. Who are you? Uncle's eyes throat went dry, his body trembling as he stared at the leading figure, his voice hoarse. Who are you? Before he could finish, another sharp short scream echoed. A little brother who had come to relay the message turned around, and the blade struck him down on the spot. Lu Wenlong leisurely dragged over a chair and sat down, a warm smile spreading across his face. Old senior, since you are heading to the afterlife, let me introduce you. E-Society, Lu Wenlong. Remember that. E-Society. Uncle's eyes mind went blank. He had never even heard of this name. Suddenly feeling a flush on his neck, he instinctively raised his hand to wipe it. His palm was drenched in bright red. His vision began to fade to gray and a buzzing filled his ears. Thud. He crashed heavily to the ground, blood pouring from the side of his neck. Only when the private room was devoid of life did Lu Wenlong rise and adjust his cuffs, leaving calmly with his men. Uncle Shi and the other 2 died in the tea house, but they were merely a speck of dust in the chaos. At this moment, Shi Huan led a large group of men to Jianhua Street. Upon seeing the chaotic fighting below, without a second thought, he raised his machete and shouted, chop them down. Behind him, over 100 members of the Mei faction echoed his shout and charged into the fray. He Huzi, who was hiding in the shadows, raised his head at the sound. Seeing Shi Huan leading his men and thinking that reinforcements had arrived, felt relieved and grinned at Sun Jiqing, saying, Ah Chung, reinforcements. Puff. The smile froze on his face. His eyes widened in shock, and he clutched Sun Ziqing's arm tightly, his lips moving but unable to utter a word. Puff. The blade pierced flesh once more, and blood gushed from the wound. Why? I'm sorry. A fleeting hint of remorse crossed Sun Ziqing's face, but before he could finish his words, the third blade was plunged deep into He Hughes's abdomen. He Hughes's body went limp, crashing heavily to the ground, his eyes bulging, pupils frozen. He was clearly dying. To his dying breath, he could not understand, with the position of the leader within reach and Dongyi Xing holding all the power, how could he be stabbed to death by Sun Jiqing, whom he had personally promoted and trusted like family. Sun Jiqing wiped the blood splattered on his chin, glanced at the figures rolling and slashing in the street, and turned to disappear into the thick, inky darkness of the alley. At the same moment, similar covert actions were quietly unfolding throughout the chaos. Hu Jiong took a heavy blow to the back of his neck and fell to the ground, still gripping his machete. Gui Ma Dong lay face down on the oily pavement, half of a broken dagger lodged in his back, without even the chance to look back. Amidst the chaos, everyone was too preoccupied to care. The glint of blades reflected the flames, and who had time to notice the cold gaze lurking behind them? By the time anyone discovered them sprawled in a pool of blood, they had long ceased to breathe, and no one bothered to investigate further. At this moment, the Mei faction had already broken through the defenses, vigorously pushing inward, leaving no time to check bodies. The phone lines at the North Point police station were burning hot. As the news of the 1,000-person brawl came in, the chief's veins bulged, and he grabbed the receiver, barking out 3 orders: all personnel on duty. Report to the main district. Reinforcements are needed. One police car after another tore through the night, the red and blue lights flashing wildly in the narrow alleys of Jianhua Street, the sound of engines growing louder and more urgent. On the rooftop, Su Feng put down his chopsticks, leisurely pulled out a tissue to wipe his mouth, and glanced at the figures writhing in the flames below with a smile, saying, let's wrap this up, the cops have arrived, and the show is over. The next morning, the news of the bloodbath in North Point exploded across the front pages of major newspapers. The streets echoed with curses, questioning why the police stood by idly. Under pressure, the police held an emergency meeting overnight, and the North Point chief was publicly reprimanded, unable to hold his head up, and subsequently announced the launch of a month-long crackdown on organized crime. On the afternoon of the same day, the police held a press conference lined up in front of the microphone, all speaking in unison: zero tolerance for organized crime, swift strikes, and severe punishment. With the wind rising, the iron fist fell. Arrest warrants flew out like snowflakes, and the cells were filled overnight. This storm swept not only through North Point, but engulfed the entire Hong Kong. Causeway Bay, Mong Kok Sham Shui, Pu chains rattled everywhere, and police sirens blared incessantly. Su Feng had made arrangements long ago. None of his subordinates revealed themselves, they all shrank into the shadow. Taking advantage of the chaotic situation with no leader, he quietly swallowed up the remnants of the ghost horse Dong Uncle Xiang's dock, and Hu Xiang's territory, even the streets near North Point in Wanchai, were smoothly incorporated into his own sphere of influence. The sly Hui who had initially intended to reap the benefits ended up completely stumbling this time. He indeed dealt a heavy blow to Dongyi Xing's main forces, but his own turf was turned upside down, the pressure was too intense, and he couldn't even secure his hiding place, having to flee across the sea to Aodao to avoid the storm, leaving all the benefits to Su Feng. After the tide receded, no one mentioned the name Dongyi Xing ever again. Instead, a new name emerged: Isha. Though few in number, they moved steadily, first occupying Dongyi Xing's old lair, then absorbing Wanchai and Meiji Dui. The news didn't make the papers, yet it quietly spread through the underworld. Su Feng smoothly recommended the infiltrators he had previously placed beside Ghost Horse Dong, Hu Zhiyong, and He Huzi, Sun Jiqing Liu Yuhui, and Li Dongjuan, along with the remnants they brought into Isha. With this group of familiar veterans at his disposal, Feng Xiaonan managed his territory with even greater ease. With He Huzi down, Ghost Horse Dong dead, and Uncle Xiang gone, the tension that had been looming over Su Feng finally eased. As for Hui, who was hiding on Aodao, if he truly dared to return, Su Feng would welcome it. By then, Isha would only be tougher, denser, and harder to shake than it was today. As for whether to send someone over, Su Feng already had plans in mind, just waiting for the right opportunity. After this battle, the hidden dangers were cleared away, and the accounts were also looking solid. All territories were handed over to Feng Xiaonan for management, without leaving a single share for Su Feng. From the cash seized from Ghost Horse Dong, Uncle Xiang, Uncle Fu, and Uncle Hua, totaling over 7 million Hong Kong dollars, he took 4 million, and the remaining 300,000 were all allocated to Feng Xiaonan to soothe the injured and win hearts. With the original deposits added in, Su Feng's bank account had a total of 8 million. In addition, he was left with a clothing factory and 2 sets of 1,000-square-foot residences. In Hong Kong, 1,000 square feet is approximately 90 square meters. The finance company and bar were also handed over to Feng Xiaonan to manage. Whenever he was really tight on cash, he could always ask Feng Xiaonan for money. Family members do not speak as two families. After resting at home for 2 days, Su Feng headed to the Dongjin factory building on Kijimiai Road in North Point. This building was industrial in purpose, 7 stories high. Surrounded by factories in the 1970s, Hong Kong's handmade manufacturing industry was booming with small factories of 20 to 30 people everywhere. Though it was called a factory, it resembled more of a family workshop. The Su clothing factory was on the 5th floor. He took the elevator to the 5th floor. As soon as he exited the elevator, he saw a wooden plaque hanging diagonally across, Su Clothing Factory. Su Feng walked straight over. The entrance was empty, not even a guard in sight. He pushed the door open. The workshop was not large, at most 200 square meters, and it was so quiet that he could hear echoes. There was not a single person inside. Although he had been mentally prepared, seeing this scene with his own eyes still made Su Feng furrow his brow. Who are you looking for? A worker in a blue uniform suddenly appeared from somewhere. Su Feng raised his eyes and stared at him. Where is Yu Qinghua? Hearing him directly call the factory manager by name, the worker's heart skipped a beat, and he pointed towards the end of the corridor in the office. Lead the way. Su Feng's tone was flat without a hint of turbulence. The worker glanced at Su Feng, and then at the few sharply dressed bodyguards standing like pines behind him, hesitated for a moment, and nodded. Before long, they stopped in front of a door with the words "Factory Manager's Office" printed on the plaque. Knock, knock. The worker raised his hand and knocked twice. Come in. Manager, someone is looking for you. As soon as the door opened, Yu Qinghua had just raised his head to ask, but when his eyes met Su Feng's, he was clearly taken aback, then quickly stood up and walked over Su. Boss, why did you come personally? He intended to say young Master Su, but the words caught in his throat. This factory truly belonged to Su Feng now. Old Feng, who was nearby, heard the word boss. His Adam's apple rolled up and down, and he quietly took a breath. This boss is too young, isn't he? He looks like he isn't even 20. Yu Qinghua hurriedly invited Su Feng to sit down, then turned to Old Feng and said, go make a cup of tea for the boss. Okay. The tea was quickly served. Boss, please enjoy the tea. Yu Qinghua offered the cup with both hands, wearing a warm smile. Su Feng nodded and took it, sipped a couple of times, and then set it back on the table. I just took a round. Why isn't work starting? Where did all the people go? Yu Qinghua hurriedly explained, business is slow and the accounts can't pay wages, so workers have left one after another, and now he is the only one left guarding. Su Feng shook his head upon hearing this. What about the machines? Can they still be used? They're all fine, bought new 2 years ago, not a single one is broken. Hearing this, Su Feng's expression eased a bit. If even the equipment was down, he would have to consider whether to simply close the factory. In that case, he'll transfer a sum of money into the company account later. You need to contact the old employees immediately and settle the owed wages in full. For those willing to come back, add half a month's salary as a gesture from the factory. Let them come back to work with peace of mind. There will never be a single cent owed in the future. He paused, but decided to continue. In these years, the clothing industry was still thriving. As long as the styles were new and accurate, there was no worry about not selling. Though he was not a formally trained designer, his mind was filled with styles, cuts, and color combinations that would be popular on the streets for the next decade. The clothes currently on the market were dull in style and monotonous in color, far from the vivid details of what he remembered. Moreover, he still had the system as a trump card. At worst, he could hire a few trusted people and directly impart design capabilities to them. Wouldn't that solve the problem? Upon hearing this, Yu Qinghua was both surprised and delighted, looking at Su Feng with a newfound respect. Understood. He'll take care of it right away. Yes, also clear out an office. Su Feng planned to temporarily operate here. Once he had more financial leeway, he could consider acquiring an office building. Okay, boss. Under Yu Qinghua's coordination, a clean small office was quickly made available. Su Feng dialed HSBC's phone number, directly transferring 1 million Hong Kong dollars from his personal account to Su Clothing Factory's business account. After hanging up, he gently closed the door, asking Liao Zhixin and others to guard outside and not let anyone approach. Next, he activated the system. He whispered, "System recruit 5 death soldiers, 2 women and 3 men. Ding, recruitment completed. Death soldiers are not expendable, they are the last resort." Su Feng was determined he would never let them work on the assembly line sewing machines, as that would be like using a precious sword as a firewood knife. Moreover, they would also age and die, just like ordinary people. Is it worth using such a scarce resource for a few $1,000s in salary each month? Not at all. He casually asked System, "Can you inject some future knowledge into the minds of the mercenaries? For example, the fashion trends of the coming decades?" Yes. Knowledge infusion requires payment. The amount depends on the depth of the content. The system responded straightforwardly. Can it really work? Su Feng's heart raced, feeling more excited than when he received the notification of a 20 million inheritance. He had grasped the true use of the mercenaries, not as mere thugs, but as living think tanks. 10 minutes later, 5 individuals stood before him. 2 women and 3 men, all aged between 25. Su Feng's gaze fell on the 2 women. Install the master-level fashion design skill for them, and also embed the evolution of clothing trends for the next 50 years. Ding, skill loading complete. 30,000 Hong Kong dollars deducted. As the notification sound faded in his mind, he glanced at the attributes panel of the 2, clearly stating master-level fashion designers. He let Yu Qinghua enter. "Boss, you called for me." As the door opened, Yu Qinghua's gaze swept over the 5 individuals in the room, momentarily stunned. Despite the myriad questions in his mind, he stood silently with hands at his sides, not asking a single word. 3 things. Su Feng raised 3 fingers. First, the company will be renamed to Jinxiu Fashion. Su's Fashion sounded like a small street tailor shop lacking grandeur. Second, immediately register several trademarks: Jinxiu Yin Jin Jinhua by Hai Chao Sheng, don't miss a single one. Third, from today onward, Su Yu and Lu Mingming will be the chief fashion designers of the company. All matters in the design department will be decided by them. He pointed at the 2 women with a calm tone. Yu Qinghua quickly glanced at them. Too young. But upon reflection, the factory had never had a proper designer before. Even if they had just graduated, they were better than a blank slate. Moreover, they were personally chosen by the boss. "All right, boss," he responded briskly. "First, take them to choose a quiet office." Su Feng remembered there were 5 or 6 empty rooms at the end of the corridor when he passed by earlier. Designing requires a quiet environment. Understood. Yu Qinghua smiled and turned to Su Yu and Lu Mingming. "Ladies, please follow me." The 2 women nodded slightly at Su Feng before leaving with him. As the door closed, only Su Feng and the 3 male mercenaries remained in the room. He silently reviewed their attribute pages before speaking. System, give Li Wenqing the master-level stock trading skill. Ding, skill loading successful. 100,000 Hong Kong dollars deducted. When he looked up again, a new line of clear text appeared on Li Wenqing's panel. Su Feng pulled out 3,000 cash from his wallet and handed it over. "Take this first. Take them to open an account and find a reliable place to stay while I arrange the next steps." He wanted to test how deep could a trader with foresight into the future wade into the stock market. The system had made it clear that this master-level stock trading skill was even more powerful than the legendary stock gods. He had 7 million on hand, taking out 3 million to test the waters. Perhaps he would indeed hit good fortune. "Yes, boss." Li Wenqing bowed his head in response, his tone filled with utmost respect. "Go ahead and take care of your tasks." Su Feng waved his hand, not wanting to keep them longer. Once the door closed, he was left alone in the office. He didn't rest, sitting down in a chair pondering for a moment before taking out paper and pen to start sketching. Bodycon dresses, flared pants, and jeans. These 3 styles that became immensely popular in later years were sketched out by him using the simplest lines. It wasn't a professional design drawing lacking specifications and color matching. He simply didn't have that ability. It was merely to clarify the contours and basic structure. Jeans weren't rare in the U.S., but in Hong Kong they were still an unfamiliar sight. A few days ago, after leaving the hospital, he had been keenly observing many women on the streets wore kipeos, and some wore dresses or slacks. Men almost uniformly paired shirts with slacks. Jeans. He hadn't seen a single pair. The bodycon dress was introduced a few years ago by a U.S. Designer named Diane with a neck opening wrapping around the body and secured with a belt. Its principle was surprisingly similar to the clothing styles of ancient Xia. It particularly complemented tall women. When worn, it exuded a gentle yet crisp demeanor, naturally radiating an air of intelligence. The flared pants were even more straightforward, the hem flared slightly outward, expanding from the knees down, visually elongating the legs, and creating a slim and energetic appearance. His knowledge of these details was largely thanks to his last girlfriend, who loved shopping. If she hadn't dragged him through countless malls and magazines, he wouldn't have noticed these nuances. After finishing, he pinched a few sheets of paper and walked straight to the office of Su Yu and Lu Mingming, handing them the sketches. Take a look at these. For our clothing line, we will primarily focus on these three categories. You will deepen the designs, create samples, adjust patterns, and determine materials, all led by you. The two received the papers, glanced at them, and their expressions remained calm, showing no signs of surprise. After all, the memory of future fashion garments had already been loaded into their minds. Su Feng then had his assistant call Yu Qinghua, directly asking, where in Hong Kong can I buy fabric for jeans? Su's garment factory, oh now it should be called Jean Xiu Fashion, was merely a ready-made garment processing factory. Fabric had always been sourced externally. Cotton mills and weaving factories were the suppliers. They only handled sewing, ironing, inspection, and shipping. Jeans. Yu Qinghua was taken aback, his eyes blank. Su Feng could tell at a glance that this person had never heard this term before. He simply explained a type of thick twill fabric that's popular in the U.S., durable and mostly indigo. Yet Yu Qinghua still looked confused, his brows knitted tightly. Su Feng felt a sinking feeling. It seemed there were no local factories making this, and he was in urgent need. Forget it, find a reliable foreign trade company to help order a batch of denim from the U.S. Yu Qinghua nodded, hesitating for a moment before quietly asking, boss, how much should we order? A quantity worth 1 million Hong Kong dollars. Su Feng thought for a moment and replied decisively. Although he wasn't familiar with the fabric market, he estimated that this amount of money could surely bring back a substantial shipment. Hiss. Yu Qinghua gasped, his atoms, apple rolling up and down, wanting to advise, but not daring to speak. The words were on the tip of his tongue, but he swallowed them back. The new boss was decisive. He didn't want to be the first to collide with him. Su Feng then outlined a few more directions for the factory's future and chatted with Yu Qinghua about supply chain matters before turning to leave the workshop. The next morning, Su Feng arrived early at the HSBC Bank in North Point, first transferring 1 million Hong Kong dollars to the company's account for Jean Xiu Fashion, then transferring 3 million to Li Wenqing's personal account. The balance showed 3 million remaining. He stared at the screen and sighed. Money really doesn't last long when spent. Luckily, the steps had been firmly taken, just waiting to reel in the harvest. After injecting 2 million in funds, the factory became lively, and the old workers who had left began to return one after another. At the same time, Yu Qinghua made contact with a U.S. factory specializing in denim through a foreign trade company. After several rounds of telegraph exchanges, both parties finalized the order. 1 million Hong Kong dollars, equivalent to about 130,000 US dollars at that time's exchange rate. This order could be considered a significant deal in Country M. Not to mention it was placed by an overseas client. The fabric factory in Country M immediately perked up, rushing to prepare the fabric, and within 3 days they had it packed into containers and shipped directly to Hong Kong. However, from the west coast of Country M to Hong Kong, the shipping duration alone would take at least half a month. Time passed quickly, and half a month had gone by. As June arrived, the weather in Hong Kong became scorching hot, with the air thick and sticky, like it was covered by a steaming cloth. Pedestrians on the streets changed into light clothing. Short sleeves and skirts became the standard attire. Kowloon Kwaichung Container Terminal No. 3. A few people stood in front of a container. Someone pulled out a key, clicked the lock open, and forcefully pushed the door open. Inside, rolls of denim fabric were neatly stacked, tightly wrapped, and the seals were intact. Su Feng stepped forward, casually unwrapped a roll, running his fingers across the fabric, several times, nodding. The texture feels just right, definitely pure cotton. He leaned in closer to check the color. The color is acceptable. If it were a shade lighter, it would be even more vibrant. So, should we return it? Yu Qinghua, standing nearby, noticed his slight frown and asked in a lowered voice. Su Feng waved his hand dismissively. No need, well, use it as is. Returning it, waiting for Country M to redo it and ship it again, would take another half a month. He couldn't afford that delay. Moreover, although this color was a bit darker, it wasn't so dark as to appear muddy. It was still within an acceptable range. Too light wouldn't work either. People would think it was old and worn, which would lower its value. Tell that foreigner that we'll take the goods, he said to Yu Qinghua after checking the remaining rolls and confirming everything. All right, Yu Qinghua replied, and went to negotiate with the representative from Country M who was accompanying the shipment. Before long, the batch of fabric was taken away from the terminal and transported to the Jean Xiu clothing factory in North Point. As soon as the raw materials arrived, the machines roared to life. Rolls of denim were cut and sewn, gradually transforming into denim shorts. With summer blazing down, Su Feng wouldn't be foolish enough to push long pants. The design was already finalized and the styles were drawn. They just needed to follow the process. 3 days later, the first batch of shorts was produced. 5,000 pairs, not one less. With over 30 workers producing 5,000 pairs in a day shouldn't be difficult. However, their movements were still a bit clumsy as denim pants involved different cutting, stitching, and aging techniques compared to the shirts and dresses they used to make. Once they got the hang of it, increasing production was just a matter of time. With the goods ready, the next step was pricing. Feng took his team to several stalls in Mongkok and Causeway Bay, comparing price tags across a dozen brands and repeatedly calculating the cost. Finally, he decided a wholesale price of $35 per pair, provided the minimum order was 1,000 pairs, and anything less would be charged at $38 each. At retail, the brand was tagged as Jinxiu with the hang tags printed at over $200. The actual selling price was up to the distributors. However, the bottom line was clear: it couldn't be lower than $80. If the price was pushed too low, it would damage their own reputation and harm the brand's foundations. Though Jinxiu was a newcomer, it didn't mean they couldn't have substance or maintain dignity. Which established brand didn't rise from a street stall? The wholesale price of $35 came with a cost of around $20. The high cost was due to the fabric being imported from country M, with shipping fees, tariffs, and middlemen adding layers of markup. If they could source qualified denim locally, they could save at least $3 to $4 per pair. However, Feng already had a plan in mind. Once Jinxiu was stable, he would establish his own fabric factory in Hong Kong. Producing fabric themselves would reduce costs, allowing for substantial profits. Currently, the average monthly salary for ordinary people was around $700 to $800, while white-collar workers earned at most $1,300 to $1,400. If retailers were selling at $80 per pair, it wasn't unreasonable. A decent dress on the market often costs around $200. Dress pants usually range from $70 to $80, with cheaper ones at $20 or $30. But why are dress pants and shirts becoming cheaper and cheaper? There were too many factories. As one opened, another followed, all competing in the same narrow alley for scraps. With goods piling up, prices naturally fell. In the end, it was no longer about skill, but rather about endurance. Who could last longer and who would collapse first? Back then, Sue's clothing factory almost went under because of this. Fortunately, the road had changed now. Quickly contact the wholesalers we worked with before to see if they are willing to help us promote the new styles. Feng turned around and looked directly at Yu Qinghua. Without a storefront, he could only rely on wholesalers to distribute his products. They had the channels, stores, and customer flow. Even if they took a cut of the profits, at least the goods would move and the money would come back quicker. This tactic was employed by many clothing factories. Sure, I'll call them right away. Yu Qinghua nodded in agreement and turned to leave the office, almost colliding with the door frame in his haste. Half an hour later, he returned with his head down, looking somber, his fingers unconsciously fiddling with the seams of his pants. Feng looked up. What's wrong? Did you hit a wall? They said. The last time they sold our goods, they lost a lot, and this time, they absolutely wouldn't take the order. As he spoke, Yu Qinghua's ears turned red, and he stared at the cracks in the floor tiles, breathing lightly. Feng didn't look at him. Instead, he furrowed his brows tightly. For a clothing factory, having wholesalers refuse orders was almost like having their throat cut. Without channels, the fabric cut into pants would just mold in the warehouse. This situation already made it clear. What Sue's clothing factory had produced in the past was indeed so poor that no one dared to touch it again. Did you only contact these few? Feng asked. Yu Qinghua swallowed hard, remaining silent, his shoulders slightly slumping. All right. Asking was equivalent to not asking at all. Feng rubbed his brow and waved his right hand outward. Go focus on other things for now. Yu Qinghua nearly slid out against the wall. From this experience, Feng had also realized while he was quick and efficient in handling tasks, when it came to attracting clients, negotiating partnerships, and expanding the market, he couldn't bear the weight. If he truly understood marketing, Sue's clothing factory would have long thrived rather than nearly facing closure. Looks like I have to take matters into my own hands. He leaned back in his chair, letting out a soft sigh. Selling denim shorts. There were plenty of methods. Hiring thousands of dead soldiers from the system and sending them to set up stalls in Mongkok and Causeway Bay. In less than 3 days, the inventory would be gone. But he didn't want to do it that way. Making quick money was easy, but ruining the brand was even easier. If Jinxiu truly wanted to reach the status of Louis Vuitton, Armani, or Versace, it could never start from street stalls. Have you ever seen a century-old brand that emerged while carrying a folding table, setting up an umbrella, and shouting 10? If they did that when it came time to go public or hold a launch event, if a competitor said, "Oh, you used to sell pants on Temple Street," it would be enough to make them the laughingstock for 10 years. Therefore, this path of street stalls had to be cut off from the very beginning. Then there's only one path left. He closed his eyes for a moment, and when he opened them again, he had made a decision: direct sales. The initial investment might be higher, but the benefits were tangible. First, without middlemen taking a cut, they would earn an extra $20 per pair, adding up to millions over a year. Second, who the store manager was, the quality of service, and how well the products were displayed. All would be under their direct control, allowing the brand image to gradually establish itself. Third, direct sale stores are not just places to sell goods. They are also assets. Commercial spaces in Hong Kong are valuable, and buying one now, even if left vacant, would yield returns through doubled rent in 20 years. KFC and McDonald's may appear to sell hamburgers, but in reality, they operate on a dual model of real estate and franchising. Tian Kwong earned 5.7 million. No matter how fragrant the fries are, they cannot compare to the rising value of the land. Su Feng planned to follow this route, but for now his fame was still not well known, so he would have to postpone the franchise. Now he first needed to secure the direct operations firmly. With his mind made up, he immediately pulled up the system interface. System recruit a female assassin loading intermediate management skills and intermediate marketing eloquence. He initially thought of hiring a secretary, but then considered who could guarantee the discretion and loyalty of an outside hire. An assassin would be more reliable. No leaks, no job hopping, no backbiting. Ding, deducting 600 Hong Kong dollars. Recruitment successful. 10 minutes later, Su Feng met the newly recruited assassin. Her name was Xie Qiu, with a delicate face, scholarly features, and a white dress that made her appear gentle and dignified. Boss, have a seat. Su Feng nodded slightly and gestured. As soon as Xie Qiu sat down, he got straight to the point and laid out the plan. After listening, Xie Qiu readily agreed. Okay, I will investigate the location of the storefront and report back to you within 3 days. Su Feng nodded, his expression slightly relaxed. Additionally, for the store operations, I plan to establish a marketing department initially led by you. You can choose the staff, and for any resources you lack, consult General Yu or come directly to me. He spoke calmly and evenly. Yes, boss, Xie Qiu replied, her back straightening. After a brief conversation, she got up and left, heading straight to find Yu Qinghua. Su Feng stayed in the factory for a while longer, suddenly remembering that he hadn't checked in on the stock market for half a month. He casually picked up the phone and dialed Li Wenqing's number. Do. It rang 7 or 8 times without anyone answering. Could he be at the exchange? Su Feng pondered. He then sighed. It would be so much more convenient if he had a mobile phone he could call anytime. But right now, where would he find such a thing? What if I just handle communications myself? Create a mobile phone. The thought flashed through his mind, but he immediately shook his head in denial. Making a phone. That's like starting a clothing factory, easily costing over $100 million. He only had a few million Hong Kong dollars on hand, not even enough to cover the initial costs. While he was thinking, his finger accidentally brushed against his waist. He had a pager commonly known as a BB machine. Duh, just page him. Su Feng slapped his forehead, quickly grabbing the phone to call the paging service. To prevent losing contact during emergencies, he had already given each core assassin a pager. Within 2 minutes, the phone rang. Hello, boss. Su Feng smiled and asked, how's the market lately? Before he finished speaking, Li Wenqing's voice came through. Boss, the account is now over 8.7 million. Huh. Su Feng was taken aback, doubting his ears. Repeat that, how much? The other party repeated it. Hiss. He gasped in shock. Calculating it had only been about 20 days. 3 million had turned into over 8 million. This is too outrageous. No wonder people say finance makes money quickly. At this rate, why bother with the clothing business? Isn't it better to just speculate in stocks? The thought only flashed by. He didn't take it seriously. The stock market is too deep. It might be fine to make a quick profit, but to bet all his assets. Who knows when he might fall into a pit and be unable to climb out. Although the real economy is tiring, it has a solid advantage, feeding people. For example, if his enterprises employed hundreds of thousands of people, that would mean 200,000 to 300,000 people relying on him for their livelihoods. In such a situation, who would dare to act rashly, let alone hundreds of thousands? Even with tens of thousands of employees, the governor of Hong Kong would have to think twice and greet him with a smile. But finance, no matter how much one earns, it's just numbers jumping around. If something goes wrong, they arrest you, and the market keeps turning, the streets keep bustling, and society remains stable. This is the fundamental difference between the real economy and finance. North Point Golden Time nightclub. The lights were warm, the atmosphere was filled with the scent of wine, and soft music floated like threads. On the dance floor, men and women embraced and danced, their waists swaying, their steps intertwined. Compared to the noisy bars, Su Feng preferred this place, quiet and stylish. He gently tapped the rim of his glass, took a sip of wine, and turned his head to Feng Xiaonan. And have you dealt with those hardbones from Dongyi Xing? They were cleaned up early. Those people don't admit defeat on the surface, but in reality, very few dare. In the end, he had to thank the boss for the prior arrangements. If it weren't for Cheng Hui and the others stepping in promptly, how could Dongyi Xing have merged so quickly? This was not an empty statement from Feng Xiaonan. Dongyi Xing had been a well-established organization for over 30 years. Although half of the veterans and core members had been lost in the recent street conflict, the foundation was still there. Many people below were unwilling to change allegiances. But once the internal support was stirred and the E-Society pressed on with real manpower and influence, apart from a few die-hard members, the majority smoothly switched sides. For most of the errand runners, guards, and water collectors, it was just about making a living. Who cared who was in charge? More importantly, the conditions offered by the E-Society were indeed attractive. Upon entry, a monthly salary of $200, and if they got injured in a fight, they would receive extra for medical expenses. $200 is certainly less than what one could earn at the docks, but it's stable. A guaranteed monthly paycheck is a tempting prospect for many families. In all of Hong Kong, which society offers salaries to outsiders. From the perspective of the errand boys, the E-Society's sincerity was far superior to other organizations. And this is just for outsiders. If they made contributions and officially joined the E-Society, the salary would immediately rise to $500, equivalent to a full-time worker's income for many families. However, currently the E-Society had less than 600 formal members. The remaining 1,000 or so were all outsiders. Altogether, the society had just over 1,000 members. In terms of scale, it's not top tier in Hong Kong, but it definitely meets the threshold for a medium-sized society. What's more valuable is the territory the majority of North Point and part of Wan Chai are firmly in their grasp. Take Wan Chai as an example. It's the most lucrative area, and just from fees alone, they can collect over $200,000 each month. While North Point may not be as lively as Wan Chai, with fewer nightclubs, bars, and nightclubs, the larger area still brings in over $400,000 monthly. Adding in the society's own bars, mahjong parlors, and gambling stalls. Altogether, they can easily earn around $120,000 to $130,000 a month without any pressure. Feng didn't take a single cent from this money. Precisely for this reason, Feng Shaon and dared to implement a salary system. What about other societies? All the profits go into the boss pocket, and those working below consider it generous if they get a share. Feng had no idea that Feng Shaon had quietly started a salary system. Even if he found out, he wouldn't stop it. He never intended to get rich through the society. He regarded it merely as a tool kept in its sheath until needed. Hearing that Dongyi Xing's people had fully pledged their loyalty, he no longer asked further, turning to Yu Honkai with a smile. How about you? Did you get into the police academy? Yu Honkai put down his glass, nodded, and smiled slightly. I had someone make a call for me, Huangzhou Kung Police. Feng waved his hand, clearly uninterested. Feng Shaon did not insist, motioning with his chin to a few girls who quietly withdrew. He smiled and added, next time I'll arrange a clean one for you. Feng merely smiled and did not reply. He sat in the nightclub for about another hour before getting up and leaving. 2 days later. Jingxiu Fashion Company office. Xiaqiu spread out a map of Xiangjiang, the tip of her pen scratching across the paper, quickly circling several locations. She raised her eyes and said, boss, after running around these past 2 days, these spots are the most stable. There are many people surrounded by large residential complexes, primarily white-collar workers, clerks, and teachers who are willing to spend and eager to try new things. Choosing to open a store here is undoubtedly a good decision. Feng glanced at the circles and nodded slightly. The places Xiaqiu selected were either bustling commercial streets or right next to dense residential areas, ensuring a steady flow of people. With people coming in and solid goods selling won't be a problem. However, he pointed at the map, almost all the locations you've circled are in Xiangjiang, and there are only 2 or 3 in Kowloon. Xiaqiu responded, in Kowloon the viable spots are Tsimsha, Sui Mon Kok, and Yao Ma Ti. These areas can sustain consumption and have dense foot traffic. Other places are either full of factories or clustered public housing. The common people are tight on budget. If we open a store there, not only will we struggle to make money, but it could also tarnish the reputation of Jingxiu. What about Tunmun? Feng pointed to the name in the northwest corner. I heard it has been growing rapidly in recent years, and there are quite a number of people. Xiaqiu shook her head. I've been there twice. It's not as good as Mongkok, and it's too far away. Our transport costs and manpower allocation would be burdensome. Right now, establishing our presence means striking hard at the crucial points. First, we need to conquer the main roads of Xiangjiang and Kowloon, and later we can expand to Tunmun and Shatin. All right, Feng paused for a few seconds, nodding. Let's proceed with your approach. We need to move quickly. Let's get the first store up and running. Understood, boss. By the way, Xiaqiu suddenly remembered something and leaned forward slightly. Since we are a new brand and launching shorts and denim shorts for the first time, it's best to find a charismatic star to endorse us. Television and newspapers can be launched simultaneously, and it will spread quickly. I'll take care of this matter. Feng had already planned for it. Upon hearing this, Xiaqiu said no more, exchanged a few pleasantries, and left with her bag. Feng didn't stop either. He turned around and instructed his assistant to buy a few copies of the latest entertainment magazines and tabloids, preparing to see who was currently popular and had audience appeal. In Kowloon at the Su Film Company, Su Guanjia had just packed his briefcase and was preparing to leave work. He was not only a singer under Polygram, but also a partner in managing this film company with his 2 brothers often coming here. Brother Jia, Assistant Xiao Lu burst in like a gust of wind. What's the matter? A young man surnamed Su said. He wants to talk to you about a collaboration. Looking for me? Yes, he claims to be the owner of a clothing business. Xiao Lu paused. He's in the reception room. Do you want? Sure, I'll go over. He was puzzled, but since the guest had arrived, he couldn't leave him waiting. A few steps down the corridor, he expected to see just one person, but upon looking up, he saw a young man in a gray shirt sitting on the sofa, flanked by 2 tall men in black suits with crew cuts and steady gazes. The scene was reminiscent of a boss just stepping off the set of a Hong Kong film. Feng heard the noise, turned his head sideways, and saw Su Guanjia rising calmly with a slight smile. Su Guanjia was taken aback, then quickly stepped forward, extending his hand with a smile. Sorry, I got delayed on the way. Thank you for waiting. No problem, I just arrived too. Feng said. Please have a seat. I've heard from Xiao Lu that Mr. Su is interested in collaborating with me. Su Feng nodded, raising his hand to signal his bodyguard to hand over a black cloth bag. He took out a pair of deep blue denim shorts, laid them flat on the center of the table, and pushed them in front of Su Guanjie. Mr. Su, please take a look. These are our new men's shorts from Jinxiu. Su Guanjie's eyes lit up as he reached for the denim shorts. Running his fingers over the fabric, he exclaimed, "This material is as smooth as silk. It must be 100% cotton, right? Mr. Su truly knows his stuff." "You are absolutely correct. It's pure cotton," Su Feng replied with a smile. Su Guanjie nodded. "I've seen denim pants before, when I was in the U.S. Years ago. They were everywhere, but this short version of denim pants I'm handling for the first time." He gently placed the shorts back on the table and looked at Su Feng. "Are you asking me to endorse these pants?" Su Feng nodded. "Your style and physique complement our products exceptionally well." Before he finished speaking, he added, "As long as you agree to shoot an advertisement Jinxiu fashion, we'll pay you 100,000 Hong Kong dollars each year." 100,000 Hong Kong dollars. Su Guanjie raised his eyebrows slightly, his expression somewhat astonished. This amount is significantly higher than what he received for past endorsements, nearly equivalent to the earnings from a concert at Hong Kong. It should be noted that back in the late 1970s, one could buy a movie ticket for $5. $100,000 was no small sum back then. He steadied his breath and asked, "When will filming start?" "It's all up to your arrangements, but the sooner the better, ideally within these few days." Su Guanjie pondered for a moment. As his schedule was relatively free lately, he readily agreed, "All right, once you set the date, just let me know in advance." "Happy cooperation." Su Feng smiled and extended his hand. "Happy cooperation." Su Guanjie also smiled and shook hands firmly. "By the way, Mr. Su, are you familiar with Zhao Yaji and Miss Zhao?" Su Feng casually inquired. "Familiar?" Su Guanjie glanced at him, sideways, a smile on his lips. "Could it be that Mr. Su wants to invite her to appear?" Su Feng didn't say it outright, but nodded slightly. Zhao Yaji participated in the Miss Hong Kong pageant a few years ago, ranking 4th, but she didn't enter the industry immediately. Instead, she returned to the airline to continue as a flight attendant. It wasn't until 2 years ago that she resigned to join TVB as a host. Later, she submitted a script and secured the lead role in The Great Adventure, officially stepping into the entertainment industry. Last year, she acted alongside Su Guanjie and Su Guining in Half a Catty 8 Tales, playing the secretary of a private detective. This year, she appeared in a show called The Great Revenge, which received mediocre feedback. She was far from the Zhao Yaji who would later become a household name in Xinjiang and sweep Southeast Asia with her role as Feng Chengqing in The Bond. Su Feng was interested in her not only because of her classic roles later on, but also due to her tall figure and graceful demeanor. Being a former Miss Hong Kong, she naturally exuded a refreshing vigor when wearing denim shorts. In truth, he had someone else in mind, Zhong Chuang. More suitable, more stylish, more captivating. After all, these shorts were meant to be bold and fiery. However, Zhong Chuang had not made an appearance yet, and he didn't even know where she lived, making it impossible to reach out to her. In that case, he'll help you arrange a meeting with her. Whether or not you talk is up to you. As soon as Su Guanjie said this, Su Feng immediately expressed his gratitude. "That will trouble you, Mr. Su." "No problem." Su Guanjie waved his hand. "Just a small task. Wait a moment, I'll make a call." After saying that, he stood up and left. In less than 5 minutes, he returned with a smile, and seeing his expression, Su Feng felt reassured. Sure enough, Su Guanjie started off by saying, "I just finished the call. She happens to be free today, and I've already arranged for you to meet right at the cafe downstairs." Su Feng quickly thanked him. Su Guanjie waved his hand. "Just a small favor." They chatted idly for a bit, and Su Guanjie suggested going downstairs to wait, to which Su Feng nodded in agreement. The cafe had been occupied for about half an hour. Su Feng looked up and saw Zhao Yaji entering with a lively stride. She wore a light yellow dress, and a plain white sun hat the hem of her dress, swaying gently as she walked. "Sorry the traffic was terrible on the way here. I kept you both waiting." She smiled apologetically as she removed her. Su Guanjie waved his hand dismissively. "Not a problem. Now let me introduce you. This is Mr. Su Feng, the owner of Jinxiu Clothing." As soon as Su Guanjie's words fell, a momentary astonishment flashed in Zhao Yazi's eyes, but then a natural smile appeared on her lips as she extended her hand. "Hello, Mr. Su." Su Feng stepped forward, giving a gentle handshake before letting go. His gaze swept over her face that radiated with a fresh glow, and he said sincerely, yet with a hint of restraint, "Miss Zhao, in person you are even more radiant than on television." Seeing this, Su Guanjie stood up with a smile to take his leave. Su Feng immediately stood up, his expression serious. "Today, I owe it all to Mr. Seeing this, Su Guanjie stood up with a smile to take his leave. Su Feng immediately stood up, his expression serious. "Today, I owe it all to Mr. Su for making the connection. I must visit you another day to express my gratitude. Please do allow me to treat you to a meal." "Sounds good. If Mr. Su invites me, how can I refuse?" Su Guanjie responded cheerfully without a hint of insincerity. After seeing Su Guanjie off, Su Feng returned to his seat and officially began discussing the endorsement with Zhao Yaji. As the conversation shifted to the details of the collaboration, his gaze involuntarily lingered on her for a few extra seconds. In his heart, he marveled a woman who just finished her confinement still had a sleek waistline, evenly proportioned legs, and skin that glowed tightly resembling a peeled lychee. If it weren't for the newspaper stating in black and white new mother, it would be hard to believe that this gentle and graceful lady before him was already a mother of two. No wonder everyone later called her the ageless magnolia. Upon closer inspection, her features were delicate and her complexion was radiant. However, Zhao Yaji was unaware of his fleeting appraisal as she focused her gaze down on the pair of women's denim shorts in her hands, frowning slightly. Mr. Su, aren't these shorts a bit too short? She discreetly measured the length with her fingers, her cheeks suddenly flushing. Once worn, nearly all of her thighs would be exposed with the lines of her hips, knees, and calves completely visible. For someone like her who was always well-mannered and raised with strict discipline, this was akin to crossing a mental barrier. Yet Su Feng remained composed, speaking plainly. Miss Zhao, this length is actually quite common. Most shorts on the market are similar. Our design is high-waisted and fitted, which gives the illusion of being shorter. In reality, it enhances one's proportions, particularly flattering for young, elegant women. Pausing briefly, he looked at her unblemished face and added earnestly, for someone like you walking down the street in these would surely make people forget their own steps. No, it won't do. It's really too short. It doesn't suit me. Her ears warmed. It wasn't shyness, but an instinctive resistance. If she couldn't convince herself, how could she persuade her husband and elders? At that time, while Hong Kong was gradually opening up to new trends, women dressing so revealingly still attracted gossip from neighbors. Mr. Su, I appreciate your intention, but I truly cannot endorse these shorts. After she spoke, she gently pushed the shorts back toward the table and stood up to leave. Miss Zhao, please wait. Su Feng instinctively reached out to stop her, his fingertips brushing against the soft flesh of her arm. Both of them froze simultaneously. He took a closer look, quickly retracting his hand, his face suddenly tinged with apology. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to offend. Not waiting for her response, he quickly continued, if you have concerns about the shorts, we also have a new product, a wrap skirt designed in a long cut, elegant and dignified. After confirming the direct sales route, Su Feng took the time to have a batch of imported fabrics prepared at the factory specifically for the wrap skirts. With numerous fabric factories in Hong Kong, procuring materials posed no challenge. Style was even less of a worry. Su Yu and Lu Mengmeng had drawn up more than 10 designs in about 20 days, with 5 of them being wrap skirts. Zhao Yaji was initially a bit embarrassed, but upon hearing him mention wrap skirt, she genuinely became interested. Wrap skirt. Yes, it's a style that's currently trending in Europe and America, having been quite popular in Country M for some time. Do you have a physical sample? She asked. I didn't bring the samples today, but rest assured it's a standard long skirt that reaches the ankle, just as stable and dignified as a dress. Upon hearing that no samples were brought, a hint of regret crossed Zhao Yazi's eyes. She genuinely wanted to see with her own eyes what this wrap skirt Su Feng spoke of looked like. Since there were no samples, naturally the endorsement could not be decided on the spot. Zhao Yaji slightly nodded, preparing to leave for the third time. As soon as she stood up straight, Su Feng did not attempt to hold her back again. Continuing to stop her would only seem abrupt. He signaled to the waiter for a notepad and a pen, casually asked Zhao Yaji for her telephone number, wrote it down neatly, and raised his eyes to say, I will have a colleague from the company contact you tomorrow. She nodded lightly, her tone rising slightly like a breeze passing through the window. By the way, Su Feng casually picked up the neatly folded women's denim shorts, looking at her with a warm smile. Miss Zhao works at a television station with wide connections and a keen eye. I wonder if you could help us find a suitable female spokesperson. As long as the person you introduce formally signs the contract, we will certainly prepare a generous red envelope as a token of appreciation. This. Zhao Yaji frowned slightly, her fingertips unconsciously rubbing the strap of her bag. She quickly ran through a list of acquaintances in her mind, suddenly fixating on a name. I have someone who would fit quite well, Dibola. She's from the Miss Hong Kong pageant and was the champion back then. Have you heard of her? Dibola. TSK. Oh, that's the mother of Xiao Xia. No, wait, at this time Xiao Xia hasn't even started yet. All she remembered was that she was famously radiant in her youth and competed alongside Zhao Yaji, who despite her stunning beauty only placed fourth. The one who took off the crown, Dibola, must have had an exceptional foundation. Su Feng maintained his smile, saying calmly, the name sounds familiar, but I've never seen her. If it's convenient for you, could you perhaps make a connection? I can connect you, but I first need to ask her if she's willing. Of course, that's perfectly fine. You can contact me at this number for any updates. After speaking, he handed the denim shorts forward. Please take the sample to her on your way. Zhao Yaji didn't think too much and reached out to take them. By the time her fingers touched the fabric and she realized that her hand had already retracted, should she push it back? But it was clearly stated to be for Dibola. Returning it would seem pretentious. Her ears flushed and her gaze slightly dodged. Su Feng lowered his eyes to hide his smile. He wasn't afraid she wouldn't accept it, only that she wouldn't touch it. Just wait and see if the benefits of these shorts she would eventually discover for herself. He did not hold her any longer, nodded to Zhao Yaji, and turned to leave the cafe. Zhao Yaji stood in place, watching him disappear outside the glass door, then looked down at the thin denim shorts in her hands, momentarily perplexed. Finally, she gritted her teeth and decided to take them home first. Tomorrow morning on her way to work, she would deliver them to Dibola. If her husband asked, she would just tell the truth. Having made up her mind, she was about to flag down a waiter to borrow a bag, when her gaze fell upon the black cloth sack resting at the corner of the table. No need to guess, it was undoubtedly left behind by him. Didn't expect it. So young yet so thoughtful. She lifted the sack and carefully placed the shorts inside, murmuring silently to herself. Kowloon Haiding Road. An apartment. The key slid into the lock with a soft click. Zhao Yaji pushed open the security door, slipped on her slippers, and called toward the kitchen, "Mom, I'm home." Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of the stroller in the living room. She hurried over, bent down, and gently lifted the sleeping infant from within, brushing her fingertips tenderly across his soft cheek. "Be a good boy, baby. Mommy's home." From the kitchen came the gentle clatter of a spatula. Hearing her daughter's voice, Zhao's mother turned down the stove flame, dried her hands, and stepped out wearing a warm smile. "Didn't you finish work at 5? Why are you back so late today?" Zhao Yaji shifted slightly to avoid her baby's yawning mouth, her voice soft yet steady. "I met some friends in Mongkok. Chatted longer than expected." "Who did you meet?" "Su Guanjia, the actor who starred with me in Half Catty 8 Tales. He introduced a friend in the apparel business. Their company just launched several new lines and asked me to endorse them. I declined." "You declined?" Her mother blinked in disbelief, pressing urgently. Such a golden opportunity. Why turn it down? In her eyes, commercial endorsements promised both wealth and fame. Surely no one would refuse such fortune. Zhao Yaji gazed down at her son's tiny fist clenched tightly, and sleep, her throat tightening. The outline of those ultra-short denim shorts still seemed to burn faintly in her palm. She simply couldn't utter the truth. She replied quietly, "It wasn't suitable." "How so? Are the products substandard? Or is there something else?" "Mom, it's just not suitable." Seeing her daughter's ears flush crimson and her words falter, her mother grew increasingly suspicious. "Tell me, let me weigh it properly. Exactly how is it unsuitable?" Cornered at last, Zhao Yaji first laid her sleeping son gently back into the stroller, then strode briskly to the entranceway, seized the black cloth sack, pulled out a pair of denim shorts, and held them up before her mother's eyes. "Here, see for yourself." Her mother took the garment, shook it open, and froze. "This?" She stood utterly speechless. "It's far too short. Half her bottom's practically exposed. Which factory produced this? Utterly lacking decorum. No sense of propriety whatsoever. Daughter, you were absolutely right to refuse." Shaking her head in dismay, her cheeks flushed involuntarily. Seeing her mother's ears redden with embarrassment, Zhao Yaji couldn't help but giggle. "I told you not to ask. Yet you insisted on digging to the very root. How could you bring this home?" Flustered and indignant, her mother shot her a sharp glance, snatched the shorts, and tossed them disdainfully into the kitchen's trash bin. "Mom, why throw it away straight away? What? You'd actually wear it yourself? If you dared slip it on, I'd chase you with the— You're a mother now. You must carry yourself with dignity in dress and in speech." As Zhao Yaji turned and reached straight into the bin, her mother raised her voice in reprimand. Zhao Yaji sighed, spreading her hands in resignation. "Where on earth did you get that idea? I'd never wear this. It's meant for a friend. Someone asked me to pass it along." She briefly recounted the whole story. "Regardless of who it's for, you must never touch it yourself." Hearing it was merely a delivery, her mother dropped the matter, but fixed her with a stern warning. "Got it." Zhao Yaji drawled, her tone dripping with feigned compliance. She glanced at a faint smudge of dust clinging to the hem, and frowned, troubled. Her mother took the shorts, examined them closely, and dismissed it lightly. "That tiny stain. Barely noticeable unless you look closely." Zhao Yaji hesitated, then decided to scrub it thoroughly with soap. With the sun still high, it would surely dry overnight. Why does it smell burnt?" Her nose twitched, her delicate brows furrowed. "Oh dear, the soup on the stove." With a slap to her forehead, her mother dashed toward the kitchen, her steps already unsteady. Zhao Yaji shook her head, carried the shorts onto the balcony, lathered them with soap at the wash basin, rinsed them clean, and hung them neatly on the drying rack. Returning indoors, she picked up the baby bottle and began preparing formula. Filming schedules were grueling, and her television hosting duties piled up, leaving no time for breastfeeding. Her child had been raised entirely on formula. Kowloon Hospital. Dr. Huang were heading out. Two physicians, now dressed in civilian clothes, hoisted their bags and waved goodbye to Huang Hanwei. He responded curtly. Soon the office emptied. Huang Hanwei rose, shrugged off his white coat, grabbed his car keys from the desk, and strode directly to the underground parking garage, where his compact sedan waited. Sliding into the driver's seat, he glanced at his wristwatch, leaned back, and relaxed, his expression easing. Less than half a minute passed before two light knocks, tap tap, sounded against the window. He looked up and pressed the unlock button. A young woman with a delicate oval face and luminous, shifting eyes slipped into the passenger seat, her skirt flaring softly as she moved. Huang Hanwei's hand drifted casually onto her thigh, stroking slowly. She cast him a sidelong glance, feigning annoyance. "Aren't you tired of this? It's not your first time touching me." "Never tire of it," he replied, easily smiling. "A new restaurant just opened in Yao Ma Ti, great reviews. Shall we try it tonight? I'll follow your lead." She covered her mouth with a soft laugh. "Just hope you don't get home too late." Your wife might be waiting to tally up your sins. Before the words fully faded, his hand had already slipped beneath her skirt. She hummed, swatting his hand away, smoothing her skirt, then tossed him a sly, knowing glance before opening her compact mirror to reapply lipstick. Staring into the glass, she asked idly, honestly, I don't understand. Your wife's quite lovely. So why do you keep straying? Lovely. What good is beauty alone? Haven't you heard? In bed, she's like a plank of wood, cold clear through not a flicker of warmth. Huang Hanwei scoffed, his gaze slanting upward with a wry glint. Not like you. Bold, inventive, and always mindful of boundaries. She tapped his arm playfully, pretending outrage. Who's being shameless? Nonsense. Huh. He gripped her hand tight, his eyelids quivering with laughter. Smooth talker. Didn't you say we're dining out? Let's go. Fine. After dinner. Shall we go to your place or find somewhere else? Your choice. Then yours it is. Exactly 10 o'clock at night. Zhao Yazi dozed fitfully on the sofa. A soft click from the lock jolted her awake. She lifted her head toward the entryway, and seeing her husband, her shoulders relaxed. She sprang up, rushed forward, took his coat, and knelt to slip his slippers on. Why so late tonight? An emergency surgery came up, delayed everything. Sorry to keep you waiting. She accepted his explanation without hesitation, her brow knitting slightly. Are you hungry? I've kept soup simmering on the stove and saved your rice. I can reheat it in minutes. No need. I grabbed something from a street stall on my way home. Where's Xiao Bao? Huang Hanwei shuffled into the living room in his slippers, scanning the room for his son before asking casually. He's already asleep with Grandma, Zhao Yaji replied, and added, Are you sure you won't eat anything? He waved her off, arms sliding naturally around her waist. Leaning down, he kissed her temple, then released her and headed straight for the bathroom. I'll take a shower first. This wasn't public housing. It was their own purchased flat. Its kitchen and bathroom were fully enclosed, unlike older public estates where residents cooked in hallways and bathed in shared communal facilities. Zhao Yazi had intended to wash his coat on impulse. The moment she lifted it, an unfamiliar sweet fragrance abruptly flooded her nostrils. She had been so preoccupied with helping him up and asking whether he was hungry that she hadn't noticed it at all. A sliver of night breeze slipped through the window crack, intensifying the scent's pungency. Her expression darkened. She cast a silent glance toward the bathroom before clutching the garment and retreating wordlessly into the bedroom. Huang Hanwei emerged from the bathroom, towel in hand, clad in blue-striped pajamas, as he pushed open the door. Seeing her seated upright against the headboard, face taut and unreadable, he paused in surprise. What's wrong? Who upset you? Zhao Yazi pressed her lips together, remaining utterly silent. He tossed the towel carelessly over the chair back, pulled back the covers, and slid into bed. Then swept his arm around her, drawing her close. Come now, tell your husband. Who dared offend my precious treasure? She drew a slow, deep breath, suppressing the seething fire deep in her throat, her voice flat and lifeless as boiled water. How did tonight's surgery go? Was the patient all right? Smooth as silk. He sat up straight, eyes alight with pride. Just remember who held the scalpel. Among City Hospital's elite surgeons, I'm second to none. I know how capable you are. Must be plenty of praise from colleagues at the hospital, right? Need I even say? Last year's outstanding lead surgeon plaque hangs right on my office door. Female colleagues probably praise you most. Well, I suppose. He nearly blurted out, naturally, but caught himself mid-tongue and swallowed the words whole. His hand settled lightly on her shoulder as he leaned in. You seem off tonight. Feeling unwell somewhere. Nothing. Let's sleep. She burrowed deeper beneath the quilt. He opened his mouth, then hesitated, the words dissolving on his tongue. With a faint, resigned smile, he reached over and switched off the bedside lamp. Darkness swallowed the room entirely. In the black stillness, he sensed her body radiating warmth, her breathing heavier than usual. Normally, he'd have rolled over, eager to claim her. But tonight, spent elsewhere, he lay limp and hollow, merely patting her back. Rest now, love. Round start early, yet when she instinctively shifted closer, he remained cold and unmoving. And in that instant, the smoldering ember in Zhao Yazi's chest erupted into wildfire. Snap! The light flared on, bleaching the room in harsh clinical white. Why's the light on again? Huang Hanwei squinted against the glare, hand already reaching for the switch. Zhao Yazi threw back the quilt and stared straight at him, her face frozen in icy disdain. Only then did Huang Hanwei register the shift in atmosphere. Forcing a nervous chuckle, he ventured cautiously, Honey, what's going on? Tell me, have you taken someone else? His heart lurched, but his face twisted into a practiced grin. Nonsense. Why would I ever do such a thing? Then why won't you even touch me? Her voice dropped low, slicing like a blade across his eardrums. Truly exhausted, back-to-back surgeries today. My legs are trembling. He averted his gaze, his voice thinning with strain. Exhausted. A sharp, mirthless laugh escaped her lips, her mouth curling upward in bitter mockery, more like collapsed atop some fox spirit, haven't you? His mind reeled. How had he slipped? But denial was non-negotiable. He stiffened his jaw, feigning righteous indignation. What absurdity. Where's this fox spirit hiding? I live in the hospital, don't even sip water, and yet you cling to suspicion. Is that fair? Unfair. Zhao Yazi shot upright, snatched the clothes from the nightstand, and hurled them hard at him. Smell it yourself. Huang Hanwei caught the garment and brought it to his nose. The cloying perfume hit him like a physical blow. His face locked rigid. Disaster. He'd forgotten to soak it. Sweat prickled his palms, yet his expression remained ironclad. Even tilting his head to inspect the fabric. What's wrong with this shirt? Wrong. She sneered. Can't you smell it? Perfume. He feigned astonishment, then leaned in again, theatrically inhaling. Moi. Can't detect a trace. At his continued charade, fury incinerated her restraint. Her voice cracked like thunder. Huang Hanwei, stop playing the fool. If you don't explain this clearly tonight, it ends nowhere. It's not what you imagine. He scrambled desperately, must have picked it up post-surgery. Colleagues helped fetch my clothes, and one more perfume. I swear I didn't know. Just now you claimed you couldn't smell it. Now suddenly you identify it as perfume. Zhao Yazi. His Adam's apple bobbed, his voice dropped raw and hoarse. I've delivered our child, kept vigil through nights, stood watch in the delivery room. Won't you trust me just once? Before he could finish, tears spilled down her cheeks. Huang Hanwei lunged to grasp her hand. She wrenched it free with violent recoil. Knock, 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 knock. A sudden rap at the door shattered the silence. Her mother's voice filtered through, thick with drowsiness and irritation. What's all this shouting at midnight? Speak plainly. Or better yet, come out here so I can hear too. Huang Hanwei's eyes darted to her, pleading desperate. Zhao Yazi wiped her face, took a long steadying breath, and replied in calm, measured tones. Mom, it's nothing. Just teasing. Go back to sleep. Truly nothing. Truly nothing. All right then. Rest well. We'll talk tomorrow. Footsteps receded. Huang Hanwei exhaled, shoulders slackening, gazing at her with profound, tearful gratitude. Zhao Yazi turned away, facing the wall, pulling the quilt tight to her chin, silent, motionless. Get out. Don't touch me. 2 days passed before Zhao Yazi reappeared. The woman who once carried herself with effortless grace, speaking in soft melodic tones, now bore dark smudges beneath her eyes and slight puffiness along her lids, as if sleep had been fractured by repeated waking and closing, leeching her spirit dry. Su Feng felt a quiet curiosity, but refrained from asking. After all, they'd met only twice. Acquaintance too shallow to draw meaning from. Besides, a third party was present today, Xiao Xie's future mother-in-law. When Debo La stepped into view, Su Feng gave an inward nod of approval. No wonder she topped Miss Hong Kong. Her presence was magnetic, voluminous curls framing a figure sculpted with elegant precision, standing there so effortlessly luminous that even Zhao Yazi's subtle ethereal beauty seemed eclipsed by airport glare. Her features weren't classically striking, lacking Zhao Yazi's crystalline refinement, but possessed a warm, rounded charm balanced by impeccable posture and refined attire radiating vitality and poise. Miss D, here's the endorsement contract. Please review it at your leisure. If everything aligns, kindly sign. Su Feng tapped his fingers lightly, accepting the document from the newly hired legal counsel and passing it smoothly to Debo La. Debo La nodded graciously and began flipping through the pages. Su Feng handed the second contract to Zhao Yazi, raised his coffee cup for a quiet sip, and said nothing more. Her eyes flickered sharply upon reading the line, endorsement fee RMB 500 annually, far exceeding her own expectations. Her pen moved without pause, signing swiftly before sliding the contract back across the table. Contracts then required no duplicate copies. Su Feng skimmed it briefly, confirmed accuracy, and set it aside. Turning to Debo La, his tone softened warmly. We've scheduled filming with the ad agency within the next 2 days. Does your calendar accommodate this? Back then, commercials cared little for cinematic language or post-production effects. Merely posed gestures and rehearsed lines sufficed. Half a day would have been ample. 2 days were sheer luxury. Hearing his proposal, Debo La agreed instantly. Perfect. I'm free these days. 5,000 yuan for one commercial. Only a fool would refuse. That sum surpassed her entire annual earnings at TVB, even after a full year's labor. And Miss Zhao, noting that Zhao Yazi had closed the contract and signed, Su Feng turned to her with quiet inquiry. Zhao Yazi felt dejected. Since the argument 2 days ago, she hadn't exchanged a single proper word with Huang Hanwei. When asked by Su Feng, she hesitated for half a second, her gaze flickering, and slowly nodded. I can do that too. Su Feng's gaze lingered on her face for a moment longer before taking the contract and handing it back to the legal department. He smiled at the two of them and said, then it's settled. I will have someone send you the address of the advertising company tonight. Okay, no problem. Then I'll take my leave. I have some matters to attend to. Mr. Su, won't you stay for a while? Debola rested her chin on her hand, looking at him with great interest. Su Feng actually wanted to chat with her a bit longer. This girl was clever and not clingy, which was quite endearing. Adding the identity of Xiao Xie's mother brought an intriguing texture to the conversation. But he knew that being too eager in pursuing someone was a mistake, and he couldn't reveal his cards. Being overly eager could lead the other party to discern the situation, allowing her to dictate the rhythm. As the old saying goes, if you lick too long, all that's left is a breath of cold air. Such foolishness was something Su Feng would never do. Moreover, sitting next to him was a mature beauty with a calm demeanor and charming features. If he acted too warmly towards Debola, how could he approach the married Zhao Yaji without drawing attention? He smiled apologetically, saying, "I'm sorry, there's an urgent matter at the company that I need to handle. Once the advertisement is filmed, I'll treat both of you to a meal." Debola's eyes flickered slightly, the corners of her mouth curving up quietly. When she raised her gaze again to look at Su Feng, there was a hint of probing interest in her expression. Back to the office. After leaving the cafe and getting into the car, Su Feng leaned back against the seat, closing his eyes to rest. Everything was prepared, he just had to wait for the pieces to launch and see how the market would respond. He was confident about the denim shorts. The Jinxiu brand would definitely be a hit. After all, he was a man himself and understood the little unspoken desires hidden at the bottom of the wardrobe. Women may say it's too revealing, but they can't resist when men quietly slip them money and push them to buy. Just like stockings, the reasoning is the same. Meanwhile, in the cafe, Aji, you haven't been yourself these past few days, you seem distracted. Have you encountered? Debola shifted to the spot where Su Feng had just sat, sitting next to Zhao Yaji with a soft tone. Zhao Yaji gently shook her head, forcing a slight smile. It's nothing new, I've probably just been sleeping lightly recently. You know how it is. There's no easy time when taking care of a child. No wonder your eyes are a bit dark, you've lost some weight overall. Debola nodded in realization, then shrugged her shoulders, making an exaggerated, fearful expression. After hearing you say that, I really don't dare to have kids anymore. Sleeping so restlessly, isn't that just suffering? Carrying a child for 10 months is already quite the ordeal, and after giving birth you still have to endure this pain. What a nightmare. Luckily Su Feng didn't hear this, or he would really have to ponder. Could Xiaoxia still be kept around? Zhao Yaji, feeling gloomy, was suddenly teased by her friend, leading her to burst into laughter. What nonsense are you saying? How could there be a woman who doesn't have children? But you're not wrong. Giving birth for us women is a matter of life and death. If we can delay it for a day, we will. How could that be? Debola immediately raised her eyebrows. How many people abroad have lived their whole lives without children, and their lives are still bright and cheerful? Zhao Yaji waved her hand, laughing helplessly. You know that's their territory. Alright, it's hard to explain this matter to you now. Once you encounter that hurdle yourself, you'll understand. By the way, I heard that Xian has been asking you out for meals lately. Could it be? Are you two really dating? How is that possible? Debola blurted out, her tone crisp and decisive. He's 15 years older than me. I'd be crazy to get involved with him. Moreover, I've heard more than enough about his romantic escapades. Getting involved with him? Unless my brain gets caught in the door 3 times over. She frowned, her mouth curling down her face, clearly expressing, I don't even want to mention it. Zhao Yazi's heart trembled, and she suddenly remembered her own Huang Hanwei. Wasn't he also 10 years older than her? Back then her mother had patted her chest and assured her, find someone older, they know how to cherish people. That was true for the first 2 years, she was indeed treated like a treasure. But what about now? He had long since written the words, cherish, for other women. Here she was stewing soup, cooking meals, and desperately giving birth to children while he was out there messing around. Thinking of this, Zhao Yaji let out a cold laugh and said softly, man, not a single one is reliable. 2 days later, Su Feng received the finished advertisement. In the footage, Debola was wearing ultra-short shorts, her waistline taut and her movements exuding a captivating charm. Su Feng's eyelids twitched, a sense of discomfort rising in his chest. Yet he had to admit she truly was the most eye-catching star of Hong Kong in the 70s, known as the Asian Hepburn. With just a glance or a turn, she was like a flickering flame. Once broadcast, she would likely ignite the reason of all male compatriots in Hong Kong. Looking at Zhao Yazi's footage, still the same calm and composed, even the arc of her fingers brushing against her skirt exuded grace. The fitted dress accentuated her shoulder and necklines, revealing a hint of languor and sharpness, like a glass of aged whiskey on the rocks. Contradictory, yet it harmonized perfectly. There was an elegance that was neither vulgar nor overly aloof, precisely fitting the tone of Jinxiu. Mid to high and youthful, but not frivolous, exquisite yet approachable. Done. Su Feng nodded, a slight smile on his lips. Immediately contact TVB to finalize the. Also connect with Ming Pao Oriental Daily and Sing Tao Daily, the subway light boxes, Kowloon bus bodies, Star Ferry Dex Times Square, in Causeway Bay, Harbor City, in Tsim Shui. All prime locations, not one to be missed. He lightly tapped his fingers on the edge of the table, his voice was low but firm. With so many resources invested, he didn't believe that Jinxiu wouldn't make a name for itself. Once the money arrived, the collaboration was swiftly established. TVB, KMB, Star Ferry, MTR, all without hesitation. 1 million Hong Kong dollars was just poured into it. At that time, it was enough to buy 10 small apartments in the city center. Yet Su Feng didn't even blink. If you don't cast the net wide, how can you catch fish? As long as the brand stands firm, recouping the cost later. It was just a matter of time. In Causeway Bay on Hyson Road, at the very center of the intersection, the Jinxiu store opened its doors. The entire wall was made of ultra-white glass, so transparent it seemed unobstructed, allowing passers-by to see every wrinkle and sheen of the clothes inside. The store wasn't large, around 70 to 80 square meters. But from the cool light reflecting off the marble floor to the shimmering glow from the crystal chandeliers to the natural patterns of the stone at the counter, There wasn't a single detail that didn't convey this place is not cheap. A few standing posters at the entrance displayed Zhao Yaji smiling sideways, Di Bola with her hands on her hips raising an eyebrow, and Su Guanwen leaning against the railing looking back. Passers-by frequently stopped to take a look, some tiptoed for a better view, while others directly pushed the door open. While the flowers on this dress are embroidered as if they're alive. What style is this? It doesn't look like a dress, it seems like something reassembled. These pants, they're so short. Is that the same pair Di Bola is wearing? Hiss. They're short, but the waist and hips are perfectly fitted, making it look like you've grown a pair of breathing legs. They're short, but the rear is truly perky and the waist looks thin. No wonder she dares to wear them. They feel so comfortable, as smooth as water. Groups of young girls surged into the store as if they had stumbled upon a treasure trove, circling around the denim shorts, ultra-short pants, and various fitted dresses with sparkling eyes. Ku-e lowered her head to see the price tag, and the excitement on her face immediately froze. Oh no, these pants cost over 500. That's too harsh. Look at that green skirt with the dark pattern. What? 1300. That price is enough for me to buy a decent designer skirt. Just the other day, I bought a Hermes dress for only 1500. How dare they price this at 1300? Do they think this place is an ATM? Every woman entering the store was rooted to the spot by the numbers on the price tags. Many turned around and left immediately wondering in their hearts this must be a black market store. A brand no one had ever heard of dared to sell at luxury prices. Who would believe it? Buying from them must mean either a lack of sense or too much money to burn. The sales staff neither stopped them nor chased after to persuade. Before starting their jobs, they were all trained in the rules. No hard selling, no entanglements. But the courtesies must not be lacking. Even if a customer turns to leave, they must stand straight, slightly bow, and clearly say, "Please walk slowly, and we welcome you next time." Whatever is asked, answer accordingly. If asked 10 times, answer 10 times. Even if talking for a long time, if the customer doesn't buy, the face must not show a hint of impatience. Customers are everything. This saying is ingrained in their bones. Therefore, the salary was also quite high, a base salary of 1,000 comparable to many young people sitting in offices. Plus sales commission, 5 of the sales total. For example, selling a pair of jeans for 200 would net the salesperson 10. While it doesn't seem much at first glance, one can still close several deals in a month. Even in the unlikely event of not making a single sale, relying solely on the base salary of 1,000 is enough to live comfortably. However, the company does not pay for idleness. To offer such a high base salary, they naturally expect you to earn back even more. So as soon as a customer opens their mouth, the staff must be fully alert and speak to the point. Jiang Shan, with delicate features and a clean demeanor, was young. She worked as a secretary at a large real estate company with her office located right by Shishan Road. As soon as she got out of the car, her gaze was caught by several posters at the store entrance, specifically the ones of Di Bola and Zhao Yaji. She looked at them for a little longer, the corners of her lips lifting slightly, and walked in on her high heels. "Welcome, please come in." As a new customer entered, the female staff immediately greeted her with a warm smile, bowing slightly and extending her hand with a swift and respectful motion. "How much is this one?" Jiang Shan headed straight to the ultra-short jeans section, casually picked up a pair, inspected the stitching, squeezed the fabric, and directly asked. This young lady had sharp eyes and a keen mind, who otherwise Xiechou wouldn't have chosen her. Just a glance at Jiang Shan's bag watch and her well-tailored outfit gave her all the information she needed. Hearing her question, the staff immediately smiled and replied, "Madam, you truly have an eye for fashion. This is the same style worn by celebrities, the hottest item in the store, and priced very reasonably at just over 500. Jiang Shan didn't respond verbally, just nodded. She had already seen the price tag. Asking was merely a test to see if the price could be negotiated. Upon hearing the staff say very reasonable, she no longer pursued a lower price. She had to maintain her dignity, and moreover, she genuinely liked these pants. 500 wasn't a small sum, but for her it wasn't a big deal. That boyfriend of hers gave her a monthly allowance of 20 to 30,000, and with her own salary, just over 2,000, she could easily swipe her card for 500 or even 5,000. "Where is the fitting room? I want to try it on." As soon as she mentioned trying it on, the staff immediately stepped aside to lead her into the store's designated fitting room. The door was wide open, revealing everything within. With white walls, neatly arranged clothing racks, and walls that reached the ceiling with no seams to peek through, there was absolutely no chance of prying eyes. The floor, walls, and mirrors were all spotless. Jiang Shan silently scanned the room and nodded slightly in approval. Just as she was about to step in, the girl behind the counter smiled and reminded her, "Madam, these slippers are for trying on. They're brand new and have never been worn. You can put them on directly." She glanced down at the slippers, noticing the shiny surface and a thin layer of plastic film still covering the soles. "Thank you." Jiang Shan quietly thanked her, took the slippers, grabbed her handbag and the ultra-short jeans, turned around, entered the fitting room, closed the door behind her, and locked it to start changing. About 2 minutes later, the door opened. She stepped out in the slippers and stood directly in front of the full-length mirror, examining herself from shoulder to ankle, inch by inch. The staff stepped closer, her eyes sparkling. "Your skin is so radiant, your legs are straight and long, and your temperament is outstanding." With these pants on your waist-to-hip ratio is all revealed. When your boyfriend sees you, he won't be able to take his eyes off you. Jiang Shan nodded in agreement. These denim shorts seemed tailor-made, making her long, fair legs particularly eye-catching. While the previous dress was soft and comfortable, it wrapped her legs too tightly and lacked a certain flair. Who would have thought that passing by this store today, she would casually glance and find such a perfect item? The fabric was snug but not constricting, and it had a slight stretch when she moved. If she wore it to meet her boyfriend, if he was in a good mood, he might just casually toss her a sports car as a meeting gift. She spoke decisively, and before the words faded, she had made her decision. The staff raised an eyebrow. Great. Would you like to also check out our newly arrived wrap skirts? They particularly suit your cool, fair skin and tall figure. If you wear one out, people on the street will stop to stare for 3 seconds. Oh, where are they? This way, please. The girl led her inside, and for the first time Jiang Shan saw the row of wrap skirts. Earlier she had been so focused on the shorts that she hadn't noticed them tucked away in the corner. As soon as her gaze landed on them, her heart skipped a beat. This style just came out of Paris this year, featuring a deep neck cut, paired with this velvet belt that cinches the waist and accentuates the hips, bringing the lines to life. Wearing it gives off a fresh yet alluring vibe. As the staff spoke, she gently brushed the hem of the skirt with her fingers. Jiang Shan reached out to feel the fabric. It was smooth and had a nice drape. Looking at the pattern, the large dark green base, splashed with golden specks, was 10 times more vibrant than the gray, blue, and off-white skirts in her wardrobe. Just looking at the sample made her want to try it on immediately. She pointed to one of them. This color, the green with gold dots, please get me an M size. She quickly darted back into the fitting room. When she emerged again, she stood in front of the mirror and slowly turned around the skirt, swaying slightly with her movements, revealing her calves' graceful lines. Several words popped into her mind: neat, relaxed, astonishingly slim waist, and a breezy walk. A glance at the old dress draped over the chair made it seem like an outdated antique. Wrap this one up too. Her voice was steady. Sure. Right away. The staff smile deepened as she turned to process the transaction. By the way, do you have other styles? Yes. This time we have 5 skirt styles with nearly 30 colors available. 20 minutes later, 7 pieces of clothing were neatly packed into a paper bag emblazoned with the brand logo. Jiang Shan then asked how much in total. The staff quickly pulled out the receipt, pointed at the numbers, and calculated, smiling gently. Madam, 5 skirts and 2 pairs of shorts total 6,328 yuan. 6,003. She slightly raised her eyelids, momentarily stunned. After a moment's thought, she realized that averaging 7 items came to less than 900 each, which wasn't outrageous. However, she only had 3,400 yuan in cash in her bag. I didn't bring enough. Please wait a moment, I'll go get some, she said in a low voice, her ears slightly flushed. The clerk showed no sign of surprise, merely gesturing outside with a nod of his head. HSBC Bank is right across the street, just a minute's walk. Thank you. She grabbed her wallet, slung her Hermes bag over her shoulder, and quickly exited the store. In less than 10 minutes she returned. She pulled out a stack of brand new bills from her crocodile pattern bag and handed them over neatly. The clerk swiftly packed her purchase, presented the paper bag with both hands at the door, and bowed deeply. Ladies, take care. We look forward to serving you again. She had just taken 2 steps outside when she suddenly stopped and turned back. She decided to wear a newly bought pair of ultra-short shorts to work. After changing, Jiang Shan grabbed her shopping bag and turned to head out. Ma'am, the clothes you changed out of. The clerk chased her to the door, still clutching the neatly folded old pants. No need, just throw them away. Before she finished speaking, she had already taken a step forward, her long fair legs gleaming in the sunlight as she headed towards the company. She had hardly walked a few steps when the effect kicked in. Wow, this girl is amazing. Those legs are too eye-catching. So stunning. This girl is really bold. Some even approached to strike up a conversation. Beauty, can we add each other on WeChat? Pretty lady, want to be friends? Hello, may I have your contact information? Jiang Shan didn't spare a glance to anyone who approached her. Her face fell as she flatly replied, no thank you. But inside she was overjoyed. Things were indeed different. In the past there were also people who approached her, but never like today. Right after stepping out of the alley she was stopped, and the number of heads turning back to glance at her was at least 2 or 3 times more than in previous years. She firmly decided from now on, for buying clothes and pants, she would only trust that shop. Not expensive, with new styles worth it. As she walked, she moved at a leisurely pace, her legs straight, proportionate, and dazzling, drawing frequent glances from passers-by. Yet there were quite a few women frowning and muttering, dressing like this, what kind of attention is she trying to attract? They scolded loudly but secretly calculated how to ask her later. Hey, where did you get those pants? Women always speak 3 parts truth and 7 parts concealment. This saying holds true no matter the year. Jiang Shan was surrounded by countless gazes as she entered the office building and took the elevator upstairs. As soon as she stepped into the company lobby, the receptionist Asha jumped up with a gasp. Wow, Sister Jiang, those pants of yours are so short. Her slightly plump face turned a bit red, her hand half covering her mouth, her eyes wide with surprise. A beautiful woman always needs a counterpart, a friend or colleague, otherwise how can beauty be highlighted? Asha was the one who always played the supporting role beside Jiang Shan. Asha, how do I look? Jiang Shan spun around lightly, her skirt fluttering, her smile bright. You do look good, but it's just a bit too short. As long as I look good, Jiang Shan shrugged nonchalantly. By the way, has the boss arrived? He came early and was just mentioning you. Okay, got it. Just as she took a few steps out, she suddenly paused, looked down at the bag in her hand, and turned back. Let me leave these here for now, or I'll pick them up after work. Sister Shan. These are all new purchases. Asha stared at the 7 neatly stacked identical paper bags on the desk, her tongue almost tripping over itself. She casually picked one up and looked at the price tag. One skirt was priced at $12.99. Her fingers quivered and her throat felt dry. With her monthly salary being $860, she would have to save for a whole year without eating or drinking just to buy one. Jiang Shan didn't reply as she stuffed the bags into Asha's arms and walked away. Her delicate, straight, long legs, accentuated by her high-heeled sandals, took each step with a rhythmic grace as she confidently entered the office area. Wow! The men and women engrossed in their work raised their heads at the sound. As soon as their eyes met her swaying calves, they froze. However, Jiang Shan walked as if she were in her own living room, calm and unhurried, a smile playing on her lips as she headed straight for the general manager's office. Wow! Secretary Zhang's move is too impressive. Those legs. Let me touch them. I'd accept aging 10 years for that. Just you. A toad looking in the mirror. Don't you ever look at yourself? The men were circling around her legs while the women exchanged glances, mutually understanding. Whether it was good looking or not, the men's reactions were more accurate than the fitting room mirror. Several had already made up their minds they would definitely find an opportunity to ask for the store name, address, and if there were any membership discounts. Meanwhile, Jiang Shan stood in front of the general manager's office, lightly tapping on the door twice. Without waiting for a response, she pushed the door open and entered. You? Ma Wendong sprang up from his chair, his gaze fixated on her, his pupils slightly dilated, filled with shock. Jiang Shan smiled, gently placing her bag on the desk. She walked around the desk twice, her skirt swaying, her eyes sparkling as she smiled at Ma Wendong. Hey, do I look good like? Ma Wendong swallowed hard, his anger surging to his head. He no longer cared that this was an office in a business building, and he stepped forward to pull Jiang Shan into his embrace, his hands sliding inappropriately down her body, whispering softly, "Little seductress. You're really captivating today." Thus began a silent entanglement. Fortunately, the room was spacious. Jiang Shan had locked the door upon entering. Otherwise, if someone burst in, it would truly be embarrassing. After more than 10 minutes passed, Ma Wendong leaned back in his swivel chair, exhaling deeply, his body completely relaxed. Jiang Shan took out a tissue and leisurely wiped herself, smoothing her shirt hem and skirt pleats, leaning into his embrace, her fingers lightly tracing circles on his chest. Darling, last time you said you'd get me a sports car. When do you plan to fulfill that promise? Buy it. They'll go pick one out right after work. Upon hearing, right after work, Jiang Shan's eyes lit up and she stood on her toes to give him a quick kiss on the cheek, her voice sweet as honey. You're the best, love you. Ma Wendong tightened his grip around her slender waist with one hand while his other hand playfully patted her side, his eyes filled with laughter. Baby, wear this every day from now on, understood? Jiang Shan raised her fair cheek, slightly casting him a sidelong glance, her eyes carrying a mix of playful annoyance and charm. Before her words had even finished, the second round of their playful struggle quietly ignited. Half an hour later, Jiang Shan walked out of the office in high heels, exuding a cool elegance, but her eyes sparkled with a hint of spring. Anyone with a keen gaze could see through it. As soon as she took her seat, several colleagues gathered around. Sister Shan, where did you get those pants? They're amazing. Yeah, those shorts really show off your legs. Jiang Shan smiled slightly, knowing what these seemingly supportive yet scheming sisters were thinking, but still replied warmly. There's a small shop over by Causeway Bay on Hysan Avenue. Oh, just diagonally across from the company. Then let's sneak over during lunch. Sister Shan, what's the name of the store? So we can find it later. Jinxiu. That doesn't sound like a brand. I thought it was some new Italian boutique. They could hardly wait for the workday to end. Just past lunch hour, over a dozen female employees rushed towards Hysan Avenue with their bags moving in a flurry. Wow, they have the same skirt. This pattern is amazing. The cut understands women too well. Look at this one. Doesn't it make me look 5 pounds slimmer? What the hell, Ome? How did your butt suddenly become so perky? Huh, could it be? These shorts really have some magic butt lifting technology. I love it. Way to wrap this one up. On the first day of opening, even before the advertisement officially aired, a long line had formed at the store entrance. At 8:30 that night, the advertisement featuring Zhao Yaji and Di Bola premiered on the primetime slot. On the screen, Di Bola donned a pair of denim shorts paired with a pure white shirt, lifting her legs, turning and tossing her hair, articulating the concepts of highlighting the waistline, flattening the belly, and lifting the hips with clarity. Wife, those pants look really good. Why don't you get a pair too? In front of the television, many men swallowed hard as they fixated on the screen, turning to their companions. Some women lowered their heads, tugging at their clothes, their ears turning red. Aren't those too short? It would be so embarrassing to wear that out. What are you afraid of? Buy it and wear it for me to see. But it's settled then. Oh, we'll go tomorrow. By the way, do you have any? If not, let's pick up a pair together. That night, who knows how many homes kept their lights on until dawn. Early the next morning, the entrance of the Jinxiu stores was filled with young girls, and as the doors opened, the crowd surged in. Not only were the pants selling like hotcakes, the counters selling high heels were besieged, and the pharmacy's condom stock quietly ran out. Su Feng never anticipated that a pair of denim shorts and a few tiny shorts could actually activate 2 entire industrial chains. Wife, haven't you added any new clothes in a while? I heard there's a store called Jinxiu that has particularly outstanding pants. Should we go check it out? Honey, those pants are over 500 a pair. So what if they are 500? What's there to be afraid of? If you smoke 2 fewer packs this month and buy half a pound less of meat, it'll be fine. Besides, for something you like, even if it's over 500, even 1,000, we can bite the bullet and get it. Honey, you're so good. Baby, don't you always say you love me? As long as you go to Jinxiu and pick out 2 skirts and 2 pairs of pants, I'll believe you're sincere. Madam, look at the goods just snagged from Jinxiu. It became a sensation. Jinxiu truly caught fire. On the streets of Xiangjiang, young men and women were talking about it nonstop. Did you buy a skirt from Jinxiu? Have you worn that pair of shorts from Jinxiu yet? With advertisements flooding everywhere, as more people wore them, the streets were filled with dazzling skirts and sleek denim shorts, creating a flowing landscape. As the heat continued to rise, even those who usually pinched their pennies were tightening their belts, managing to spend money on it. Those housewives who used to hear complaints after buying clothes were now met with silence from their husbands, who even took the initiative to open their wallets by choose the expensive ones. In no time, wearing Jinxiu denim shorts became an unspoken pass for young people in Xiangjiang. Meanwhile, the fitted skirts quietly climbed to the hearts of the elite and the white-collar class. Middle-class families rushed to buy, and as soon as the stock arrived, the shelves were emptied. Even newspapers and fashion magazines couldn't sit still. New issues featured covers and special reports praising Jinxiu's design as unparalleled, claiming it was more sophisticated than Chanel and more in tune with the times than Louis Vuitton. How could they write otherwise? It wouldn't work. The daddy behind it was throwing money around, paying well, and who dared to slack off in the editorial department? Moreover, the skirts were tailored to fit without constraining, and the shorts were designed to accentuate the waist and lift the hips, truly highlighting a woman's figure in a brilliant and composed manner. Some girls who previously felt slightly chubby and were hesitant to wear tight clothing found that once they put on the Jinxiu fitted skirt, their waist and hip curves were immediately visible, their strides became lively, and their attractiveness surged, even gaining several admirers. Confidence was building day by day. Boss, it exploded. It's completely exploded. Early in the morning, as Su Feng stepped into the office and sipped from his cup, Yu Qinghua burst in, flushed and with shining eyes. Guess how many we sold this week? Su Feng set down his cup and smiled, asking, how many? Yu Qinghua held up 3 fingers, his voice trembling. A total of 30,000 pieces. Fitted skirts. All sold out in a week. Are the people of Xiangjiang all carrying gold in their pockets now? 30,000 pieces. Su Feng raised an eyebrow. He initially thought that selling 5,000 fitted skirts would be a pleasant surprise. Now it had surged 6-fold, far exceeding expectations. How many of those even more eye-catching and leg-lengthening denim shorts had sold? He looked at Yu Qinghua. What about the shorts? Yu Qinghua slapped his forehead, full of admiration. Boss, I'm in awe. Your denim shorts. Over 75,000 pieces. The factory had just shipped, and the warehouse was already empty. After doing this for over 10 years, it's the first time I've seen pants sell like this. 75,000 shorts and over 30,000 skirts. With shorts averaging 500 and skirts averaging 1,300. Over the course of a week, the revenue exceeded 76 million. Su Feng swallowed hard and exhaled softly. He had anticipated the heat, but he never expected it to be this intense, this fast, and this substantial. After deducting factory expenses, labor costs, store rent, employee bonuses, and all advertising expenses, the net profit for the week was at least 68 million Hong Kong dollars. Just the commission for employees exceeded 3 million. But Su Feng thought it was worth it. After all, it's a new brand, not like Louis Vuitton with its old qualifications offering a mere 2 commission, and people are queuing up to work for them. Jinxiu was just starting, and without investing real money, who would be willing to work hard? Once it establishes a foothold in the mid to high-end clothing market, the commission rate would naturally be adjusted downwards. Just thinking about it, lying still earning over 68 million in a week. This figure left Su Feng stunned for a while. Boss, there are 2 things I need to report to you. Seeing him dazed, Yu Qinghua spoke. A couple of days ago, several distributors who previously rejected us called, wanting to obtain agency rights. I didn't give in. Do you want to decline? Or decline? Su Feng replied firmly, a smirk on his lips laced with sarcasm. They initially didn't want to sell because of low profits and were afraid of stock pressure. Now that we're hot, they want a piece of the pie. Dream on. From now on, if we get calls like that, no need to ask, just hang up. Understood. Yu Qinghua acknowledged, then lowered his voice. The second matter is urgent. Our denim fabric is running low. We need to restock immediately. Should I contact the supplier for a shipment right away? How many can we make? About 7 or 8,000 pieces, Yu Qinghua estimated. Su Feng furrowed his brows. Given the current momentum, it would last at most 2 days. Place the order immediately. 5 million for the goods, negotiate the price down, expedite it, and inspect the goods upon arrival. Alright. Yu Qinghua had just turned to leave when Su Feng called him back. Wait. He stared at Yu Qinghua's back, his tone turning serious. You go talk to the owner of the Dongjin factory building. We want to rent the whole building. If that's not possible, at least secure the entire floor below. If that doesn't work, expand the search for a larger factory in the North Point area. The sooner we sign, the better. Got it, boss. Also, the production line equipment needs to be ramped up simultaneously. By the way, how much does a fully automated production line cost? Depending on the brand and configuration, large ones average around 200,000 Hong Kong dollars. Oh, like the batch we're using now, it's over 70,000. Yu Qinghua paused, speaking truthfully. Not cheap. Su Feng nodded inwardly. First order 5 large lines plus 10 of the current model. Holding 60 million in cash, he wasn't planning to be stingy. 15 production lines decided on the spot. Upon hearing this, Yu Qinghua turned pale and hurriedly advised, Boss, there's really no need for that much. 3 current lines are enough for circulation. Buying too many idle ones would strain our finances. Su Feng chuckled. You shouldn't just focus on the land of Xinjiang. We need to secure our position in the international market in advance. Isn't that a bit too ambitious? He slowly shook his head. With skirts and denim shorts selling so well, how could our competitors sit idly by? They will definitely be working overnight to draft designs and adjust production lines to rush out imitations. By the time they hit the market in bulk, our opportunity will have passed. Therefore, we must seize the initiative and expand our overseas channels. In a few days, I'm flying to the United States with the goal of a denim factory. If negotiations go well, bring back both the factory and the technology for localized production. At that point, no one will be able to choke off our supply of raw materials. Upon learning that Jinxiu was willing to rent the entire Dongjin factory building, and even proactively offered to increase the rent and sign a 2-year long-term lease, the property management immediately agreed, and that same day began coordinating with other tenants regarding their lease terminations. No wonder they were so quick. Nearly half of the 7-story building was vacant. After the manufacturing wave from Xinjiang swept through Kuntong, Sham, Shui, Pe, and Tsun, the factories in the Eastern District were also turning off their lights one after another. There was no choice. Yarn looms and dyeing tanks were all piled in Kowloon. If North Point wanted to start production, raw materials would have to be transported over from the other side in trucks. At that time, there was only one Hungham underwater tunnel in Xinjiang, and during the rush hours the traffic was so congested that even the exhaust pipes couldn't breathe. As a result, not only North Point, but all the factories in Xinjiang began to withdraw. The vacant floors were gradually filled with travel agency counters, bank signs, and neon lights from tea restaurants. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. The property management acted swiftly, clearing out the small workshops on the 1st to 4th floors one after another. To ensure that Jinxiu this Buddha was well accommodated, they even cleaned out and removed the leftover scraps of fabric and broken spools. Yu Qinghua signed the lease again, a 2-year term with an annual rent of 400,000 Hong Kong dollars. This price in North Point was considered quite firm. Typically 35 to 36,000 would secure a deal. However, Su Feng was focused on consolidating the industry, and the Isha firmly controlled the territory in North Point. Doing business in one's own backyard, what's the harm in paying a bit more? A difference of several thousand in a year was merely a few extra zeros in his accounts. With the new factory location settled, the recruitment notice was immediately published. To ensure workers could master their tasks in 3 days and deliver goods in 5, the offered salary was directly 20% higher than the competitors. Simply put, it was a talent grab specifically targeting experienced tailors and skilled machinists who had worked in other garment factories for over 3 years. Newcomers. Sorry, not hiring at the moment. The news appeared on the front page of the Tsingtao Daily and the Suanwan, Shengming Garment Factory. Qin, did you hear? There's a factory in North Point called Jinxiu that's specifically hiring experienced workers with a monthly salary of $1,000 plus overtime pay. 1,000. That's 200 more than us. And they pay overtime. What do you think, I'm lying? It's clearly stated in the newspaper. Oh, really? Qin took the newspaper handed to her by a colleague, leaned in to take a closer look. Jinxiu Garment Company is hiring over 300 positions for tailors and seamstresses requiring relevant experience. With a starting monthly salary of $1,000 overtime paid separately and an additional $100 for transportation allowance. Tisk, that's quite a generous offer, covering transportation costs as well. Her eyes nearly popped out. After 10 years in the garment industry, she had gone from earning $100 a month as an apprentice to now $800, spending her days on the sewing machine until her ankles swelled. Overtime was the norm. Allowances. The factory manager would just toss out a line, if you think it's too little, then leave. She had long wanted to leave, but after trying a dozen factories in Xinjiang, they were all the same. Deduct $10 for every stitch missed, and if you asked too many questions, they would turn hostile. No one had ever heard of proactively offering overtime pay, let alone an extra $100 for transportation each month. Though it was not much, that kind of consideration was already rare. Qin, I'll take a day off tomorrow to check out North Point. If it's really as the newspaper says, I'll switch jobs. Are you coming with me? Achin hesitated, biting her lip. It takes me 3 hours round trip just to get to North Point. What are you afraid of? Just from the transportation allowance alone, I can earn an extra $300 a month, which is nearly a 30% increase in our salary. Why worry about the distance? We can all share a cheap apartment. It's much better than being squeezed dry here. She lowered her head, calculating with her fingers, spending an extra hour commuting for $300 in real income, with overtime, pay still intact. Then she thought of her mother's medical expenses and her son's school fees for the next semester. With a deep breath, she looked up and said, "All right, you go ahead and scout it out. If it's as the newspaper says, I'll go with you." "Great. I'll also ask Asya and the others. It's better to have more people to rely on. I'll talk to Almea late at night." Lulu dragged his feet to open the door, his voice hoarse. "Honey, you're back." Zhang Yong was sitting on the sofa watching TV. As soon as he saw Lu Mei come in, he immediately got up and dashed into the kitchen, bringing out steaming hot dishes, shouting to his 3 sons, who were still glued to the screen, "Stop staring, go wash your hands, dinner's ready." He turned around and looked at his wife, casually asking, "Why are you coming back so late today?" Lu Mei turned on the tap to rinse her hands, dried them off, and sat down on the old wooden bench in the kitchen, her shoulders sagging as she spoke heavily. "What else could it be?" "Overtime, of course. Just as I was about to clock out, the workshop manager suddenly called for people to stay on duty. Another round of overtime. Is your factory's pace like this with no overtime pay, just burning the candle at both ends?" I said you might as well switch to another factory. Being stuck on the assembly line every day, even Iron Men can't bear it. Who doesn't want to leave? But which factory in Xinjiang isn't like this? Lu Mei gave a bitter smile, unconsciously picking at the edge of the bench with her fingers. "If there were really options, I would have left long ago." By the way, Zhang Yong suddenly remembered something, lowering his voice. "Downstairs, Aunt Wang just said that there's a factory in North Point called Jinxiu Garment that's hiring with a base salary of $1,000, overtime paid separately, plus an additional $100 for transportation." "Really? Is that a scam? How could such good luck exist?" "I don't believe it either, but Aunt Wang sounded quite sure, and even her daughter is planning to go for an interview." "Is that so? Then I'll go sit at her place later and ask for details." Upon hearing that Aunt Wang's daughter was going, Lu Mei's spirits lifted. "It's just a few steps away. Asking won't take much effort." What if this is true? Such news was not an isolated case. It was quietly spreading through the streets and alleys of Xinjiang, the tenement buildings, and the rooftops. With the economy taking off, a large influx of people from the mainland settled in Xinjiang, causing the labor force to swell to nearly 3 million. It was this group of people with their hands and sweat that supported the backbone of Xinjiang's garment industry. The vast majority of them earned only $500 to $600 a month, clutching a few thin banknotes, cramming onto buses, nibbling on dry bread, and counting rent in tin shacks. Now suddenly someone was saying, "We'll give you $1,000 plus extra pay for overtime, and we'll cover transportation costs." Who wouldn't be moved by that? Soon a long line formed at the entrance of that gray-walled, white-lettered factory in North Point. Some were filling out forms, some were trying out jobs, and some signed agreements on the spot. Salaries as promised, and allowances just the same. The news jumped like a spark from one worker's mouth to another's ear. "My brother got in. Next month he'll receive $1,200. My sister said their factory provides lunch and gives out labor protection gloves." The hearts of the people ignited in an instant. Hesitation vanished, and there was no more waiting. Seeing that Aqiang from the next bed was about to receive double pay next week, who could sit still? Leave requests flew like snowflakes onto the desk of the workshop director, while resignation letters piled up in the personnel department's drawer. It wasn't just one factory, almost the entire garment industry in Hong Kong was shaking. By the time the bosses reacted, they calculated that a third of the assembly line was empty and 40% of the skilled workers had left, causing the order schedule to be thrown into disarray. Some slammed the table and cursed, directly denouncing Jinxiu as shameless for breaking the rules. Others were even harsher, publicly declaring in a tea restaurant, "This is digging up ancestral graves, a traitor to the Hong Kong garment industry." What about Jinxiu? There was no response. They didn't answer calls, didn't publish in newspapers, and didn't issue statements. It wasn't that they were hiding, they simply couldn't be bothered to respond. Their opponents weren't even on the same level. "If you shout curses and I respond, it would only devalue myself." Over 90% of the garment factories in Hong Kong are merely subcontractors that hang others' brands, follow others' designs, and so on others' labels, making garments for brands from the United States, Europe, and Japan. Why should Jinxiu pay attention? Should they truly engage in verbal battle squabbles or hit the headlines? That would indeed tarnish their own reputation. Perhaps they were just waiting for you to jump up in anger so they could capitalize on it. As a result, Jinxiu remained silent, leaving those bosses seeking attention dumbfounded. Newspapers and magazines flipped through without anyone responding, and articles were kept under wraps. Without a hot topic, who would want to publish? This matter quietly cooled down. August 16th, 3 p.m. America, Los Angeles International. A group of men with Asian features dragged their suitcases through the glass curtain wall toward the exit. "Hey Sue, so good to see you again." A blond man opened his arms to greet them. "Mill's old friend, long time no see. How have you been?" "Eva, did you catch up with her?" The two hugged tightly, and Su Feng asked with a smile. Mills shrugged, his face slightly red. "Su, can we skip this topic? It's too awkward." "Oh, seems like you haven't succeeded yet." Su Feng laughed as he patted his shoulder. "Didn't you say you'd settle it in a month? It's been 3 months already, brother. If it's not working, change your tactics. So if you bring it up again, I will really flip out." All right, I won't say anything more." The joke concluded, and they each got into their cars, leaving the airport in opposite directions. The group checked into a 5-star hotel in downtown Los Angeles. After freshening up, they felt much better. Su Feng found Mills. "I heard your family is in the textile business." "That's right, what's up? Are you involved in denim?" "Of course we are. I opened a clothing company in Hong Kong specializing in jeans. Now I want to directly acquire a denim factory. Do you know any reliable factory owners in this industry?" Mills' eyes widened. "You started your own company?" Su Feng was stunned. "Is this such a rare thing?" Mills waved his hand. "It's not that I doubt it, I just didn't expect it." Su Feng. "Mills, can we focus on the acquisition first?" His tone turned slightly serious. Mills shrugged. "All right, I'm really not familiar with factory matters, but I'll ask my dad about it when I get home tonight. He has been in this industry for decades and knows more connections than anyone." Su Feng felt relieved. Mills' father was a well-known figure in the Los Angeles textile circle. With his help, it would save more than just a little effort. "That's very kind of you, my friend. It's nothing, just a small favor." Suddenly Mills blinked. "By the way, there's a party tonight, and there are plenty of girls. Do you want to make an appearance?" Su Feng recalled the original owner's memories from the 7 or 8 years in Los Angeles. What parties meant he understood all too well. Since his rebirth, he hadn't truly relaxed. Especially with these blonde girls in front of him, vibrant and alluring. "Is it reliable?" he asked directly. Mills slapped his chest. "Trust me, it's absolutely safe." Su Feng believed him. Though he often talked nonsense, he never compromised when it came to work. After chatting for a bit, Mills urged them to head out. They rented a car for Liao Zixin and the others at the hotel of Su Feng, then got into Mills' Porsche. They stepped on the accelerator, the wind howled. Soon a private estate came into view. The parking lot was already filled with more than a dozen cars of various styles. The two got out of the car and walked slowly on the carved marble floor, crossing through the corridor to the back of the villa. A pool outlined by neon lights leaped into sight. But Su Feng's gaze was not on the water's surface. He was fixated on the swaying white legs by the poolside and the undulating curves like rolling hills. Having prepared himself mentally, when he truly saw it, his breath still stuttered slightly. Wrapped in bikinis was a vibrant, bold, and unabashed vitality. This was the naked capital. It relied not on reports, but on the naked eye. "Ha, Su. I wasn't exaggerating, was I? Isn't it delightful?" "Mills." Su Feng frowned. "Why didn't you tell me this was a swimsuit party? I didn't even change into a t-shirt." He had thought it was a formal dinner, dressed meticulously in a suit and tie. But as soon as he walked in, he felt out of place. "Wait." Mills turned and ran. Moments later, he rushed back, holding a pair of deep blue swim trunks. "Here." Su Feng looked down and frowned. "I don't wear things others have worn. Come on. It's brand new. Who would use second-hand stuff to mess with you? Really unopened. I swear." "All right then." He weighed the shorts in his hand, feeling the fabric was stiff and the tag was still intact, so it should be fine. "Let's go, time to change." In the changing room, Mills stared at Su Feng's lower body and blurted out, "Damn. When did you get this? Aren't Asian men supposed to? TSK. He looked incredulous. Su Feng straightened his back, smiling a bit smugly. "Not bad, right?" Mills looked down at himself, then glared back at Su Feng, gritting his teeth. "Su, with your condition, you truly deserve a beating." Ha! The laughter was hearty. After his rebirth, the thing he was most proud of was this physique. It was simply not what a standard Asian man should have. The two changed clothes and pushed the door back into the party scene. As soon as their feet landed, all eyes turned. A tall bikini-clad waitress walked lightly like a cat, carrying a silver tray with 2 glasses of champagne. Su Feng took a small sip to moisten his dry lips, and squinted his eyes to scan the lively scene before him, filled with floating lights and swaying shadows. He murmured, "Foreigners really know how to have fun." Su am jumping in. Before he finished speaking, Mills had already flipped and leaped into the pool, splashing water everywhere. Su Feng was startled for a moment and remained silent. There was a long table by the pool, neatly arranged with cakes, fresh fruits, and an array of drinks, a typical Western-style buffet. Su Feng casually grabbed 2 pieces of snacks to fill his empty stomach. Looking up, Mills was already surrounded by a group of girls, laughter ringing out continuously. Su Feng lightly tapped his tongue against the roof of his mouth, feeling a bit restless inside. Yet the teachings of do not gaze upon what is inappropriate and maintain decorum had quietly tugged at his ankle like a thin thread. Lost in thought, a soft call suddenly floated in from behind him. He turned around. Unbeknownst to him, a blonde woman in a bikini had already stood beside him. She had a slender frame, her waist sharply defined, long hair cascading down to her waist, her skin a cool white, and her face bore a hint of youthfulness with features that were strikingly clear, as if meticulously carved by a knife. Su Feng had seen many beauties, but was still momentarily taken aback. "Hello, beautiful miss." He raised his glass, his smile warm, his gaze resting on her pair of light brown eyes. "Your English is quite authentic. Are you from Sakura country?" She blinked and asked directly. No, I am from Xia. Su Feng shook his head. Xia. All my apologies. She smiled slightly with an air of regret, then immediately added, I've heard it is a very mysterious land with a rich history and a particularly splendid culture. Indeed, it is truly mesmerizing. Su Feng replied earnestly. She nodded and asked, are you here alone? I came with friends. He gestured toward the pool with his chin. Mills was currently being surrounded by laughter. Your friend is quite popular. Her eyes curved slightly with a hint of curiosity. Aren't you going to join him? I prefer a quieter atmosphere. Oh, what a coincidence, so do I. Then, would you like to take a walk with me? He asked with a smile. She nodded, saying little. The two then stepped away from the noisy poolside, strolling slowly along the neatly trimmed lawn. By the way, I still don't know how to address you. Su Feng stopped, turning to look at her. Natasha Kinski, just call me Natasha. Her lips curved slightly, her smile bright. He extended his hand, palm up, his smile open and honest. Natasha, hello. I am Su Feng. It's a pleasure to meet you. Their fingertips brushed together, brief, yet serious. As they walked and chatted, the conversation shifted from language to film, then expanded further. Su Feng learned that she was from West Germany, a model and actress who had just landed in Los Angeles 2 months ago. This party was hosted by a local acquaintance who had invited her. Natasha, you're quite bold to fly to M country alone, Su Feng said sincerely. Aren't you afraid of being deceived? Or running into trouble? Her striking appearance made it hard for him not to overthink. She brushed a stray strand of golden hair from her forehead, about to speak, when suddenly a soft murmur seeped out from the adjacent room. They happened to walk to a secluded spot in the garden. The surroundings were quiet, making the sounds particularly clear, easily audible, without needing to strain. Su Feng instinctively glanced at her, expecting her to feel awkward, but she merely fluttered her eyelashes, showing no sign of embarrassment. He sighed internally. It seemed Western women were much more relaxed about such matters. If it were a girl from Xia, she would have already blushed and looked away. Ahem. Just as he was about to speak, to ease the tension. Gurgle. Gurgle. His stomach suddenly let out a loud growl. Su Feng felt his ears heat up. Sorry. Natasha smiled slightly. There are some snacks and fruit over there. Would you like to grab some? He did not respond, but quietly watched her, the corners of his mouth slowly rising, his smile gentle, yet determined. Natasha, may I invite you to dinner? Natasha Kinski let out a light laugh, her eyes sparkling, those clear and bright eyes fixed directly on Su Feng's face. Are you inviting me? Indeed. Su Feng's lips curled slightly, his smile calm and assured, extending his right hand, palm up, his posture elegant like a gentleman stepping out of an old film. Hee. She laughed, her shoulders shaking lightly, then gently placed her hand into his palm. Su Feng felt a sense of certainty. Tonight, it was a done deal. Their fingers interlocked as they chatted while walking towards the pool. Seeing Mills surrounded by a group of girls, Su Feng raised his voice. My friend, enjoy yourself. We must take our leave now. Mills looked up at the sound, his gaze sweeping over Natasha Kinski, immediately squeezing out from the group of girls, throwing an arm around Su Feng's shoulder and leaning in to whisper, Su, the girl you picked is a bit too thin, lacking charm. I can pick a few for you. He gestured toward the crowd. Each one is ample and loaded, much better than her. Su Feng glanced over. Indeed, they were quite fiery, with wide frames and firm muscles, the kind shaped by years of weightlifting. But he wasn't interested. Compared to the robust physiques preferred by Western women, he favored slender, neat lines that bore a hint of Eastern coolness. Politely declining Mills' kindness, Su Feng took Natasha Kinski's hand and turned to exit the villa. The car drove towards the city, not heading back to the hotel, but heading straight for Rodeo Drive, the most dazzling showcase in Los Angeles. Pursuing women, especially Western women, was never about the money itself. It was merely a ticket to the game. Of course, there were exceptions where charisma and conversation could break through defenses directly. But for Su Feng, it was just a fleeting romance. If money could smooth the path, why bother to take the long route? Pushing open the door to a top luxury brand store, he gently patted Natasha Kinski's waist, speaking softly, sweetheart, pick whatever you like, feel free to take it. Her eyes lit up. She suddenly turned her head, her cheeks flushed with excitement. Really? Really? He nodded straightforward, and having just entered 6 to 7 million Hong Kong dollars, equivalent to nearly $10 million. The high-end ready tower and handbags here cost only $700 to $800 each at most. Buying a dozen or so pieces was merely a drop in the bucket for him. Furthermore, although Natasha Kinski was young, she had long been navigating the world of fame and fortune, understanding the value of money better than anyone. If he wanted her to let down her guard and open her heart, merely relying on looks was far from sufficient. Money was the first key to unlocking her heart. Especially for Western girls, this trick was tried and true. Sure enough, she could no longer contain herself, bouncing in place with joy, standing on her toes to wrap her arms around Su Feng's neck and loudly kissing him on the cheek. Su, you're amazing. Before her words faded, she had already dashed into the store like a whirlwind. Watching her excitedly rush into the store, the corners of Su Feng's lips lifted slightly. Half an hour later, amidst the unabashed, envious gazes of the salespeople, Natasha Kinski emerged, one hand holding shopping bags and the other cradling a velvet box laden with her spoils. Then she entered another store and within 10 minutes came out again with 3 brand new shopping bags. In the returning car, she leaned against Su Feng's shoulder, her lips slightly swollen, but her smile growing ever more vibrant. Those bags, skirts, and high heels, she had only dared to linger in front of the showcases, yet never had the courage to swipe the card. Today, all became hers. Upon returning to the sweet red wine and cold dishes had already been prepared. Amidst the flickering candlelight, an intimate dinner quietly began. With a slight intoxication from the wine and the atmosphere, just right, Feng turned to the person beside him, lightly tapping their peachy cheek with his fingertip. "Darling, should I let you have the bathroom first, or should I go?" Natasha Kinski squinted her eyes and smiled, wrapping her arms around his neck, her eyes shimmering with moisture, her voice soft as melting honey. "I want leave. You carry me there." Feng always respected a woman's wishes. When the beauty spoke, he never hesitated. He rose, bent down, one hand cradling her knees and the other supporting her back. A standard princess carry, stably lifting her up and heading towards the bathroom. Moments later, the sound of running water filled the air. Shit! She suddenly froze, her pupils constricting, breath hitching. Her legs instinctively tensed up, her fingertips subtly digging into his back. An unexpected image crashed into his mind, causing his heart to skip a beat. Feng lowered his gaze, catching a fleeting hint of fear in her eyes, and smiled silently. The next day, morning light like gold slanted through the window, spilling onto the bedroom floor. Feng opened his eyes in the dim light, awake. He let out a long yawn, tossed aside the thin blanket, and sat up leisurely, stretching his arms languidly, his spine cracking as he did. Hiss! His muscles felt tight, his lower back ached as if twisted, and any movement sent a twinge through him. He instinctively turned his head to look at the other side of the bed. Natasha Kinski was still deep in sleep, leaving him with a smooth porcelain-like back, her golden hair spread across the pillow, quiet as a painting. Feng curved his lips, remained silent, and turned to enter the bathroom. After finishing with the hot water, he called the front desk and ordered breakfast for two. He then strolled to the living room and sat down on the large sofa. There was a knock at the door, and Li Wenqing entered. Feng looked up and nodded to him. "Have a seat." This time, he wasn't just accompanied by a few bodyguards, but also by a financial team brought by Li Wenqing. The 3 million Hong Kong dollars invested 2 months ago had already turned into over 15 million. In the past, this amount would have made Feng take a second glance, but now with the net profit of Jingxiu clothing being tens of millions a week, this profit seemed rather mundane. The Hong Kong stock market was too small. Li Wenqing had masterful trading skills, and being stuck here was like putting a sharp knife into a dull sheath. So Feng had decisively decided liquidate and exit, shifting the focus to the United States. With a click, Feng opened a deep brown leather suitcase at his feet. Inside, neatly stacked, were bundles of US dollars, one pile pressed atop another. 2 million, take it and use it. He looked at Li Wenqing with a warm smile. Together with the money coming from Hong Kong, that's over 4 million US dollars in total. Go ahead and use it, don't hold back. Li Wenqing reached out to take the suitcase, closed, and locked it with swift motions. Hearing this, a genuine smile finally appeared on his face. "Should I send 2 capable bodyguards with you?" Feng asked. The streets of the United States in the 1970s were not safe. Theft and robbery were common, and gunfights were a daily occurrence. Forget it. Instead of sending bodyguards, it was better to give them real skills. System grant Li Wenqing and his team intermediate Muay Thai skills. Ding, insufficient balance. Would you like to recharge? Feng was taken aback and opened the panel. Goodness, only 10,000 Hong Kong dollars left. Recharge 1 million. He didn't hesitate. This amount would last for a while more than that. It wasn't that he was reluctant, but every penny in his hands had to be timed perfectly to generate profits. Ding, recharge successful, deducted 90,000. He pulled up Li Wenqing's attribute page again. Under skills, the words intermediate Muay Thai were prominently displayed. He still looked the same, scholarly, not a hair out of place on his glasses. But anyone who truly underestimated him would have to brace for an elbow strike. Feng felt reassured. After giving a few instructions, the meal delivery cart arrived. He turned back to the bedroom, lifted the corner of the blanket, and immediately caught sight of that dazzling waistline and rounded rear, raising his hand and giving a light slap. "Kitten, it's time to eat." Natasha Kinski shrank back, huffed, not even lifting her eyelids, too tired to even turn over. Feng chuckled and didn't urge her further. He only whispered, "I'll be out for a bit, feel free, you'll come back to find you in the evening." After saying this, he exited the bedroom. He hastily ate a few bites in the room, then left the hotel with Liao Zixin and the others. 40 minutes later, in the suburbs of Los Angeles, a villa estate surrounded by a wrought iron high wall stood quietly. The black gate was tightly shut, with a guard holding a gun standing on either side, their eyes keenly scanning every inch of movement nearby. As soon as Feng's car approached, one person immediately raised his hand to stop it. "What brings you here?" "Mills invited me." Upon hearing it was the young master's guest, the guard's expression softened slightly. "Please wait a moment." The guard stepped back 2 paces, took out a walkie-talkie, and began speaking softly. Feng calmly surveyed his surroundings. He had known Mills for many years, only knowing that the other's family business was rooted in textiles, yet he had never crossed the threshold of his home. Today was the first time. Just the guards standing outside the gate were bulging at the waist, wielding their weapons. Truly impressive. A slight ripple stirred in Feng's heart. When would he also be able to stand steadily on such a weighty position? At that moment, the heavy iron gate silently slid open. A guard slightly turned to the side, raising his hand in a gesture of invitation. Su Feng said, "Let's go in." "All right." The car slowly drove in. Wow, it was suddenly bright. The high walls that had previously blocked everything now revealed their contents. Now that the inside was illuminated, the entire estate was truly unveiled before his eyes. A straight asphalt road stretched into the distance, at the end of which stood a mansion resembling an ancient European castle. On both sides of the road were vast expanses of lawn, lush and green, interspersed with a few trees that Su Feng couldn't name. Further ahead, in front of the estate's main gate, a fountain over 3 meters high was gushing water sparkling in the sunlight. On the stone steps behind the fountain stood a person. Upon closer inspection, it was Mills. The car stopped steadily at the bottom of the steps. Liao Zixing quickly walked around to the car side and opened the door. Su Feng adjusted the cuff of his suit, stepped out of the car, and looked up to see Mills on the steps, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he strode forward. "Su, welcome to my home. Thank you for the invitation, my friend." The two embraced tightly like old friends reunited, then ascended the steps side by side. "Su, did you sleep well last night?" Mills winked. Remembering how Natasha Kinski had been tossed around all night, practically turned into a noodle, Su Feng smiled and nodded quite soundly. Quite soundly. Mills, mistaking him for being coy, slapped Su Feng on the shoulder, meaningfully saying, "Su, I really don't understand what you see in those slender women. They seem so dull. A little plump is more appealing." "Plump? Is that what you call plump? Her legs are thicker than mine by a circle." Su Feng didn't bother to engage further, only smiled. "Our Asian aesthetic is different. We value slimness." "Value slimness." Mills was taken aback, clearly hearing this for the first time, shrugged, and didn't pursue the topic further, instead shifting to discuss the acquisition of the textile factory. Through Mills' introduction, Su Feng met his father, Wilder Felix. A man in his 60s, his face etched with the marks of time, yet his eyes shone with remarkable clarity, calm yet sharp. "Mr. Wilder, I have long admired your reputation. It is a great honor to meet you." Su Feng bowed politely, his movements steady and unhurried. Wilder Felix wore a warm smile, his gaze resting on Su Feng's face. "So you are the young man from the East that Mills often mentions. Quite impressive. You possess great vitality. Young man, don't be shy, have a seat." Su Feng expressed his gratitude and settled onto the sofa on the left. "Mills mentioned that you are from Xianjiang." "Yes, Mr. Wilder." The elderly man nodded, his gaze drifting slightly into the distance, his voice slowing down. "Xianjiang is a wonderful place. 30 years ago I visited as well. At that time it was still small, like a child just starting to grow. Now after over 30 years I've heard it has become a leading international metropolis in the Far East." "Dad, you really went to Xianjiang when you were young?" Mills exclaimed, his eyes wide. "Yes. Back then I traveled to the Far East with your grandfather, witnessing the hustle and bustle there and experiencing its profound history." Mentioning old stories, a spark lit up Wilder Felix's eyes. Su Feng hadn't anticipated that this prominent figure in the Los Angeles textile industry had left his mark in Xianjiang, Shanghai, and Beiping, even establishing foreign trading houses in those places. Thinking back, it wasn't surprising. Over 30 years ago, during the Republic era, Shanghai was filled with foreign concessions, and Beiping was a bustling commercial port with foreign merchants coming and going incessantly. At that time, Shanghai was indeed the largest city in the Far East, known as the Oriental Paris, with a flourishing handcraft and industrial sector unparalleled in the world. "I'm sorry, as one ages, it's easy to drift back into the past." Wilder Felix suddenly snapped back to reality, offering Su Feng an apologetic smile. Su Feng waved his hand, remaining silent. "Mills mentioned that you are interested in acquiring a textile factory." Wilder Felix said, "Buying a textile factory isn't cheap. It starts at $3 to $4 million. He raised his eyes to look at Su Feng. Though unspoken, the implication was clear. Without sufficient funds, this matter shouldn't even be broached. Su Feng sat up a bit straighter, his tone calm. $3 to $4 million is indeed not a small amount, but I happen to have just enough to put together." "Oh." Wilder Felix raised an eyebrow, his gaze lingering on Su Feng's face for a moment, adding a hint of scrutiny. "This sum could be considered solid capital even in the M country, not to mention in Xianjiang." It seemed that the friends his son made had backgrounds far deeper than they appeared to be. He felt a slight shock in his heart, but that was all. In his eyes, $3 to $4 million in assets was hardly noteworthy. His own possessions were at least 20 times that. "In that case, I'll keep an eye out for you in the coming days." "What kind of factory are you specifically looking for?" "Mr. Wilder, I'm looking for a factory that specializes in denim fabric." "Denim?" "Yes." Wilder Felix nodded. As a prominent figure in the Los Angeles textile scene, he was certainly familiar with this material. In the past, it was the coarse cloth worn by Western cowboys, but at some point it suddenly became a fashionable item that young people rushed to wear. Denim jeans have become increasingly common on the streets, and even the several factories under him have expanded their denim production lines, with orders continuously flowing in. "Are you planning to make your own jeans?" "That's right." "How large is the factory?" Wilder Felix suddenly inquired about the scale of Su Feng's garment. Su Feng was slightly taken aback, quickly glanced at him, and after a moment of thought replied, "Not very big, around 200 to 300 people, with a dozen production lines." A hint of disappointment flickered in Weirder Felix's eyes. He initially believed there might be a possibility for collaboration, but hearing this number his thoughts diminished by 3 points. 200 to 300 people and a dozen lines. While that might seem respectable elsewhere compared to the factories he usually dealt with, it paled in comparison. Those typically had thousands of workers and hundreds of production lines, which was his normal threshold. Feng clearly noticed that hint of disappointment. A thought crossed his mind, and he immediately understood 7 or 8 parts of the situation. Could this old man really be considering partnering with me? The more I think about it, the more it seems likely. Otherwise, why would he specifically ask about the factory's size? If he could truly partner with this Los Angeles textile giant, the prices of raw materials, quality control, and supply stability could surpass the few companies he had previously negotiated with. After all, why else would he maintain this position? Mr. Weirder, the factory size may not be large, but the amount of denim fabric we consume each month is quite substantial. Consumption. How much could a factory with a dozen lines consume? Weirder Felix was skeptical in his heart, but did not show it on his face, maintaining a smile as he asked, "What is the sales volume like?" Feng extended his hand, fingers spread wide. 5 tons. Feng shook his head. 50 tons. He shook his head again. Seeing Weirder Felix's pupils constrict slightly, he slowly replied, 500 tons. What? You heard correctly. My factory requires 500 tons of denim fabric each month. Weirder Felix's eyes widened in astonishment. Feng looked determined. This is just the beginning. Within 3 months, at least double that. If all goes well, tripling or quadrupling wouldn't be surprising. Tripling or quadrupling. That means 1,000 to 1,500 tons. Hiss. He instinctively inhaled. This level of demand was enough to warrant his personal attention. Mr. Weirder Group is the largest textile enterprise in Los Angeles. Our fabrics rank first in California and hold a leading position in the entire United States. Upon hearing that Feng's garment factory could sell over 500 tons of finished clothing each month, Weirder Felix immediately retracted his previously indifferent demeanor, his expression taking on a more serious tone. 500 tons, single-month goods valued at over $1 million. Within the entire sales system of Weirder Group, it would already rank among the top 10. More crucially, Feng mentioned that the production capacity could double in 3 months. This weight carried significant implications. Even maintaining the current level would be enough to capture Weirder Felix's interest, even if that factory was located far across the ocean in the Far East. Although Weirder Group held the top position in the Los Angeles textile industry, appearing prosperous on the surface, they were acutely aware that in recent years large factories had flocked to Los Angeles, and local manufacturers were scrambling to upgrade, fiercely competing for increasingly dwindling market shares. Moreover, an increasing number of garment factories were relocating their production lines to Asia to cut labor costs. Once the factories had moved, who would still be willing to transport fabrics and materials from the United States to the Far East for processing? The result was a steady decline in domestic demand for fabrics in the United States, and it would only drop faster. How could American workers compete with skilled workers in the Far East when it came to labor costs? Weirder Felix was keenly aware of the dual pressure from both domestic and international fronts, and he felt a sense of urgency. A few years ago, he had contemplated setting up a factory in Southeast Asia, but due to unstable local politics and inadequate supporting infrastructure, the plan had been repeatedly delayed. Now that Feng had arrived, a light bulb went off in his head. This might just be the key to restarting the plan. Feng clearly understood the cooperative intention behind Weirder's words, but he did not rush to agree, harboring his own calculations. Mr. Weirder, I never doubt the strength of your company, but you also know my factory is located in Xinjiang. If all the raw materials are sourced from the United States, the shipping costs alone would consume a large chunk of profits. Mr. Su is absolutely correct. This is indeed a tough hurdle. Weirder acknowledged this, then switched his tone. What if I could reduce the transportation costs? Would you be willing to partner with Weirder Group? If the goods are good and the prices are reasonable, I would certainly be happy to collaborate with Weirder Group. Feng replied. Upon hearing these words, the smile on Weird's face noticeably relaxed, as if a stone that had been suspended in the air finally touched the ground. Mr. Su, if Weirder really wants to establish a factory in the Far East, where do you think would be the most suitable? Establish a factory. Feng's eyes flickered. He hadn't expected this foreign boss to act so decisively, directly aiming to invest in the Far East. If Weirder truly set up a textile factory there, would he still need to go through the trouble of buying a factory? Although the price hadn't been negotiated yet, the other party was willing to personally go to the Far East to set up a factory, and specifically asked for his opinion on the site selection, clearly indicating a desire to tie Jinxiu to the same war chariot. Of course, Feng was not naive enough to think that Weirder had come specifically for Jinxiu. There may have been a tiny bit of factor involved, but the main reason was simply to reduce costs and increase efficiency, allowing their products to stand more firmly in the international market. If it truly came to that, Jinxiu's procurement costs would inevitably drop significantly, at least much cheaper than sourcing directly from the United States. With costs lowered, investing more money into buying a factory would instead become a redundant action. The substantial funds freed up could then be redirected into more vibrant fields like the stock market or real estate. With his thoughts cleared, Feng raised his eyes and smiled. Mr. Weeder, if you truly decide to set up a factory in the Far East, I personally believe that Hong Kong is the most suitable place. Oh, Weeder paused slightly, looking at him with great interest. Then why not Southeast Asia? Southeast Asia does have cheaper labor, but it's a newly established nation with frequent political turbulence and insufficient social stability. Building a factory there comes with risks. Moreover, the local consumption capacity is limited, the industrial foundation is weak, and it's far from Hong Kong, Taiwan, and the island nations, so just the logistics aspect would incur additional costs. In contrast, the situation in Hong Kong is quite different. Although labor costs are slightly higher than in Southeast Asia, the market structure is entirely different. There are hundreds of garment factories locally varying in size, and the fabric procurement volume remains consistently high throughout the year. Furthermore, Hong Kong is very close to Taiwan, and the journey to the island nation with the strongest consumption capacity in Asia takes only a few hours by sea. He paused slightly, looking at the contemplative Weeder Felix with a smile in his eyes. The most important point, my factory is located in Hong Kong. Upon hearing this, Weeder Felix burst into hearty laughter. Haha, Sue, your words are too straightforward. It indeed should be in Hong Kong. Mr. Weeder, your decision is truly commendable. I firmly believe that the Weeder Group will move forward more steadily and further in the future. Feng spoke calmly, his smile sincere. Weeder Felix also laughed, the lines at the corners of his eyes relaxing. After chatting for a while longer, noticing that the other party appeared somewhat fatigued, Feng understood that the conversation was coming to an end and promptly stood up to take his leave. Mills, see Sue off for me. All right, father. Mills immediately stood up, his demeanor respectful. Mr. Weeder, I must take my leave now. Feng nodded. Sue, you're always welcome to come again. Weeder Felix's smile was warm. I will definitely make time to pay you a visit without hesitation to disturb you. Feng replied with a smile. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he left the reception room with Mills. Upon exiting the castle's main gate, Mills immediately shed his formality, his brows relaxing as he excitedly said, Sue, you're really impressive. My dad has never talked to any young person for so long. Feng glanced at him. Mills, your father is actually quite— No. Sue, you're misunderstanding. He only acts like this with you. Try it with someone else. Oh. Feng shrugged, not continuing the conversation, and instead shifted to other topics. After leaving the estate, Feng went straight back to the hotel. Natasha Kinski was not in the room, and on the table lay a note stating she had gone to visit a friend. He glanced at it and thought nothing of it. After having lunch in the hotel restaurant, he returned to his room for a brief rest, then asked the waiter to bring back a few recent local newspapers. After flipping through them, a thought quietly surfaced. Since the American side was rife with gang presence, frequent street robberies, and occasional gang shootouts, why not leverage the hands of mercenaries to pull off a big score? Since he was already there, returning empty-handed would be too disappointing. The more he pondered this thought, the more logical it. After all, they were all mercenaries, and there was absolutely no concern of betrayal. Even if things went awry, he would only lose a few, and he held a significant number of them, which wouldn't be detrimental. The more crucial point was that it was seamless. There would be no trace leading back to him. With this in mind, Feng couldn't stay still, pacing back and forth in the room, repeatedly weighing the options. Before long, his decision was made. Let's gamble. Fortune favors the brave while the timid starve. What's there to fear? He immediately called in Liao Zixin, whispering instructions. Go gather information on all the banks in downtown Los Angeles, highlighting the largest ones. Also investigate the surrounding traffic conditions, the nearest police station's distance, and the frequency of patrols. Get all the details. Be discreet, and don't raise any alarms. Liao Zixin's eyes narrowed, and he blurted out, Boss, are you planning to rob a bank? Feng raised an eyebrow and smiled. What's wrong feeling timid? Timid? Liao Zixin chuckled, waving his hand. I'd even dare to try robbing the Federal Reserve. The Federal Reserve? Feng rolled his eyes. You really dare to speak up? Liao Zixin scratched the back of his head, grinning foolishly. All right, the joke's end here. Focus on what I just said. Additionally, look into the local underground arms market and quickly acquire some suitable weapons. Money is not the issue as long as they are effective, reliable, and leave no traces. Understood. Liao Zixin's playful demeanor vanished, his expression becoming serious. Feng nodded. Go on. Watching him leave, Feng sat quietly on the sofa for a moment, then opened the system, directly asking, System, can I recruit mercenaries from Europe and America? For example, Caucasians, Latinos, etc. Ding replied to the host, yes. Upon hearing the system's prompt confirming, Feng's heart raced and the corners of his mouth immediately lifted. Just now he had been worried. Asian faces stood out too much in America. If there was a big commotion, the Los Angeles police would definitely investigate layer by layer, and it would be easy for them to trace back to him. Now he felt more assured being able to recruit mercenaries from Europe and America. He could send the newly recruited mercenaries to handle that job, and even if things went south, who would suspect an Asian? He suppressed the excitement, not rushing to take action, planning to wait for Liao Zixin and the others to return before making a decision. The specific number of recruits would follow the original plan. At 5 in the afternoon, Liao Zixin and the others had yet to show up when Natasha Kinski arrived first. Upon seeing Su Feng standing at the door, her eyes instantly lit up as she ran over, arms outstretched to hug his neck, tilting her face up, her eyes sparkling. "Su, you're back." Su Feng responded softly, casually glancing at the blonde girl walking toward them, then gently ruffled Natasha's hair, smiling as he asked, "Aren't you going to introduce me to your friend?" "Oh, right. Almost forgot." Natasha released her hold gracefully, linking her arm with Su Feng's, and smiled brightly. "This is my friend from America, Julia. Like me, she also comes from West Germany, but she arrived 3 years before I did. Miss Julia, my name is Su Feng, a friend of Natasha's. It's a pleasure to meet you." Su Feng looked at the tall, slim, and well-endowed blonde. 3 years before I did. "Miss Julia, my name." Julia extended her hand with a bright smile. "Hello, Mr. Su. Natasha often speaks of you, saying you are the most extraordinary person she has met since coming to America." "Oh, is that so?" Su Feng raised an eyebrow, a smile playing on his lips. "I didn't expect I held such weight in her heart. It truly surprises me." He spoke politely, but in his heart he knew very well Westerners often speak with a mix of truth and exaggeration. Their words can't be taken at face value. Moreover, he had only met Natasha Kinski once, having just gotten acquainted the night before. How could he be deemed the most special? If anything, he would probably rank among those who were the most generous. His gaze fell on the shopping bags the two were carrying. "Did you go shopping?" Natasha nodded like a chick pecking at grains, her ears flushing red, not daring to meet his gaze. The $5,000 he had given her that morning had been spent by the afternoon. Su Feng didn't point it out. He only asked, "Have you eaten?" She shook her head. "Then let's go together." He patted her on the back. "Put your things back in the room first, while wait for you." Her voice was light and cheerful. She was still savoring the French dinner in the presidential suite from the night before. "Julia, you should come too." Before she could finish speaking, Natasha had already grabbed Julia's wrist and dashed into the presidential suite like the wind. Su Feng turned and strolled toward the nearby lounge area. "Wow, Natasha, did you stay here last night?" Julia was stunned as soon as she entered, her eyes wide open. "Yes, I slept here last night." "Oh my God. I've been in America for so many years and haven't even figured out which way the door of such a room opens," she exclaimed while tossing aside her shopping bags and diving onto the large velvet bed. Natasha watched her friend, her expression frozen in astonishment, feeling quite pleased. But the next moment, seeing Julia sink into the mattress with her legs up and swinging, Natasha's face darkened as she rushed over. "Julia, you brat, get up. This is my bed, not yours. Greedy guts, stop pretending. Who was it that picked you up from the airport, made your bed, and shielded you from those black guys when you first arrived?" "Oi. Forgotten." Julia, being pulled up, frowned, her tone displeased. Natasha couldn't be bothered to respond. She had heard this countless times. Seeing that she was ignoring her, Julia rolled her eyes and affectionately hooked her arm around Natasha's shoulder. "Natasha, tell me, if I were to pursue him, would it work?" "Damn, Julia, you little hussy. Have you been eyeing him all along?" Natasha flung her hand away, gritting her. Seeing her genuinely angry, Julia couldn't help but laugh. "Look at you getting all worked up. Just teasing you." "But Natasha, he's not your serious boyfriend. Is it worth being so concerned?" She fixed her gaze on Natasha's face, her lips curling slightly, carrying a hint of provocation. "You wouldn't have really developed feelings for him, would you?" Natasha lifted her chin, her chest puffed out, her voice clear. "What? Is that a problem?" Julia laughed so hard her shoulders shook, even the tips of her hair trembled. "Oh, Natasha, stop messing around. Isn't it just a transaction between you two? He definitely won't develop genuine feelings for you." Pausing, she lowered her voice with a hint of teasing. "Besides, when it comes to finding a boyfriend, you should never choose an Asian. Size is too much of a disadvantage." Natasha was well aware that her relationship with Su Feng was merely a mutual exchange, yet she insisted defiantly, "Nonsense. Su is not as you say." Before she finished speaking, she raised her hand to make a gesture. "Natasha, do you think I'm a 3-year-old child?" Julia's eyes widened, her face clearly showing disbelief. "Believe it or not, I'm done talking. Su is still waiting for me outside." "Wait for me? Sorry to keep you waiting." Natasha Kinski quickly stepped forward, naturally linking her arm with Su Feng's, her tone conveying genuine apology. Su Feng smiled lightly, his tone gentle. "It's no problem." As his gaze swept over Lilia, who had been staring at him, he raised his hand to touch his cheek, jokingly asking, "What? Is there something on my face?" "No." Lilia shook her head quickly. Too afraid to admit the truth, she wanted to see for herself if he was truly as extraordinary as Natasha described. Su Feng couldn't decipher the meaning behind her gaze, so he simply chose not to think too deeply. "Let's go." The waiter led the way as the three entered the hotel restaurant. "Order whatever you like, don't mind the price." Su Feng casually handed over the menu. The two women immediately leaned in to examine it closely. These prices. Upon seeing the marked prices starting in the dozens of dollars and going up to 1,000 or 2,000, both women gasped in unison, their lips involuntarily twitching. Only Natasha Kinski remained composed. After all, she had experienced it once before. Seeing her friend stunned, she smirked, a hint of pride surfacing in her eyes, and began to discreetly show off. Su Feng waved to the waiter. "Excuse me, 3 cups of coffee, please." Certainly, sir, please wait a moment. The waiter responded, promptly moving smoothly. Soon a cup of hot coffee was placed in front of Su Feng. He took a small sip before setting it down. The two women had also made their selections. Natasha Kinski tilted her head and asked him, "Do you want to review it again?" Su Feng waved his hand. "No need, I'm not very interested in Western cuisine." After saying that, he handed the order to the waiter. The waiter took it with both hands bowed slightly and turned to leave. The two women immediately began chatting, their conversation revolving around dresses, handbags, earrings. The usual idle chatter among women. As for men, which should have been the main focus, they tacitly avoided it, with Su Feng present. "So what do you do?" Lilia suddenly spoke up. Su Feng was lost in thought when he heard her voice, and upon meeting her bright gaze, he noticed Natasha Kinski's ears perked up in curiosity. He simply smiled faintly. "I work in fashion." "Fashion? Yes, I have my own company." "Oh my God. What's the brand called?" Upon learning he was the owner, the two women immediately perked up, firing questions at him. "You haven't heard of it? Oh, it's not distributed in the American market." Oh, their enthusiasm instantly dampened. If it were available locally, they could have someone inquire and dig deeper into his background. Although they couldn't ascertain his connections, they thought anyone who could afford such a high-end hotel suite must have at least several $1 million in assets, which couldn't be wrong. Dishes began to arrive one after another. As the fragrant aromas filled the air, their curiosity was quickly overcome by the delicious food, and who could still remember what they had just asked. Su Feng sat with them for a moment until he noticed Liao Zixin entering through the door. He greeted the two women, wiped his mouth, and stood up to leave. Shortly after, he was already standing in front of the door where Liao Zixin and the others were staying. Liao Zixin reported the preliminary investigation results item by item, spreading out a densely marked, detailed map of the Los Angeles area pointing to several key nodes, as he explained. Before he finished speaking, Su Feng had quietly pulled up the system interface. System recruit a European mercenary, simultaneously loading intermediate firearms proficiency, advanced close combat, master-level special operations command, and master-level anti-investigation techniques. Ding! Recruitment complete, skills injected, deducting 2800 yuan. As the notification sound faded in his mind, Su Feng immediately closed the interface, returning to reality to continue discussing details with Liao Zixin and the others. 10 minutes later. Knock, knock, knock. 3 sharp knocks suddenly echoed. Liao Zixin tensed his shoulder, his hand already resting on his waist. His first reaction was that the wind had leaked, and the entire room instantly became tense. Su Feng glanced at his watch and waved his hand to the crowd. "Don't panic, open the door." Liao Zixin nodded slightly to his subordinate beside him. With a click, the door opened. A nearly 2-meter tall, sharply featured white man stood at the door. "Master." His gaze swept across the room, finally locking onto Su Feng's face, his pupils brightening, as he quickly stepped forward and knelt on one knee, greeting with his right hand across his chest. Su Feng reached out and gently patted Liao Zixin's shoulder, signaling him to relax. "He's one of us." He turned around, his tone calm, yet firm. "This is Harry, Ed, just call him Harry. He is in charge of this operation." Liao Zixin and the others exhaled, but their backs still felt tight. It wasn't fear, it was an instinctive alertness that couldn't be suppressed. The overwhelming pressure felt like standing on the edge of a cliff listening to the roaring tide. The dead men fear not death, but being unafraid of death does not mean they cannot discern strength and weakness. As long as Su Feng gave the order, even if the boxing champion Tyson sat across from them, they would charge in barehanded. However, hearing that Harry was taking over the robbery, Liao Zixin's brows furrowed as he stared intently at Su Feng. "Boss, he just arrived. He doesn't even know the layout of the bank or the posts. Can he really handle it?" He had no selfish motives, only worry that changes might sabotage Su Feng's grand plan. Su Feng smiled. "Trust him." Before Liao Zixin could speak again, he turned to Harry. "You explain the plan to him." "Yes, boss." Liao Zixin swallowed his remaining words, nodded in agreement, and recounted the route, timing, and personnel configuration to Harry, without missing a detail. Harry listened intently throughout, but in the end his brows were deeply furrowed, remaining silent for a long time. Su Feng picked up his coffee cup and asked, "Any thoughts?" "Yes." "Speak." Harry's voice was deep. "First, the security of the Douglas Bank vault itself. Leaving aside the outer security, just the main vault door requires directional blasting to breach it. However, the nearest police station is only 5 kilometers away, and the fastest travel time is 10 minutes. 10 minutes to blow the vault, load the money, and withdraw. Too rushed. I suggest arranging people to create a series of minor accidents on the 3 main roads leading to the bank. No need to actually crash, just use smoke bombs and fake car accidents to delay the first batch of police for at least 7 minutes. Second, transportation." Harry paused. No one knows exactly how much is in the vault, but Douglas is one of the top 3 community banks in California, with dozens of branches and total assets in the billions. The vault won't hold less than several $100 million to uphold this reputation. Don't even get me started on gold. Heavy, hard to move, and easily traceable. Just considering cash, $1 million weighs about 20 pounds. 100 million is 2,000 pounds. What about several hundred million? Over 10,000 pounds. How do you quietly transport that? This is the real bottleneck. Su Feng did not rush to respond. He slowly stirred his cooled coffee, his expression darkening. If the heist only nets a few million, it would be better to stay in Hong Kong managing a tea restaurant. Once you've started, you must go all the way. Only amounts in the hundreds of millions are worthy of this life and death struggle. 100 million already weighs 2,000 pounds. Several hundred million is like a moving mountain. In fact, Su Feng had already pondered over the transportation issue. Simply throw it into the stock market for around the money going in and out would both clean it and perhaps even make a profit. But the key is that after robbing the bank in Los Angeles, the local police will surely be closely monitoring the flow of this money. If a large sum suddenly gets deposited into an account, it would immediately raise suspicion. Opening a trading account at a securities firm would attract the same attention. Moreover, if they really wanted to operate elsewhere, like moving to New York, what if they encountered a police inspection on the way? The entire plan would collapse. Therefore, robbing and then immediately transporting it is simply unrealistic. The most secure way is to break down the large sum into smaller parts. For example, if $100 million is robbed, if one person or a few people deposit it all together, they would definitely be under surveillance. But if it is divided among 100 people, each going to different banks to deposit money, each with just $1 million on hand. $1 million is not a rare sum in Los Angeles. Tens of thousands of people have that amount, making it difficult to trace any anomalies. If you want to be even safer, you might as well mix up the distribution amounts. Some take 780,000, others 125,000. Each person different, leaving less trace and lower risk. If that doesn't work, find a few more people willing to take risks. Ultimately, the fastest way to launder this money is to break it down into smaller amounts and then pass it through the stock market. Understanding this, Su Feng looked up at the few people still frowning in contemplation and directly spoke. You don't need to worry about the transportation, I will arrange it. You just think about how to quickly and safely move the money out of the vault. That's not difficult. Harry immediately proposed a plan, and Su Feng nodded in agreement after hearing it, mixing in with the crowd to act specifically, choosing to retreat in blind spots of the surveillance. Moreover, the surveillance cameras are not yet widespread, which makes it even easier. How many people do we need? What equipment? Su Feng turned to Harry, his tone growing serious. Harry thought for a moment and replied, at least 10 agile and skilled with firearms. He then explained the reason. If they were to storm the vault, too few people wouldn't maintain control and would struggle to handle unexpected situations. Su Feng did not think that was too many. In a real shootout, insufficient manpower would mean risking lives to fill the gap. Additionally, we need around 15 people on the perimeter, some responsible for creating traffic accidents to disrupt visibility, and others to prepare transport vehicles and escape routes in advance. In terms of weapons, they need to be effective. Prioritize AK series M16A1 if obtainable. Grenades and explosives are a must, and smoke bombs are best to have as well. Harry laid everything out clearly, item by item. Su Feng turned to Liao Zixin. Liao Zixin met that gaze and immediately responded, I heard there's a guy privately dealing in arms, but I haven't confirmed if the supplies are complete. Buying guns through legal channels. That's like walking into a trap. This job can only be done through the black market. You pass that guy's contact information and details directly to Harry. After Su Feng finished, he turned to Harry. Is $50,000 enough to buy everything on your list? Harry nodded with a smile. Enough, and there's still some left. When Su Feng returned to his room, the two women had already come back from the dining room. They seemed to be chatting about something, their expressions relaxed and laughter continuous. Su Feng then instructed Liao Zixin to re-rent a hotel. The operation was imminent, and it was time to change locations. Moreover, he needed to completely end his relationship with Natasha Kinski. When Su Feng returned to his room, the two women had already come back from the dining room. They seemed to be chatting about something, their expressions relaxed and laughter continuous. What are you talking about so animated? Su Feng loosened his shirt collar and cufflinks, smiling as he approached them. The two paused their conversation upon hearing his voice. Natasha Kinski immediately stepped forward, finished talking. Su Feng replied, glancing over the two, and asked with a smile, are you full? Natasha Kinski nodded vigorously, her lips slightly parted, her eyes flickering, as if she had something stuck in her throat that she didn't dare to speak out. Seeing this, Su Feng felt a stir in his heart. What's up? Something you want to say? Well, Julia lives too far away, it's inconvenient to go back and forth, she wants to stay here for a night. The more she spoke, the softer her voice became, and her head gradually drooped. Su Feng was taken aback, turning to look at Julia. He saw her gently lifting the hem of her skirt with her fingertips, her eyes shimmering as she cast him a soft and sultry smile. He immediately understood. It wasn't a long journey, she was clearly flirting. Upon closer inspection, Julia's features were not the most exquisite, but her figure was truly eye-catching. Her waist was so slim it could be grasped, her hips were full and firm, and her skin was alabaster smooth, resembling a masterpiece in a premium frame. When such an opportunity presented itself, it would be foolish not to seize it. All right, Su Feng agreed decisively, completely ignoring the downer comment about only one bed. Thus the three of them understood each other and got busy. Damn, crap, hiss. Julia suddenly inhaled sharply. Su Feng, not giving her time to react, seized the moment when she was distracted and directly stuffed the ice cream into her mouth. Then he proceeded to teach them how to play Dongyi Xing. The next day, Su Feng pulled out a stack of cash from his bag, about $40,000, handed it to the two women, and casually said, "I have to go back to Xianjiang now." The two women each received 20,000, happily stowing it away in their bags. This was all winnings from the previous night. But upon hearing he was leaving, their smiles faded somewhat. With Su Feng's handsome looks, great stamina, and generous spending, who wouldn't want to stay a few more days? Julia was particularly concerned. $20,000 was equivalent to 10 months of her modeling work. Natasha Kinski was even more reluctant. Having just tasted the life of a socialite for 2 days, she felt anxious at the thought of it ending, and stared at Su Feng, asking, "Su, can't you stay a day or two more?" "No way." Su Feng shook his head. "There's an urgent matter in Xianjiang. I must return immediately." Seeing the two women looking dejected, he reached out to wrap his arms around their shoulders, saying, "Cheer up. There will be opportunities in the future. I will come to Los Angeles to see you again." Upon hearing this, their expressions lightened a bit, though there was still a hint of disappointment between their brows. Su Feng smiled. "Stop thinking about that. We still have some time. How about another round?" As Su Feng stepped out of the hotel, he had a camera in hand, eagerly reviewing the photos he had just taken. 10 minutes later, he checked into another hotel. Taking advantage of the gap, he recruited 20 mercenaries, all with European and American features. Each was equipped with basic special operations, basic firearms proficiency, and basic karate skills. They were all suitable for support roles. There was no need to waste money on high-level skills. Basic was sufficient to crush the local police. "What is this?" Su Feng stared at the bulging black bag in front of him, bewildered. "There's still this much left." Harry grinned. "Not a penny spent, exactly 500,000. "Did you buy the guns?" Su Feng blurted out. "I did," Harry replied without waiting for him to ask further. "I gave the money to that person, then I took care of him and got the money back." "Boss, the fewer people who know about this, the better. Our heist on the Dongyi Bank will surely make headlines, and the surveillance footage might even be broadcasted. If the police traced the gun back to the seller, it would turn into a ticking time bomb. Eliminating him is the cleanest solution." Su Feng sighed. "You really think ahead." "I overlooked that. By the way, all the people you wanted are here." Su Feng pointed into the room and said to Harry, "From now on they will all follow your command." "Yes, boss." 20 voices answered in unison. "I've handed the personnel over to you. How to proceed next is up to you." "All right, leave it to me," Harry answered crisply. Su Feng counted out 300,000 from the money bag and placed it on the table corner. He then pointed at the remaining cash in the bag, nodding to Harry. "You advance the rest, arrange food and accommodation for everyone." Harry accepted without hesitation, nodding as he took the bag. "You decide the timing for the action. I won't interfere, just wait for your good news." He initially intended to finish the handover and fly back to Xianjiang, fully entrusting this matter to Harry. But at the last moment, he changed his mind, wanting to see with his own eyes how much cash this operation could actually yield, and how many daring individuals he could gather with this sum to pave the way for future breaking it down into smaller pieces strategies. Harry didn't say much, grabbing the money and the men, and turned to leave. Su Feng stood up, pacing a few steps in the room before stopping in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. Outside the window, Los Angeles was illuminated with countless lights, and the traffic flowed silently. He gazed out, lost in thought. At 6 in the afternoon, outside the Dongyi Bank, an old-style van with a gray base and yellow paint quietly parked at the street corner. "Farman, how many have gone in already?" "The 7th one." "Damn, it's time to notify the boss." "Understood." Not far away, high up in an office building, Harry held binoculars, scanning the area around the bank inch by inch. Suddenly the intercom crackled. "Boss, the 7th vehicle has entered the vault." "Received." He lowered the binoculars, stared for half a minute to confirm there were no anomalies, then handed the equipment to a companion and descended the stairs with a serious expression. He climbed into the van parked by the roadside. In the back, 6 men in black were fully armed, receiving AK rifles and black masks from their comrades. Harry seized the intercom, his voice low and firm. "Get to work." The engine roared to life as the vehicle shot out of the alley, heading straight for the entrance of the Dongyi Bank's underground parking. 2 security guards stood in front of the iron gate, signaling the approaching vehicle to stop. Farman firmly braked. "Hello, please show your identification." One of the guards stepped closer, extending his hand. The other began to circle the vehicle slowly, eyes alert. Farman bent down to search, quickly pulling out an ID. Its cover emblazoned with the Dongyi Bank logo, its craftsmanship almost indistinguishable, but the inner pages would not withstand scrutiny. Just as the guard's fingertips grazed the edge of the ID, Farman seized him by the collar and yanked him violently into the vehicle, his right hand flashing with cold light as the blade precisely sliced across the throat. Blood gushed forth, splattering onto the floor of the van. The man's pupils dilated as he desperately kicked against the vehicle's walls, the metallic thuds echoing, trying to signal for help. "Paul, what happened?" Another guard with a stun baton immediately sensed something was wrong. The car door was kicked open with a crash. Harry leaped down, his movements as swift as a leopard. The loud noise startled the other guard, and before he could raise his hand, the muzzle of a gun pressed firmly against his forehead. Before him were 3 masked faces shouldering AKs, an overwhelming murderous intent bearing down on him. His hand dropped as the stun baton fell to the ground, and he raised his hands high. Don't shoot. Let's talk it out. Let's talk. Harry slightly adjusted his aim, pointing at the iron gate. Open the door, and you live. Don't open it, and you won't leave. He swallowed hard, quickly glancing at the other two who had jumped out of the vehicle, gritting his teeth and nodding. It would be a great honor. Please wait a moment. The heavy iron door slowly began to rise. Bang! A very soft, muffled sound. Harry raised his hand and shot through the temple of the guard. The silencer suppressed all noise so much so that even those in the basement could not detect anything unusual. You two stay behind, clean up the scene, and change into their clothes. He pointed at the two who had just gotten out of the vehicle. Without exchanging a single word, the two men dragged two security guards' corpses into the police booth, stuffing them beneath the table. Without lifting the curtain, it was impossible to detect anything from outside. They deftly stripped off each other's uniforms and put them on. Let's go. Harry jumped onto the van, clapping his hands against the metal panel behind the driver's seat to urge the driver to start. He grabbed the walkie-talkie and shouted to the vehicles following behind, "Keep up, head into the storage area." Before his words faded, two white vans smoothly slid into the gate, their wheels rolling over the concrete as they headed straight for the underground vault. Although there were no cameras tracking them, the guards were certainly not to be underestimated. The first iron gate was merely an appetizer. There were two more checkpoints ahead, each layer setting up barriers. However, Harry and the others acted too quickly. The guards in the booth didn't even have time to react before being taken down. Just like that, 3 vehicles blended into the vault's parking area. At this moment, it was the time when cash delivery vehicles from various branches were concentrated at the headquarters vault. Groups of uniformed security personnel were unloading cash boxes from the trucks, pushing metal carts towards the elevator. Suddenly, 3 unfamiliar vans appeared, yet there was no ripple of commotion. Harry had already painted the vehicles in the same dark green as the Dongyi Xing cash transport. Even the stripes were identical. Still, 2 armed security guards strolled over. "Hey sir, no parking here." One of them raised his hand in a casual gesture from a distance, his tone nonchalant, showing no suspicion. The fact that they could drive in without issue already indicated that there were no problems with the people. Little did he know the guards at the 3 checkpoints outside had already been taken down. Action! A low command rang out. The back doors of the 3 vans swung open, and more than a dozen dark figures surged out, all armed with AK-47s, forming into groups of 3 and spreading out in a fan shape. Bang! Bang! Puff! 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 Dull sounds erupted in succession, bullets raining down like raindrops into the bags, almost every shot hitting its target. 4 armed guards outside the vault fell to the ground, instantly unable to let out a single cry. As the gunfire erupted, the cash couriers unloading goods trembled in fear. Some wet their pants right there, while many others fell to their knees, hands on their heads, huddling together and shaking uncontrollably. "Clear the perimeter." Harry's expression was emotionless, his voice extremely low. Just as they heard the order to silence witnesses, several cash couriers lying on the ground suddenly jumped up, trying to escape. But they all became targets. Puff, puff, puff. A burst of bullets flew, and before they could take 3 steps, their chests blossomed with dark red stains. "You 4 stuff all this money on the ground into the van." Harry pointed at 4 people and gestured towards the scattered cash on the floor. Then he turned to the rest and said, "The others follow me into the vault." As he led the charge into the vault corridor, the Dongyi Xing staff inside were already in a state of chaos. The gunshots were deafening. Who could still hear anything? "Quick! Report immediately." Sheridan, the head of security for the underground vault, was pale, grabbing the internal phone and shouting. Then he kicked open the iron door of the armory, roaring at his stunned colleagues inside. "Damn it! Still waiting for the robbers to collect your bodies." Outside, 7 or 8 cash courier guards and vault security guards finally came to their senses and sprinted towards the armory. At the same moment, the gunfire outside the entrance suddenly intensified. "Get down." Sheridan waved to signal his companions to take cover along the walls on either side of the corridor. As he just caught sight of a figure in a black mask flashing into his view, he raised his gun and fired. Bang! The bullet grazed past the person's shoulder, hitting the concrete wall and sparking. By the time he pulled the trigger again, that figure had vanished around the corner. "Damn it!" Sheridan growled lowly, gripping his gun tightly. Los Angeles Rocco Avenue Police Station. The operator stared at the receiver, her fingers frozen. "What? The vault is being robbed." She trembled, almost knocking over her coffee cup. Who would dare to break into the Dongyi Xing underground vault? God, had these madmen lost their minds? After noting the address, she grabbed the internal communicator, speaking rapidly. "Level 1 alert. 17, Rocco Avenue, Dongyi Xing underground vault, armed robbery in progress. Repeat, armed robbery in progress. Alert. Alert. Attention all patrol officers around Dongyi Xing. The underground vault is currently under armed attack. Repeat, armed robbers are in the process of committing a robbery. Please respond immediately. The robbers are armed with real weapons." The dispatcher shouted into the receiver, then turned and rushed into the duty room, passing the situation to the person who had just picked up a coffee cup. At this point, it was already more than an hour past the end of the workday, and only 7 or 8 people remained in the office, the chairs barely warmed. Fortunately, the support call had already been made, and the 3 nearby precincts had received urgent assistance orders. Woo, woo. The sound of police sirens suddenly tore through the evening air, rising and falling like a taut string that had just snapped. 3 police cars skidded out of the gates heading straight for Dongyi Xing. However, the street was jammed with a traffic snarl looking for a shortcut. No way. Get to the side. On the sidewalk. Johnson kicked open the car door, his voice drowning out the roar of the engine. The police car suddenly veered onto the sidewalk, causing pedestrians to scatter. An elderly woman pushing a baby stroller screamed and jumped aside, while a delivery guy dropped his insulated bag, curses flying like shards of broken glass. Not having run 50 meters, they were stuck again. 2 private cars were wedged in the middle of the sidewalk with the drivers shouting at each other and fresh handprints visible on the hood. Damn it. Johnson slammed his fist against the car window, making the glass buzz. Reversing. The back was already blocked by electric scooters and bicycles. Grinding his teeth, he jumped out of the car and strode towards the pile of explosives. At the same time, inside the underground vault, the gunfire had just ceased, the smoke still lingering. Harry stared at the second hand of his watch, finally no longer hiding. He raised his hand, and a dark grenade arced through the air, rolling to the guard's feet with a clank. Sheridan's pupils constricted, a hoarse shout escaped his throat. Grenade. Hit the ground. Before he finished speaking, he had already dove towards the concrete floor. But not everyone could outrun death. 2 young guards had just turned around, their legs not yet lifted off the ground. Boom. The shockwave flipped the metal cabinet, debris scattering everywhere. Blood mist rose and fell, a severed arm swaying from the ventilation duct, while the other 2 writhed on the ground, blood frothing from their mouths. Ah. My hand. It's gone. My leg. Where's my leg? Sheridan wiped the dust from his face, propped himself on his knees to stand, his stomach churning violently. But he didn't vomit. The backbone of a veteran was still intact, even if the flesh of his fallen comrades was embedded beneath his fingernails. He picked up an empty shotgun from the ground, just raising his arm to aim. Clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing rang sharply. He looked up to see Harry throwing out 3 more grenades, their bodies glimmering black in the air. Damn it. Where did this bastard get so many of these? Sheridan's face turned pale in an instant, and he rolled into cover just in time. Boom, boom, boom. The entire building felt as if it had been struck by a giant hammer. Dust. The heavy alloy doors twisted and deformed instantly, the door hinges flying off. The bodies that had just been crying out now lay still, nothing but blackened silhouettes remaining. Charge. Harry waved from amidst the smoke and dust. 3 accomplices immediately pressed against the wall and rushed in their boots, treading over blood and shattered bones. The rest followed in a line, stepping through the debris and crossing the threshold. The basement had long since lost its form. The walls were peeling, the light tubes had exploded, the floor was covered in dark red viscous liquid, and severed limbs lay intertwined with a fire extinguisher. Bang, bang, bang. The gunfire was crisp and decisive, regardless of whether one was awake or asleep, breathing or holding their breath. Sheridan's ears buzzed, darkness clouded his vision, and just as he propped himself up halfway, a bullet drilled into his temple, and he didn't even utter a sound, collapsing into his own pool of blood. Harry glanced at the vault door lying on the ground, furrowing his brow. The door is locked tight. Move the explosives in here. He lifted his chin toward the back. His subordinates responded immediately, shouldering 3 bulging military canvas bags. Put them all here. He pointed to the load-bearing walls on either side of the main door. There the concrete was thick, yet compared to the several-ton heavy alloy door, it was ultimately a seam more easily breached. He carried 42 kilograms of high-explosive gel, enough to lift this wall along with the 3-meter-deep steel reinforcement behind it skyward. The fuse was securely inserted, the detonator was in place, and the explosives were tightly packed into the wall crevice. Everyone retreated outside in turn. Harry, without a moment's hesitation, raised his hand and pressed the detonator. Boom! A rumble. The explosion erupted in the basement, shaking the entire building with bricks and dust. As the smoke cleared slightly, Harry was the first to rush in. A gaping hole about 70 to 80 centimeters in diameter was revealed on the ground. Without him saying a word, his subordinates scrambled inside. Harry grabbed the last few, waving his hand. Not everyone go in, you few stay behind, and move the money to the car. Before he finished speaking, he himself bent down and crawled in. Upon seeing the vault, his throat tightened, and he gasped. A few seconds later, he came to his senses, raised his hand to check his watch, and turned to shout at the person stuffing cash into bags. Listen clearly. Only 5 minutes left. Take as much as you can. The moment time is up, retreat immediately. Understood. They replied in unison. Harry rolled up his sleeves and bent down to work. 5 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Wrap it up, let's go. Shadows rushed out of the hole one after another. Bags filled with swollen stacks of cash were stuffed into 3 vans. Looking at the cars filled with cash, Harry's lips curled slightly as he waved his hand, and everyone boarded the vehicles in an orderly fashion. The convoy soon arrived at the iron gate, picking up the lookout accomplice before driving away from the underground vault, turning onto the main road. Meanwhile, Johnson had just cleared a path when police lights flashed and sirens wailed, heading straight for the Dongyi Xing. But as he charged into the underground vault, the sight of scattered corpses told him it was too late. Shit. He gritted his teeth and rushed in, but the scene before him made his stomach churn. Blood was everywhere, severed arms and legs lay in corners, bullet holes riddled the walls, and even the concrete columns were pockmarked. Ugh! Wow! A few officers trailing behind him peered in, covering their mouths, and retching crouching on the ground vomiting bile. Johnson furrowed his brow, covering his nose with one hand, forcing himself to move forward. His gaze landed on the blasted black hole, and his entire body stiffened, a chill running down his back. These guys. Have they gone mad? Heavy firepower and high explosives, where did they get the guts? He knew in his heart that those capable of such acts were no mere street thugs. Ruthless, steady hands leaving no survivors. They were true criminals, equipped with weapons capable of overturning police bulletproof shields. Such characters were not ones for street patrol officers to handle. In a typical robbery, there could still be room for negotiation, but facing this group of reckless individuals, forget about making achievements. Surviving to hand over the shift would be luck enough. He quietly holstered his weapon, turning to his retching colleagues, saying, "Call for SWAT immediately. We can't handle this scene. Set up a perimeter. No one is allowed to step a single inch inside." Understood. The few of them rolled and crawled their way out, running faster than rabbits. Johnson watched their retreating figures, shaking his head. At this moment, Harry's group had stormed into an abandoned underground parking garage. The bags of cash were quickly transferred into two brand new black cars. After dispatching personnel to drive the cars, the remaining ones scattered to evacuate. Masks off, guns hidden, coats, pants, and shoes all changed. Even their hairstyles were hastily adjusted, blending into the crowd on the street in the blink of an eye. The two new cars slowly exited the garage, merging into the flow of traffic heading to the next transfer point. After 3 car swaps, 3 vehicles reappeared in the city center. They avoided all surveillance blind spots throughout. At that time, cameras were still rare. There were hardly any on the roads. Even those that were present had blurry images, making it difficult to capture a person's face clearly. As for devices capable of recording color images, they had only just started mass production last year and were still rare in the market. Relying on surveillance to catch the culprits, it was simply not feasible at this moment. The next day, the bank heist occupied prime time on all major television networks in Los Angeles. Breaking news last night: the vault of Dongyi Bank on XX Avenue was raided by an armed gang. Nearly $400 million in cash was stolen. Police confirmed that a total of 36 individuals, including security personnel, were killed on site. This is the most brutal and costly bank robbery since the founding of the nation. The Special Task Force has launched a full manhunt, vowing to bring the criminals to justice. Boom. The news spread like wildfire, instantly sweeping across the entire city. A sensation erupted. Within half a day, the news had spread throughout the United States. Public opinion exploded. Undoubtedly, the scale of this case was sufficient to be recorded in the annals of world robberies. Night fell. Feng stood in a hidden warehouse, 2 vans with their back doors open, piled high with bundles of dollar bills. He slowly inhaled, turning his head to look at Harry, who stood silently beside him. "What's the estimated total?" Reporting to the boss, it hasn't been counted yet, but based on the weight of each bag, it's roughly around 400 million. Harry paused for a moment, adding, "Counting them one by one isn't realistic. It's chaotic outside, and the police are setting up nets all over the street. We have to be careful about showing our faces down to the second. When changing cars, I personally weighed a few bags, though I can't say it's exactly precise. The error is certainly no more than 1%. Hearing the words, 400 million, Feng's throat moved slightly, his heart raced, and the corner of his mouth could hardly suppress a rising smile. He really made it. This time he truly made it. He almost wanted to let out a howl to the sky. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the surging excitement, and raised his hand to directly bring up the system interface. System: immediately recruit 500 death warriors limited to Caucasians to gather here in 10 minutes. Ding, recruitment complete. A few minutes later, individuals began entering the entrance of the underground garage, both men and women, all with Caucasian faces. Feng wasted no time, heading straight to the point, distributing the money. $400 million was quickly divided among them. He made other arrangements. Everyone would stay low for 3 to 5 days, then gradually deposit the cash into local banks. Subsequently, under the unified name of Foreign Investment, it would be transferred to Li Wenxing's Storm Investment Fund Company, registered in New York. Of course, not all of it could be transferred. Having just lost 400 million on one side, and here the fund account immediately receiving 400 million would raise suspicions. Additionally, he had no plans to bring these 500 individuals back to Hong Kong. He wanted them to take root in America. To take root, they needed capital. Feng decided to leave $50 million behind, 100,000 per person. Just enough for them to buy a house, support their family, and secure their livelihood locally, roughly equivalent to 10. As for Harry, he has been reassigned to immediately head to New York to meet with Li Wenxing and the others, starting as an assistant before gradually taking on more responsibilities. The next morning, Feng boarded the plane with Liao Zixin and others, returning to Hong Kong. The people left, but the case remained across the ocean, growing ever hotter, ultimately becoming a global focal point. Hong Kong. At Kai Tak Airport. Recently, Kowa's days have been terrible. His hair is visibly turning gray, and the once wildly popular denim shorts and wrap skirts have seen a drastic drop in sales. Initially, he thought it was a market peak or a decline in consumer interest. However, the market department's research report unveiled the truth. Suddenly, a large number of similar wrap skirts and denim shorts appeared on the market. That was one thing. Feng had already warned about the risks of counterfeits. What truly infuriated him was the quality of these goods. The cuts, stitching, button placements, and even the fabric's wrinkles were all identical, as if they had been produced from the same mold. Even worse, they were priced a third lower than Jinxiu's. The same product, your price is 500, while others sell it for just over 300. Money doesn't fall from the sky, and who wouldn't opt for the cheaper option? The styles were identical, and some even mocked customers who had previously spent over 500, calling them fools. Once this wave of low prices hit the once busy Jinxiu flagship store, where customers used to queue to enter, suddenly became deserted, and sales plummeted. Just as Qiuhua had begun to enjoy a few days of relief, he was nearly driven to the brink of anger. He was eager to adjust prices to reclaim the market, but Xiaqiu flatly refused. Qiuhua opened his mouth, but ultimately remained silent. He knew very well that Xiaqiu was personally appointed and promoted by Feng, and he didn't dare lift a finger. Unable to persuade Qiuhua could only count the days and hope for Feng's swift return from the United States. If this dragged on, the clothing factory, which had just started to see some improvement, would likely repeat its past mistakes, disappearing without a trace. Is he not out yet? In the arrivals hall, Qiuhua glanced at his watch and then fixed his gaze on the exit, unconsciously tapping his knee with his fingers. Beside him, Xiaqiu calmly replied, "Soon." Just as she finished speaking, the assistant suddenly exclaimed, "The boss has arrived." Qiuhua turned his head sharply to look. At the exit, 4 bodyguards dressed in white shirts and black trousers with polished shoes fanned out their gazes like knives, scanning the surroundings, firmly protecting the tall and handsome young man in the center. It was none other than Feng. "Boss." Qiuhua waved his hand. Feng, hearing the greeting from the crowd, turned slightly and saw Qiuhua waving vigorously at him, along with Xiaqiu standing quietly beside. A smile crept onto his lips as he leisurely walked over. "Finally, you are back. It's been over half a month, and if you don't show up soon, the factory will really be in trouble." Feng chuckled lightly. "Oh, has something happened at the company?" "Not the company, but the market has collapsed," Qiuhua explained, hastily spilling all the details. "Don't panic, stay calm." Upon hearing this, Feng's expression remained unchanged, calm and composed. Qiuhua was instead taken aback. Wasn't this supposed to warrant a furious outburst? Why did it feel like he was listening to a weather forecast? "Mr. Yu, I was already considering this matter before I left," Feng said in a flat tone, scanning the curious gazes around him. "Let's return to the company and discuss it further." Right, let's talk at the company." Qiuhua suddenly snapped back to reality and hurriedly led the way. Since Jinxiu became a hit, Feng had the company acquire 8 official cars, 1 Rolls-Royce, 2 Mercedes-Benz W116S, and 5 other models from the same series. That first-generation Mercedes S-Class cost only over 40,000 Hong Kong dollars. For Feng, this amount was negligible. However, for the average citizen in Hong Kong, spending 40,000 on a W116 would require tightening their belts for 5 or 6 years, as for the Rolls-Royce. With a threshold of over 200,000, not to mention an ordinary worker, even many mid-level company employees would only dare to look from a distance. As the convoy left the airport, they were met with burning and envious gazes. At North Point Jinxiu Fashion Company, in the general manager's office, Feng glanced through the financial report in his hands, his face betraying no emotion. This was within his expectations. During the half-month he was away, Jinxiu's revenue had plummeted to only 43,780,000 Hong Kong dollars, nearly a 60% drop from the previous weekly earnings of over 7 million. He casually placed the report on the corner of the desk and looked up at Qiuhua and Xiaqiu across from him. "Do you have any ideas?" Feng asked Qiuhua, his smile gentle. Qiuhua could no longer hold back, blurting out, "Boss, how about we lower our prices? Denim shorts are selling for 200 to 300 outside, but we're still sticking to over 500 and no one is even inquiring. The wrap skirts are the same. If we don't loosen our grip, the warehouse is going to be piled high, blocking even the aisles." Feng listened, the corner of his mouth lifting slightly. Without responding to Qiuhua, his gaze shifted to Xiaqiu, whom he had just promoted to vice president. "Xia, what do you think?" Upon being directly addressed by Feng, Xiaqiu's usually stern face softened slightly, her tone steady and clear. "Boss, I oppose lowering the price." "Reasons?" Feng nodded lightly, indicating for her to elaborate. Xiaqiu looked straight ahead, speaking at a measured pace. "Relying on price cuts to boost sales might indeed lead to a few more sales in the short term, but in the long run, it would mean undermining the brand's foundation of Jinxiu. If we follow suit and lower our prices, what if they drop again? Do we have to follow their lead? If we don't follow, the current situation will remain stagnant. However, if we do follow, the brand value will continue to plummet. So lowering prices isn't a solution, it's a dead end." "What? A significant increase?" Qiuhua blurted out as if scalded. "We have stock piling up with no buyers, and you want to raise prices? Wouldn't that be closing down directly?" Xiao turned her gaze resolute. Mr. Eugene Xiao has never been a mass-market product. It is an international high-end line. Our customers are those earning over $1 million a year who value identity recognition, not casual shoppers looking for cheap deals. Lowering prices to gain sales may seem lively on the surface, but it actually undermines trust. It's akin to treating a golden bowl as an iron basin, once you strike it the reputation shatters bit by bit. Old customers would think, so Jin Xiao also has to rely on discounts to survive. That means the 3,000 suit I bought earlier was a loss. On the other hand, raising prices serves as a form of psychological anchoring. It tells old customers buy early to gain, and if you don't act now you might pay 20% more next time. Moreover, are we selling clothes and pants? Koa's face turned pale, and he stubbornly replied, what else then? Certainly not. Xiao shook her head firmly. Turning to Su Feng, her voice suddenly lowered, each word crisp. We are selling design, the aesthetic narrative behind every cut. Think carefully. Are those willing to spend 5 figures on a wrap skirt? Are they in it for the fabric? Or for the moment they wear it, others recognize it as Jin Xiao's craftsmanship. But the ones outside replicate even the stitching identically. Xiaohua argued, his neck stiff. People can't distinguish between genuine and fake. That is precisely why we must clarify our identity. Xiao's tone turned stern. The logo must be enlarged, not timidly embroidered on the lining, but prominently displayed like Hermes' H or Chanel's double CS, so that it can be recognized from 3 steps away as Jin Xiao. The advertisement also needs to be rewritten for denim shorts. Say Jin Xiao defines the golden ratio of denim. For bodycon skirts, say what you wear is not just a skirt, but an unreleased concept from the 2024 Global Haute Couture Week. Be more straightforward. Jin Xiao bodycon skirts are only for those who understand the language of pleats. Ultimately, we need to make the customers understand that 70% of what they pay is for the design signature, and only 30% is for the fabric and labor. Can this really work? Yu Qinghua's throat moved, his voice shaky. Su Feng glanced at him and silently shook. Old-fashioned thinking is still calculating costs, forgetting that luxury goods are never sold based on fabric. They are sold based on stories, identity certificates, and a sense of exclusivity. The big brands in Paris may not have a better silhouette than ours, nor are their fabrics necessarily rare, but they can turn a simple shirt into a Renaissance artifact with just a few words. What we lack is not craftsmanship, but the confidence to treat design as hard currency. Xie, your idea is very accurate. Su Feng nodded. However, we still need one more piece of the puzzle. Since we want to establish the name of the design, we must present it on a solid platform. Su Feng lightly tapped the table. Let Su Yu and Lu Mingming take the latest series to participate in the top design competitions in Milan and London. First, winning awards is a form of endorsement. Saying how avant-garde our concept is less convincing than bringing back a gold medal. Second, going abroad isn't just talk. We must let overseas buyers and media see Jinxia's name printed in the official competition booklet. Design power must be certified with the stamp of international judges. Xiao pondered for a moment, then smiled broadly. The boss thoughts are indeed well-grounded. Boss, can this really be done? Yu Qinghua furrowed his brow, still sounding doubtful. Su Feng chuckled lightly. Whether it works or not we'll know only after trying. Alright, it's settled. Xia will oversee all marketing affairs of the Jin Xiao brand from now on. He paused slightly, turning his gaze to Yu Qinghua. You please keep a close watch on production matters. By the way, has the new production line arrived? Yu Qinghua moved, his lips hesitated, and only responded after hearing the question. It's already on site, and employee training is being scheduled. Push it forward quickly. Su Feng nodded, concluding the meeting. Afterward, he pondered slightly and headed towards the design department. Boss. Su Yu and Lu Mingming, who were deeply engrossed in discussion, looked up at the sound, standing straight to greet him. Come over and take a look. He walked over lightly, smiling. Have things been going smoothly lately? It's okay, but it's too noisy here. The walls are as thin as paper, and when the production line starts, the buzzing goes straight into my ears, making it hard to think. Su Yu wrinkled her nose in complaint. Oh, then I'll mention it to you, and see if we can switch you to a quieter office. Su Feng nodded. Thank you, boss. The two brightened up, responding in unison. Do you have the new drafts? He looked around, and Su Yu immediately turned and rushed to the desk, rummaging through stacks of documents, pulling out a batch of drawings, and smiling as she handed them over. Boss, these are a few new products that Ming and I just finalized. Can you take a look? Oh, did you two work on these together? Then I must take a closer look. Su Feng took them and carefully flipped through the pages. Is that the Chanel-inspired set? He pointed to the outfit on the first page and asked. The boss recognizes it. Su Yu was slightly stunned. Of course, how could he not be familiar? Before his rebirth, he had emptied his wallet for replicas he bought for his ex-girlfriends, at least 7 or 8 pieces. The originals. Too expensive. Each piece costs over 10,000. Who can afford that? Cough. He coughed lightly, his smile natural. I went to the U.S. a while back and saw someone wearing it on the street. Oh. Su Yu suddenly understood, then raised an eyebrow. It does have a Chanel vibe, but the cut pattern, silhouette, and stitching are all derived from our own designs. We didn't copy Chanel, even a bit. Su Feng nodded. As long as it's not a copy. Styles aren't patented. Oh, anyone can use them. With suits-aline skirts and wide-leg pants everywhere, are they going to sue each other for infringement? Ultimately, clothing sells an overall temperament and wearability. He continued flipping through. The next few pieces exuded an air of elegance and luxury, combining the reserve of distinguished ladies and the competence of urban elites, making them very pleasing to the eye. However, looking at pictures still has its limits. How they look on real people can only be known when tried on. As he turned to the middle page, his finger paused. Is this a pleated skirt? Suyu leaned in to take a look and nodded with a smile. It was primarily designed by Meng Meng. She winked at Lu Meng Meng as she spoke. Lu Meng Meng stepped forward, speaking clearly. It's a pleated skirt, but different from the common ones on the market. High-waisted mid-length hem, reduced pleats, and streamlined lines for a cleaner look. The fabric chosen is a crisp material that drapes beautifully, not wrinkling or losing shape, and it holds steady when moving. Su Feng nodded silently. Pleated skirts were all the rage in his past life. Pairing a short version with white socks and canvas shoes gives off a fresh vibe. If you add a sailor-collared top, the youthful energy practically spills off the screen. But this mid-length version in front of him has quietly changed its flavor. Warm, restrained, neither competing nor grabbing attention, like a dried camellia nestled between the pages of an old book, simple yet substantial. The composition is quite striking. To achieve that vertical drape effect, it must be made of silk or polyester, right? Exactly. Lu Meng Meng's eyes lit up, looking directly at Su Feng. Boss, you actually recognize polyester. That's rare. Usually those not in the industry can't even name it completely. Su Feng smiled lightly without responding, just lowered his head to flip a few more pages, handed the drafts to Su Yu, and turned to both of them. I've reviewed the overall plan. There are no issues. The sample and patterns should be finalized quickly. As for the fabric, leave it to you to coordinate. There's one more thing I want to discuss with you. I'm planning to push both of you to represent Jinxiu at the CFDA competition in M Country. The CFDA competition, fully known as the M Country Fashion Designers Association Award, was founded in 1962 and consists of over 400 top designers as judges and members, having now lasted for 16 years. It is known in the industry as the Oscars of the fashion world and is the most authoritative and prestigious event in the global fashion field. Although Su Yu and Lu Meng Meng belong to a more discreet front, they have long heard of the pinnacle battleground in the fashion scene. Upon hearing this, both of them quickened their breathing. Boss, can we really go? Of course. Su Feng replied firmly. The denim shorts and bodycon skirts that are selling like hotcakes in Xiangjiang are your handiwork. This level of skill is solid. He paused, slightly scanning the two. When you stand on the CFDA stage with the new Chanel-inspired set and pleated skirts, the lights will surely shine for you. The two responded in unison, fists clenched tightly, shoulders slightly raised like two spring buds ready to burst forth. They verbally expressed their determination to Su Feng, but inwardly they were also gritting their teeth, nailing down a commitment to themselves. Su Feng looked at their tense little faces and couldn't help but smile. Sim Sha Sui, the Peninsula Hotel. The Sea View Western Restaurant. So this is the famous Sea View Western Restaurant of the peninsula. Oh my Aji, look, Wanshai and Central are right below us. This view is simply like bringing Victoria Harbor into the room. Dee Bola's voice was crisp, as cheerful as a yellow oriole singing in the woods. Miss Dee, this place surely lives up to your joke, doesn't it? Su Feng sat opposite her with a warm smile and clear eyes. I'm satisfied. She raised her brow, her lips curling higher. I mentioned it casually, but I didn't expect you to really spend so much to bring us here. This meal costs as much as an ordinary family's expenses for half a year. Aren't you feeling the pinch? Su Feng looked at her sparkling eyes, and then glanced sideways at the silent Zhao Yaji, who was unconsciously fiddling with the edge of her napkin. His voice softened a bit. Miss D, you're joking. Don't worry, even if this place is just okay, even if it is indeed outrageously expensive, as long as you two are happy, I want that, and I. Dee Bola covered her mouth and laughed, her laughter light and brisk, the corners of her eyes lifting slightly. Su Feng watched her and relaxed his brow as well. She wore a dark green floral wrap dress today, the neckline opening just right, revealing a hint of fair skin just below her collarbone. Her ruby lips shone, her curly hair fell loosely to her shoulders, and her jawline was sharp yet supple. She looked like a newly painted delicate lady in an intricate painting, exuding 3 parts laziness and 7 parts charm. Noticing Su Feng's gaze lingering on her, a faint blush appeared on her cheeks. Su Feng thought she would instinctively adjust her neckline, but to his surprise, she gently hooked her finger, lowering the neck by half an inch. She then raised her eyes, her gaze shimmering, directly meeting his. Heh! Su Feng's Adam's apple moved slightly as he silently took a breath. This woman, teasing without igniting a fire, nonetheless made his heart burn with heat. Hello, sir. Here is today's menu from our establishment. A waiter quietly approached, presenting the leather-bound menu with a respectful gesture. You choose whatever you like, don't hold back. Su Feng took the menu and pushed it to the two women. Today it's on me, Zhao Yaji softly said. Sister D, you go first. Dee Bola reached out to take it, flipped through 2 pages, then smiled and pushed it back to Su Feng. Since you're treating, it should naturally be you who orders. All right. Seeing the two insist on not ordering, Su Feng could only open the menu himself. Goodness. No wonder no one dared to make a move. The prices here are truly not something an ordinary person would dare to check a second time. Appetizers: caviar with blue lobster 52 Hong Kong dollars, pan-seared foie gras 28 Hong Kong dollars, raspberry meringue with sorbet, dessert 19 Hong Kong dollars. That was in the 70s. This price is truly not something an ordinary family can casually shell out. Su Feng glanced at the menu, his finger deftly sliding over it. This one serving. And this one, let's have one too. Let's go with this for now. Oh, if it's not enough, we can order more. He felt it was sufficient. Ordering too much would lead to waste, and that would be a pity. The waiter secretly let out a sigh of relief, glancing down at the densely written order paper, muttering in his heart, truly a wealthy person, yet his lips curved into a smile. All right, sir. Please tell the chef to hurry, we're short on time. Sure, sir. He responded crisply, turning to dash towards the counter with the menu and notepad. Zhao Yaji watched his back and couldn't help but speak up. You ordered so much, can the three of us really finish it? Su Feng looked at her slightly surprised, then smiled. Don't worry. Western cuisine is different from Chinese cuisine. Though it looks like there are many varieties, each is actually just a small dish. You'll understand shortly. Zhao Yazi's face flushed suddenly, her ears turning red. This was her first time dining in such a place, how would she understand these nuances? Although she shot dramas at TVB, her monthly salary was only a few hundred. Her husband Huang Hanwei was a doctor at a public hospital, earning a fixed salary, bringing in just over 1,000 a month. Together they made about 3,000. This income is considered decent for an ordinary family. But when it comes to daily life, having just had a baby, diapers and formula piled up high, the mortgage pressing down, making it hard to breathe, the prices of rice, oil, and salt rising daily. A place like the Peninsula Hotel was something they wouldn't even dare to think about. Aji, don't worry, if we can't finish it, I'll take care of it. Debola winked, smiling to ease the tension for her. Mr. Su, can we order more after finishing? Of course, as long as you can still fit it in your stomach. Oomph. She raised her chin. Don't look down on me. Ooh, I have a... Her words, combined with her slightly pouting lips and shining eyes, were truly somewhat adorably innocent. Not long after dish began to arrive. At first both women held themselves back, chewing slowly and maintaining their poise, but halfway through they couldn't care less, putting down their chopsticks and directly tearing open the bread, stabbing the foie gras with their forks, laughing and fighting for the last spoonful of sorbet. Are you full? Do you want anything else? Su Feng dabbed at the corner of his mouth with a napkin, smiling as he looked at them. No, I'm stuffed. Debola rubbed her slightly protruding belly, leaning back in her chair and sighing. Can Western food really be so filling? It sounded absurd. But glancing back at the long handwritten bill, it was no wonder. What about Miss Zhao? He turned to the impeccably made-up Zhao Yaji. I'm done. Good. Su Feng gently waved to the approaching waiter. Check, please. All right, sir, please wait a moment. The other party turned and quickly headed to the front desk, returning shortly with the calculated bill, slightly bowing. Hello, sir, the total is 2317 HKD. Let me round it down to 2320 HKD. He didn't insist on the polite remarks of no need to round it down. No matter how much money it was still earned, not just blown in by the wind. Taking the bill, he stood up. You two stay seated. I'll go pay. After saying that, he headed straight to the cash register. As soon as he left, Debola lowered her voice to cluck her tongue. Oh my, it really is an expensive place. A meal for 2300, nearly equivalent to 3 months' salary for me. But the view here is indeed breathtaking. Victoria Harbor is right beneath our noses. The food is indeed delicious, but it's just too refined. Each dish feels like just a taste. Zhao Yaji nodded silently. It really was too small a portion. Just that pan-seared foie gras. She took 2 bites, and the plate was empty. By the way, Aji, I haven't asked you. How have you been with Huang Hanwei lately? Zhao Yazi's expression suddenly froze. Debola noticed her downcast eyes and somber expression and couldn't help but bang the table. Just leave him. Why keep a man like that around? You bear his children stay up late, and he's off messing around with others behind your back. So clearly a scumbag. Listen to me, the sooner you cut ties, the cleaner it will be. Zhao Yazi remained silent. The thought had crossed her mind. But thinking of their child, who was only 4 years old, the words were swallowed back down. Without a father, how could the child raise their head in the future? She had tasted the bitterness of being a single child herself when she was young. Debola stared at her for a while, suddenly widening her eyes. Iji, you can't possibly still want to endure this, right? He said. There won't be a next time. Zhao Yazi's voice was so soft it felt like it might disturb something. A cheating man's promises are flimsier than a paper lantern. Debola blurted out the last syllable taut. Once is cheating, twice is just his nature. You can still stop now and choose someone else, wait another 2 years, and even the way back will be overgrown with grass. She looked at Zhao Yaji, her eyes burning with urgency and heat. What are you two talking about? Who is cheating? Just as her words fell, Su Feng had already stood by the table. The two immediately fell silent. Debola quickly raised a smile, saying, we were just discussing the new play, just finished rehearsing a crying scene. Su Feng nodded and smiled gently at them. The bill is settled, let's go. Zhao Yaji and Debola picked up their bags and stood up one in front of the other. The three stepped out of the hotel and paused on the stone steps by the street. Su Feng turned around and asked, are you going back now? Shall we catch a movie on the way? The Legend of the Condor Heroes just premiered at Shaw Brothers. No thanks. Zhao Yaji shook her head. Her child was still at home waiting for her to heat milk. How could she casually accompany a man into the cinema? What would others think? Su Feng nodded, turning his gaze towards Di Bolai. She blinked, but didn't respond, yet the curve of her eyes clearly expressed sounds good. Su Feng turned sideways and waved at Liao Zixin, who quickly stepped forward. Take Miss Zhao home. Yes. Zhao Yaji hurriedly waved her hand. No need to go through the trouble. I can take a taxi myself. Su Feng smiled. Anyway, they have nothing to do, but it's on the way. They'll feel more at ease. The first half of the sentence was casual, but the second half made Zhao Yazi's ears heat up. At that moment, a silver-gray Rolls-Royce glided silently to their side. Su Feng addressed the driver, getting out. Ensure Miss Zhao gets home safely, then return to report. Understood, boss. The driver stood at attention, then slightly bowed to Zhao Yaji, gesturing with his hand. Miss Zhao. She hesitated. Are you silly? Are you going to complain about the seat after riding in a luxury car? Di Bolai playfully nudged her. Zhao Yaji bit her lip and finally lowered her head to get into the car. Goodbye, Mr. Su. Goodbye, Dijia. As the tail lights of the car merged into the night, Su Feng withdrew his gaze and gently said to Di Bolai, Miss Di, let's go. The cinema. The screen's light pierced through the darkness, and the surroundings were so quiet that only breathing could be heard. This row is too far back. All I can see are heads. Nothing is clear. The tickets were sold out early. Only these two remain. Sigh. Shall we watch it another day? We're already at the door. They won't refund the ticket money, so let's just watch it. All right then. In the corner shadow, a man and a woman were whispering. It was Su Feng and Di Bolai. At that time in Xianjiang, cinemas had not yet adopted the multi-screen system. A cinema only had one screening hall. As soon as a new film was released, crowds surged into the narrow doorway. The aisles were packed with people. Even the aisles were filled with audience members, making it impossible to insert a needle. On the screen, the flashing blades and shadows danced, yet Su Feng leaned against the back of the chair, his eyelids half drooping with little interest. Having watched too many classic martial arts films afterward, revisiting Shaw Brothers films felt dry and tedious. The set was pitifully small. Fighting scenes floated between papermic mountains and trees. The camera swept back and forth with only a few scenic spots, and it was hard to find a living tree, most likely filmed in the water-based studio. He glanced sideways at Di Bolai. She was resting her chin on her hand, her eyes glued to the screen, the corners of her mouth slightly raised. What's wrong? Di Bolai noticed his gaze and turned her face, her eyebrows slightly raised. Nothing. Su Feng waved his hand. After a pause, he suddenly lowered his voice. I heard there's someone with the surname Xie who keeps trying to get close to you. Who did you hear that from? Di Bolai was taken aback, instinctively turning to face him, her eyes filled with surprise. She clearly hadn't mentioned this to Su Feng. A friend told me. A friend. Di Bolai was stunned, then suddenly slapped her forehead. It's Aji. I told her to keep it to herself. Su Feng smiled silently, just staring at her slightly puffed cheeks, leisurely, asking, hiding something? Do you perhaps have a guilty conscience? Who has a guilty conscience? Di Bolai suddenly straightened her back, her voice suddenly rising. I have nothing to do with him. He's just like a sticky plaster blocking my doorway and squatting under my company every day. Before she finished speaking, 7 or 8 heads in the front rows turned in unison. Di Bolai's face flushed, both embarrassed and angry. She shot Su Feng a fierce glare. Her eyes clearly conveyed, it's all your fault. If it weren't for your provocation, could I have lost my composure in public? Su Feng chuckled softly, suddenly reached out and gently grasped the hand she had resting on the armrest. Her hand was fair and slightly plump with cool fingertips. Di Bolai's body stiffened, her words stuck in her throat, her eyes wide open like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Yet Su Feng handled her hand like he was caressing a rare treasure, leisurely stroking her knuckles. Let go. She gritted her teeth, her voice lowered to a whisper, yet her ears turned bright red. He didn't insist, and released her hand, raising his eyes with a smile clean and assured. Di Bolai quietly exhaled a breath as the chaotic rhythm in her chest slowly calmed down. She couldn't deceive herself. Su Feng indeed caught her eye. Tall, handsome, young, yet stable in demeanor, he also had solid assets. She was an ordinary woman, falling for someone was the most natural thing. Jilong Haiding Road. Huang Hanwei closed the book on his lap and glanced at the wall clock 8:23. He habitually scanned the direction of the living room. Empty. That figure that always appeared after dinner was missing. Suddenly, intermittent arguing sounds came from downstairs, the tone anxious. His heart sank. He simply stood up and walked to the window, lifting a corner of the curtain to look down. Sure enough, a few people were gathered at the entrance, their shadows elongated under the streetlight. The noise was not intense, but the words were muddled and indistinct. He was about to turn back inside, when suddenly a car headlight cut through the night, shining directly onto the windowsill. He squinted, spotting a black glossy car approaching slowly, stopping steadily in front of the apartment building. He initially thought it was just passing by, but the car remained completely still. Huang Hanwei loved cars, his home filled with Car Illustrated and Luxury Car Weekly, and he could name every model and year. With just one glance, he recognized the silhouette. A Rolls-Royce Silver Cloud 2, the hood ornament glinting with fine gold light in the moonlight like a star refusing to extinguish. How could something worth over 300,000 Hong Kong dollars stop under this old apartment? Could it be that this dusty building harbored a wealthy person who never showed himself? He held his breath, his gaze fixed on the car door. With a soft click, the car door opened. A bright yellow skirt peeked out first, followed by slender legs, and then a white strap draped over her shoulder. The moment Huang Hanwei clearly saw her face, his expression turned ashen, his fingers gripping the window frame tightly. Zhao Yaji stood by the car, smiling and waving. She was unaware that behind the half-open window on the third floor a pair of icy eyes were slicing through her neck inch by inch. Until the sound of the engine faded away, she shouldered her bag, stepping lightly into the shadow of the corridor. Huang Hanwei stared at the scene before him, his jaw clenched, his knuckles turning white, while his eyes burned with two dark flames. You little vixen, just wait. He felt that the hat on his head was blindingly green, suffocating him. Bang! Zhao Yaji pushed open the door, her fingertips turning on the hallway light. She squatted down to change into slippers, her bag still on her shoulder, and walked slowly inside. You're back. The sudden voice startled her. She turned her head suddenly. Huang Hanwei was sitting on the sofa, his face dark enough to wring water from his gaze fixed intensely on her. Since the last big quarrel, the two have been living apart. This two-bedroom apartment is just right for each of them. She has now returned to her hometown in Yunlong with her child. Seeing her not even lifting her eyelids, and recalling the Rolls-Royce that brought her back, a fire ignited fiercely within Huang Hanwei. He sprang up from the sofa, rushing towards the door of the adjacent room in a few quick strides. Just as Zhao Yaji reached for the doorknob, the door was slammed open violently. She staggered and nearly fell to the ground. Are you crazy? She shouted angrily. Crazy? Huang Hanwei responded with a laugh, pointing a finger at her nose. Where did you go today? What time did you come home? She was already holding in her anger over his betrayal, and now faced with his grim expression and his rude questioning. One would have to be human to withstand this. Zhao Yaji straightened her chest, her voice suddenly rising. Where I go is none of your business. The more she stood her ground, the more enraged he became. With a swing of his arm, he slapped her hard. Bitch, they'll teach you to be arrogant. Smack, smack. The sound of slaps echoed repeatedly. Zhao Yaji felt blackness cloud her vision, her ears ringing. When her mind cleared slightly, she realized she had been hit. Blood surged to her head, and she lunged at him, clawing, pulling, and biting. You dare hit me. I won't let this go with you. She fought back, and he was even more furious. If I don't beat you to a pulp today, I won't be Huang. In the cinema, after being teased by Su Feng last time, Debula had been on edge, secretly wary. But tonight he sat upright, his gaze fixed straight ahead, truly appearing to watch the movie diligently. This contrast left her momentarily stunned, her heart racing. Which one was his true self? Her mind was a tangle, and she didn't hear a single word of the film. It wasn't until the lights came on and the audience began to rise that she suddenly regained her senses. The show is over, let's go. Su Feng stood up, his tone calm. Debula nodded and followed him out of the theater. The street was bustling with people, those just finishing the movie walking out, while those clutching ticket stubs hurried inside. The two walked side by side, neither speaking. Suddenly Su Feng stopped and turned to her. Where do you live? We'll give you a ride. She nodded slightly. A Rolls-Royce silently glided to the roadside. Su Feng got in first. After a moment's hesitation, she also sat down. As the car drove away, several envious glances flashed by. In Kowloon Tong on Fuqiang Street, the two got out of the car. You live here? Su Feng looked up at the brand new apartment building, raising an eyebrow, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes. Tis quite hidden away. This location and building aren't cheap. Although he wasn't in real estate, he could still tell. The exterior and location alone indicated a high price. No matter how expensive to him, it was just a number. But for Debula, an actress and TV host, could she really afford to? It's okay, I saved a bit, the rest is on loan. She smiled. Speaking of which, I owe you thanks. If it weren't for that endorsement fee, I might not even be able to handle the monthly payment. So by that logic, I've become your benefactor. He smiled slightly. Then, can I ask for a favor and come upstairs for a glass of water? Sure, but it's too late today. Let's do it another time. Once your big boss Su finds some free time, he'll treat you to a cup of tea upstairs. Debula laughed, her shoulders shaking. Another time. You lack any sincerity. Seeing no hope for tonight, Su Feng simply turned around to leave, raising his hand. No more chatting, him taking off. Seeing him truly walking away, Debula paused for a moment, her fingers still gripping her bag strap. She had only wanted to put on a show, afraid he would think too lightly of her. To her surprise, he really didn't look back. Damn man, you really just walk away, as she muttered under her breath, but secretly felt an unexpected weight in her heart. Meanwhile, as Su Feng just got into the car, he felt a heavy weight in his chest. AXI and go to the bar. Sure thing, boss. Dingling. His phone rang unexpectedly. Hello. Hold on. Liao Zhixin covered the microphone, turning to the back seat. Boss, it's Miss Zhao calling. Zhao Yaji. Liao Zhixin nodded. Why is she calling at this hour? Su Feng took the phone with suspicion. Hello, Miss Zhao, it's so late. Before he could finish, he heard intermittent sobs on the line. His expression darkened, and the smile on his lips instantly vanished. What happened? Who bullied you? Woo. He hit me. Hit you? Su Feng was taken aback. Just dropped her off, and now she's been beaten. A flash of insight struck him. Could it be? His throat tightened, and his brow furrowed if it was indeed because he had stirred things up, then he had truly pushed her into this. But then he thought again, it's for the best to separate sooner or later. He shook his head to dismiss the distracting thoughts. Where are you now? Okay, I'll be there right away. After hanging up the phone, his voice dropped low and cold. Go to Haiding Road. 10 minutes later. Haiding Road, by the public phone booth at the street corner. A Rolls-Royce silently came to a stop. Zhao Yaji was crouched by the roadside wiping her tears, and when she saw the car lights, she cried even harder. What happened? Who hit you? Su Feng quickly got out of the car, his brow furrowed tightly. When she saw him, her heart skipped a beat. Having just fought with her husband who had pointed at her nose and accused her of being unfaithful, she felt a mountain of grievances with nowhere to vent. She had called Di Beulah's house, but no one answered. In a moment of impulse, her fingers pressed Su Feng's number. Was it your husband who hit you? He stared at the glaring red mark on her cheek, his tone growing serious. Stop talking, let's go to the hospital. If the mark stays, it will be a big problem later. The word scar made Zhao Yazi's fingertips go cold. She was no longer the naive young girl of the past. After 2 years in the industry, she was more aware than anyone else. This face of a woman is her livelihood. If she ended up with a scar, how would she move forward? She shivered, and without another word got into the car. In the distance, Huang Hanwei crouched in the shadows, his eyes nearly bulging. Watching his wife get into a luxury car with a man, blood rushed to his head. He felt an urge to rush out and flip the car over to smash that face. But his feet seemed glued to the ground. That car logo, that grandeur. Could he really provoke it? As the taillights disappeared, he slammed his fist against the wall. Bitch. You claim innocence, but your body is already sullied. Despite his anger, he suddenly felt regret. He should have brought a camera to capture this scene, evidence that would be in Kowloon at the Yao Mati Hospital. In the VIP consultation room. The doctor in a white coat finished signing the paperwork and closed the medical record. It's not serious, just a subcutaneous bruise. Apply ointment for a couple of days, and it'll be fine. Doctor, will there be a scar? Zhao Yazi's voice was tense. No. No broken skin, just swelling, no marks left. Phew. She let out a long sigh, her shoulders finally relaxing. Hey, erase the prescription, pay the fee, and get the medicine at the pharmacy. Thank you, doctor. Su Feng took the prescription and turned to Zhao Yaji. Let's go. Zhao Yaji gently replied. Just as they stood up and were about to reach the door, a voice suddenly came from behind. Young man, women are meant to be cherished, not to be hit. Su Feng glanced at Zhao Yaji. Her ears reddened, her gaze lowered, fingers twisted around the hem of her clothes, not daring to meet his eyes. He chuckled softly without turning back. Thanks, he'll remember that. As his words fell, his right hand naturally rested on her shoulder, guiding her out. After handing the prescription to the bodyguard, he still did not withdraw his hand, his warm palm resting on her shoulder as he walked at a measured pace. Zhao Yazi's body stiffened slightly. She wanted to pull away but feared it would seem awkward, so she allowed him to support her, her heart secretly racing and her mind drifting to inappropriate thoughts. The two sat down in the hospital waiting area. So what happened? Who raised a hand? She pursed her lips, remaining silent. Family matters shouldn't be casually shared, and she was never the type to air her husband's shortcomings to anyone. If you won't tell me, I can guess. It's your husband, right? Zhao Yazi's eyelids trembled imperceptibly. Su Feng reached into his coat pocket, pulled out a pack of cigarettes, but paused as his fingertips brushed against a cigarette, glancing around before putting it back. He looked at her, who was silent and looking down, and spoke in a calm tone. Whatever happened at home, I won't pry too much, but hitting someone is simply inexcusable. Is it because I arranged for someone to take you home that he misunderstood something? If that's the case, and it has caused a rift, you can arrange to meet him, and he'll clarify it to him in person. Don't let this small matter push you and your husband further apart. He spoke sincerely, his tone steady, making anyone who heard it think he genuinely wanted to help her out. However, the reality was quite the opposite. What is most taboo when pursuing a woman? It is belittling her man in front of her, especially if he is her husband or boyfriend. That would only make one seem petty and gossip-loving, instantly erasing any goodwill and even inviting disdain. Conversely, showing consideration for the other party, taking responsibility, and speaking kindly would instead appear mature, dignified, and responsible. Unbeknownst to her, a crack had formed in the defense line of her heart. Zhao Yaji, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. It's not because of you. He's gone mad himself. Huh? Su Feng raised an eyebrow, slightly lowering his voice further. Would you like to talk about it? She hesitated, her eyes shifting, torn between speaking and remaining silent. She wanted to say that she had been holding it in for too long, feeling wronged and suffocated, desperately needing an outlet. Yet she hesitated, considering her image. After all, Huang Hanwei was her husband. How could she expose family shame? Seeing her hesitate, Su Feng calmly said, if it's inconvenient, then forget it. It was my intrusion. His words pricked like a fine needle. She felt embarrassed. Instead, he had asked so earnestly, yet she was hesitating, acting petty and unreasonable. After thinking about everything that had happened tonight, she relaxed her heart and spoke without thinking. Upon hearing her, Su Feng internally sighed, a godsend opportunity. Yet he also felt slightly surprised. He did not expect Huang Hanwei to be so bold, keeping a delicate wife at home while entangling with nurses outside. No wonder people often say that kindergarten teachers, nurses, and flight attendants are the most likely to get involved in extramarital affairs. Looking at the current situation, it certainly isn't groundless. Su Feng even felt a bit of admiration for him. Not young anymore, yet with a big appetite, he left nothing out of his bowl. Then he looked at himself. The head of Shangjiang Jinxiu Company, the owner behind the M-Country Storm Investment Fund, a billionaire, yet he didn't even have a woman to converse with. For someone who is a bit poorer, he still can embrace left and right, yet he hasn't even established a proper relationship. So far, can that be considered living a fulfilling life? Perhaps someone would say, didn't you also have two in the United States? But what does that count for? It was merely a transaction, money in one hand, goods in the other. Su Feng never categorized the matter as feelings. Fine, he needed to change his approach. Making money is important, but charming people should not be neglected either. Otherwise, in this lifetime, what is the point of just accumulating wealth? Ahem, I digressed. He pulled back his thoughts and looked at Zhao Yaji, asking, so what do you plan to do next? What to do? Zhao Yaji was taken aback. Right, what about the future? Should she continue to swallow her grievances and make do with Huang Hanwei? Or simply cut ties completely? Regarding the matter of divorce, how would the child be arranged? He is only a few months old. So small. Zhao Yaji lowered her eyes, silent, her gaze vacant. Su Feng looked at her and spoke gently. You really need to take some time to think about this. Life is long, decades is short, just a fleeting moment. What matters is how you intend to live it. He paused for a moment, his gaze sweeping over Zhao Yazi's slightly trembling eyelashes, and continued. You are not yet 24, the most vibrant and energetic age. After a slight pause, he met her raised gaze, his tone deepening a bit. We can be considered acquaintances. Since we are friends, I won't beat around the bush. Let me give you some straightforward advice. He looked directly at her, each word clear. Domestic violence is never about once or multiple times. There are only two possibilities. Either it has never happened at all, or it's already begun and it will happen again, and not just once. You should weigh this carefully. Finally, he waved his hand gently. This is just my opinion. If you feel otherwise, consider it as if I never spoke. As soon as he finished speaking, the bodyguard entered with the medicine. Su Feng stood up and said to Zhao Yaji, who seemed to be deep in thought, the medicine has arrived. Oh, let's head back. In Beijiao Su's residence. Su Feng opened the bedroom door, stepping aside to let Zhao Yaji in. You can stay here tonight. She glanced around. The room was softly lit, the sheets neatly made, the carpet clean enough to reflect a shadow, and even the windowsill was spotless. So he does have some standards, she murmured to herself, adding a note to her impression of Su Feng. Her ex-husband's home was cluttered, clothes and shoes thrown around, and he would argue, cleaning the house. That's a woman's job. Su Feng had no idea that because the floor was shiny, Zhao Yaji mistakenly thought he had taken care of it himself. He had never touched a cleaning cloth. The cleaning lady came 3 times a week without fail. The kitchen had hardly ever been used. All meals were eaten outside. Even the nights spent at home could be counted on one hand. The house naturally wouldn't be too messy. After briefly showing her around the entire house, Su Feng made a call asking the bodyguard to bring some toiletries and casually ordered a few snacks and 2 bottles of beer. They had barely eaten anything during that meal at the hotel. Several hours had passed, and their stomachs were already empty. Soon the bodyguard brought the items one by one and set them on the table. A little something to fill your stomach? Su Feng asked. Zhao Yaji was indeed hungry. After just finishing a confrontation with Huang Hanwei, she did not hold back and sat down, grabbing a skewer of lamb to gnaw on. There was no trace left of her usual composure. Her manner was as if she were not holding a skewer of meat, but Huang Hanwei himself. Su Feng chuckled and also picked up a skewer, slowly eating alongside her. The conversation was mostly led by her, while he listened, nodding occasionally. When she spoke about marrying Huang Hanwei, her tone turned sour. In truth, she was reluctant, but her parents had strongly pushed for it, and since he was a doctor, steady, respectable, and promising, she agreed. If Huang Hanwei were just an ordinary employee without the white coat and the license, he would not believe that Zhao Yaji would spare him a glance, let alone entrust her life to him and bear children. What gives him the right to treat me this way? For him, I pushed away all promotion opportunities, went home to take care of the children and manage the household. He is unworthy of you. My friends say the same. I originally thought that for the sake of the child, as long as he was willing to bow down and admit his mistakes, I would trust him once more. But what happened? He instead yelled at me through things and became violent. Sigh. Su Feng sighed, opened a bottle of wine, filled 2 glasses, and raised one. Come have a drink. Don't think about anything else for now. Ding. The glasses clinked lightly, producing a crisp sound. Zhao Yaji tilted her head back and drank it down, then began to scold Huang Hanwei, speaking faster and more fiercely. Su Feng silently poured more wine, 1 glass after another. The empty bottles piled higher on the table, glass jars, aluminum cans, and paper boxes scattered everywhere. She did not know when she had moved closer to him, leaning slightly with her head resting gently on his shoulder. Her cheeks flushed, her eyes dazed, her lips moving. If only I could start over. The voice suddenly stopped. Su Feng turned his face and gently called, Miss Zhao. No one answered. Only shallow breaths were heard, steady and warm. He shook her arm again. Miss Zhao. Still no response. She's fallen asleep, he murmured to himself. He reached out and carefully pulled Zhao Yaji into his embrace, gently lifting her and heading toward the guest room. The bed had been neatly made with the sheets and pillowcases fresh and shining with a clean light blue hue. Su Feng gently placed Zhao Yaji on the bed. He then crouched down to help her take off her coat and shoes. After finishing this, he straightened up and exhaled a breath. His gaze fell on the sleeping Zhao Yaji. Her cheeks slightly flushed, her breathing steady, her brows and eyes relaxed like an unguarded painting. But in that moment of tranquility, a surge of heated thoughts suddenly erupted within him. No, this is taking advantage of someone's vulnerability. A voice unexpectedly chimed in. Are you stupid? What are you pretending to be noble for? Can you honestly say you haven't had thoughts about her? Another voice immediately countered, carrying a breathless intensity. At that moment, it felt like a small person in a white shirt stood on his left shoulder with a stern face, saying, she just had a big fight with Huang Hanwei. Her heart is still bleeding. If I really reach out, how can I hold my head high when we meet again? The shadow on his right shoulder holding a cigarette snickered. Pa, can she really go back? It's precisely because her heart is empty and hurting that this is a golden opportunity. Once the rice is cooked, are you still waiting for her to come to her senses? Besides, she's already willing to step through your door and has considered the consequences. If she's not afraid, why are you trembling? What about the future? You're not marrying her. Whether she hates you or not has nothing to do with you. If I say one more word, I'll spit in your face. Su Feng felt like two groups were beating drums and shouting in his head. At that moment, Zhao Yaji on the bed suddenly turned over, her voice muffled as she murmured, it's so hot. Before she finished speaking, her feet kicked the thin blanket away. Then she tugged at her collar. Damn, that soft area unexpectedly caught his eye, and the tension that had been built up in his mind all night snapped with a pop. The spark ignited with deep Bolai at the party last night had already burned him up inside, and now there was no longer any cover. The next morning, sunlight slipped in through the cracks of the window like a handful of warm honey, slowly filling the entire room. Zhao Yaji woke up in a daze, feeling as if she had a scorching dream last night, too shameful to think about in detail, yet she felt as if her bones had been pulled away, floating lightly in the clouds. This feeling was something she had never experienced in her more than 30 years of life. Opening her eyes, she saw dazzling white walls and soft light streaming in from outside. Just as she was about to prop herself up, she realized a hand was resting across her waist. She suddenly turned her head. Su Feng's face was right before her, his eyelashes clear, his nose straight, and the corner of his mouth still holding a hint of lingering drowsiness. Her mind buzzed, going completely blank. Heaven! He! Awake! Su Feng spoke, his voice not high, yet it felt like pressing the mute button. He looked at the tumult of emotions in her eyes. Shame, anger, confusion, guilt, resentment. A mix of feelings all stirred together, and he simply smiled gently. I understand what you want to say. No rush, just take a breath first. After saying this, he lifted the covers, got up, and bent down to pick up the scattered clothes on the floor, taking them out one by one. Zhao Yaji froze on the bed, desperately piecing together the fragments of last night. She had smashed teacups with Huang Hanwei in the living room. By some twist of fate, she had called Su Feng. He drove her to the hospital, and the doctor said it was just emotional agitation and alcohol overdose. Then she sat on his sofa, drinking red wine, glass after glass, pouring out all the long-held grievances in her mind. What happened next? A blank space. But the messy bed, the sore waist, the dull pain at the root of her legs, and a lingering scent of him in the air. No need to remember, she understood it all. Does she hate him? Is she angry? Strangely, there wasn't much hatred rising in her heart, but rather it felt like she had unburdened a heavy load, and even felt a bit pleased. Could it be that as Huang Hanwei scolded her, she was indeed an unashamed woman at heart? No, absolutely not. This was just an accident, she told herself. She gritted her teeth and sat up. Hiss! A sharp pain ripped through her from front to back, and she gasped. Enduring the pain, she propped herself up, her gaze sweeping across the floor, her underwear draped over the chair back, her skirt wrinkled into a bundle, her stockings torn at the foot of the bed. Her ears burned with embarrassment as she grabbed her clothes and put them on haphazardly. Taking a deep breath, 3 times she stepped outside. Just as she took a step, the intense pain made her knees buckle, nearly collapsing. Damn, man, she muttered lowly, gritting her teeth, forcing herself to move one step at a time, and twisted. Milk, snacks, sit down and eat something. She raised her eyes to glance at the tray, shook her head, her voice as cold as frost. No need. Su Feng quietly looked at her, his tone flat, without a trace of waves. I know you are angry and hate me, but things are already like this, and no one can turn back the clock. If you want to blame, just blame yourself for being too attractive to others. Listen to this. Is this even human talk? Are you saying I'm too pretty? Should I bow to thank you for the compliment? Zhao Yazi's ears perked up, her anger surging to the top of her head, her eyes nearly popping out as she fixed her gaze on Su Feng's face. If a glare could kill, Su Feng would have been turned into a sieve by now. Alright, don't get yourself worked up. Come drink some milk while it's warm and replenish your energy. Su Feng casually picked up the cup of warm milk from the table and shook it. Get lost. I won't drink it. Hiss. The root of her leg suddenly twitched, causing her to take a sharp breath, her brows knitting tightly. Looking again at the person, his lips still curled in a smile, Zhao Yaji was so furious that her fingertips trembled as she raised her hand to throw it at him. Slap. A crisp sound echoed, making the air freeze. As Zhao Yazi's thoughts circled to this point, Su Feng leisurely added, "Forget it, considering you were quite exhausted last night. I won't hold it against you. After all, your pain is much greater than mine." Her face flushed with anger and embarrassment. She shot him a fierce glance, then turned to grab her small bag from the sofa, tiptoeing and gritting her teeth, limping towards the door. "Hey, wait. Milk can really ease the pain. Want a sip? Get lost." Tisk, good intentions thrown to the dogs. "You're not a good person at all, Su Feng. You're just a scoundrel. Have someone send Miss Xiao back." Watching her figure disappear completely at the elevator, the playful demeanor on Su Feng's face abruptly vanished, his voice as cold as ice. "Yes." Liao Zixin bowed his head in response. "Send 2 trustworthy people to follow her discreetly. If there's nothing urgent, don't show yourselves." After all, it was someone he had encountered. No marriage, but no one else is allowed to reach out. Huang Hanwei. Absolutely not. Yes. Scumbag. Shameless. Zhao Yaji cursed angrily as she rushed out of the building, and upon looking up she spotted a tall man approaching her, immediately shutting her mouth. She recognized him, Su Feng's driver, who had taken her home last night. "Hello, Miss Xiao, the boss instructed me to take you back." Hearing it was his arrangement, she felt a subtle warmth in her heart. He may be rude, but he remembered how hard it was for her to walk. But she refused to soften her words. "Who cares about him giving me a ride? Don't get too carried away." After saying that, she turned and took a step in the opposite direction. Just as she lifted her leg, a sharp pain gripped her lower back, causing her to freeze on the spot. Clenching her teeth, she suddenly turned around, remaining silent, and walked straight towards the eye-catching Rolls-Royce by the roadside. The driver had already jogged forward, one hand steadily supporting the car roof, the other gently pulling open the back door. Once she settled in, he slowly closed the car door, quickly moving around to the driver's seat. The engine purred softly as the car glided smoothly towards Kowloon. She hadn't thought much about it earlier, but now that she sat still, she realized in this car, even the small pebbles on the road couldn't jolt her. Unlike the car she had bought with Huang Hanwei, which would bounce her around on even the slightest bump. A good car is indeed different, it doesn't jolt at all. What a pity it's ultimately not mine. Thinking of last night, a wave of discomfort arose in her heart. After this incident, her resentment towards Huang Hanwei had faded a little. Now she might not be much cleaner than him. He was proactive, she was passive. To put it bluntly, it was merely 50 steps laughing at 100 steps. Both were tainted in the same way. Sigh. What on earth should I do? The street scenes outside flew by as Zhao Yaji stared blankly, suddenly feeling the road ahead was vast and empty, leaving her without any ideas. At this moment, the initiator was comfortably finishing his shower, hastily grabbing a few bites of milk and bread before heading downstairs. 3 sleek black Mercedes had quietly parked by the roadside. With Zhao Yaji leaving in the Rolls-Royce, Su Feng turned and got into one of the Mercedes. The seats weren't as soft, but in terms of class it still counted as respectable. To the company. He spoke as soon as he settled in. "All right. North Point. Jinxiu Apparel Company General Manager's office. 2 things. Su Feng held up 2 fingers, his gaze calmly resting on Xiechio's face. The new advertising plan must be implemented immediately, within a week, no less than 1 television station or major newspaper. Second, lead the team yourself, take our newest and finest bodycon dresses, go door to door, specifically targeting those truly influential socialites. No restrictions on methods, the key is to make them willing to try on the dresses. If you can snap a photo while at it, that would be even better. To establish a top-tier fashion brand relying solely on advertisements is ultimately superficial. The strongest endorsement is to have those women at the pinnacle of Xianjiang wear Jinxiu. Once they approve, the effect equals 10 rounds of advertising. Just think about it. If even the prominent ladies of Central and the wealthy wives of Wanchai choose to wear Jinxiu dresses, wouldn't those aspiring to enter the upper class and fashionable young women be clamoring to buy them? Isn't Jinxi's high-end positioning then firmly established? Xiechio quickly noted down the key points. Su Feng then turned to Yu Qinghua. Contact the property owner of this building immediately. If the price is right, we will buy it outright. In the early years, money was tight, so they could only rent. Now Jinxi's account alone had over 90 million in cash flow. This money sitting in the bank earning interest is not as good as converting it into tangible assets. If they were to search in Tsuanwan Kuntong or Tunmun, a couple of million could secure over 1,000 square meters of industrial building. But he didn't want to move. North Point was where he had set his sights. Close to Central and Wanchai, it took only a little over 10 minutes to reach Tsimsha. These places were truly the lifeblood of Jinxiu. Moreover, North Point was now in Feng Zionen's hands, with all major properties cleaned up and neatly organized. Why move? Just buy this building in front of them. Buying it would put the employees' minds at ease. It would also be a solid investment. The property prices in Xianjiang are still suppressed. Small apartments cost 70 to 80,000 each. On the mid-levels of Victoria Peak, over $1 million could secure a standalone villa. Such an opportunity looking back 30 years later would probably be untraceable. This time he not only wanted to buy an industrial building. Su Feng also planned to acquire a standalone villa on Victoria Peak along with an office building in a prime location. In the future to establish the Jinxiu Group and enter sectors like electronics, real estate, and media, it all depended on these foundations. Hearing him say he wanted to buy the entire industrial building, Yu Qinghua was not surprised at all, instead nodding repeatedly. Boss, rest assured we truly have the strength to do this now. A few million. No big deal. Once they bought the building, they would no longer have to look at the landlord's face nor fear sudden notices to move or halt production. Understood. They'll contact the property management right away. Take it slow. Su Feng raised his eyes to fixate on him. Don't appear too eager. If they ask, just say, we're still comparing a few other properties, got it? Yu Qinghua grinned and nodded vigorously. Rest assured I've dealt with them several times, I can handle the nuances. Get on it quickly. The three then continued discussing overseas expansion. Xiechio had already started to push forward negotiating endorsement deals with several American actresses. The initial agreement was with Jane Fonda. Su Feng had no impression of this name, but Xiechio mentioned she was an old Hollywood star who had won several Oscars and was still recognized as one of the top actresses in the industry. The endorsement fee had not been settled, and the other party's asking price was not low. Su Feng simply stated, if it's worth it, let's sign. Kowloon Haiding Road. 16th floor, room 7. Zhao Yaji stood at the door for a long time, then slowly exhaled, took out her keys, and entered. Hiding was not a solution. They would have to meet sooner or later, so it was better to be straightforward, less burden for both. As soon as she stepped inside, a heavy smell of smoke rushed into her nostrils. She instinctively frowned, raising her hand to cover her mouth and nose, and cautiously walked in. Her husband Huang Hanwei lay slumped on the sofa surrounded by swirling smoke, his expression listless, holding a nearly burnt-out cigarette. Between his fingers on the floor at his feet were several scattered cigarette butts. Hearing the sound of the door, he suddenly turned his head. His eyes were bloodshot and a twisted smile crept across his lips. Oh, you actually know how to come back. How rare. Who did you sleep with last night? Speak up. Why act all pure and innocent? Deep down you're just a promiscuous woman. She intended to calmly discuss things once she entered. After all, they had been married for 10 years, and some decorum should be maintained. However, before she could speak, his vulgar words choked her, making her chest feel heavy. In a moment of anger, she blurted out, yes, I slept with him. So what? Is he stronger than you? Unlike you, he is a real man. Huang Hanwei's face turned a deep shade of purple, his throat bobbed, blood rushed to his head, and his temples throbbed. He leaped up from the sofa, as if his tail had been set on fire. Zhao Yazi's heart tightened, and she stepped back repeatedly, her voice trembling. What? What do you want? What do I want? He grabbed a wooden stick leaning against the wall, his eyes reddening as he approached step by step. Didn't you say he is stronger than me? All right, I'll let you see for yourself just how strong I am. Before he finished speaking, he lunged forward. Oh. She was terrified and turned to run to the bedroom, locking the door behind her with a click. Just as she leaned against the door to catch her breath, a roar erupted from outside. Do you think hiding in there means I can't touch you? Then there was an eerie silence. As she finally felt a bit relieved, she suddenly heard a sharp sound. The door shook violently. Startled, she looked up to see half a kitchen knife blade wedged in the door crack, glinting ominously. Aunt! She screamed, shrinking into the corner of the wall. Bang! Another heavy chop came down with chips flying. Huang Hanwei yanked the knife out, grinning maliciously through the gap. You filthy woman, soon enough you won't even be able to scream. As he spoke, the third chop came down hard. Zhao Yazi's legs went weak, her heart racing, as if she were thrown into a pot of boiling oil. She dashed around the room, flinging open the window, desperately shouting for help. Figures moved below, but no one looked up. The doorframe was trembling, about to splinter apart. She suddenly caught sight of a small blue and white flower pot on the ground, gritted her teeth, and picked it up, leaning forward to glance down. It was empty. With a flick of her wrist, she hurled the flower pot down, and with a crash it shattered into pieces. Passers-by were startled and looked up. Hey, is that person on the 16th floor waving? I see it too. Their mouth is wide open, as if shouting something. Something's off. Why throw a flower pot? Wang Hu and Lu Ming had been squatting under the Polonia tree across the street. Su Feng had instructed them, do not reveal their identities, and only show themselves when lives were at stake. Ahu, look at that building. Which one? The one where Miss Zhao lives. There really is someone waving. Wang Hu focused his gaze, and his expression changed drastically. Brother Ming, it's Miss Zhao. Lu Ming looked up, and the woman desperately waving her arms from the 16th floor window was indeed the one they had been watching for 3 days. Go. The two rushed towards the building where Zhao Yaji lived, and as they entered the neighborhood, they heard neighbors chattering animatedly. Upon hearing that the broken flower pot on the ground was thrown down by Zhao Yaji, both of them felt their hearts tighten, thinking that something terrible had happened. Without a second thought, they dashed toward the building. Meanwhile, Huang Hanwei, with the knife blade already damaged, was oblivious. His mind was solely focused on one thought: Zhao Yazi must not escape unscathed. Bang! Another chop struck the door, creating a gaping hole. After dozens of furious blows, the door was finally broken open, leaving a hole the size of a basin. Huang Hanwei reached in trying to grasp the door's lock knob. Smack! He suddenly pulled back his hand, screaming, "You filthy woman, how dare you hit me!" Looking at the blood seeping from the scrape on his hand, he gritted his teeth in agony, his anger soaring. Zhao Yaji clutched a clothes hanger, trembling like a piece of paper in the wind, her voice quivering. Don't do anything reckless. I've called the police. Called the police. Do you think I actually believe that?" Huang Hanwei sneered, completely unconvinced, bent down to pick up the knife he had dropped, gritting his teeth and chopping furiously at the door lock. Thud, thud, thud. After 7 or 8 strikes, with chips flew everywhere, and the door was riddled with deep cracks. He took 2 steps back, inhaled sharply, and kicked the center of the door with all his might. Smack! The door hinge broke, and with a loud bang it flew open. Huang Hanwei's eyes lit up, grinning as he stepped into the room. "Filthy woman, let's see where you can hide." Zhao Yazi's face turned as pale as paper, swinging the clothes hanger as she backed away, crying out, "Don't come any closer." Before she could finish, she softened her tone, pleading, "Away, let's talk slowly, please don't resort to violence." "Away, oi." Huang Hanwei was taken aback for a moment, then let out a cold laugh, his gaze suddenly turning sinister, his face tensed with anger as he lunged forward. "Oh!" A muffled grunt echoed as he was sent flying 2 meters back, crashing heavily against the bedroom wall. "Wow!" A mouthful of hot blood sprayed out. "Miss Zhao, are you alright?" The sudden turn of events left Zhao Yaji frozen in place, but when she finally saw Wang Hu and Lu Ming standing at the door, she snapped back to reality, tears streaming down her face. "Boss, this is Lu Yunan, the general manager of Ningnan Electronics." Yu Qinghua introduced a man in his 40s with thinning hair, wearing a gray jacket. As soon as Su Feng's gaze fell upon him, Lu Yunan immediately straightened his back, respectfully saying, "Boss." Su Feng responded lightly, his gaze lingering on Liu's face for a moment. Ningnan Electronics specialized in manufacturing radios and had been in business for over a decade. In its early years, it relied on OEM work for brands from Japan and the US, but as time went by, it became increasingly frustrating. The brand owners took the majority of the profits, leaving barely enough for themselves, not even able to tighten a screw properly. After some discussion, Zhang Wenjia and Lu Yunan, along with a few old partners, decided to break away and start relying on the skills and channels accumulated over many years. They imported transistors and complete sets of components from Japan, assembled them in the factory, branded them with Ningnan, and supplied them to Commonwealth countries like Australia and Europe. With reasonable prices and a wild approach, they quickly gained traction, reaching a peak production of over 20,000 units a month, with 300 workers in the factory working vigorously. By the late 1960s, they were a significant player in the Hong Kong electronics scene. They outstripped their competitors, even overshadowing Awakens' Xiangbin company. Unfortunately, their glory didn't last long. Japanese companies like Sony set up factories in Ireland directly, and due to the capacity constraints from Hong Kong, they prohibited the export of transistors. With 2 heavy blows, Ningnan Electronics immediately began to wobble. Later, they switched to sourcing from the Eagle country and the US, causing shipping costs to skyrocket. The already thin profits could not withstand it, and they had no choice but to halt production and seek other means of survival. In recent years, they shifted to making cassette tape recorders, lacking technology and relying on assembly, ultimately failing to go far. The once prosperous days could never be reclaimed. Years of failures scattered the workforce, and people left, leaving only Lu Yunan alone to guard the company name, unwilling to let go. A few days ago, Yu Qinghua personally visited, closing the deal for 1 million Hong Kong dollars, bringing Ningnan Electronics into his fold. This was how Su Feng ended up meeting Lu Yunan. "Please sit down, don't be nervous. From now on, we are all family." Su Feng withdrew his scrutinizing gaze and spoke in a calm tone. Lu Yunan quietly exhaled, puzzled in his heart. Why was he so intimidated? The person before him was only in their early 20s, yet their aura resembled that of a cat stalking a mouse, far more oppressive than several big bosses he had encountered in the past. "Let's talk about it. How's the company doing now?" Upon hearing this, Lu Yunan immediately straightened his back and replied earnestly, "Thanks to the boss, with 2 million in funding arriving, everyone feels more secure." The workers were full of energy, and the radio production line had not stopped. Su Feng nodded gently. Having acquired Ningnan Electronics for 1 million, he immediately urged Yu Qinghua to inject an additional 2 million to stabilize the situation and retain this batch of experienced hands, clearing all back pay and raising everyone's salaries by 10%. At this moment, it seemed that this move was indeed correct. "I called you here to discuss 2 matters. Lu Yunan sat up straight, his expression serious. Su Feng said, "The first matter is that you need to prepare for a trip to Country M soon to PerkinElmer Instrument Company to purchase 2 Microline 100 photolithography machines. Currently, the Microline 100 is the most advanced photolithography equipment available. Even more advanced stepper models have yet to be released. Acquiring this is to truly penetrate the electronic manufacturing field, and the first step is set on cassette players. This type of product is currently a blank space. Sony from Sakura country will have to wait another 2 years to launch the TPSL2. Sony made its name with this machine, selling 1.5 5 million units over 2 years at a unit price of 4.0 yen, roughly equivalent to $150 at that time, or about 1,200 Hong Kong dollars. From this single model, they raked in nearly 1.8 billion Hong Kong dollars between 1979 and 1980. This does not include other subsequent models. Just the cassette player alone, Sony sold over 380 million units in 30 years with revenues nearing 100 billion. Such hefty profits, how could Feng let go of them easily? As soon as Jinxiu was on the right track, he had already mapped out the blueprints, production lines, and channels for cassette players. The technical barriers are low and there are plenty of mature solutions. With just a restructuring and simplification of the design, it can be realized. Furthermore, there are two other nearby directions: Fruit Old Hu machines and Pager's BB machines. Although Old Hu machines have been around for a long time, they have never gained popularity. In the streets of Hong Kong, they are hardly seen. Producing them serves to provide a solid income for the society, while also allowing for quick returns. Two birds with one stone. As for pagers, they appeared over 22 years ago, but now they can only display English or caller numbers with no Chinese characters or messaging functions. Moreover, with high prices and low penetration rates, the market is far from saturated. If the technology for Chinese display is cracked first, the product will immediately stand out from its competitors. Hong Kong and Taiwan will undoubtedly rush for it. The broader inland market behind is not the main battlefield at present, but securing a position in advance is never a loss. Besides, the pager business is not just about selling machines. Building paging stations and collecting service fees monthly can yield steady income. Annual revenues can reach tens of millions or even over 100 million Hong Kong dollars. This is no exaggeration. Looking further ahead, mobile phones, VCDs, and DVDs are all already in the planning stage. Profits should be taken layer by layer, not all at once. If mobile phones are launched now, the juicy meat of the BB machine market would be missed entirely. Therefore, cutting-edge technologies and products need not rush to market. Leading the industry by 7 or 8 years is sufficient. Taking steps too early not only shrinks profits, but also forces competitors and even the entire industry chain to hasten their catch-up. This is not a good strategy for Feng. His true trump card is his keen intuition for predicting trends. Once this advantage disappears, how can he talk about steady progress and maintaining a lead? Hearing that Feng was going to purchase a photolithography machine, Lu Yunan, an old hand in the electronics industry, naturally knew what kind of equipment it was. But he couldn't help but wonder, without chip design capabilities or manufacturing lines at present, what use would a photolithography machine be? Despite his doubts, when the boss spoke, this newly appointed professional manager dared not ask a single additional question. He simply nodded in agreement. The second matter is the company name change. Ningnan Electronics is too regionally limited. It would be better to change it to Shanha Electronics. When paired with Jinxiu, it becomes Jinxiu Shanha, which flows well and carries a certain elegance. As soon as he finished speaking, Yu Qinghua, sitting beside him, smiled and applauded. Wonderful. The name is grand and it resonates perfectly with Jinxiu. Shanha inherently carries a broader vision, symbolizing a leap forward. All right, boss, Lu Yunan replied promptly. Though the Ningnan brand had been used for over a decade and felt like an old friend, he couldn't help but feel a bit reluctant. Yet upon reflection, this was also a form of rebirth. Though the old name is gone, the spirit remains, and Shanha Electronics is the continuation and elevation of Ningnan's legacy. Feng's insistence on not using Jinxiu Electronics for the name has its deeper meaning. Jinxiu is anchored in the global high-end luxury goods market, following a path that is aloof, scarce, and carries a high premium. If the electronics company bore the same name, it would dilute that sense of exclusivity. The jewelry business could indeed leverage this to enhance brand value, but in the realm of hard technology, it must establish its own identity and atmosphere. After weighing it repeatedly, he settled on the name Shanha. That's all for today. The meeting is adjourned. Feng raised his hand to signal, his tone matter-of-fact, yet carrying an undeniable rhythm. Lu Yunan and Yu Qinghua immediately stood up, exiting the office one after the other. Mister, you please guide me in the future. As soon as he stepped out the door, Lu Yunan proactively extended his hand with a warm smile. Lu, you're too polite. Supporting each other is what we should do. Huh. The meeting had just concluded when Feng was pondering how to form the core team when the phone on the table suddenly rang. Hello, who is this? What? His brow furrowed, the lazy demeanor instantly vanishing, and his expression darkened like cold iron. If one looked closely, they would notice a sharp glint like a blade flicker in the depths of his pupils. All right, I will head over immediately. Miss Zhao's side must be monitored closely. After hanging up, he grabbed his coat and quickly exited. Kowloon Mongkok Police Station. Once inside the car, his voice was low and devoid of emotion. Yes. Half an hour later, Kowloon Mongkok Police Station. 3 black sedans entered in succession through the gates, instantly drawing the attention of the entire scene. The still working mounted police and uniformed officers gathered in small groups on the corridors, speaking in hushed tone. Who is it? This is quite a show. Something big must have happened. Otherwise, who would come here to show off? Usually we hardly see a luxury car. Today, 3 came directly into the station. As the crowd continued to speculate in low voices, the convoy had already stopped steadily in front of the office building. The next moment, Su Feng stepped out of the car with measured strides. His suit was impeccably tailored and his demeanor was calm and composed, his expression sharp as if chiseled from stone. As his gaze swept through the crowd, no one dared to meet his eyes. They all bowed their heads and shifted their gazes away. This is a tough character. This thought involuntarily surfaced in many minds. But upon closer inspection, this big shot seemed a bit too young. From the looks of it, he probably wasn't even older than me. Many quietly murmured to themselves. However, Su Feng paid them no mind, his expression calm as he proceeded steadily inside. As he walked further away, whispers resumed in the corner. Who is he? So young. He looks several years young. TSK. It's infuriating how some people can be so impressive. Look at him. Ew, I feel like I've wasted my life up to now. How imposing. If only I could have a moment like that, it would be worth it. You? Don't kid yourself, you might as well go dig yourself a hole. On the second floor in the office hall, an undercover police officer sat behind a desk inquiring Zhao Yaji about the incident. Miss Zhao, we have a general understanding of the situation. This matter is neither light nor heavy. After all, the suspect is your husband. If you insist on pursuing this, we will have to handle it strictly according to the law. Zhao Yaji did not respond, her lips. On the other side, another police officer fixed a sharp gaze on Wang, who behave yourself. This is the police station. I don't think we can't do anything if you don't speak up. Wang, who shrugged his tone indifferent. Officer, I've already said. When I went upstairs, I saw Miss Zhao shouting for help. As soon as I entered, I ran into that Mr. Huang with a weapon lunging at her. In a moment of panic, I kicked him. Who would have thought he was so weak that he spat blood on the spot? This isn't my fault. Who can vouch for you? Vouch. Miss Zhao witnessed it herself, and my friend was also present. They can testify. If that doesn't work, just ask the neighbors in the community. Oh, everyone heard her calling for help. Boss. His voice was abruptly cut off. Wang, who caught sight of Su Feng approaching with a cold expression and immediately stood up straight. Su Feng nodded slightly at him, then turned to Zhao Yaji, his voice extremely soft. Are you all right? Woo. Zhao Yaji had been holding on, but at that moment she collapsed into Su Feng's arms, her tightly strung nerves completely unraveling as she cried, her shoulders shaking. Su Feng was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. He hadn't expected Zhao Yaji to throw herself into his embrace without hesitation in front of a room full of police. Previously, she had been so cautious that she wouldn't even look at him a second time. Clearly, Huang Hanwei had truly frightened her this time, causing her to lose her composure. She was weeping in public in the arms of another man. And in the police station, so many eyes were watching. If news of this got out, her reputation would surely be shredded. At the Mongkok police station, at the entrance on the first floor, Chief Luo Meng wore a broad smile, nodding and bowing as he apologized profusely to Su Feng. His overly ingratiating demeanor left many veteran police officers in a daze. Was this really the chief who usually had a stern face, walked with authority, and easily lost his temper? God is the sun rising from the west. Someone chimed in. I can't say where the sun rises, but I know. This young man is definitely not an ordinary person. He has a substantial background. Otherwise, would Chief Luo act like this? He would have flipped out by now. Luo Meng himself felt aggrieved. He had just hung up a call from the Kowloon district which insisted that this matter be handled properly, and that Su Feng must be satisfied, otherwise he would be held accountable. What else could he do? He could only sign off quickly to release the person. After sending Zhao Yaji to the car, Su Feng turned to face Luo Meng, his tone calm, yet each word clear. Chief Luo, the nature of this matter is severe. My friend, that is Miss Zhao, has suffered severe psychological trauma. Even if the suspect is her closest relative, there can be no leniency before the law. A formal investigation must be launched. Those who should be detained must be detained. Those who should be prosecuted must be prosecuted. Those who should be sentenced must be sentenced. And those who should be imprisoned must be imprisoned. We cannot allow an out-of-control person to continue harming others. Gulp. Luo Meng swallowed hard, feeling a dry lump in his throat. He thought how ruthless. Su Feng was clearly determined to send his rival directly to jail. In Luo Meng's view, Su Feng's relationship with Zhao Yaji was definitely more than just a friendship. Otherwise, why would he meddle in their marital disputes? Not to mention, he had heard that Zhao Yaji would throw herself into Su Feng's arms without a second thought. This was not how friends acted. If there was truly no such relationship, he would believe it if Su Feng swallowed his police badge on the spot. Ahem. Luo Meng cleared his throat, a hint of difficulty crossing his face. Mr. Su, the suspect, did wield a knife, but no substantial harm was caused. Furthermore, he and Miss Zhao are legally married from a legal standpoint. Before he could finish, Su Feng raised his hand to interrupt. I do not want to hear this. Miss Zhao will file a lawsuit as per the law. Also, I do not wish for today's events to be leaked from the police department. You understand, Miss Zhao is a public figure. Once this news leaks, the impact on her reputation will not be a trivial matter. Luo Meng immediately responded, understood. Mr. Su, rest assured this matter will not leak a word from us. Good. Su Feng's expression relaxed slightly as he nodded. After watching Su Feng get into the car, Luo Meng hurriedly said, Mr. Su, take care. Su Feng did not turn back. He merely nodded slightly, his gaze fixed straight ahead, his voice steady drive. As the convoy turned the corner, Luo Meng quietly let out a breath, finally relieved to see him off. Chief, what is that person's background? Why the grand treatment? A nearby short-haired, broad-shouldered undercover officer leaned over to catch a glimpse of the departing car, turning back with a puzzled look. Luo Ming shot him a glance, said nothing, and turned to walk back. Hey, what did I say wrong? The man scratched the back of his neck, looking utterly confused. That afternoon, the police station issued a formal ban strictly prohibiting the disclosure of today's events. Violators would face consequences. The 8 words pressed down, and the previously buzzing corridor fell silent by more than half. Meanwhile, Su Feng took Zhao Yaji to his residence in North Point. You can stay here for a few days. Once you feel settled and have made up your mind, no matter which path you choose, I will stand by you. He then opened his wallet, pulled out several bills, and handed them over. 5,000. Take this for now. If it's not enough, feel free to find me. Can you not go? Zhao Yazi's voice was very soft, like a feather falling to the ground. Her face still bore traces of tears, her eyes filled with confusion, grievance, and helplessness, a mixture that tightened the heart of anyone who looked at her. Su Feng paused. There were indeed several urgent matters awaiting him. Never mind, pushing it to tomorrow wouldn't hurt. He sat down beside her on the sofa, smiling gently. All right, I won't go. I will keep you company. As they chatted, their voices gradually lowered. Su Feng glanced to the side and saw her curled up on the sofa, fast asleep, her breathing so light it was almost inaudible. He gently lifted her shoulder to lay her down flat, then stood up and went back to his room to fetch a thin air conditioning blanket, covering her carefully. He opened the door and called for Liao Jixin. Go and call Wang Hu and Lu Ming. I have something to ask them. Yes. In less than 3 minutes, the two were already standing at the living room door. Snap. Su Feng lit a cigarette, took a couple of puffs, and spoke in a calm tone. Go ahead, what exactly happened today? He only knew that Huang Hanwei had attacked with a knife. Everything else was a mystery. Lu Ming spoke at breakneck speed, spilling out the whole sequence of causes and consequences, and added, that is roughly everything. For finer details, only Miss Zhao herself could clarify. Su Feng exhaled a pale curl of smoke, his eyelids drooping and his gaze narrowing. He had not expected Huang Hanwei to actually dare to make such a bold move. That kind of boldness made him look at the man twice. Seizing the opportunity, he decided to sever ties with Zhao Yaji completely, divorce, and be done with it. After all, the people Su Feng had touched and the roads he had traveled were not for others to tread. Besides, a man who would draw a blade on his lawful wife, who could guarantee he would not one day come raging before him with bloodshot eyes. Hidden dangers must be snuffed out early. Where is Huang Hanwei now? Su Feng flicked ash from his cigarette, his voice turning cold. Wang Hu replied, Wangzhou Hospital. Su Feng nodded, the smoke drifting slowly away. To move against Huang Hanwei at this moment and silence him by killing him would be utterly impractical. He was still officially married to Zhao Yaji, their marriage certificate and spousal status intact. Without divorcing her, first taking action would be asking for trouble. Zhao Yaji was a public figure. When they wed, Jiang's newspapers had plastered the story everywhere. If her husband were to suddenly die, the city would erupt. Moreover, if Huang Hanwei were dead, Zhao Yaji would instantly become a widow. Su Feng sought a long-term clandestine relationship with her. Once her status changed, matters would be difficult. Even if she yielded physically, the barrier in her heart would likely remain insurmountable. After much deliberation, Su Feng decided to hold back and wait until the couple were formally divorced. Zhonghuan Lisan Building. Lin Baixin, the venerable titan of Jiang's garment industry, had recently been unusually content. His real estate arm had successively acquired new parcels, factories expanded, and rent alone brought in tens of millions of Hong Kong dollars a year. The core garment business had taken off, sales and profits both breaking records. To call it daily gold would not be an exaggeration. The saying that joy restores the spirit fit the nearly 63-year-old Lin Baixin especially well. He looked 5 or 6 years younger for it. At that moment in the group headquarters, Lin Baixin was listening to a subordinate report the latest results. Chairman, in the past half-month, the garment company's performance has surged. The main drivers were 2 newly launched items, denim shorts and wrap dresses, which accounted for 46% of total revenue, yet contributed 79% of net profit, roughly 30 million Hong Kong dollars. Lin Baixin nodded slowly, a trace of satisfaction on his face. Previously, leasing garments' net profit for an entire month had been only a little over 10 million Hong Kong dollars. Now they had earned 30 million in half a month. If this report hit the market, the stock price would likely soar. He truly could not understand those young people. A pair of trousers that cost only 10 or 20 units to make, and yet customers were willing to pay over 100. Betting on the trend of denim shorts and wrap dresses had indeed been the right path. Otherwise, where would this white, gleaming money have come from? By the way, Jinxiu, any movement recently? Reporting, boss, we've been watching for days, not the slightest reaction, as silent as a dry well. Truly no activity. None at all. Lin Baixin's brow lifted and he asked, what about their stores? Practically deserted. Compared to before, it's like night and day. Lin Baixin's frown deepened. What mute strategy was Jinxiu playing? Watching their hit designs copied all over town and not making a sound. By rights, they should have already issued lawyers' letters and sued for infringement. Why were they utterly silent? Had they conceded completely, or were they holding a trump card that had not yet been played? Dad, this is actually quite simple. Jinxiu is just starting its foundation shallow. It doesn't even own a textile mill. Faced with counterfeits, they can only grit their teeth and swallow it. What else can they do, eh? The speaker sat on the sofa, a man of about 40 in a crisp suit and a white shirt buttoned to the throat, thin-framed glasses on his nose, and a round face. Lin Baixin's eldest son, Lin Jiaming. Lin Baixin cast a sidelong glance, his brow knitting tighter. He was utterly disappointed in this son's slothful, lacking strategy, without conviction. After so many years at Lisan, he had not accomplished a thing, yet had managed to mess up several production lines. Were he not his own son, he would have been shown the door long ago. He did not bother to respond to Lin Jiaming. In a low voice to his subordinate, he said, "Keep watching Jinxiu, report to me immediately at the slightest change." "Yes, boss. Go now." After the subordinate left the office, Lin Baixin's face darkened, and his gaze sharp as a blade fixed on the languid son on the sofa. Lin Jiaming straightened at once, the careless air vanishing, and his breath held. "Dad, you. What is this? You still dare to ask?" Lin Baixin's voice was low and cold. "I've heard you've been getting close to a newly debuted starlet recently. I've told you before, put your mind back on the business. Stop loafing about outside all day. Do you want to drive me to an early grave?" "Dad, that's a grave injustice to accuse me of." Lin Jiaming puckered his lips, his eyes near tears. "When I associate with those stars, am I not building connections and paving the way for the family?" Lin Baixin's hand veins twitched with anger. "So by your logic, I should kowtow and thank you. For the sake of the family business, you go gallivanting about." Before his words finished, with a crisp slap, he brought his palm down on the rosewood desk rim, jolting the teacup. "Get out. Out this instant. Don't let me see your face again." "All right, I'm going. Lin Jiaming sprang up immediately, a crooked smile still at his mouth as he backed away. "Cool your temper. It's not worth ruining your health." As he turned to leave, his back was straight and his steps light, as if he had just received a reward. Lin Baixin stared at the closing door, his throat tight. If he were still in his early 50s, he would have already snatched up the rosewood cane by the door and given him 3 swats to feel better. Sigh. He sank heavily into the grand chair, his chest, as if weighed by a sodden wad of cotton, stifling and heavy. This vast family enterprise lay before him, yet he could find no one to entrust it to. He counted his children on his fingers, the eldest idling away, the youngest still in school, and the 2 in the middle either timid and risk-averse or wholly disengaged from the business. He was 63. Brewing a strong cup of tea in the morning to wake himself, his hand trembled by the 3rd sip. Climbing to the study on the 2nd floor, he had to steady himself on the railing twice. While he was lost in thought, crisp high-heel taps sounded at the door. He looked up and asked, "How did you come upstairs?" At the doorway stood Shi Baozhu, her Cheongsam collar pressed immaculate, and a jade bracelet warm on her wrist. "I passed by downstairs and thought I'd pop up to see you." She stepped closer and laid her fingertips on his shoulder, massaging the stiff cords with a measured pressure. "Who has vexed you? Your brow is furrowed like a river." "Who else?" Lin Baixin closed his eyes, his voice hoarse as sandpaper. "That good for nothing." "Oh, Jiaming got you upset again." Shi Baozhu replied with a smile, the corner of her eye lifting, while a sudden gleam flashed in her gaze. Lin Baixin leaned back against the chair, allowing her to press on her temples, sighing. At 40 years old, his heart is still wild and unrestrained. The company's reports are piling up like mountains, yet he is at the filming site accompanying actresses for costume fittings. If Lisan falls into his hands, I'm afraid the signboard will be smashed before we even reach the grave. Surely it can't be that bad. Shi Baozhu paused for a moment, then continued slowly. A Ming is a bit careless and loves excitement in private, but he has never caused a mess. Is this not a mess, eh? Lin Baixin suddenly opened her eyes wide, the veins on her forehead throbbing. Which reputable family's eldest son spends every day mingling with beautiful women, making excuses to avoid quarterly meetings? All right, don't be angry. She leaned over to adjust his collar. But outside, the rumors are quite intense. Everyone says you are about to step down and the company will soon belong to a Ming. Lin Baixin let out a cold laugh. Give it to him. I would rather hand it to old Chun, who sweeps the floor downstairs. After a pause, her gaze turned to the shadows of the phoenix trees outside the window, her voice suddenly lowering. I just hope you doesn't follow in his brother's footsteps. Since you're concerned about Iwell, why not bring him back to help? Shi Baozhu asked softly. No way, he shook his head. He's too young and needs to study for a few more years. Biased. She stopped her fingers, her voice growing colder. Isn't Xiangjiang University good enough? Why throw him so far away, letting him suffer alone outside? Lin Baixin raised her hand to cover her hands back, her tone softening. Nonsense. Sending him away is to let him study in peace. In Xiangjiang, there are too many acquaintances. His elder brother drags people to nightclubs every few days. How can I rest assured with you under my nose? Humph. Shi Baozhu wrinkled her nose and turned her face away. But deep down, ripples of thought had already spread. This bothersome thorn, Lin Jiaming, must be removed sooner or later. Once Lin Jianhua firmly takes his position, all this gold and jade will truly bear the Shi surname. Boss, the property negotiations have been finalized. That day Su Feng had just calmed Xiaoya down when Yu Qinghua quickly entered the office. The building is willing to sell, but they insist on 7 million Hong Kong dollars, not a cent less. 7 million, then 7 million it is. Su Feng leaned back against the chair, his fingers lightly tapping twice on the armrest. It's a bit expensive, but not outrageous. You go relay the message. We accept, the quicker the transfer the better. Spending a few $100,000 more is worth it for a peace of mind for the old building. Understood, boss. Yu Qinghua turned to leave. Wait a moment. Su Feng suddenly spoke up, and when he turned back he said slowly, register a new company and call it Shanha Real Estate. Shanha Real Estate. Yu Qinghua paused, his eyes wide. Boss, are you planning to wade into the real estate waters? Su Feng leaned back in his chair, his tone gentle. The real estate industry is currently very hot. I heard that Li Jiaqing from Changsha just secured the development rights for the tops of Jinzhong Station and Central Station. 8 out of 10 companies listed in Xiangjiang are in real estate. Since it's so lucrative, let's give it a try. But boss. Yu Qinghua paused slightly, his voice becoming heavier. Real estate isn't just about buying a few pieces of equipment or incoming goods. Starting with hundreds of millions, we have neither the experience nor the funds reserved for such large-scale operations. If we push forward, I'm afraid we'll fall flat. He felt a tension in his heart. Jinxiu Clothing has recently been performing poorly. The electronics factory is just getting set up, and now a real estate idea has emerged. The more we spread out, the greater the risk. If something goes wrong in any one area, it could affect the entire situation. Although the account still holds over 90 million that is reserved for salaries, raw materials, and risk management, not for betting on land. In the real estate circle, tens of millions make no sound. To truly enter the game, at least 100 million is needed to start, and 200 to 300 million is considered the beginning. All right, I understand your concerns. Su Feng raised his hand to stop him. As for the money, I will cover it. You just need to follow the plan. Whatever is lacking, I will supplement. Seeing that Su Feng showed no hesitation, Yu Qinghua swallowed the words he was about to say. By the way, the 6th and 7th floors are still empty, right? Yu Qinghua nodded. They have never been used. Then find someone to thoroughly clean them, and set up a batch of tables and chairs with a uniform specification. I have my use for them. Understood. You may go and busy yourself now. Good. That afternoon, upon hearing that the 2 floors had been cleaned up, Su Feng closed the door alone and pulled up the system interface. System: recruit 300 people, 200 with senior electronic engineer skills, and 100 with master-level electronic engineer skills. After a brief pause, he added, also add 200 more, 150 with senior leatherworker skills and 50 with master-level leatherworker skills. No need for everyone to report at once. You just send one person from each group to see me. Ding, insufficient balance, please recharge. The screen immediately displayed the amount due. 200 senior electronic engineers, 10 million yuan, 100 master-level electronic engineers, 10 million yuan. 150 senior leatherworkers, 7,500,000 yuan, 50 master-level leatherworkers, 5 million yuan. Total 32,500,000 yuan. Su Feng stared at the numbers, tapping his fingers on the edge of the table twice, and ultimately confirmed. System recharge, 33 million. Ding, recharge successful. Current account balance, 33,280,000 yuan. Ding, deducting 32,500,000 yuan. Recruitment completed. Skill loading completed. 10 minutes passed. The office door was gently pushed open and 2 people stood side by side. Name: Yang Xingchang. Skills: master level electronic engineer. Name: Pei Yundong. Skills: master level leatherworker. Hello, boss. The 2 stood with their hands at their sides, their expressions humble. Su Feng glanced over. The man was steady and capable, while the woman was sharp and clear, exuding a weight that spoke of years of refinement just by standing there. Yang Xingchang. Here. Su Feng handed over 3 documents: cassette player, pager, fruit, old Hu machine. This is my preliminary concept that I've organized. It does not involve specific circuit or component selections, only listing core functions and user scenarios. Take a look first. He didn't understand how to wire chips or how PCB processes worked, but he knew what the market wanted and where the user pain points lay. The rest relies on real skill. Okay, boss. Yang Xingchang took the documents with both hands and began to flip through them. Yunmeng. Pei Yundong immediately straightened her back, her eyes clear and bright, quietly waiting for him to speak. System: give Pei Yundong the skill of master-level leather designer and implant the design evolution logic for global leather bags over the next 50 years. Ding, deducting 300,000 yuan. Loading successful. Su Feng's gaze returned to the panel. Sure enough, the skill bar had been updated. Name: Pei Yundong. Skills: master-level leatherworker, master-level leather designer. He took out a hand-drawn sketch from the drawer and handed it to Pei Yundong. Take a look. All right, boss. Pei Yundong reached out to take it, looking closely. Her eyes lit up and she blurted out, wow, this bag design is really charming. The flap structure is both neat and sturdy, ensuring nothing slips out. The leather handles on both sides are adorned with small brass locks, unobtrusive, yet perfectly enhancing the design, the entire bag exuding an air of understated elegance. Speaking of which, he has to thank his exes. If it weren't for accompanying them to various counters back in the day listening to their discussions about hardware leather textures and strap curves, how could he remember so clearly now? What do you think? Can it open the doors for wealthy women if we treat it as the first premium bag? Pei Yunming held the sketch tightly in her palm, meeting Su Feng's gaze with certainty. In the socialite and wife circles, it will surely turn heads. This bag is exactly what they want, but have yet to receive. If you trust me, I will confidently hand it over to you. The design is yours, and the execution is entirely up to you. For the imported leather and lining, coordinate with Manager Yu. He has the channels and can have everything ready within 3 days. 4 Jingxiu leather goods are not a trial project, but the foundation of their existence. If they want to squeeze into the top tier of luxury, they must establish a solid foothold. Clothes are easy to copy, but bags are hard to imitate. The shape can be replicated, but the essence of a top-tier bag lies in the leather itself: how to knead it, how to care for it, how to soak it in plant tannins, how to blend animal fats. Each step represents decades of expertise. Outsiders can only grasp the outline, but never touch the essence. After being so thoroughly copied last time, this time, Su Feng set strict rules. The logo must be prominent, the position must be eye-catching, and within 3 steps of being carried out, others must recognize it as a Jingxiu bag. Hard skills must be solid and soft skills must not be weak. Customers are willing to pay 10 times the premium, not to buy a mere container, but to purchase a ticket, a pass to the upper echelon of social circles. He had long since planned this thought in his heart. North Corner Su residence. Have you made your decision? Zhao Yazi's face was slightly pale, her smile a bit forced. After all this, if we don't separate, how can it end? Besides, I am weary too. Looking back on these past 2 years, it feels like a wasted journey. Su Feng's tone was gentle. What value is there to consider? Life is all about calibrating as we walk along. Looking forward, you are still so young, and there are many new chapters ahead. She nodded, raised her eyes to him, and suddenly smiled. Thank you for listening to my ramblings these past few days. Su Feng smiled lightly, his fingertips gently brushing against the fine skin under her eyes. Now restored to its former smoothness. What are you thanking me for? Between us, does that word even apply? Her breath hitched slightly, her ears suddenly heated, and she instinctively turned her face away to avoid the warmth of his fingertip. Seeing her eyes flicker and her cheeks flush, he didn't draw closer, instead retracting his hand, his smile light, yet appropriate. After spending these days together, he understood her innate conservatism. Pressing hard. He could do that if necessary. But there was no need. The fish was already in the net, why stir up waves? With slow fire one day, she would willingly offer up her heart. Didn't you say you wanted to see him? It's getting late, let's set off. She responded softly. The two went downstairs and drove straight to Kowloon Mongkok. After more than half an hour, the car stopped at the entrance of the Mongkok hospital. Hearing that Su Feng would accompany her upstairs, Zhao Yaji immediately waved her hand. I can go by myself. No way. He shook his head. I can't feel at ease if you go alone. What if he loses control again? Can you handle it? Her fingers tightened, and the scenes from the previous 2 encounters flashed before her eyes. But letting Su Feng accompany her, she hesitated. Afraid of being seen, afraid of rumors starting, afraid that a single casual remark would crush her last bit of dignity. Seeing her wavering expression, Su Feng pondered for a moment and said, how about this? Let Wang Hu and Lu Ming accompany you upstairs. With them around, even if Huang Hanwei gets confused again, he wouldn't dare to lay in a hospital bed in front of others. She pursed her lips and nodded. AXIN, call Wang Hu and Lu Ming over. Understood, boss. Liao Zhixin responded, getting out of the car and quickly walking toward the black sedan at the back to summon the 2 sitting in the back seat. Just over 10 seconds later, Wang Hu and Lu Ming stood in front of Su Feng. Boss. Su Feng nodded slightly, his gaze calm. You 2 will accompany Miss Zhao upstairs to see Huang Hanwei. If he starts insulting or getting physical, there's no need to ask for permission, you just subdue him on the spot. Breaking one of his hands is also acceptable. The 2 replied in unison, understood, boss. And Su Feng paused, lowering his voice slightly. If Huang Hanwei refuses to sign the divorce agreement. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. Rest assured, boss, once the pen is in his hand, he will have to grip it tightly to write his name. Su Feng nodded slightly, good. He then turned and focused his gaze on Zhao Yazi's face. He reached out to take her hand, his palm warm, giving it a gentle pat, his eyes resolute. Go ahead, I'll wait for you downstairs. Her ears flushed red as she quickly withdrew her hand. Being so affectionate in front of outsiders made her uncomfortable. As for the last time, when she had leaned against him in the chaos at the police station, she had quietly marked it as a lapse in behavior. After coming back to her senses, only embarrassment remained. Pushing the door open and looking up at the hospital's gray-white building, she closed her eyes to take a breath, and when she opened them again, her emotions were already suppressed. She took out her sunglasses from her bag, putting them on to hide the slight tremor in her eyes, yet her steps were steady as she ascended the stairs. Wang Hu and Lu Ming flanked her on either side, following her like shadows. As the 3 figures turned the corner of the stairs, Su Feng pulled out the car phone and dialed a number. Hospital in the ward. Huang Hanwei's injuries had stabilized, and the doctor had just approved his discharge. Huang's mother stared at her son's bruised and discolored face, still holding the diagnosis of gastric bleeding, seething with anger. I can't swallow this. She leaned closer to the bedside, her voice laced with venom. After we finish the paperwork, let's find a newspaper. Isn't she playing a role? Let's expose how she seduced a wild man and kicked you, her legal husband, to the curb. Photos, time, location. Let's see if she dares to hold her head high anymore. Huang Hanwei didn't respond, just gazing blankly at the ceiling. Lying there for these days, he had thought it through. Since the separation was inevitable, it was better to seize the opportunity to make some gain. The person behind Zhao Yaji was quite generous. A few million would let him live lavishly for 2 years, changing girls every day without repeating. Mom, don't rush. He rolled over and carefully explained his plan to his mother. Huang's mother's eyes suddenly lit up, clapping her thighs in approval. Right. If she is willing to pay, everything is negotiable. If not, then let the whole city know what kind of person she is. Just as her words fell. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking came suddenly. The mother and son turned their heads in unison. Standing at the door was the person they had been referring to as shameless. What are you doing here? Huang's mother's voice was like sandpaper scraping against metal. Upon seeing Zhao Yaji neatly dressed and standing at the hospital door while her son lay in bed with a gastric tube, her anger flared. Get out of here. We don't accept your kind here. Zhao Yazi's face turned pale instantly. Her lips moved, but no sound came. Behind her, Wang, who remained silent, while Lu Ming stepped forward, raising his chin. Old hag, straighten your tongue before. Say another word, and he'll cut it out for you. Huang Hanwei was unwilling to let his mother lose face, coughed lightly, and interrupted. What on earth are you here for? Zhao Yaji took a breath, her expression turning serious, as she stepped forward, pulling out the already signed divorce agreement from her bag, and handing it over with both hands. Here, take a look. A divorce agreement. Huang Hanwei was taken aback, his gaze sweeping over Zhao Yazi's calm and expressionless face. He asked no further questions, and took the paper to glance through. The terms were extremely simple. The child would belong to her, all properties, savings, and cars would be left to him, and she would not contest a single cent. Essentially, she was letting go of everything she could hold on to in their marriage. To outsiders, it was a rare concession. She herself felt that this was the maximum dignity she could muster. But she did not realize that this mother-son pair before her had one whose heart had already turned crooked, and the other whose greed was insatiable. I want sign. Zhao Yaji heard Huang Hanwei's refusal, her brows furrowing slightly, confusion filling her gaze as it locked onto his face. Divorce is fine, but 2 million Hong Kong dollars, not a penny less, and he'll sign the agreement immediately. If it's less than that, forget it. Huang Hanwei threw the divorce agreement onto the ground, the paper spreading out as his lips tightened, his eyes cold as ice. 2 million. Have you gone mad? The husband demanded this huge sum, causing Zhao Yazi's chest to tighten, her anger surging to her head. Yet Huang Hanwei did not even raise an eyebrow, his voice cold, as if pulled from the depths of a well. I'm not insane. This is the spiritual compensation you owe me. He cast a sideways glance at Wang Hu and Lu Ming, who were standing at the door, scoffing lightly before turning back to Zhao Yaji, his tone casual. If you want to live with someone else, I won't stop you. For someone who can afford a Rolls Royce, this amount of money shouldn't be a problem, right? I think this price is fair. You pay. Shameless. The usually composed Zhao Yaji could no longer contain her anger, her voice suddenly rising. Huang Hanwei laughed loudly, his shoulders shaking as tears almost burst forth, pointing at her with a finger. No matter how shameless I am, I can't compare to you, a woman who seduces wild men. Before his words could finish, he saw Wang Hu and Lu Ming approaching him, and his expression darkened. You can beat me to death today, but if you take even a penny less, don't think you can settle this. Upon hearing this, Wang Hu and Lu Ming's expressions changed simultaneously, refusing to drink the toast. Ahu, hold his arm, let's break one today. All right. Huang's mother rushed over upon hearing the commotion, shouting hoarsely, stop. Assaulting someone is illegal. Illegal. Lu Ming sneered, grabbing her collar and yanking it hard. Get lost. Huang's mother was thrown half a foot off the ground, crashing onto the floor with a scream that tore through the air. Mom. Huang Hanwei's eyes widened in anger, struggling to lift himself from the hospital bed, but Wang Hu pressed down hard on his shoulder with a foot. Kid, do you think I'm heir? Before he could finish his words, a heavy punch landed hard on his cheekbone. Aunt. Just as the scream escaped, a nurse burst into the room, seeing the chaos and shouting, this is a hospital. If you continue, we'll call the police. Wang Hu glanced at her with a vicious smile, his fist striking down again. Call the police. That's exactly what I've been waiting for. Aunt. The scream erupted again. You guys. The nurse's face went pale, and she turned to run outside. Enough. Zhao Yaji spoke up. The two immediately stopped. She looked down at Huang Hanwei, whose face was covered in blood and swelling to the point of not being able to open his eyes, her tone calm. As long as I give you 2 million, you'll sign the divorce, right? Huang Hanwei wiped his nosebleed, trying to smile, but the movement tugged at his wounds, causing him to gasp in pain, yet he managed to respond in a hoarse voice, 2 million, not a penny less. All right. Zhao Yaji took a deep breath, turning to walk toward the door. Behind her, Huang Hanwei's muffled voice came. Remember, a penny less, and it's off the table. Brother Ming, this guy really needs to be taught a lesson. What's the hurry? We'll calculate the accounts one by one. At the same time, Su Feng had just hung up the phone when he saw Zhao Yaji walking out of the hospital entrance. He lowered the car window, his tone gentle. All sorted. Zhao Yaji shook her head, her gaze clear and serious. Can you lend me some money? Lend money. Su Feng was taken aback, then smiled. How much? 2 million. 2 million. He raised. That is no small amount. Just as Zhao Yaji was about to explain the reason, Su Feng had already pulled out a checkbook from his suit pocket, deftly writing on the paper, filling in the numbers, and signing it, then handed it over. Here, 2 million can be cashed anytime. Zhao Yaji stared at the thin piece of paper, momentarily speechless. Her mind went blank, her fingertips trembling slightly. After a while she swallowed hard, her voice low. You really don't ask what this money is for. Su Feng's expression was calm, his smile warm. No need to ask. If you want it, I will give it to you. This sentence was like a match, snap, igniting a corner of her heart that had not beat in a long time. 2 million. Without a frown, without a second's delay, it was placed in her hand. He didn't even bother to listen to the purpose. Zhao Yaji was already a wife and a mother, yet a woman's heart can be soft or hard, never related to age. She didn't care about the curious glances of passers-by, tiptoed and grabbed Su Feng's neck, kissing him. Su Feng naturally didn't take a step back. Their lips and teeth intertwined, breaths mingling, and it took several minutes before they separated. Zhao Yaji released her hands, her cheeks flushed, smoothing down her disheveled hair, her eyes still glistening with tears as she looked at him and said, Wait for me, I'll be right down. Before her words fell, she turned and dashed toward the hospital entrance. Interesting. Su Feng squinted, watching her figure disappear, inside, a slight smile on his lips. The fish raised in the palm finally started to flap its tail. How could he not be pleased? Then he thought of that check. No need to guess, it must be Huang Hanwei taking advantage of the situation. You're quite ambitious, just afraid you can't swallow it, can you? A cold glint flashed in his eyes. In the hospital room, Zhao Yaji pushed the door open. Without saying a word, she slapped the check down in front of Huang Hanwei. 2 million, sign the divorce agreement, and go through the procedures immediately. The money will be credited on the spot. Huang Hanwei glanced at the amount, his eyes instantly shining with excitement. Ignoring the bruises on his face, he supported his mother's arm and exclaimed, Mom, we did it. We have money now. Huang's mother was also grinning from ear to ear. Zhao Yaji quietly watched this mother-son duo, a sense of discomfort swelling in her chest. She sneered inwardly. How could she have been blind enough to fall for such a person back then? Then she thought of that man downstairs who didn't even raise an eyebrow when he casually threw out 2 million. One was in the sky, the other in the sewers. Can we go now? Her voice was cold and devoid of emotion. Let's go. Right now. Simsha Sui. Outside the HSBC branch. Just after receiving the divorce certificate and holding a suitcase filled with 2 million cash, Huang Hanwei pretended to sigh at Zhao Yaji, saying, Aji, although our fate has run its course, I truly wish you all the best in the future. Zhao Yaji paused, her steps slowly turned around, her gaze icy as it pierced into her ex-husband. With a huff, she turned back, without another word, walking straight toward the parked Rolls-Royce at the roadside. TCH, what's there to be proud of? It's just a goods exchange for money. Huang Hanwei spat. Son, Mom is still in a dream-like state. Huang's mother gripped the suitcase handle, her palms sweaty. 2 million. Enough to buy 10 sets of 1,000-square-foot Seaview apartments, especially in the prime location of Simsha Sui. Huang Hanwei grinned, saying, Mom, it's not a dream. We've turned our fortunes around. Huang's mother stared at the suitcase, her eyes shining as if she could already see the crystal chandelier of their new home, the nanny, and the bird's nest soup every morning. Inside the car, Su Feng smiled and nodded at Zhao Yaji, saying, Congratulations on regaining your single status. Zhao Yaji smiled and leaned in, planting a gentle kiss on his right cheek, her voice playful. Thanks. You think one kiss is enough to settle the bill? That's not enough sincerity, you need to add some interest. He tightened his arm around her waist, pulling her closer, and lowered his head to capture those vibrant lips. A few minutes later, Zhao Yaji suddenly pushed Su Feng away, her chest rising and falling rapidly. She shot him a glare, her tone mixed with 3 parts complaint and 7 parts teasing. I almost couldn't catch my breath. Haha. Su Feng laughed heartily, casually wrapping his arm around her waist, his expression open and relaxed. The warmth in the car lingered as they sat in silence for a moment before the convoy slowly set off. Where to next? To your place, orphan? I'd like to go back to my mom's place to see the kids first. Oh, that's... Su Feng nodded. I won't accompany you, I have things to attend to. I'll have the driver take you. In truth, she hadn't expected him to go along. The situation was complicated enough, but she didn't want to add to the trouble. The convoy made a brief stop by the roadside, and Su Feng instructed the rear vehicle to escort Zhao Yaji, then nodded to the driver, to Victoria Peak. Victoria Peak, the highest peak in Hong Kong. Standing here, one could take in the vast shimmer of Victoria Harbor and the towering buildings on both sides, feeling a sense of superiority over all beings. 30 years ago, there were no luxurious mansions densely packed at the summit. Those who could settle here were either high-ranking British officials or foreign diplomats. Governors, department heads, and legislators were frequent visitors, and consulates from various countries also chose to set up here. At that time, Victoria Peak was not a residence, but a threshold, and not a home, but a badge of honor. Any family that could lay a brick or tile at the summit would achieve the glory long sought after by generations, but the few Chinese who could truly open that door were few and far between. Starting in the 60s and 70s, 8 Chinese businessmen gradually rose, with the Li Ho and Law families being the first to take up residence at Peak Road, followed by giants like Bao Yugong and Zheng Yutong. Finally, Victoria Peak was no longer just a mountain of foreigners. Today it was about to welcome a new owner, Su Feng. Number 60, on Peak Road, perched atop the peak. At this time, Baijiao Road had yet to gain prominence. The real elites still gathered on Peak Road. From this vantage point, the new structures of Kowloon sprang up like bamboo shoots, while the lights of Wanchai and Central twinkled like stars. Lama Island floated at the junction of sea and sky, and beyond that the vast ocean stretched endlessly. The entire scenery of Hong Kong lay in the palm of one's hand. The house before him had originally belonged to a wealthy British family. The family had long since migrated back to Britain, and their businesses in Hong Kong had gradually been liquidated, including this property, which was now up for sale. The asking price was too high, yet buyers were hard to find. Those who wanted to buy couldn't afford it, while those who could afford it had already moved into the peak or mid-level, looking down on the prospect of purchasing another. Thus, this old house with years behind it had remained vacant for a long time, until Su Feng appeared. Mr. Su, don't be fooled by the slightly worn exterior. The brick and stone structure is quite solid. The internal facilities, though a bit aged, can easily be renovated to look brand new. The entire estate covers 4,360 square feet and consists of 3 buildings. The main building has 5 floors with 9 bedrooms. The back building has 3 floors with 5 bedrooms, and the front building, also 3 floors, is reserved for security and staff quarters. There's also an independent garage that can accommodate nearly 20 cars. A swimming pool, a 2,000 square foot garden, a professional fountain, and a tennis court. Everything is included. The rooftop is equipped with 2 helipads, allowing 2 helicopters to take off and land without pressure. The speaker was a man in his 40s, sharply dressed in slacks and a neatly pressed white shirt, speaking quickly yet clearly. Su Feng listened and nodded. The house overall was satisfactory. The highest location, the broadest view, the largest area. The only drawback was that the exterior and interior looked somewhat outdated and needed a complete renovation. However, he had no intention of renovating it. Demolition and reconstruction were his true intentions. What was the price you previously reported for this house? Su Feng asked. The listed price is 37 million Hong Kong dollars. Su Feng nodded slightly. This figure was indeed not something an ordinary person could easily come up with. Even those with hundreds of millions on paper might not necessarily have that much cash on hand. Wealth does not equal liquid cash. Some might own an entire office building, a tech company, or several Ocean View mansions. But all of that counted together only added up to that 100 million. If asked for cash on the spot, they might struggle to gather even a small amount. I'll take this house. He looked at the real estate agent, his tone flat. You need to contact the owner right away. The quicker the transfer, the better. The agent's face immediately broke into a smile. Just this commission alone would be enough for him to live without eating or drinking for 2 years. Okay, Mr. Su. I will contact them as soon as I get back to the office. He had already planned in his mind. He would call as soon as he got down the mountain, not wasting half a minute. Su Feng responded, then quietly took another glance at the villa estate nestled among the mountains before turning around and leading the way down the stone steps. Night, Kowloon, Huitang Road. Inside an old apartment, Huang Hanwei and his mother had just stepped through the door, twisting open 2 bottles of rice, wine pouring slowly into small cups, laughing as they drank. On the coffee table lay stacks of brand new Hong Kong dollars stacked neatly, the ink scent of the bills still lingering. The two had counted it 3 times and gazed at it over a dozen times, still reluctant to take their eyes off. Mom, with this 2 million, we can finally secure our lives. Starting tomorrow, I'm quitting my job and will only live a comfortable life. He swirled his wine glass, tilting his head back to take a gulp, his cheeks, flushed tongue, slightly curled. First, I'll buy a place in Repulse Bay with an ocean view, then get a BMW. What do you think? Huang's mother smiled, her eyes crinkling, took a sip of wine, as well her voice light. I never thought that we would have a day living in a big mansion. It's a pity your dad didn't get to see it. Mom. Huang Hanwei frowned, interrupting her, and refilled her glass. Let's not talk about that. The bottom of the bottle hit the edge of the glass, making a crisp sound. He raised his glass, squinting. Come on, let's toast again. Okay. Just as the words fell, there came 3 dull knocks from outside. Bang, bang, bang. Both were startled, the effects of the wine dissipating slightly. Who is it? Huang Hanwei called out. Property management. A downstairs resident reported a leak. We're here to check. A leak? He scoffed. What does that have to do with us? The voice outside remained unchanged. Water is leaking from your floor. Please open the door so we can check the pipes. Tisk, so many troubles. He swayed as he got up his steps, unsteady, waving to his mother. Mom, keep the money safe, stash it in the suitcase. A belch escaped him. Huang's mother stood up in response, pressing the stacks of bills into the old suitcase, slowly dragging it toward the bedroom. Meanwhile, Huang Hanwei leaned against the wall, inching toward the door, just as his hand touched the doorknob. Bang! The door was slammed open with great force, knocking him backward, and he fell hard to the ground, his tailbone hitting painfully. The effects of the alcohol had mostly worn off. Looking up, he saw 4 men in black blocking the doorway, their faces covered with black cloth, revealing only 2 glaring slits for eyes. His throat tightened. "You're not the property management at all. Who sent you? What do you want?" The bedroom door swung open with a crash, and Huang's mother rushed out. Upon seeing her son curled on the floor wailing, and then the 4 dark figures, her legs gave way, and her voice trembled. "Why you? Are you hitting my son?" No one answered her. The leader stepped towards her, and she turned to run back. Just as her hand reached for the door frame, the door was kicked open, and she was sent flying, her back crashing heavily against the floor. When she opened her eyes again, her hair was gripped tightly, being dragged forward. "Woo! Woo!" Her mouth was stuffed with a stinking rag, unable to shout or struggle. "Boss, the money is here." One person emerged carrying a leather suitcase. The leader lifted the suitcase lid, pulled out a stack of cash, held it up to the overhead light, pinched the paper, and the corner of his mouth curled slightly. Huang Hanwei saw that scene, blood rushing to his head. "Woo!" He suddenly bent over, hands bracing against the ground, desperately trying to stand up. "Damn, it's still kicking even when about to breathe your last." The man in black lifted his foot and stomped on Huang Hanwei's lower back, the sound of bones dislocating cracking like thunder. A wave of metallic sweetness surged up Huang Hanwei's throat, cold sweat pouring down his forehead like a Turnitin faucet. "Enough, drag him away, the boss is urging for a response." The leader spat on the ground and gestured. The other 3 immediately grabbed the hemp rope, combining 2 into one, tightly constricting around the necks of Huang Hanwei and his mother. The knot tightened more and more, and the mother and son convulsed, kicked, and coughed on the ground, finally rolling their eyes back in unison, their bodies going limp, and they fell silent. The man in black pulled out 2 black woven bags from the trunk, stuffed the bodies inside, and zipped them up all the way. He then took out a spray bottle and a rag, repeatedly spraying and wiping the floor, corners, and door frame. The stench of blood mixed with the pungent smell of the cleaning agent wafted through the hallway. Half an hour later, the 4 dark figures quietly left the community, slipping into an unmarked white, then the engine growling as it drove away. That night at the Damiao Wan dock, a rusty little boat swayed into the sea, heading southeast. About 5 kilometers away, the boat came to a stop. 3 men in black worked together to lift 2 heavy metal barrels, the rims still smeared with wet mortar. They gritted their teeth and exerted effort, and with a shout the barrels took off into the air. Thud! The surface of the water splashed with murky water. The barrels dropped straight down, without even a bubble surfacing, sinking out of sight. No one looked back. The cement had already solidified, mixed with quick-setting agents, hard as a reef, unable to float or be retrieved. In North Point, on the 2nd floor of an inconspicuous bar, Lu Wenlong, dressed in a sharp suit, carried a bulging suitcase and knocked 3 times on the door of the booth. A voice from inside said, "Come in," and he pushed the door open. "Brother Nan, the job is done. 2 million, not a cent less." Feng Xiaonan lifted the suitcase lid, glanced inside, closed it, and smiled slightly. "Thanks for your hard work along. It was a small matter. Where are they?" The mother and son, they were filled with cement and thrown into Damiao. Feng Xiaonan nodded casually, took a cigarette from the box on the table, lit it, took a deep puff, and exhaled a wisp of blue-white smoke. "Can you trust those who acted?" Lu Wenlong also lit a cigarette, the flame illuminating half of his face. "Don't worry, the inner hall brothers are tighter-lipped than clam shells." Good. He finally relaxed. The people in the inner hall never required him to ask much. "Additionally, I've been thinking the East District should be unified." "What do you mean?" Lu Wenlong took a deep drag, the cigarette tip glowing brightly, grinning. "Brother Nan, I've been wanting to say this for a long time. Though we cannot compare to the old names like He Shang He in the entire East District of Xiangjiang, who dares to challenge?" He paused and lowered his voice. "Currently the numbers gang is clashing with Ian in Sim Sha Sui, and they are in a dire situation. Isn't this the perfect opportunity? Taking the chance to eliminate the nails in Choi Hung, Shao K Wan, and Chai Wan, the East District would be left with only one name." Feng Xiaonan nodded slowly. He had already pictured this map in his mind. North Point was stable, his subordinates had over 1,500 men, guns in hand, and obeying orders, not launching an attack, would be waiting for death. Causeway Bay, Wanchai Central. There's plenty of profit, but that's a den of tigers and dragons, clustered with Lianxing Nu, Ian, and even the 14K have hidden stakes. If a real fight breaks out, it wouldn't be a clash, but poking a hornet's nest. The underworld would be shaken, and they would become the target of collective attacks. But the East District? The old buildings in Choi Hung are leaking, the market in Shao K Wan is desolate, and the Chai Wan dock has been abandoned for years. The big names disdain the poor and are too lazy to reach out. Just right with knives pointing down, cutting meat without bloodshed, swallowing it down without a sound. He snuffed out the cigarette, the embers fading, his gaze suddenly turning cold like a blade tempered in ice. "Yes, East District, all clear. Call a Hui A Chung A June and a June to come up for a meeting immediately." "Understood, Brother Nan." Lu Wenlong flicked off the ash, smiled in response, and turned to leave. The sound of polished shoes on the stairs was light and steady. That night, all the key members of the Isha held a closed-door meeting. Outsiders only knew that people entered the room, but could not discern what was said. 3 days later, the glass of the Choi Hung Tea restaurant with shattered black flags rose at the Shao K1 dock, and 7 or 8 motorcycles appeared at the street entrance. Only then did everyone begin to realize it turned out that the sky of the East District had quietly changed that night. The Isha marched eastward, and among the existing gangs in the 3 areas, only a few stubbornly resisted, while the rest almost all surrendered, either voluntarily disbanding their factions or dispersing. How could scattered soldiers stand against an organized army? Just the 300 Inner Hall brothers together could crush the East District's various factions without resistance. Claiming to fight 1 against 10 was pure modesty. Not to mention this time, they even brought out 500 Outer Hall members. Though not as fierce as the Inner Hall, they were more than enough to deal with regular thugs. In less than 3 days, all factions in the East District completely surrendered, and the East Bank of Xinjiang was henceforth entirely under the Isha flag. Such a swift and decisive action created a stir in the underworld. Su Feng remained unmoved upon hearing the news. With 500 death warriors at the forefront, the outcome was already anticipated. He only instructed one thing: as long as the matter was handled properly, there was no need for fanfare. On December 5th, good news flew in from M Country to Xinjiang. Representing the Jingxiu company at the M Country Fashion Designers Association Grand Prix, Su Yu won 2nd place with a set of Little Chanel series. Lu Mingming took 3rd place with her waist-cinching pleated skirt design. Though falling short of the grand prize, winning 2nd and 3rd in an evaluation system dominated by whites was already quite remarkable. When the news returned, Su Feng raised an eyebrow and immediately summoned Xie Qiu and Yu Qinghua, speaking cheerfully. Su Yu and Lu Mingming won awards in M Country, 2nd and 3rd place, both making the list. Really? That's great. Xie Qiu's eyes lit up. Boss, this is the perfect time for us to launch new products and set new prices. Moreover, this wave of good news deserves extensive coverage. Invest some budget, let the television and newspapers report, in turn creating momentum for the new products. Su Feng understood being nominated twice in an international top event was not only a matter of pride, but also a source of confidence. Upgrading the brand and raising prices became a natural progression. Advertising can be laid out, but I prefer to seize the moment and hold a launch event immediately. Inviting models for a fashion show with all outfits designed in-house, not a single invitation left out for the elite circles and female celebrities. Also invite all the media. The louder the commotion, the better, aiming for a remarkable debut. Understood. Xie Qiu responded swiftly. Su Feng turned to Yu Qinghua. Keep things steady on your side, ensure the fabric supply is consistent and production capacity remains intact. By the way, how is the progress with the wide group? When will the fabric be available? Yu Qinghua replied, we just had a preliminary meeting a few days ago. Equipment installation and hiring are advancing simultaneously. Formal mass production will have to wait until next month. However, they agreed to urgently ship a batch of stock from Country M at the original contract price to tide us over until the factory in Xinjiang starts production. Su Feng nodded, agreed. Once the raw materials are stable, everything else will fall into place. What about the leather? How is the communication with Pei Yunming? What's the status of the handbag lines? In his eyes, bags were the real gold mine. I'm not very clear on the details. But according to General Manager Pei, we have imported crocodile skin, cowhide, and lizard skin in batches from Siam and the Americas totaling 4 million Hong Kong dollars, and the goods arrived last week. She is personally overseeing the production progress. I haven't interfered. Alright, I'll find her to discuss in detail later. Also, Su Feng looked out at Yuqing Lake. Has the transfer of the property building been finalized? The agreement was signed the day before yesterday. The transfer procedures are still in progress. Good. Su Feng smiled. Once the certificate is in hand, we'll take down the sign for Dongjin Factory Building on the rooftop and replace it with Jinxiu Factory Building. Alright, boss. After the meeting, Su Feng took the elevator to the 7th floor. Compared to the bustling activity on the lower floors, the 7th floor was much quieter. The entire floor was divided into 6 functional areas: leather warehouse, cutting area, hand sewing room, hardware workshop, handle forging station, and the final assembly workshop. The core was the design center. He strolled along the corridor inquiring about Pei Yunming's office location before knock knock knock. Come in. The door was pushed open and Su Feng walked in. Boss, why did you come in person? Pei Yunming looked up, clearly taken aback. Su Feng smiled slightly, his gaze sweeping across the corners of the room and the workbench, speaking casually, just came to see how far you've progressed. Pei Yunming nodded, casually picking up the thermos on the table. What would you like to drink? Do you have coffee? Yes. I'll have a cup with a bit of sugar. Sure thing. A moment later, a steaming cup of freshly brewed coffee was handed to him. He took a couple of sips and nodded, saying it's quite fragrant. Pei Yunming smiled. He took another sip, set down the cup, and looked at her with a smile. So how far have we gotten? Have any bags been completed? Overall, things are going relatively smoothly. We have produced over 50 bags so far, divided into 5 styles, with the main colors being orange, cream, and beige. Only over 50. Su Feng frowned slightly. A month and a half has passed, and the speed is rather slow. Pei Yunming explained, boss, leather goods and ready tower are not the same. It relies on craftsmanship, cutting leather, sewing, embossing, and working the material. Each step requires substantial skill, unlike clothing factories that can mass produce on an assembly line. Understood. Su Feng raised his hands in a gesture of understanding. Can the production capacity increase in the future? What is the estimated monthly output? Everyone is just getting started and still in the adjustment phase. Once they become more skilled, the monthly output is expected to reach around 1,500. That's only 3 bags per person per month. Pretty much. The craftsmanship is indeed too detailed, and it cannot be rushed. Su Feng quickly did some calculations in his mind. If each bag sells for 30,000 Hong Kong dollars, full capacity shipments would result in 45 million Hong Kong dollars per month. Over a year, it would be about 540 million. That's a substantial figure. Moreover, rarity increases value. If we were to produce 100,000 bags in a month, the brand would lose its standing. He didn't want to harm the foundation for immediate profit. The brand was the key to long-term investment. Before long, Pei Yunming brought over several samples. The design was simple and neat, understated yet elegant. The colors were vibrant, but not glaring. The leather had a natural lychee pattern, and one could feel its flexibility with just a touch. A small metal pendant dangled beside it, subtly adding a touch of sophistication. Su Feng stared at the 5 bags of different colors in front of him, his expression relaxing. The outline, proportions, and textures were reminiscent of the platinum bags in his memory, with just a few exquisite embroidery details. This level of craftsmanship was something foreign artisans would struggle to match in 10 more years. Even more striking was the Jinxiu logo directly embossed on the metal clasp of the bag, prominent, sturdy, and not easily worn down. What's the material cost for making one of these bags? He asked at the critical point. Excluding labor, the cost ranges from 300 to 400 Hong Kong dollars. The specific amount depends on the market price of imported leather that month. Pei Yunming answered succinctly. Su Feng nodded. This price was already considered considerable at the end of the 70s. Labor, on the other hand, was worry-free. All were in-house, no need to pay high salaries. However, if hiring externally, ordinary skilled workers would demand a monthly salary of 50 to 60,000 Hong Kong dollars, while truly master-level leather craftsmen could easily command over 10,000. In the past few days, he had also done some research. Hermes bags in the Xiangjiang store were priced between 20,000 and 30,000 Hong Kong dollars. But having the money didn't guarantee a purchase. Popular styles required waiting in line for quotas, with some taking up to 2 or 3 years. Due to extreme scarcity, compounded by Hollywood stars flaunting the bags and socialites spreading the word, along with the meticulous materials and thoughtful designs, prices kept climbing higher. If Jinxiu only operates in Xiangjiang, it would be acceptable to have local celebrities promote it. However, to break into the international market, especially Hollywood, it's essential to hire popular female stars. Currently in Xiangjiang's entertainment industry, apart from the late Bruce Lee, no one truly holds any weight. Even the big-nosed dragon, who would later gain international fame, remains obscure locally, not even making a splash. Su Feng had already made plans in his heart, raising his eyes to say, the day after tomorrow, I want to hold a product launch event with our platinum bag as the main feature. I expect a considerable number of orders. No matter how busy we are, quality control cannot be lax. If a stitch is off by a millimeter or a thread is loose, nothing is allowed to leave the factory. Pei Yunming smiled and said, don't worry, boss. Our quality inspectors won't let anything slide. Even a crooked thread will be addressed until it meets satisfaction. What we're making isn't just bags, but it's art. Good, I love hearing that. Su Feng nodded with a smile. Indeed, it's art, not just bags. Here you go, a Hong today's newspaper. Thanks, Qing Jia. What thanks? Leaving it there after reading would just be... By the way, a Hong, any plans for payday in a couple of days? Not decided yet, but I'm thinking of buying a bag. You should. Women should take good care of themselves. Let me tell you, I've been through it. Qing Jia in her 30s worked for the subway company and was someone Zhong Chuhong met. She tended to talk quite a bit, but after over a month together, Zhong Chuhong knew she was warm-hearted and genuine. Many things were taught to her step by Qing Jia. Otherwise, how could a girl who just graduated high school figure out the daily wage calculations so quickly? Hey, Ahong, I just glanced at the newspaper, and there's a company looking for models offering quite a high pay. With your good looks and proportional figure, you should really try your luck. Qing Jia suddenly remembered this and casually brought it up. She knew well that Zhong Chuhong had long wished to shoulder some burden for her family. Which family? Right here. Qing Jia took the newspaper, flipped through it with a rustle, and tapped a spot with her fingertip. Zhong Chuhong leaned in for a closer look. Indeed, an advertisement appeared. Jinxiu Company seeks models. Excellent appearance required, minimum height 1.65 meters inclusive, age limit under 25 years old. Daily wage 200 yuan upon hiring. Limited positions available. Interested candidates, please call XXX for details. 200 yuan per day. Zhong Chuhong's heart skipped a beat, her eyes brightening. Her monthly salary barely exceeded 600 yuan. Just 1 day's work would equal 3 days' pay. Such a rate was undeniably enticing. But, Sister Qing, I've never worked as a model. How could I possibly apply? What's there to fear about lacking experience? It's simply a matter of dressing well and walking a few steps. Besides, the ad states plainly they judge solely by facial features and height. No prior experience required. If you go and succeed, 200 yuan lands safely in your pocket. If not, you've merely spent half a day. Zhong Chuhong found the logic sound yet teased with a smile. Then why don't you go yourself? You think I wouldn't like to? The ad spells it out in black and white under 25 at least 1.65 meters tall. I'm 1.62 meters and 3 years older. Fate. Qingjie feigned indignation, shooting her a mock-scolding glance, her tone heavy with resignation. She truly longed to go, but her frame refused to comply. Zhong Chuhong burst into laughter. Still laughing? Let me twist your ear. Giggle, giggle, giggle. The two chased each other playfully around the office until footsteps echoed at the door, whereupon they instantly composed themselves, sitting upright and still. That very noon, during lunch break, Zhong Chuhong dialed the number listed in the paper and registered on the spot, arranging for an interview the following day. The next morning, she requested a half-day leave from her company and boarded a bus bound directly for Jinxiu Company's building in North Point. Upon arrival, she found 200 or 300 applicants queued before the registration desk, a dense snaking line. She drew a sharp breath, her knees trembling, nearly turning to flee. Yet just as she shifted her weight, several more young women arrived, precisely behind her. Embarrassment flooded her. Retreating now would cost her all dignity. Then again, she'd come this far, why not press forward, however daunting? After waiting a full hour, her turn finally. The preliminary examiner asked only 3 questions: your height, your weight, any prior runway experience. Just as Zhong Chuhong assumed she'd failed, he handed her a card and said, "You've advanced to round 2. I passed." Her eyes lit up as she gazed intently at the supervisor. He smiled faintly. "Don't celebrate yet. This is merely the first screening. A second round awaits." At least she'd cleared the first hurdle. Relief washed over her, and she sincerely thanked the preliminary examiner before being escorted toward the second round examination room. It was a modest-sized room, noticeably sparser in occupants. Only 12 in total, including herself, fewer than half the previous round. Zhong Chuhong stole a quiet glance around. Every woman possessed delicate features, graceful proportions, and refined attire. Even their stud earrings glinted with subtle elegance. Her fingers unconsciously twisted the hem of her skirt. Suddenly her confidence wavered. After roughly 10 minutes, several men and women entered, walked straight in, and gently closed the door behind them. Soon a woman stood at the doorway and began calling names. Who was Lu Wenwei? Here. A woman immediately raised her hand. Please enter. Yes. Who was Wu Cixi? Zhang Qianqian. Zhong Chuang. 20 minutes passed before her name was finally called. Please enter. Thank you. She murmured her gratitude, softly drew a deep breath, pressed her fingertips into her palms to steady her pulse, then opened the door and stepped inside. 3 long tables filled the room, behind which sat 1 man and 2 women, their collective gaze fixed firmly upon her. Good morning, esteemed examiners. I am Zhong Chuhong, she declared, standing poised, her voice clear yet trembling with earnestness. Have you ever modeled before? Xiechio asked. No, she replied, shaking her head. Now imagine you're a fresh face on the runway. Please walk for us. Zhong Chuhong closed her eyes, briefly recalling the crisp, windswept strides of finalists in the Miss Hong Kong pageant. She gathered her breath, stepped forward, initially stiff-shouldered and unsteady on her heels, but after one full circuit her spine straightened. Naturally her strides steadied, even acquiring a subtle rhythm. Xiechio leaned towards Su Feng, seated centrally, and whispered, Boss, this girl has exceptional fundamentals. Her face is enduringly captivating, her bone structure elegantly balanced, and her presence leaves a distinct impression. Su Feng remained silent, observing her quietly. The young woman before him, with her sharp-cut black hair and slightly uplifted outer eye corners, would one day be hailed alongside Lin Qingxia as a Xia Yufeng Hong, lauded by media across mainland China, Hong Kong, and Taiwan as the Eastern Marilyn Monroe. Her beauty did not rely on bold intensity but on deepening resonance, the freshness of youth veiled by a delicate coquettishness beneath, which surged in unapologetic wildness and allure. That sleek raven-black bob came alive with every gesture, each lift of her hand, each pivot of her body vivid and radiant. That's enough. Stop, Xiechio smiled, signaling her to halt. Just wait for our call. Should you pass, we'll contact you by phone. Please keep your mobile handy. Thank you. Zhong Chuhong exhaled, inwardly bowed respectfully to the 3 examiners, and turned to leave. Before the door clicked shut, her back remained perfectly straight, her steps light and buoyant. Su Feng watched the gently closing door, paused thoughtfully, then pulled her file from the stack and drew a clean, decisive checkmark beside her name. Next candidate. As the remaining dozen or so applicants filed in one by one, he listened to only 2 or 3 before rising and departing. The verdict on Zhong Chuhong had already crystallized in his mind. None thereafter could rival her impression. Having just comfortably relieved himself in the restroom, he stepped out and found Zhong Chuhong standing at the corridor. Their eyes met. He extended his hand, first his smile warm and gentle. Hello. You hello. She faltered, slightly recognizing him as the silent central examiner from earlier. She'd expected aloof severity, not such gentle composure. A brief handshake, then he withdrew his hand and asked casually, Haven't left yet? No. I suddenly felt unwell and just stepped into the restroom. Ah. He nodded, expression relaxed. You did quite well, though you were overly tense. Off. Her heart leapt. Then does that mean I didn't pass? Results will be conveyed officially. His tone remained light, neither confirming nor leaving room for speculation, as he offered a slight courteous nod. I have another engagement. Excuse me. Oh yes, please go ahead. Zhang Chuhong barely recovered before stammering the words. Her flustered, disoriented demeanor almost made Su Feng chuckle. It's over. It's utterly ruined. Zhang Chuhong, really? Is it necessary? You tripped over your own words. Now she surely deducted more points from your impression score. She stared at Su Feng's receding figure, biting her lip in dismay. With the audition likely lost, her chest felt heavy, like a damp towel pressing down. She hailed a bus at the roadside and rode straight back to the Metro Company's project office. On your back. How did it go? Did you get it? Qingjie rushed forward the moment she entered, eyes sparkling with anticipation. Sigh, don't ask. If Zhang Chuhong placed her small handbag on the table, grabbed a cup, and rushed to the water dispenser, filling a large cup. Qingjie was taken aback, her eyebrows raised. No way. With your qualifications, just standing there makes you a living advertisement. How could you be eliminated? Could it be that the competition was too fierce? Zhang Chuhong shook her head. There were indeed many people. I went to line up before 8 o'clock and the queue had already reached over 200. After the first round of screening, I only had to wait for notification after the second round of interviews. Upon hearing this, Qingjie immediately waved her hand. Then it's probably unlikely. Waiting for notification. That basically means a polite rejection. If you were truly hired, you would have signed the contract on the spot. As these words fell, Zhang Chuhong's slight hope faded significantly. Forget it, the dream of wealth is shattered. Oh, I might as well go back to clocking in at work. She sighed deeply. Qingjie laughed and patted her shoulder. It's just one failure, what's the big deal? When I was looking for a job, I sent out 30 resumes and got rejected 28 times. After a few words, Zhang Chuhong relaxed her brows, her smile returning, and that spark of liveliness shone in her eyes once more. The vendor, well accustomed to his voracious appetite despite his stature, immediately adds 2 extra pieces of char. A Hong phone. Coming, Mom. She jumped up from the sofa, rushed to the phone, and picked up the receiver. Hello, who is? Hello, may I ask if this is Miss Zhang Chuhong's home? A warm female voice came from the receiver. Yes, it is me. Hello, this is Jinxiu Company. Please inform Miss Zhang that she has been hired. Please come to the company tomorrow to complete the onboarding procedures. Zhang Chuhong froze in place, her ears buzzing. It wasn't until she heard the busy signal in the receiver that she took a sharp breath and dashed into the kitchen. Mom. I got the job. I really got the job. What? What job did you get? Model. Jinxiu Company just called asking me to report tomorrow morning. Zhang's mother dropped the cloth and utensils in her hand into the sink, her face breaking into a smile. Really? You're not joking with me. The call came to our house. How could it be fake? Oh my, what good news. Zhang's mother rubbed her hands together. Didn't you say there was no hope at all? I was just as confused. I guess everyone else must have failed, and I was the lucky one who got through. Who cares why good news is good news? Mom, quickly help me see which outfit is suitable for tomorrow morning. Zhang Chuhong grabbed her mother's arm, her eyes sparkling, pulling her towards the room. After trying on several outfits, she finally settled on a white skirt paired with a light beige knitted top. The next day was a rest day, so she didn't need to ask for leave from work. Zhang Chuhong took the bus straight to Jinxiu Company. Compared to the crowded chaos of the previous day, the lobby today was so quiet that one could almost hear an echo. Just as she finished filling out the registration form at the front desk, the receptionist suddenly stood up straight. Boss. Zhang Chuhong instinctively looked up. She locked eyes with Su Feng. He was also looking over. Their gazes met. His lips curled slightly as he nodded gently at her, then turned and entered the elevator. Zhang Chuhong stood there, her mind blank. Hello. Was that handsome guy just now your boss? The receptionist smiled and said, of course he is the boss of our Jinxiu. Oh, Zhang Chuhong gasped, instantly understanding everything. The scene from when she bumped into him at the restroom door flashed in her mind, and her ears suddenly felt hot. She lowered her head and gently pushed the completed registration form back. The receptionist pointed and said, come on, I'll take you in. Thank you. Before long, she was brought to a quiet lounge holding a cup of hot tea, waiting quietly. About 10 minutes later, a contract officer came over, handed her the documents, and explained item by item she would be signing a Jinxiu exclusive model contract, earning 200 per show, no pay for non-show days. She could take other work on regular days, but must be present when notified of a show. Zhang Chuhong did not hesitate, quickly signing her name. Immediately after, she was taken into a practice room to start learning the basics like walking, positioning, and turning. The next day, Sunday, precisely 6 o'clock in the evening. Central District Wenhua Hotel. First floor, large conference room. Colored lights began to light up in sequence, and rows of chairs were already set up on both sides of the runway. The chairs were filled with people. Mrs. He, the second wife of the He family, the eldest daughter of the Zheng family, the police chief's wife. All were well-known ladies of Xiangjiang, their status commanding respect. The back row was squeezed with a row of reporters, their cameras aimed squarely at the stage entrance. The atmosphere was buzzing with excitement. Oh my, today's setup is quite impressive. I just saw Mr. He Hongsang's second wife came in personally. And that's not all, the young lady of the Zheng family has also arrived. Look quickly isn't that the police chief's wife. She really came. Backstage, Zhong Chuang was already dressed a fitted pair of jeans, a chic jacket, and in her hands, she held the Suntober-released Jinxiu Platinum bag. Her fingertips felt slightly cold, her heart raced a bit faster, and she couldn't help but feel excited. Alongside her waiting were 8 other girls, all wearing the new autumn and winter collection from Jinxiu. Clap, clap. The person in charge, Lu Jia, clapped her hands twice. Don't be tense, just walk as you usually practice. As soon as she finished speaking, an assistant ran in. Sister Lu, the show is starting. Got it? Lu Jia nodded, then turned to everyone and said loudly, relax, come out in order, keep the rhythm as rehearsed. Go. She waved her hand, and the first group of models stepped out one by one. Front hall. Su Feng sat in the front row center, his hands resting on his knees, scanning the audience, paying particular attention to the expressions and whispers of those ladies. Whether it succeeded or not depended on their reactions. The lights dimmed, suddenly beams of light slanted down, and the somber strings began to play softly. The show officially started. The cut of this top is absolutely stunning. Oh my, this bag is just perfect. Steady, luxurious, and unpretentious. Jeans. I never thought they could be worn with such style. Those little bell bottoms at the hem, a stroke of genius. Pleated skirt. It accentuates the waist and legs. Who designed this style? Listening to the comments from the audience, Su Feng's shoulders gradually relaxed. After all, it was just a product launch, with not many styles. After about 30 minutes of walking, the lights came on, and the show concluded. Next was the dinner segment. Su Feng did not make an appearance. A group of ladies gathered together, eating, drinking, and chatting. Oh, why would a man join in the revelry? He only instructed Xie Qiu and Pei Yunming to keep a close watch, to give gifts to everyone they saw, which were the platinum bags. Just like Hermes and Chanel, each new season, they would prepare one for the socialites, so they would carry it out, take photos, and spread the news, establishing the brand's tone naturally. The reporters were not left out either. Each received 200 as transportation fees, handed out on the spot, no delays. For many of the reporters on the run, this amount was enough to cover their meals for a week. The next day, news of the Jinxiu new product launch prominently appeared on the front pages of major newspapers, such as the Star Island Daily and the Eastern Daily. Alongside this, the earlier news of Su Yu and Lu Mingming winning awards at the American Fashion Design Competition was also brought to the public's attention. The headline read, a historic first for local enterprises winning the international top fashion design competition. The brilliance of Chinese people shines on the world stage. Jinxiu's exclusive designers won 2nd and 3rd place at the International Fashion Design Competition, setting a new record for Chinese fashion businesses. The front page was almost entirely occupied by this news. The report not only detailed the award process, but also repeatedly emphasized that this competition, known in the industry as the Oscars of fashion, has long been dominated by European and American designers. The fact that the 2 Jinxiu designers won 2nd and 3rd place is indeed a groundbreaking achievement for the Chinese fashion industry, filled with admiration and pride. No local newspaper was left out, and television media also did not miss the coverage. A promotional investment of 200,000 Hong Kong dollars could hardly go unnoticed. Tisk Jinxiu. I've never heard of that brand before. You're so slow. The denim shorts I bought last month are from Jinxiu. They're well cut and made of solid material, but they're expensive. 500 for a pair, enough to buy 3 from other brands. Sigh, I grit my teeth and settled for a budget option, which also fits pretty well. At this moment of heated discussion across the city, a special interview was underway in the Jinxiu headquarters. The crew from the TVB was already in position, with lighting, camera angles, and audio all set up. The host was Di Bolala. She had met Su Feng a few times before and was slightly familiar with him. Mr. Su, are you ready? Di Bolala held the microphone, her eyes sparkling with a gentle smile, yet she did not deliberately flirt. There were several cameras, directors, and assistants present, maintaining a perfect balance. Su Feng sat calmly on the sofa, adjusting his suit sleeves, and smiled at her. We can start. Okay, then let's begin recording. She then turned to the camera, her tone clear. Hello viewers, I am TVB host Di Bolala. Today I am very honored to have Mr. Su Feng, the general manager of Jinxiu Company, as our guest. Pausing slightly, she turned to Su Feng. Mr. Su, hello. Recently, many consumers have reported that Jinxiu's products are priced too high. What do you think? Su Feng answered confidently. Jinxiu does not sell fabric and tailoring, we sell design itself. Every piece of clothing and every bag embodies the painstaking efforts of our designers. The design concept cannot be priced. If one only seeks to buy cheaply and durably, there are plenty of options available in the market. Jinxiu's pricing is not only reasonable, but actually somewhat low. Somewhat low. Di Bolala appeared slightly surprised. So what price do you consider reasonable? At least comparable to international first-tier brands like Chanel and Versace. But they have decades of history. What gives Jinxiu the right to stand at the same price point? One thing. Su Feng's gaze was calm. Our designs truly surpass others. Without waiting for further questions, he continued. Next, Jinxiu will launch a brand elevation plan, comprehensively adjusting retail prices to better align with customer expectations of quality and value. Bolala looked at the unwavering confidence in his eyes and could not help but smile. It's clear that Mr. Su has full confidence in Jinxiu. Su Feng simply smiled without saying much. No need for more words. That sense of steadiness and sharpness was already written on his brow. Mr. Su, many styles on the market are highly similar to Jinxius. How do you respond to this? His expression suddenly turned serious. The smile disappeared. This is blatant plagiarism. Jinxiu will protect its rights according to the law and will not be lenient. After a slight pause, his tone grew heavier. I also urge every consumer refuse to buy counterfeit products. This is not just about saving a few bucks, but a direct trampling of originality. If everyone turns a blind eye to plagiarism, will young people in Hong Kong still be willing to sketch designs, make patterns, and stay up all night to revise samples? Additionally, I hope my peers will focus on honing their skills and truly create designs that are of high quality and have soul rather than just copying others' results. Mr. Su's words are heartfelt and enlightening. Also, I urge all ready tower manufacturers to invest more effort in originality. Bolala then shifted the topic and asked, I heard that your designers Ms. Su Yu and Ms. Lu Mingming just won second and third place in the international design competition. What are your thoughts on this? Su Feng nodded with a smile. I am very happy for them. The company has decided to reward both with a special bonus as a reward and encouragement. I hope they will continue to bring glory to Hong Kong. Can you disclose the specific amount? Bolala's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she smiled. Su Feng paused for half a second before responding. It will be equivalent to their annual salary. Wow, a whole year's salary. Your company is indeed generous. I am tempted. Bolala laughed, covering her mouth. Su Feng replied gently, if Miss D is willing to come down to our level, we would be thrilled. Though I fear you might look down upon this small establishment. Bolala laughed out loud. After chatting for a while longer, the interview finally concluded. That evening, this dialogue was featured on TVB's evening special segment. When the audience heard Su Feng say directly, buying counterfeit goods is tantamount to insulting the designer, and called on the public to refuse to purchase counterfeit jeans and dresses from Lee Sin and other manufacturers, many customers who had previously placed orders silently lowered their heads, their ears turning red. Of course, some remained indifferent, or for them the concept of face was merely a piece of paper. However, the impact in the following days, the customer flow at Jinxia's stores noticeably increased. With the launch of the autumn and winter new products, the product lineup was completely transformed, no longer relying solely on denim shorts and dresses to make ends meet. The newly introduced fitted flare jeans and Chanel-style jackets quickly became favorites for street photography. However, the Chanel-style jackets were priced starting at $3,000, causing ordinary consumers to hesitate. But for true socialites and wealthy ladies, such numbers were hardly more than appetizers. When they entered the store, they often did not choose just one item, but swept through by color: off-white, oatmeal, light gray, dark green, taking two of each. But what truly attracted these wealthy women was Jinxia's newly released platinum bag. Entirely handcrafted, made only with the finest crocodile skin and first-layer cowhide, crafted by an internationally renowned designer, available in limited quantities worldwide. Just these few phrases were enough to stir the heart. Want to buy? Sure. First, fill out a reservation form. The arrival time will be notified later. This seemingly ordinary wait-a-moment tactic stirred a subtle wave in the upper-class circles. Aside from career-oriented women, most ladies spent their days dining out, playing mahjong, and soaking in hot springs. When going out, a handbag was never just an accessory, but a symbol of status. What they carried was not a bag, but confidence. Earlier gifts from fashion shows were now quietly fermenting in socialite gatherings. While others draped that platinum bag over their shoulders, you stood empty-handed. Though others might not say it, they had already weighed you in their hearts. Gradually, buying a Jinxiu platinum bag was no longer about carrying items, but about showcasing one's identity. Just like when the first generation of fruit phones was sold for $5,000 to $4,000, some people camped overnight to snatch them up. The reasoning is exactly the same. Scarcity is what gives it value. Currently, Su Feng established a strict rule: only 300 units will be released each month in Xiangjiang. The rest will be exported to mature markets such as Japan, the United States, and the United Kingdom. If there is too much supply, it becomes commonplace. Once it becomes commonplace, the status symbol collapses. As Jinxiu raised prices across the board, business not only did not cool down, but instead grew hotter. In Repulse Bay, a standalone villa. After a low groan, the room fell silent once more. The two beside the bed had yet to part. The woman had skin as white as snow, her cheeks slightly flushed, wrapped tightly in the blanket. She gently wiped the man's forehead with a tissue, then rested her head on his arm, her voice soft as melting honey. Darling, the bag you gave me last time, the zipper is broken. Can you get me another one? Broken? I just brought it home last month. How could there be a problem? Oh dear, I told you it's not. All right, little ancestor, it's just a bag. I'll bring you a new one first thing tomorrow morning. Upon hearing this, the woman immediately propped herself up, her eyes shining like lights. Just remember, I want the Jinxiu platinum bag. The Jinxiu platinum bag. I've never even heard of it. I reckon it's at most a few $100s. The man held the smooth woman in his arms, chuckling. Sure, I'll buy it. It'll be in your hands by tomorrow. The woman tiptoed and kissed him on the cheek with a smack. "Hubby, you're the best to me." Before the words even faded, the two were entangled once more. The next morning, she dragged him straight to the jean show boutique in Central. Raising her head to see the price tag, 3,000, he swallowed hard, his eyes nearly popping out. Is robbing a bank this ruthless? A bag costs 38,000. Why don't you just price it at 380,000? His voice rose, fists clenched tightly. The saleswoman behind the counter didn't even flinch. Having seen similar scenes over the past few days, she merely lifted the corners of her mouth and spoke calmly. "Sir, this model is handcrafted by an Italian master, made from the belly skin of an adult Nile crocodile, complemented with top-grain calf leather. It's not something that can be compared to those replicas on the market. No matter how real, you can't sell it at 10 times the price." He gritted his teeth. "I want this model." She hooked her arm around his wrist tightly, her chest pressing against his sleeve, her voice sweetly sticky. "Shall we try another store? This one seems to be gouging customers." "No way." "Then, LV just released new stock. How about I pick out 2 pieces for you?" "No." She pouted, her chin slightly raised. "You promised me last night." He felt a pang of regret, wanting to slap himself. What he thought was a few $100 issue now turned into a 38,000 pitfall. Even though there were still a few million in his account at this rate, he would hit rock bottom in half a year. Just as they were stuck, she leaned closer to his ear and whispered a few words. His eyelids twitched fiercely. He turned to stare at her. "Can you really make it happen?" She nodded quickly. He took a deep breath, turning to the saleswoman, his voice heavy. "I'll take this bag." "I'm sorry, sir, this is a showroom sample and is not for sale. You can register to reserve it, and we will notify you as soon as it arrives." "What? Not for sale?" His face fell immediately. "Do I have to queue just to buy something?" The saleswoman still smiled. "All our styles are globally limited edition, and once sold out, that's it." "How long do I have to wait?" "At least a month, if it takes longer. Possibly half a year." "Half a year?" He was frozen in place, feeling as if he were nailed down. "To wait for a bag for half a year?" "Yes, sir." He said nothing further, turned and took the woman's hand. "Let's go, we can't waste time here. If there's really no stock, it's not my fault." She abruptly shook off his hand, her high heels clacking loudly against the ground as she walked away without looking back. He hurried after her, forcing a smile. "Darling, did you see? It's not that I don't want to buy it, it's that the store simply has no stock. Next time they restock, I'll be the first to rush in, okay?" She ignored him. Just as they exited the store, a group of 3 to 5 people were gathered at the end of the alley, chattering loudly. "I'll pay 39,000, give it to me." 39,003. "I'll pay cash right now." As they approached, they realized it was scalpers squatting to resell, waving a platinum bag of the same model in their hands. Her eyes lit up instantly. She turned and hugged the man's neck, lightly tracing his nape with her fingertips. "Darling, help me get it." He felt a sinking feeling in his chest. How did they run into this group? He coughed twice, tentatively asking this. "Are you sure it's real? Don't tell me it's a high imitation." As soon as those words left his mouth, the woman selling the bag immediately turned around, scanning him from head to toe, sneering. "Fake. I swiped my card at the boutique 2 days ago. The receipt, serial number, and anti-counterfeiting code are all here. How can you call this fake? You poor thing trying to act rich, but if you can't afford it, don't stand here and be an eyesore." "You." The man's expression darkened. "Can't afford it? Do you think I'm a street vendor?" He raised his hand, pointing at the bag the woman was holding, raising his voice. "If this is the real deal, 40,000 I'll pay right away." 40,000? Are you trying to insult me?" The woman scoffed. "Only 300 were released worldwide. If it weren't for needing money urgently, would I let it go?" Just as her words fell, a man with gold-rimmed glasses raised his hand. "I'll pay 40,000, want to sell it to me." 40,002. Another person immediately followed suit. "Darling." The girl beside the man instantly shook his arm, her voice soft and clingy. The man clenched his teeth, recalling what she said last night while leaning against the headboard. "If you don't get it, we won't have peace tonight." Taking a deep breath, he declared, 45,000. The two men exchanged glances and silently stepped back. The woman nodded. "Highest bidder wins. It's yours. There's one condition. We have to go back to the store to verify the authenticity." "All right, no problem. Let's go." A few minutes later, they came out of the store. The woman with the bag tilted her chin up. "I told you it was real, you just didn't believe it." The man didn't waste time, opening his wallet and counting out 45,000, the bills still warm with his body heat. "Here, the money is right here." The woman's eyes curved as she stuffed the bag into his hands, turning to leave, her steps light, as if she were walking on air. She was already calculating in her mind for the next release. She would have to camp out in front of the store. Money comes too easily. Reselling it would net a profit of 6,000 to 7,000. The man gripped the bag strap, his fingertips warm, his mind filled with the cash he had just counted out. "Hubby, you're the best." The woman tossed the bag over her shoulder and gave him a loud kiss on the cheek. Suyu received an award. Lu Mengmeng took the stage, and Su Feng's interview video went viral. Jean Shio's autumn and winter new products sold out directly, especially the leather line with glass in the boutique nearly shattered from being tapped. Xiechio urged for production increases 3 times in a row, all of which were suppressed by Su Feng. That day he sat back in his office. "President Su, if you don't increase the volume soon, customers will start placing orders with competitors. The hotter it gets, the more we need to stabilize." Flooding the market now is like stepping on the brand in mud. Want to sell at a high price later. It's difficult. I understand the reasoning, but looking at the mountain of orders, my palms are sweating. Then why don't you lead the team and personally visit Japan and Europe and America? Establish channels and negotiate with agents. The time has come. Xiechio nodded, sure the contracts for those few endorsers indeed still have a couple of issues. He paused for a moment, suddenly recalling something. Right, boss, there was a call this morning from Leeson Garments saying they wanted to discuss a collaboration with us. Linkson's company. Su Feng raised an eyebrow. What do they want to collaborate on? Xiechio shrugged. They didn't. It's probably either a franchise or an investment. It can't be anything else. I remember that Leeson was one of the first to copy our denim shorts and wrap skirts, right? That's right. Su Feng scoffed coldly. After copying us, they still want to hitch a ride. Xiechio shrugged. It's not our place to judge the thickness of their skin. Let it be for now. Su Feng leaned forward. How is the setup of the legal department going? The more the company pushed forward, the more critical it became to maintain the legal barriers. He had long wanted to assemble a professional team hiring truly tough lawyers, not to extract more compensation, but to let the industry remember the bottom line of Jinxiu is untouchable. Leeson is the first test stone. First, it's substantial. One of the 4 major garment makers in Xiangjiang. Taking them down would be more shocking than defeating 10 small workshops. If he could build the image of a tough man who dares to fight and does not fear death, then rack up a few commendations, making a name for himself in the force would be a matter of time. We're almost ready. 2 lawyers specializing in commercial infringement cases have signed on, and we've also established a long-term cooperation agreement with an international law firm. What about the funds? How much is left in the account? Su Feng asked, looking up. Regarding the funds, after a series of large investments, we also diverted 30 million from your account. Originally, we had over 100 million in liquid assets, but now we're left with about 80 million. Thanks to the recent launch of new products that brought in some cash, otherwise we wouldn't even have this amount. Xiechio said as she shot Su Feng a mildly reproachful look. Boss, could you please give us a heads up next time you withdraw money? It was too sudden and the finance department couldn't adjust in time. Su Feng knew she was referring to the operation in the system backend and silently noted from now on he would let the system directly recharge from his personal account, avoiding the company cash flow. Got it, I'll make a note of this, and will definitely notify you in advance next time. Upon hearing this, Xiechio finally relaxed her brow. The two chatted about some daily affairs. After sitting in the office for a while, Su Feng suddenly remembered that he hadn't checked on Shanghai Electronics in some time and wondered how things were progressing there. He got up and took the elevator to the 8th floor. The entire floor was divided into 2 sections. The larger part was dedicated to the RD department of Shanghai Electronics, while a small area in the corner was reserved for Shanghai Real Estate. Currently, Shanghai Real Estate was just a shell of various qualifications were still being processed. For example, the construction enterprise qualification certificate. It wasn't as simple as registering a company and immediately starting to build. There was no way. All personnel had to be recruited from outside. There wasn't a single ready-made one. As soon as he stepped into the RD department of Shanghai Electronics, he saw a room full of people busy with electronic equipment, most of the tables cluttered with circuit boards. After confirming which laboratory Yang Xingchang was in, Su Feng walked straight over. He pushed open the door and bumped into Yang Xingchang discussing something with several engineers. On the workbench lay a small silver machine with a simple design. At first glance it looked just like a vintage cassette tape player. Is it done? Upon hearing his voice, everyone turned their heads in unison. Boss, they replied in unison. Yang Xingchang was a bit surprised. Why did you come in person? Just came to check on the progress. Su Feng casually picked up the prototype, examining it from all angles. Is this thing ready for use? Yang Xingchang immediately responded, this is the first batch of prototypes just returned from the factory. We are conducting basic tests focusing on the tape and sound quality. And the results? He inquired. After dozens of rounds of testing, there hasn't been a single malfunction. Su Feng nodded lightly and pressed the play button. Music flowed out immediately, clear and smooth with minimal background noise. After listening for a short while, he raised his hand to stop it. Let's change the casing style. Right now it looks too bulky and not sleek enough. If we switch to a metallic material, the quality would be much stronger. And the edges are too sharp. If held for a long time it can be uncomfortable, so we need to smooth out the corners a bit. After all, it's a portable device, and if it's too big, it's not convenient to carry. A female colleague could fit it in her bag, but a man can't just carry a bag every day, right? Yang Xingchang nodded. The metal casing can be done, but the cost will increase significantly. If we reduce the size of the body, we would need to customize the cassette tapes. Standard cassette tape sizes are fixed, and if we create our own, it would be detrimental to user acceptance and market expansion. My opinion is to stick with standard tapes for this generation. We'll start optimizing the edges and thickness right away. Su Feng listened, pondered for a moment, and felt that it made sense. Products shouldn't pursue instant success. Continuous refinement and small quick steps are what can withstand market testing. If we pack all the highlights into one go, how would we upgrade later? Realizing this point, he shifted to asking about costs. What is the current manufacturing cost per unit? Yang Xingchang thought for a moment. The details haven't been finalized yet, but the preliminary estimate puts the cost per unit between 90 and 100 Hong Kong dollars. Once the production line is up and running and we scale up, it should be possible to reduce it to 60 or 70. For specific numbers you can discuss with General Manager Liu, he is in charge of production. Su Feng nodded silently after hearing this. Currently, a basic tape recorder in Xiangjiang sells for over 1,200 Hong Kong dollars, which is roughly equivalent to 2 months' salary for an ordinary office worker. The root of the high price lies in the core components and circuit boards that rely on overseas supply. If a tape recorder is sold with an imported label, the price would go up even further. If we can really bring the cost down to below $100, a player could sell for 500 each with a gross profit approaching 400. Of course, this doesn't account for advertising, labor, or hard expenses like store or counter costs. But even after those deductions, the profit margin would still be firmly above 3 times. If we were a bit aggressive following Sony's model back, then pricing it at 1,000 would yield even more shocking profits. Hasten the final testing and ramp up production as quickly as possible. The patent matters should proceed simultaneously. Clarify the materials and have a dedicated person handle the international applications. Europe, America, Japan, and Korea, not a single one should be missed no matter how tedious the procedures are. They must all be completed. Don't forget about the Southeast Asian market either. For legal support, contact Xiechio from Jinxiu, as she will assist throughout the process. Let's keep things stable here in the mainland for now. When the winds of reform sound next year, we can send someone over to handle the registration. For now, there's no need to waste effort. Night. In a hotel room in Tsim Shui. Breathless, the two collapsed together. Di Boli turned her face, resting on Su Feng's chest, looking up at him. I heard Ji divorced Huang Hanwei. Did you pay for it? Did she tell you? She raised the corners of her eyes with a hint of teasing. Wow, I didn't expect you to be so generous. 2 million Hong Kong dollars without batting an eye, just handed it over. Honestly, did you sleep with her? Su Feng lightly stroked her shoulder with his fingertips, smiling without answering. Why are you asking this all of a sudden? Di Boli scoffed. Without that kind of relationship, would you really give her 2 million? He hooked a finger beneath her chin, eyes playful. Oh, so you know me this well? She slapped his hand away and nuzzled against his chest, then suddenly widened her eyes. You actually slept with her? Whoa. Su Feng froze for a beat, then recovered instantly. How, you were baiting me? Di Bola chuckled, drawing out the words. My, so you fancy married women? Come on, tell me. What did it feel like to sleep with her? Su Feng shot her a sidelong glance, replied lazily. Not as randy as you. Di Bola was left speechless. She rolled her eyes and shifted into a new pose. You gave her 2 million, you can't play favorites, can you? Shouldn't you give me 2 million too? Don't say 2 million, 200 million will do. She straightened with a start, eyes wide. Are you serious? Su Feng lunged, hauling her into his arms and flipping to pin her down. He leaned close with a wicked smile. Of course I'm serious. I'll give it to you right now. Di Bola froze. The next instant her face flamed crimson and she ground her teeth, calling him shameless. He meanwhile laughed until his shoulders shook. News that Jin Xiu had refused to negotiate spread to Lin Baixin, chairman of Li Xian Garments, the very same day. His expression darkened on the spot. Father, that Su Feng is so ungrateful. We approached him to show goodwill, and he turned us down. He needs to understand who truly pulls the strings in Jiang's clothing trade. Lin Jianming clenched his fists, voice taut with anger. Lin Baixin shot him a cold glance. How do you want to teach him a lesson? He makes ready-made garments, doesn't he? Cut off his cloth supply. Order the spinning mills, dye houses, and fabric merchants to stop supplying Jin Xiu. Without material, let's see how he finishes his lines. If that won't do, end it all. Sneak into the factory at night and torch it clean. Lin Jianming spoke bluntly and decisively. Fool. Lin Baixin slammed his palm on the table. Lin Jianming bristled. Father, how am I the fool? Which part is wrong? Lin Baixin stared him down, enunciating each word. The plan is sound. But the hand that acts must not bear the name Lin. Not Lin. Lin Jianming's eyes lit, and he grinned. Got it. Leave it to me, father. He'll see it done to your satisfaction. You can handle this. Of course, leave it to me. It will be rock solid. Very well, it's yours to carry out. But one condition. You must not show your face, understand? Lin Baixin's tone was level, his gaze direct. Lin Jianming smiled broadly. Father, I know my limits. Lin Baixin nodded once faintly. In truth, he did not put all his trust in the plan. His eldest son had been hasty in the past, but since Lin Jianming had volunteered, a way had to be found to let him act. Besides, the task required no direct hand, merely to rally several peers, spread the word, and muster the pressure. Knock, knock, knock. The sudden sound at the door startled the room. Enter. The door opened, and an employee hurried in, standing directly before the desk. Chairman, we've just received a court summons. A court summons? Lin Baixin raised an eyebrow. Yes. The man nodded. Jin Xiu Company has formally sued Li Xian Garments, accusing us of plagiarizing their new design and demanding compensation plus a public apology. The case has been filed. The hearing is next Wednesday. Huh. He had not moved, yet his rival had already shown his blade. The lawsuit itself was not terrifying, but to be slapped in the face publicly was a bitter pill to swallow. He kept his emotions carefully contained and said lightly, understood. Forward it to legal and proceed according to procedure. Yes. The man bowed and left with brisk steps. Father, the Su family is sly. First they reject our olive branch, then they file suit clearly trying to trample Li Xian underfoot. As if you needed me to tell you that. Lin Jianming paused awkwardly, rubbing the back of his neck. Right, get on with your Lin Baixin waved a weary hand indicating he could go. Lin Jianming rose at once. Father, I'll take my leave now. Go on. Click. The door closed softly. Lin Baixin rose slowly and paced the office a few steps before stopping at the floor-to-ceiling window. Beyond the glass the lights of Widulia 1 shimmered and receded. The sea breeze slid silently across the pane. After a moment he returned to his desk, picked up the phone, and dialed the first number. Luo Sheng, it's me. Free this afternoon. Tea together. Good, the usual place. He replaced the receiver and called a second number. Feng Sheng, any engagement this afternoon? Join me. Yes, right now would be perfect. He made a third call. Tiansheng, afternoon tea, the usual time. When the 3 calls were done, he set the handset down and tapped his knuckles twice on the desk. That afternoon, in an old established tea house in Shanghuan, the private room on the second floor hosted the patriarchs of Xiangjiang's 4 great garment families. No one could hear what was said. Only when Lin Baixin rose to leave did the corner of his mouth lift ever so slightly, certainty glinting in his eyes. That night, Su Feng slept deeply until a shrill ring exploded through the quiet. Hello, boss. Something big has happened. The factory's on fire. Yu Qinghua's voice crashed down, urgency warping its tone. What a... Su Feng sprang upright with a jolt, instantly awake, voice taut. Where did the fire start? Is everyone safe? The cause is still unclear, but it was discovered early and the flames were suppressed as they first appeared. The scene has been cordoned off by the police. How much burned? Su Feng frowned. It's too soon to estimate precisely, but the stockpiled in the first-floor warehouse has certainly been hit. All right, I'm on my way. I'm hanging up. He threw off the covers, dressed in seconds. What's happened? Zhao Yaji sat up, wrapped in the blanket hair, tousled, her voice full of worry. Something's wrong at the factory, though I need to check it out. Su Feng buttoned his shirt and smiled at her. Don't worry, it's a small problem. Go back to sleep. Be careful on the road. Don't worry. Slam. The iron gate closed with a heavy clang. Su Feng's face went cold as he led Liao Zixin and the others swiftly downstairs. They went straight for the garage. He settled into the gleaming Rolls-Royce's rear seat and said in a low, hard voice, yes. The engine rumbled awake and the convoy slid from the garage toward the Jinxiu factory building. 5 minutes later the tires rolled over the familiar stretch of road in front of the block. The scene was already chaotic. Police cars and fire engines blocked the intersection, and tangled ranks, red and blue lights strobing painfully. Su Feng glanced at the crowd outside, furrowed his brow, and turned to Liao Zixin in the front passenger seat. Xian, bring the police officer in charge of the scene over here. Understood, boss. Liao Zixin nodded and summoned a bodyguard, whispering a few instructions. The man immediately pushed through the crowd and strode away. Within 2 minutes, a middle-aged man in uniform hurried forward. His gaze swept over the Rolls-Royce and the lined-up Mercedes at each side, and he straightened at once. Hello, I'm Gao Jinxing, the officer in charge of the scene. Su Feng opened the door, stepped out, and offered a hand with a smile. Officer Gao, a pleasure to meet you. I am Su Feng, the head of Jinxiu Company. So you're Mr. Su, good to meet you. Gao Jinxing's tone warmed immediately. The interview clip on the wireless station had just aired a few days ago. Who did not know that Jinxiu was backed by a young boss in his early 20s? After a few civilities, Su Feng cut to the chase. Officer Gao, may I ask, based on initial findings, does this fire appear accidental, or was it set deliberately? On the drive over, he had already run through several possible scenarios in his mind. Intuitively, the likelihood of an insider being involved is low, but it cannot be completely ruled out. What he is truly focused on is external forces, especially from Li Xin's side. Otherwise, it is truly inexplicable. As soon as Jinxiu submitted the lawsuit, the factory caught fire right afterward. If it were merely a coincidence, it would be too coincidentally glaring. Gao Jinxing replied truthfully, Mr. Su, the preliminary investigation shows that the ignition point has obvious traces of gasoline residue. Whether it was arson cannot be definitively concluded yet, but the possibility is very high. Once the light is sufficient in the morning, the technical department will conduct another round of detailed inspections. Su Feng's expression instantly darkened. As expected, he had guessed right. It really was arson. The smell of gasoline mixed with burnt odor. How could it be covered up by an accident? Seeing his serious expression, Gao Jinxing quickly added, rest assured, we have established a special task force to thoroughly investigate. Thank you, Mr. Gao, for your hard work. It's just part of the job, nothing to mention. If Mr. Su has no further instructions, I will return to the scene to coordinate. I appreciate it, Mr. Gao. No need to be polite. Su Feng squinted at the distant crowd, contemplated for a moment, then turned back to sit in the car, instructing someone to call Yu Qinghua over. Shortly after, Yu Qinghua hurriedly arrived at the car. Can the production line start as usual tomorrow? Yes. The fire was discovered early and extinguished in time. It only affected the lower floor partially, and the second floor and above were not impacted. Su Feng felt a slight relief in his heart. If the assembly line on the upper floors also suffered damage, the delivery schedule would completely collapse. His voice became serious. From today onward, the factory must arrange dedicated personnel for night shifts with 24-hour rotations. There can be no further mistakes. The factory has never set up night shifts. Doors are locked precisely at 5:30 every day, and occasionally, if work is urgent, they only last until 8 at night. Understood. Rest assured, boss. Yu Qinghua answered decisively. He knew this matter didn't need reminding. Another oversight who could bear the consequences. The next morning, when the employees stepped into the factory area, they all stood frozen in place. What happened? I heard there was a fire last night. Fortunately, the patrolling personnel heard unusual sounds and alerted others, otherwise the entire building would have collapsed in flames. Oh, I just heard from the patrol officer that there was a smell of gasoline left at the scene. It is highly likely that someone intentionally set the fire. Intentionally? Which scoundrel dared to commit such a wicked act? If the factory burns down, we all lose our jobs. Exactly. Who knows which bastard dared to burn the factory? Thankfully, the equipment on the second and third floors was unharmed. If everything was destroyed, we would have no choice but to pack up and seek other opportunities. Where else can we find a factory that pays well and offers light work? Shoo, mister. You is here. As soon as the words left their mouths, several workers who were still murmuring immediately fell silent, lowering their heads to focus on their tasks. Yu Qinghua, with a stern face, scanned the area. Less gossiping, focus on your own work. With those words, he turned and left. Come in. Yu Qinghua responded as he pushed the door open. Boss, the loss report has come out. Moi. Su Feng raised his gaze. How much? 7,000 pairs of jeans were burned. The Xiaoxiang Feng series also suffered, with over 800 pieces completely destroyed. All goods that had just come off the line and were to be shipped to various stores this morning. This fire will definitely cut off supplies in the short term. Roughly calculated, the direct loss is around 200,000. Su Feng nodded slightly. This amount was still within the bearable range. Fortunately, the leather goods production line was not piled up in the ground floor warehouse. Otherwise, it would have really caused significant losses. Quickly organize personnel to clean up the scene. He paused, his gaze landing on Yu Qinghua's face. Any progress from the police? Have they found out who set the fire? Yu Qinghua shook his head. They only said to expedite the investigation. There hasn't been any feedback yet. Stay vigilant, follow up every day, and don't wait for them to urge you. Understood. After finishing a few instructions, Yu Qinghua exited the office. Su Feng sat quietly for a moment, picked up the landline, and dialed Feng Xiaonan's number. Beijiao Golden Age Bar. Feng Xiaonan was currently holding a meeting around a round table when the phone at the table corner suddenly rang. Hello, who is this? It's me, a boss. As soon as he heard it was Su Feng, Feng Xiaonan immediately straightened his back. The voice on the other end simply said, Anan, last night the factory in Beijiao was set on fire. I am not pleased. Investigate, find out who did it. Yes, rest assured, boss. After hanging up, Feng Xiaonan's face turned ashen. Beijiao was his territory, and Su Feng's factory was situated right here. The fire was equivalent to publicly slapping him in the face. Before he could speak, Lu Wenlong had already leaned in to ask, Brother, Nan, what happened? Feng Xiaonan gritted his teeth. Last night someone burned the boss factory. What a damn. Which bastard took the courage to touch the boss's territory? The whole room stood up in unison, their eyes reddening. Feng Xiaonan slammed the table hard. The boss personally called, ordering us to thoroughly investigate. Listen up. Every brother must report back with results by 8 o'clock tonight. I want to see who dares to act recklessly under my watch. Understood. With the command, over 2,000 members of the Yisha dispersed like a tide, the whole Beijiao street bubbling with hidden currents. Liang Zifei recently felt like he was down on his luck, so unlucky that even buying lottery tickets couldn't yield a win. Until yesterday afternoon, when someone came knocking offering a business, he felt, hey, fortune's turning. Arson is a crime, and if caught he would have to spend time in jail. But he was a streetwise person. The police station was almost as familiar as his own backyard, so what was there to fear? More importantly, the price offered was too enticing, a deposit of 3,000 and another 10,000 upon completion. Light one fire, net a profit of 13,000. Where could he find such a cheap deal? Besides, his pockets were already empty enough to keep fish, not even enough to buy a girl a cup of milk tea. As soon as the 3,000 deposit was in hand that night, he brought a box of gasoline and several bundles of wood, piled them into the factory, called Jinxiu, set it on fire, and ran off, darting away in the dark faster than a rabbit. This morning he flipped through the newspaper. The police were shouting about, working hard to investigate, but Liang Zifei didn't even raise an eyebrow. Could they catch him? It didn't matter. If it was truly discovered that he did it, at most he would spend a few days in jail. This wasn't his first time. When he went to meet the employer as agreed, he was supposed to get 10,000, but instead, he was only handed 5,000. The reason was the factory hadn't burned down completely. Liang Zifei felt frustrated, but with the money already in his pocket, he could only grit his teeth and swallow this grievance. He turned to call over a couple of friends and headed straight to the bar to celebrate. With money in hand, he instantly straightened his back. The drink order was all high-end items. The two followers watched in awe. Normally when they came here they would just order a couple of bottles and lounge around until closing time today. However, as soon as they entered they smashed 5 or 6 bottles and added a bunch of fruit platters and snacks, piling them up on the table. Fei Ge hit the jackpot. So extravagant. Jin Mao grinned, his words laced with a tease. Ming, stop talking nonsense. Fei Ge is paying, just drink without blabbering. The other follower had just retorted Jin Mao when he immediately turned to Liang Zifei and winked. Fei Ge, I'm not wrong, right? Ha! Liang Zifei laughed so hard he almost fell over. After laughing enough, he wrapped an arm around each girl and playfully kissed their cheeks, prompting them to shyly push him away. Striking it rich. That's nonsense. I've just made a little pocket money these days. He then divulged the details about burning the factory. As soon as the 2 lackeys heard this, their eyes lit up as if electrified. Fei Ge, count me in next time. I can carry the wood and pour the oil, no hesitation. Fei Ge him in too. Seeing them vying to pledge their loyalty, the handsome Fei felt pleased inside, but feigned disdain, saying, do you think playing with fire is like setting up a stall? Do you think it happens every day? You're dreaming. At this moment a girl nestled in his arms suddenly looked up and said, Fei Ge, I need to use the restroom. Fei smiled and held her slender waist, playfully blocking her mouth. What restroom? Let's drink until we're satisfied first. The girl giggled and dodged. How can I not drink too much? He pinched her bottom hard and raised his eyebrows, saying, go on, come back quickly. Tonight I'll make you feel like you're flying. So annoying. She playfully slapped his shoulder before getting up to leave. As soon as she stepped out of the private room, the sweetness on her face instantly vanished, her eyes cold as a knife, glancing sharply at the door before she left swiftly. In a hidden room deep within the bar, a man called Tiger sat listening intently. Brother, who hears the situation? I can confidently say that the handsome Fei is the one you're looking for, the arsonist. The woman spoke, rapidly reciting word for word what the handsome Fei had said. The man known as Brother, who named you, who was a powerful figure under Lu Wenlong in the inner hall, respected in the underworld as Brother Who. This morning the boss had called personally, ordering him to find the culprit behind the fire at the Jinsho factory. Who would have thought that the man was right under his nose, drinking with a flushed face in his own establishment? Yu Hu stood up abruptly, unable to conceal his joy. A Qiao, well done. If it really was him, the credit is yours. A Qiao smiled, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Thank you, Brother Hu. A Bin. A sturdy man standing nearby stepped forward at the sound of his name. Brother Hu. Yu Hu ordered in a deep voice. You accompany a Qiao and bring him here. I want to question him in person. Lu Bin nodded. Understood, Brother Hu. A Qiao led the way, twisting and turning until they stopped in front of a private room. Bin Gu, it's right here. She lightly pointed at the door. Without a word, Lu Bin pushed the door open and led the way inside. The private room was lively, the sound of clinking bottles filling the air. The handsome Fei and his companions froze in surprise. Who are you? Lu Bin scanned the room, and his gaze landed on the handsome Fei sitting in the middle, his voice as cold as ice. Are you the handsome Fei? The handsome Fei felt a chill run down his spine under Lu Bin's gaze, but bravely replied, yes, what's the matter? Lu Bin raised his hand. Take him away. As soon as the words left his mouth, several lackeys rushed forward. What are you doing? Stop. The handsome Fei's 2 subordinates tried to intervene, but fell to the ground, unable to move after 2 heavy punches. Several women in the room sensed that something was off and had quietly slipped away. Lu Bin glanced down at the 2 on the floor who were curled up and groaning, then glanced at the handsome Fei who was being dragged away while shouting, why are you arresting me? He didn't even bother to raise his eyelids, simply turning and leaving. In less than 3 minutes, Brother Hu, we've brought him here. The handsome Fei recognized Yu Hu at once and immediately switched to a flattering tone. Brother Hu, I really didn't cause any trouble. Yu Hu stood up from the sofa and slowly walked over to him, a smirk appearing on his lips. Where were you last night? Last night. The handsome Fei was taken aback. Last night, did you set fire to a factory? His mind went blank, realizing something was wrong, and he quickly forced a smile. Last night. I was at home watching a show, sleeping, didn't step out at all. Slap. The sound of a slap rang out, leaving half of his face burning hot. Watching your mother's show? Do you dare to fool me? I'll give you one more chance. Say another word of falsehood, and I'll throw you into the sea to feed the fish. Slap. Another fierce slap came, and Yu Hu shouted, speak. What did you do last night? This time he used almost all his strength, causing the handsome Fei to spit out blood and collapse to the ground. Crying out, he said, I'll tell you. Brother Hu, I'll tell you. Yesterday someone came to me, gave me $8,000 to set fire to a factory. Bang! Yu Hu kicked him hard in the stomach, and the handsome Fei screamed as he rolled on the ground. Yu Hu spat and cursed, damn it, you're getting too bold. Take him away. Not a word should be missed. If one word is missed, he'll be fed to the fish. Yes. In the bar's private room, the handsome Fei let out a miserable scream, cold sweat rolling down his forehead, his face contorted in agony. Who instructed you? Speak quickly. I know he's called Lu Zi. We met back when I was in the trade. He spilled everything like a bamboo tube pouring beans. Slap. Another slap landed. Would it have been so hard to say so earlier? You worthless piece. Lu Bin withdrew his hand and turned to Yu Hu. Boss, we found out that the mastermind is a guy named Lu Zi. Lu Zi? Yes. The The handsome Fei said this Lu Zi is with someone called Yang Jinfu, who runs the He Long clothing factory at Shaoqiwan. The clothing factory. Yuhu's eyes lit up. Jinxiu also made clothing. Competing within the same industry, if you can't win, burn it down. This method was all too familiar. Alright, I understand the situation, you can leave for now. Brother Hu, how should we deal with that kid? Yuhu furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before waving his hand. Keep him locked up, don't kill him, we might need him later. Got it, Brother Hu. After Lu Bin left, Yuhu picked up the phone and dialed out. Hello. The voice of the boss Lu Wenlong came through the receiver, and Yuhu immediately lowered his voice. Boss, I'm a Hu. Oh hey Hu, what's up? So about the arson incident, we found the person responsible. What? You found out? The voice of Lu Wenlong suddenly rose sharply on the other end of the line. Yes, boss. The one who acted is a short guy nicknamed the Handsome Fei. He said someone gave him $8,000 to get him to burn a factory. We've already figured out the mastermind named Lu Zi. He has been with Yang Jinfu all along. Yang Jinfu runs the He Long factory at Shaoqiwan doing clothing business. I suspect that the big fire was likely instigated by Yang Jinfu. Yu clearly explained the situation. Ahu, well done. I'll report this to Nangu right away. You gather your men and bring Yang Jinfu back to me immediately. Yes, Long Go. After hanging up the phone, Yu quickly assembled his men and headed straight for Shaoqiwan. Located in the East District, Shaoqiwan was the territory of the Iha society. Finding someone on their own turf was not difficult. Plus, with the He Long factory being such a conspicuous target, it was like following the clues to the source. Before long, the location of Yang Jinfu became clear. In no time, dozens of brothers from the Iha society armed with sticks gathered outside the He Long factory. Yu crushed the cigarette, but between his fingers glanced at the factory, his gaze darkening as he shouted, "Smash! Bring Yang Jinfu out to me." Before his words faded, the crowd surged like a tide into the factory. They smashed everything in sight. The factory workers were bewildered, watching as these people entered with fierce expressions, destroying whatever they laid their eyes on, terrified and huddled in the corners. A foreman in work clothes mustered his courage to approach, his voice trembling. "Big brother. What happened?" Lu Bin's face tightened as he grabbed the front of his shirt, his voice rasping like sandpaper on iron. "Where is Yang Jinfu?" "Looking for our boss." The foreman was taken aback, but quickly reacted, pointing behind him. "In the office at the back." "Lead the way." Lu Bin seized his arm and pushed him forward with great force, causing the foreman to stumble a few steps. His heart raced, but he dared not resist, and could only grit his teeth and lead the way. As they passed through the noisy workshop, an open space appeared ahead. A two-story building with gray walls and white windows stood across from them. At that moment, Yang Jinfu arrived with a few lackeys. "Boss." The foreman saw his savior and immediately ran over, panting and shouting. "Boss, these people barged in and are smashing things." Yang Jinfu raised his hand to stop him, his gaze cold as it swept over Lu Bin. "Brother, did something go wrong?" "Go wrong?" Lu Bin's lips curled into a smile devoid of warmth. As soon as he finished speaking, Yu Hu and his men arrived. "Brother Hu, it's him." Lu Bin pointed at a middle-aged man in a suit among the crowd. Yu Hu grinned, his gaze lingering on Yang Jinfu's face for half a second before suddenly losing his smile, his voice sharp as a knife. "Drag him over." With the order given, his subordinates rushed forward without a word. Yang Jinfu turned to flee. After taking just 2 steps, he cried out in pain and fell to his knees, clutching his right leg and rolling on the ground. "Running away. Keep running." Lu Bin picked up a stick and struck hard at his left knee. "Aunt." Yang Jinfu curled up like a shrimp, convulsing on the ground. "Stop hitting. Big brother, spare me. Weren't you quite arrogant just now? Let's see you be arrogant again." Another strike landed with a dull thud on his shoulder blade. "Already been, leave him some breath." Yu stepped forward, his tone calm. "Yes, Brother Hu." Lu Bin lowered his stick and stepped back. Yu raised an eyebrow, crouching beside Yang Jinfu, his voice neither loud nor soft. "Where are the subordinates of that Lu Zi?" "Here he is." A brother stepped forward, dragging a man with a bloodied nose and mouth, throwing him to the ground. "You are Lu Zi." "Who? Who are you?" "Who you are is not important." Yu fixed his gaze on him, a smile playing on his lips. "I heard it was you who sent Liang Zai to set fire to the factory." Lu Zi's pupils constricted suddenly. At the same moment, Yang Jinfu, sprawled on the ground, trembled violently, his face turning pale and cold sweat beading on his forehead. "I really don't know what you're talking about. What Liang Zai? I've never heard of it." "Oh, tough backbone, huh? Drag him away. Let him weigh for himself whether his tongue is tougher or our fists are harder." "Got it, Brother Hu." Before the words finished, 2 men in black jackets grabbed Lu Zi, dragging him towards the end. Yu turned his head, his gaze sweeping over Yang Jinfu, who was cowering in the corner with a panicked expression. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, but there was no warmth. "This fire was started by you, right? You've got guts daring to burn down a factory of Jinxiu. Are you treating your life as firewood? Don't worry, soon you'll know what it means to find it hard to die." He slowly stood up, pressing down his sleeve, his voice as flat as a dry well. "Take him back." "Understood." Yang Jinfu's legs went weak, nearly causing him to kneel. Even a fool could see that these people were not the police or neighborhood watch, but ruthless characters. If they were really taken away, it would be hard to find even a corpse. He crumpled down, his voice trembling. Big brother, please spare me. I didn't give the order. Someone forced me to do it. Just a runner. Oh. Yu Hu paused, turning back to stare at him, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. This was indeed unexpected. He frowned. Who instructed you? Name it, be clear. It's Lin Jiaming. The boss of Lisin Garment, Lin Baixin's son, the young master of Lisin Group. He said that Jin Xiu was suppressing our small factory that makes denim shorts and promised, if we burned down Jin Xiu's factory, Lisin would transfer next quarter's export quota to me at a low price. Lin Jiaming. Yuha's brow twitched, searching his mind, but found no one by that name. Yang Jinfu hurriedly added, you must know Lisin Group, right? An established company listed in Xiangjiang. Lin Baixin is a character who can shake the third floor of the Chaozhou Chamber of Commerce. Oh. Yuha's throat moved, his expression darkening. Lisin, Lin Baixin. Of course he was familiar with them. But he didn't expect that a fire would burn down the Lin family's head. This matter was far more sensitive than he had anticipated. Take everyone back, keep them under strict control, don't injure them, and don't kill anyone. He dropped this sentence and turned to leave. This matter had to be reported immediately. The news quickly reached Feng Zionen's ears, and he hastily called Su Feng, recounting everything word for word. It really is the Lin family. Su Feng listened, lightly tapping his fingertips on the table's edge without looking up. In the industry, there were only a few families that could go head-to-head with Jin Xiu. Recently, the only one with whom they had dealings and conflicts was Lisin. However, he had not expected Lin Jiaming to be so bold, directly starting a fire. If it really burned down, the loss of equipment and factory would amount to tens of millions, not to mention the chain reaction of stock shortages, leaving empty shelves in stores nationwide within a week. The accounts simply couldn't be calculated. On the other end of the line, Feng Xiaonan pressed his voice down and asked, Boss, should I also send someone to North Point to give his factory a retaliation? No need. Wait until I set a rule. And, Yang Jinfu, and those few people, leave them some breath, not a single one can be missing. Su Feng paused for a moment and added, understood, boss. After hanging up, Su Feng sat in his chair without moving. Burning someone else's factory. That was the path of thugs, not his. Reporting to the police. At most, it would let Lin Jiaming sit for a few days, and once he came out, he would still be in his suit. He needed to make him hurt to the bone, so he wouldn't dare to look at Jin Xiu again. Suddenly, his fingertips stopped, a hint of cold light appearing in his eyes. Then the corners of his mouth curled slightly. Dare to burn my factory. Then he'll slowly repay you with the things you cherish the most. In the past 2 days, Lin Jiaming had not slept well. Yang Jinfu had been missing for a full 4 days. His phone turned off. The factory workers only remembered that on the day a dozen tattooed men with cigarettes barged in smash machines, overturned counters, and dragged people away. He secretly asked someone to inquire at the North Point police station. No one had registered, no case had been filed, not even an inquiry record. People were gone, the police didn't catch anyone, and the Underworld refused to take responsibility. This matter was quite eerie. The more he thought about it, the more afraid he became. Could it be that fire had already been targeted by someone? In the past 2 days, his bodyguard had quietly told Lin Jiaming that someone was watching him from the dark, but when he turned to investigate, the person had vanished. That morning, Lin Jiaming could no longer sit still. He steeled himself and knocked on his father Lin Baixin's study door, telling him everything about being followed. Lin Baixin listened, his brows knitting into a knot, staring at his eldest son and asking in a deep voice, what exactly did you discuss with Yang Jinfu back then? I didn't say much, just casually remarked that if Jin Xiu kept causing such a ruckus, it would disrupt business along the entire street. Then vaguely added that things might actually be quieter if that factory simply vanished. And then he picked up the thread, saying, just set it on fire. And that was that. Lin Jiaming kept his eyes lowered, shifting full blame onto Yang Jinfu, not daring to touch the matter himself. Lin Baixin let out a cold, mirthless laugh. She'd already seen through it. If Yang Jinfu had truly acted alone, why would investigators be hounding her son so relentlessly? His gaze sliced like a blade as he swept it across Lin Jiaming, and his voice dropped, icy and commanding. From today onward, you're not to leave this house. Not even a step. You'll stay put exactly where you are. I'll handle everything outside. And, can you reach Yang Jinfu's family? Yes. I have their numbers. Call them immediately. Tell them Yang Jinfu has been missing for several days, and is highly likely being held captive by organized crime. Add one more line: this incident is almost certainly linked to the arson at Jinxiu factory. Urge them to file a police report immediately, and stress every detail of the fire's origin and aftermath when speaking with officers. Dad, isn't this just throwing me to the wolves? Hey. Lin Jiaming's voice trembled with uncertainty, even as his hand slid instinctively into his pocket, fingers brushing his phone. Fool. Lin Baixin slammed her palm down on the armrest. Do you truly believe they haven't already deduced you gave the order? If we don't steer suspicion toward Jinxiu, how can we force Su Feng to surrender the culprit? Then with perfect timing we pin him, solidify his collusion with criminal syndicates. One move, two decisive outcomes. Do you understand? So that's how it works. Lin Jiaming slapped his forehead, eyes suddenly alight with realization. A vein pulsed faintly at Lin Baixin's temple as she growled low. Now that it's clicked, get on the phone. Now. Oh, right away. Lin Jianming whirled and bolted his leather shoes clattering sharply against the staircase. Lin Baixin sank deeper into her chair, fingertips pressing slowly into her temples. Events had long since veered from his careful calculations. With Su Feng, the confrontation had escalated beyond negotiation. Swords drawn, bows drawn, taught no retreat left. Had he been in Su Feng's place, if his own factory had been reduced to ash, he would never settle for mere threats. At the words, arson, he sat bolt upright. He snatched up the landline, dialed swiftly, and spoke with crisp authority. Director Feng, deploy additional personnel to all factories and warehouses effective immediately. 24-hour rotating shifts with strict vigilance against arson or sabotage. Yes, now, the line went dead. He exhaled deeply, shoulders settling back into place. Now, let us see how the other side responds. Even as Lin Jianming hung up, Yang Jinfu's wife seized her purse and dashed from her home straight to the police station. Beijiao Police Station. Second floor reporting room. What's going on? Gao Jinsheng frowned at the woman before him, tears streaming, breath hitching, as he glanced sideways at his officer. Sir, she's filing a missing person report. Claims her husband was abducted by Triads and hasn't been heard from since. She also volunteered this. Her husband was hired by Jinxiu Company to carry out the abduction. Moi. Gao Jinsheng stepped forward, tone softening. Hello. I'm Senior Inspector Gao Jinsheng. May I ask what leads you to believe Jinxiu Company is responsible? Because my husband torched their factory. The flames hadn't even cooled when Triads showed up demanding him by name. What? Your husband burned down Jinxiu's factory? Gao Jinsheng's pupils contracted sharply, astonishment flickering across his face. A case that had stumped investigators for days had just walked, in tears, through the station doors. For a moment he couldn't decide whether to sigh or shake his head. Yes. She nodded vigorously. So, you're saying he committed arson first, and then they retaliated? Yes. Good. Gao Jinsheng straightened, turning to his colleague. Officer Wang. Take her upstairs for a formal statement. Record every word she's just said, verbatim. Understood, sir. Gao Jinsheng tapped his shoulder twice, then lifted his chin, addressing the room. All units, assemble now. We're heading to Jinxiu Company. Yes, sir. As he led his team toward the stairwell, two black sedans pulled up sharply outside the station entrance. Doors swung open, one after another, as 8 men emerged in swift succession. 3 bore fresh bruises, purple-black swelling around their eyes, dark scabs crusted at the corners of their mouths. Officers, we're here to file a report. They strode directly to the front reception desk. What kind of report? The duty officer scanned them with a frown, voice flat and unimpressed. We're from Jinxiu Company. That fire at our factory. It's been confirmed. Their arson was orchestrated by these 3 who were paid to do it. Is that true? The clerk's gaze locked onto Yang Jinfu and his 2 accomplices. Yes, it's true. All 3 nodded in unison, voices thin, strained. How could they deny it? Another beating would shatter their bones. A few days in lockup, becoming human punching bags. How did those injuries happen? The officer pointed to their swollen faces and split lips. Oh, just a fall. A fall. Yes, truly a fall, officer. A fall. The officer nearly laughed aloud. Did falls produce panda patterns? Damn it. Believe it or not, yet they'd sworn to it. Could he pry open their mouths? He turned his face aside, choosing deliberate blindness. All right, follow me upstairs. He rose and pushed his chair back. Wait a moment. Senior Inspector Gao. Gao Jinsheng approached, eyes moving slowly over the 3 men, then halting. Who among you is Yang Jinfu? Me. Your wife filed a missing person report, claiming you've been kidnapped by Triads. Huh. Nonsense. Was I kidnapped? I just tagged along with these 2 for a few days. Before the sentence finished, he spat contemptuously. That woman. Always flustered, always imagining disasters. Then he grinned at Gao Jinsheng. Sorry for the trouble, officer. Next time I'll set her straight. Gao Jinsheng offered no reply, only a long penetrating stare, before turning to the man beside him, a man in charcoal gray suit, narrow-framed glasses perched precisely on his nose. And your name, sir? Ruan Tianhong, legal counsel for Jinxiu Company. Ruan extended his hand, smile polished and warm. It's an honor to finally meet Senior Inspector Gao. Humph. Gao Jinsheng didn't take the hand, merely gestured sharply behind him. Take them upstairs. Yes, sir. 2 officers moved instantly, flanking Yang Jinfu and his companions, guiding them firmly toward the elevator. Please hold a moment. Something else, Counselor Ruan. Gao Jinsheng pivoted slightly, brow furrowing, voice dropping in gravity, not out of personal animosity, but sheer aversion to lawyers' flawless, impenetrable rhetoric. Yes. Ruan took half a step forward, expression grave. The Jinxiu arson case has a principal instigator, someone other than these 3. We urge the police to apprehend and prosecute him without delay. Who is he? Gao Jinsheng's eyes sharpened, his brows knotted tight. Lin Jianming, the son of Lin Baixin, chairman of Lisan Group. Lin Jianming. His pupils contracted violently. His throat tightened as he locked eyes with Ruan Tianhong, unmoving. Ruan met that gaze unflinchingly. Should Senior Inspector Gao harbor doubt, feel free to question them now. They confessed in person that they acted under Lin Jianming's direct orders. Gao Jinsheng remained silent for 3 seconds. Inhaling slowly, exhaling with deliberate control. We will investigate thoroughly. If Lin Jianming is indeed responsible, the police will proceed strictly according to due process. With those words, I'm reassured. Ruan withdrew a plain white business card from his inner pocket and offered it with both hands. My contact details. Should there be developments, please inform me at your convenience. I must update Chairman Lin accordingly. Humph. Gao Jinsheng grunted, a sound from deep in his nasal cavity, accepted the card without glancing at it, and strode upward without pause. His back rigid, his face a mask of iron-gray fury. Ruan Tianhong smirked, saying little more, and nodded slightly to his assistant. The two then exited the police. Taiping Mountain Lin family. Who is it? As the iron gate was pulled open, just a crack, a servant peered out, and upon seeing a group of people outside, his brow immediately furrowed. Hello, we are from the police department. Mr. Lin Jianming is involved in an arson case, and we are required by law to take him back to the police station for questioning. This is a summons for assistance. Before he could finish, several of them had already stepped inside. Hey, wait, you can't go in. The servant reached out to stop them, but only grasped at thin air. Seeing he couldn't stop them, he turned and dashed into the villa, yelling as he ran, Madam, sir, something's happened. At that moment in the villa's living room, Lin Baixin, Shi Baozhu, Lin Jianming, and others were gathered around the dining table having dinner. Sir, it's bad. A lot of police officers have come outside saying that young master is involved in a case and need to take him back to the station for questioning. The servant rushed in, panting and trembling, his face flushed. Lin Jianming's hand trembled, nearly dropping his chopsticks on the edge of the bowl as he abruptly turned to Lin Baixin, saying, Dad, sit tight. Lin Baixin said in a low voice, though not loud. It silenced the entire table. Shi Baozhu had just opened her mouth to ask when she suddenly heard hurried footsteps approaching quickly. Looking up, she saw several people with police badges stepping across the threshold of the living room. Hello, Mr. Lin. Gao Jinsheng nodded slightly, speaking politely, his gaze calm. Although it was his first time meeting Lin Baixin in person, the man's photo had long been printed on countless newspaper front pages. Officer, what brings you here? Mr. Lin, your son Lin Jianming is suspected of involvement in an arson case. We are following protocol to ask him to return to the police station for cooperation. This is a formal assistance summons. Please take a look. Gao Jinsheng handed over the document with both hands. Lin Baixin glanced at it, but did not take it, instead slowly shifting his gaze to Lin Jianming, his voice steady, yet carrying undeniable weight. Jianming, cooperating with the police investigation is every citizen's responsibility. They came to ask you, so you should go with them. He paused for a moment and added, Speak truthfully, don't exaggerate. Lin Jianming's throat moved as he opened his mouth, but was met with his father's icy glare, causing him to falter, and only managed to reply, Yes, father. Seeing him relent, a hint of relief crossed Gao Jinsheng's face. As his subordinate leaned forward, he raised a hand to stop him, then turned to Lin Baixin and said solemnly, Mr. Lin, we apologize for the disturbance. Lin Baixin nodded lightly, his expression warm. We take our leave. Gao Jinsheng led the team out, with Lin Jianming following last. Head bowed. Bang! Just as the iron gate closed behind Gao Jinsheng, Lin Baixin suddenly grabbed a nearby blue and white porcelain bowl and smashed it on the floor. Shards of porcelain scattered everywhere, startling Shi Baozhu, who trembled all over, along with all the servants in the room frozen in place. She quietly swallowed, not daring to make a sound. This was the first time witnessing her husband so furious. It turned out that scoundrel really got into serious trouble. Good. If he really gets sentenced, it would be best if he never comes out again. Just as Lin Jianming was being led to the car, Feng received a phone call. Manager, you release the news. Inform all the newspapers that the Lin family instructed others to commit arson to suppress the Jinxiu factory. Let everyone in Hong Kong see the true face of the so-called wealthy family. Feng squinted, a slight smile curling at the corners of his lips, though his eyes remained void of warmth. He wanted to see if this fire would burn high enough for the Lin family to maintain their facade. Understood, boss. Yu Qinghua responded promptly, quickly exiting the room. Feng sat quietly on the sofa for a moment before reaching for the desk phone and dialing a number. The next morning, as the people of Shangjiang opened their windows, squeezed into the subway, and flipped through the newspapers, they were stuck in place by the headline on the front page. Breaking news. Is the fire at the Jinxiu building not an accident? The mastermind emerges. Did the business war fail to the point of arson? Lin Jianming, director of the Leeson Group, is exposed for instructing the burning of the factory. Is there a hidden agenda behind the arson case? The young master of the Lin family is suspected of having instigated. Tsingtao Daily, Oriental Daily, Ming Pao, and Daily News, along with the South China Morning Post and the Tiger News, all published the same news almost simultaneously. The news spread like wildfire, sweeping through the streets and alleys of Shangjiang overnight. Secrets of the wealthy have always been the top topic of conversation for the people of Shangjiang during tea time. When everyone opened the morning papers and saw the bold letters spelling, Young Master of the Lin Family, their spirits instantly lifted. Previously, whenever they saw this Lin family's young master in the papers, he was either seen with a new young model at a nightclub or entering and exiting a hotel with a popular actress at night. Just trivial gossip. But this time it was directly linked to an arson case, a true and raw business war scandal. Logically, such a case involving a wealthy family should have been suppressed before it could be reported. The fact that it was published indicated that someone had not backed down or kept quiet. The report was clear. Jinxiu Company refused to cooperate with Lee Sin Group's invitation, and this young master of the Lin family, holding a grudge, immediately instructed Yang Zhenfu, the boss of Helong Garment, to send someone to set fire to the Jinxiu factory building. Fortunately, the inspection was timely. The fire was extinguished just as it started, preventing a major disaster. However, hundreds of boxes of finished products, semi-finished goods and fabrics were all charred and damaged, resulting in a real loss of several million Hong Kong dollars. What the hell? It turns out it wasn't an accidental fire, but outright arson. If they don't partner with you, you burn down their factory. Lee Sin Group has no shame. Who would have thought this playboy would be so ruthless? It's harsh, but also too lowly, no different from a thug. I've truly gained insight. It turns out Lee Sin suppresses its rivals in this manner. And that's not all. My friend's cousin runs a small garment factory, refused to sell out to Lee Sin, and ended up with his export quotas strictly controlled, unable to ship goods, leading to the factory's downfall, and the person jumped from the 6th floor. Is that true? This Lee Sin is simply heartless. I believe it. Like father, like son. Lin Baixin appears to smile amiably like a kind elder, but who knows how he stirs up storms behind the scenes. From now on, let's avoid the Lee Sin brand. Boycott Lee Sin. The winds of discontent grew stronger, and in just half a day, Lee Sin Group, Lin Baixin, and the entire Lin family were thrust into the spotlight. Many citizens called the police station demanding that a case be filed and arrests made. That afternoon, the police held a press conference sternly announcing this case has been officially filed for investigation and will not be tolerated. Worse was yet to come. When the Hong Kong stock market opened, Lee Sin's stock price plummeted like a kite, with its string cut crashing down uncontrollably. Bang! Lin Baixin slammed the newspaper down on the mahogany table, his throat tightening, his face, pale veins bulging on his forehead, his hands trembling so much he couldn't keep the lid on his teacup steady. He stared fixedly at the line of bold headlines, gritting his teeth, forcing out 2 words through clenched jaws: Sue. Feng. His voice was hoarse and rough, like an old beast trapped in a cage, giving its last roar before its claws were severed. Yet this beast had long passed the age of biting. The sound of knocking echoed abruptly. Who is it? It's me, Chairman. The voice outside belonged to his personal assistant. Lin Baixin closed her eyes and took a deep breath, smoothing out the creases in her sleeves, and brushed back her messy hair with her palm before slowly sitting back in her chair. Come in. A click. The door opened. It's not good. Several major shareholders have called in succession, asking how the situation with the young master is being resolved. If there's no explanation today, they'll summon an emergency board meeting tomorrow. The assistant was sweating profusely, and before he could finish his sentence, knock, knock, knock. There was another urgent knock. Chairman, it's terrible. The stock price has plummeted too sharply, already down by 20%, and it's still falling. Gulp. Wow. A rush of warm blood surged up his throat, and he swayed, collapsing against the edge of the table. Lin Dong, call an ambulance quickly. The entire Lee Sin Group was thrown into chaos, and soon after, an ambulance with flashing lights stopped at the front entrance of the corporate building. The news of Chairman Lin Baixin fainting spread through the city like wildfire. Old Lu, have you heard? Lin Baixin collapsed on the spot. Is it for real, eh? I saw it with my own eyes. The ambulance is downstairs. Serves him right. It's about time this happened. Inside the 4 major stock exchanges, the phones rang incessantly. Hello, Old Feng. Hurry. Lin Baixin has fainted. Sell the stocks quickly. Damn. Old Feng still had his hands on the keyboard, contemplating whether to hold on a bit longer to minimize losses before selling. After all, selling now would mean a significant cut. But before he could finish his thought, he jumped up and shouted at the trader, sell everything. Liquidate all Lee Sin shares immediately. A similar scene played out across the 4 exchanges in Shanjiang. In a chain reaction, Lee Sin Garment's stock price plummeted sharply, cascading downwards. Retail investors hurried to place sell orders, fearing that a moment's delay would cost them hundreds of thousands. In just a few short minutes, the stock price fell like an unwanted old newspaper. Jinxiu Industrial Building, General Manager's Office. Boss, Lee Sin has nearly collapsed. Should we take this opportunity to buy some shares? Xiaonan called, his tone tense. He was a trusted aide that Su Feng had just taken in a couple of days ago, freshly instructed in top-tier trading techniques, and he still held 20 million Hong Kong dollars specifically prepared for shorting Lee Sin Garment. Su Feng gently shook his head, a smile on his lips. No rush. Old Lin is in the hospital now. Lee Sin's internal chaos will surely continue, and the stock price will likely drop further. Buying in at this moment would be akin to bailing out Lin Baixin. Let's wait a bit longer. Wait until tomorrow. Let's see if he wakes up or not. Understood, boss. After hanging up, Su Feng rose and walked to the window, gazing quietly into the distance. He squinted, his voice barely above a whisper. Old Lin, don't be in such a hurry to leave. The real show has just begun. The next morning, Lin Baixin still had not awakened. Leasing garments stock price suffered another heavy blow. Investors affected by this storm were filled with resentment, blaming Lin by Xing for their losses and clamoring for Leasing Group to repurchase shares to stabilize the market. But Lin by Xing lay on the hospital bed while his eldest son had been taken away by the police for questioning. The entire group was left leaderless, and no one even knew where the company seal was, so who dared to make a decision to stabilize the market. Leeson, however, stubbornly held a press conference with people on stage dryly reading a script. We asked all investors to remain confident. No one believed them. Everyone bought Leeson shares for the sake of Lin by Xing's golden reputation. Now that the reputation was tarnished and the heir was in trouble, people's hearts had already dispersed, leaving no care for any so-called long-term value. Amid the crash, most people sold off their shares, but some quietly reeled in their nets. Boss, as you instructed, everything has been closed out. How much did we make? Su Feng asked. 23 million Hong Kong dollars roughly. Xiaonan replied. That's enough. Leasing Garment as a publicly listed company had a market value of just over 400 million before the crash, making it too small. Even the oldest bank in Xianjiang, HSBC, had a market value that barely touched the 100 billion mark at the time. In simple terms, the Xianjiang stock market had limited capacity and couldn't compare to the U.S. stock market at all. Boss, now is the window period for buying into Leeson. Delay could lead to changes. If Lin by Xian wakes up and market sentiment turns positive, it will be much harder for us to quietly acquire controlling rights. Let's hold off on Leeson for now. Right now there are targets that are more worthy of our attention. More worthy? Xiaonan was taken aback. Yes. Su Feng smiled, his gaze fixed on Xiaonan's face. Kowloon Warehouse, have you heard of it? Of course. One of the two mainstays of Jardine Matheson, the other being Wharf. In the next couple of days, get a general understanding of Kowloon Warehouse, what assets they have, how much they are worth. No need for detailed accounting, just give me a number. Upon hearing this, Xiaonan's mind raced, instantly realizing the weight of Su Feng's words. His eyes widened, and he blurted out, Boss, you can't be seriously considering moving against Kowloon Warehouse, can you? Su Feng didn't rush to answer, leisurely picking up the cup from the coffee table, taking a sip, and when he put it down, the bottom of the cup gently tapped the porcelain plate, producing a crisp sound. Do you think Kowloon Warehouse's current stock price is a bit too thin? Thin? Yes. He nodded, a slight smile on his lips. Right now it's just over $13 a share, and the total market value has just crossed 13 billion Hong Kong dollars. But just its land in Tsim Sha Tsui, estimated at market price, could easily be worth 50 billion. Buying 50 billion worth of goods for 13 billion. This deal doesn't seem like picking up a bargain, or it feels more like being able to grasp an elephant by the neck. Gulp. Xiaonan swallowed hard. From what you're saying, Kowloon Warehouse isn't a stone buried in the ground, it's a gold ingot covered in dust. Su Feng only smiled, not answering. It was more than just a gold ingot. That piece of land spanned the most prosperous veins of Kowloon, and the future famous harbor city was built on this extremely valuable land. He remembered clearly from his past life, Wu Guangjing, son-in-law of Bao Yugong, when he was in charge of Kowloon Warehouse, relied solely on harbor city for rent, making over 10 billion a year without fail. There was no need to use the word treasure. It was clearly a live chicken that laid golden eggs, and it wouldn't stop. Counting the days, oldly over there must have already set his sights on this chicken. There was no need to mention the past. Now the money Su Feng held was more than enough to be bold. Just in his U.S. account, over $300 million had flowed in over the past few months. Thanks to Li Wenqing's Midas touch, he now had at least 400 million, perhaps even more. What if HSBC supported Bao Yugong? If it came down to liquidity thickness, Su Feng would not take a step. Moreover, there was a heavenly opening right now. The parent company of Kowloon Warehouse, Wharf Group, had just crossed the 19% mark in their shareholding, dangerously close to the safety line. And Jardine Matheson was the owner of Wharf. If Wharf let go, Jardine Matheson would be forced to cut off their arm. Currently, 70% of Kowloon Warehouse's shares floated in the market, held by retail investors and minor shareholders. Quietly acquiring a batch wouldn't be difficult. This door was already ajar. As long as he kicks open the door, Su Feng's name will be etched at the pinnacle of the wealth pyramid in Xinjiang. Boss, merely having the money is not enough to acquire Kowloon Warehouse. Although the stock price is low, the market capitalization is substantial. More importantly, we are secretly accumulating shares. Once the market shrinks, he will sense it faster than a dog. Stock prices could double in the blink of an eye. With our current ammunition, it's indeed precarious to swallow it all in one bite. As the initial excitement faded, Xiaonan quickly calmed his mind, analyzing. Even if the stock price remains unchanged, 800 million Hong Kong dollars is the bottom line. To secure absolute control, it starts at 900 million. But he would never just sit back and watch. They would surely raise the stakes and stir up trouble. By then, don't mention 900 million. Even if 1,800 million were thrown in, it might not guarantee control. I will cover the expenses. Su Feng's voice was not loud, yet it struck like a nail into wood. You just need to thoroughly investigate Kowloon Warehouse and assemble the manpower quickly. He raised the corner of his mouth, a calm smile accompanied by an undeniable force. Xiao Nan's heart warmed, his gaze fixed intently on Su Feng, suppressing the myriad questions. Where does the boss confidence come from? He didn't ask, simply responding, okay. Just as Su Feng quietly laid his plans, the incident involving Lin Jiaming had become widely known across Hong Kong, and the case was advancing at an astonishing pace. The verdict had already been issued. The evidence submitted by Jinxiu indicated that the losses from the factory fire were calculated at over 1 million Hong Kong dollars based on the market retail price. Coupled with Jinxiu's adamant refusal to settle, it warranted severe punishment. However, since Lin Jiaming did not personally set the fire but only orchestrated it from behind the scenes, his culpability was slightly lessened, resulting in a final verdict of 3 years imprisonment. Upon the announcement, cheers erupted from the streets and alleys. After all, it is rare for the offspring of Zhangjiang's wealthy elite to be sentenced to prison. Now that Lin Jiaming had truly entered the jail, the long-held grievance of the common people had finally found release. Boss Lin Jiaming has been sentenced 3 years. Yu Qinghua rushed in with a beaming face. Su Feng merely smiled lightly, his expression calm. He had anticipated this outcome. The good show had only just begun. He genuinely wanted to see how the young Master Lin would cope in his prison days. Upon investigation, Lin Jiaming orchestrated others to commit arson, causing significant economic loss to Jinxiu Company, with an extremely serious nature and negative impact. The court hereby rules as follows: a sentence of 3 years in prison. Let's go. Lin Jiaming felt as if his bones had been pulled out, his gaze blank, unable to remember how to walk out of the courtroom. This was far from what he had expected, and stood in stark contrast to the assurance his father Lin Baixin had previously given. How could this happen? How could I possibly be imprisoned? Thinking of the dark, damp cell, the moldy walls, and the fierce-eyed, ruthless prisoners inside, he felt a chill run down his spine, and suddenly shivered, screaming on the spot. I want to go to prison. I want to go home. I want to appeal. Come on, stop wasting your energy. 2 officers, expressionless, dragged him towards the car. I can't go to jail. I really can't. He grabbed one officer's sleeve, speaking incoherently. Gentlemen, my family is wealthy. Let me off the hook. 2 million each. No, 3 million will do. The officer whose sleeve he had grabbed chuckled. Oh, so you're the young master of the Lin family, and you're opening with 3 million. The officer named Lao Feng chimed in with a grin. You're really tempted, aren't you? Lin Jiaming's eyes lit up, hurriedly promising, the money will be transferred immediately. They'll have my dad transfer it right away. He will definitely agree. He smack. Before he could finish, his hand was forcefully shoved away. The officer brushed off his shoulder, patting Lin Jiaming on the back, speaking calmly. Young Master Lin, save your strength. Your dad is currently lying in the ICU of Mary Hospital unconscious. This news has spread throughout all of Xianjiang. Lin Jiaming's whole body stiffened, his pupils constricting. My dad. Is he really hospitalized? Don't believe it. The newspaper headlines still printed out. Lao Feng shot him a sideways glance and turned to his colleague, waving his hand. Why are you arguing with him? The transport vehicle soon arrived at Stanley Prison. The bumpy ride caused Lin Jiaming to murmur to himself at times, and at other times he would suddenly daze his mind, already drifting. Screech. The wheels screeched to a halt. Click. The car door swung open. An officer jumped out. Lao Feng placed a hand on his shoulder and said, We've arrived, young Master Lin, time to get out. Lin Jiaming recoiled sharply, his legs weak. I want get out. I want go down. Lao Feng chuckled. You have no say in this. Before he could finish his sentence, a hand seized the back of his suit collar and yanked him hard. His body, accustomed to the nightlife, was already drained and could not withstand such force. He was dragged out of the car in a few moments. As his feet touched the cold concrete floor, he looked up. High walls, barbed wire guard towers, and in the distance several figures in dirt yellow prison uniforms leisurely smoking. His face turned pale, his knees buckled, and his calves trembled. 2 prison guards approached him. Lao Feng raised his hand in salute, smiling as he handed over the transfer documents. Brothers, today's cargo is handed over to you. Thank you for your hard work. The other party nodded in return, stepping forward to take over neatly. The transport vehicle turned around and kicked up a cloud of dust. What are you dawdling for? Move. Lin Jiaming remained frozen in place, his heels seemingly nailed to the concrete, refusing to budge. The prison guard frowned and shoved him hard. He stumbled and fell flat on the ground. Oh, playing dead. The younger one stepped forward, kicking him in the calf. Lin Jiaming gasped, his throat tightening. You. This is police brutality. I will report you. Report. The 2 exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Luga, did you hear that? This kid wants to report us. Haha, does he still think he's driving a luxury car in the CBD? The young prison guard smirked, swiftly drawing his bat and bringing it down on him. Go ahead, I'll let you report as much as you want. Bang, bang. The sound of the baton hitting flesh was both crisp and heavy. Lin Jiaming screamed, a bruise instantly blooming on his delicate arm. Stop hitting me. He curled up, his voice trembling. All right, enough. Stop. Officer Wu will be on patrol later. It won't be good if he catches us. Understood, Lu Go. The baton was slid back into the waistband with a click, and he looked down at the person on the ground, a cold smile forming. Remember, this is a prison, not your backyard. On the outside, you're a young master. In here, you're worth even less than a blade of grass. If you act up again, you'll be pulling all-nighters. As the words fell, he kicked him in the shoulder, 3 seconds up. Lin Jianming gritted his teeth, pushing himself up inch by inch. The young prison guard nodded. Now that's more like it. Let's go, time to report in. Officer Liu waved his hand. Lin Jianming lowered his eyes and followed along a glimmer of cold light, flashing in his gaze, quickly vanishing. He knew very well, resisting would only bring more pain. As he passed by the barbed wire fence, shadows moved within. A few prisoners leaned against the mesh, peering out with coarse voices. Tisk, is that a newcomer? So pale like a peeled egg, that face. Just like a freshly slaughtered fat pig. Hey, when it gets dark, who can distinguish? Do you think of her as a beauty queen? Really disdainful. Just press the pillow down tightly, once it's done no one will know, right? You love the tender ones, don't you? What are you shouting about? Is there a shortage of beds in the isolation room? Lin Jianming's face instantly turned pale, his legs unconsciously pressing together. Sir, is it illegal to speak? Exactly. Go. They were shoved into the office where a prison guard with gleaming epaulets awaited. After receiving a scolding, he was led to the cell door. He was handed a mat, a thin blanket, and an enamel basin, the weight of the items pressing heavily in his palms. The iron door slammed shut with a clank, the bolt locked tight. Leaning against the cold metal, he slid down to the ground, his shoulder suddenly jerking as silent tears rolled down. At the same moment, Lin Baixin, who had been in a deep sleep for 54 hours, opened her eyes. The Lin family sighed in relief, overwhelmed with joy. The pillar of the family had awakened. She took a moment to collect herself, gently stroking her mother's hand before instructing her assistant to summon the group's executives. Her first question was, has my son's case been decided? This. The assistant swallowed hard, too afraid to raise his head. Speak. Lin Baixin's breath quickened, her voice suddenly dropping, yet more imposing. The assistant jolted, blurting out, the eldest son has been sentenced to 3 years and was escorted to prison this afternoon. What? She sat up straight, her chest heaving violently, her fingertips digging into her palm. Doctor. The assistant shouted in shock. 10 minutes later, a doctor in a white coat closed his stethoscope, saying, she's just awakened, her emotions must be stabilized, and she must not be further stimulated. Yes, we have noted that. Thank you. After sending off the doctor, she Baoju gently pressed down on her husband's wrist. His condition is serious. We'll discuss other matters once he recovers. But my son has just been locked up and the company's stock price has plummeted, having its market value. Who can remain calm at this time? Go call Assistant Feng in. Lin Baixin's voice was not loud, but it carried an undeniable authority. Shi Baoju had no choice but to nod towards the door, signaling the staff to fetch him. Once Assistant Feng stood still, she methodically outlined her instructions, finally leaning slightly to the side, retreating to the edge of the sofa, and ceasing further words. After listening to the report, her face turned pale, her fingertips pressed against her temple. After a few seconds, she spoke in a cold, firm tone, immediately announced to the public, I have awakened. Notify all board members at once and prepare for an emergency meeting. The operations team must immediately allocate special funds to initiate stock buybacks. Fourthly, urgently contact several newspapers that have dealings with us, instructing them to publish reports on Jingxi's connections to organized crime. The message must be conveyed clearly. As long as it appears in print, the reward will be doubled. At this point, the fire in her eyes could hardly be suppressed, glowing fiercely. Jingxi had sent her son to prison. This grievance cannot be left unspoken. If money is poured, the path will be. The next morning, several mainstream tabloids in Xiangjiang boldly published the headline, Jingxi suspected of colluding with gangsters. The news, spreading like ink dropped into clear water. Jingxi company was once again thrust into the spotlight. In the Jingxi factory building, Su Feng put down the newspaper, lightly flicking the edge of the page with his fingertips, murmuring, after all, it's just an old fox. This knife strikes true. Whether it's black or not has never been the point is whether others believe it. Even if clarified 10 times, that thorn in the client's hearts cannot be fully removed. Especially for Jingxi's clientele, socialites, wealthy wives, and political spouses who wouldn't treat their reputation as a matter of life and death. If their husbands attend social gatherings with a Jingxi bag, and if the opponents latch onto funding illegal activities, one phrase, ambiguous stance, could topple half of their political lifelines. Boss, how should we respond now? Yu Qinghua's forehead was beaded with sweat, his speech rapid. Su Feng did not reply, leaning back, his knuckles rhythmically tapping on the mahogany table, thump thump, like counting heartbeats. The silence stretched time. Just as Yu Qinghua's throat moved, about to ask again, Su Feng lifted an eyelid, his gaze piercing like a knife. This matter is difficult, but it must be handled. You need to prepare a press conference immediately, inviting all the paper and television reporters you can get, not missing a single one. The first thing to clarify, Jingxi is a legitimate business operating with a license, having no ties to any illegal organizations. Secondly, the legal department must send letters immediately suing those libeling newspapers. If they cannot provide substantial evidence, they must publish apologies and compensate for defamation. He didn't believe those editors truly held any ironclad evidence. He had never met with the Isha. The so-called contact was just a phone call to Feng Xiaonan, without even a recording. Others didn't even know about that phone call, so what evidence could there be? Understood. Yu Qinghua replied, crisply, turning and striding out the door. Su Feng stared at the closing door, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth as he silently chuckled. Old fox. I once hesitated. Now, it's you who has stretched your neck out. In the prison, Lin Jiaming had not closed his eyes all night. Afraid of the dark, afraid of noise, even more fearful of someone climbing onto his bunk in the middle of the night. He didn't neglect the routine. The urinal was emptied frequently, the floor scrubbed shiny, and his underwear washed cleaner than his own face. Initially, he had thrown cups and cursed at people only to be held under the faucet for 3 minutes of cold water. The next day, he knelt to wring out his first sock. At this moment during the yard time, he curled up on the concrete floor, his back against the cold iron mesh, even holding back sighs in his throat. 20 meters away, under the shadow of the iron bars, a few heavily tattooed prisoners were eyeing him. Chiogo, a message came from outside. That kid must be made to not need it in the future. A man with a buzz cut leaned in, his voice reduced to a whisper. The man called Chiogo was in his 40s with a broken left eyebrow and a snake-shaped tattoo winding down his right arm. He finished picking his nose, casually wiping his fingers on the clothes of the person beside him, grinning at Lin Jiaming, with traces of smoke still lodged between his teeth. Toot, toot. The whistle shattered the air. The figures on the playground immediately gathered, lined up, and lowered their heads, following the prison guard's steps, streaming toward the next work area. Night had come again. Lin Jiaming lay on the hardboard bed, feeling a deep ache in his bones. During the day, he had done his share of the guard's work, and at night, he still had to serve those self-proclaimed big brothers tea, make beds, polish shoes, and carry bags. While calling them brother behind their backs, he couldn't even drink a hot soup. In a moment of inattention, a blunt object struck the back of his neck, and he was kicked twice in the waist. He stared at the ceiling, listening to the chorus of snores filling the room, his eyelids feeling heavy, as if weighted with lead, sinking, until he could no longer lift them, his consciousness slowly slipping into darkness. He had barely closed his eyes for a moment when several shadows quietly crept over. Their footsteps grew lighter and drew closer. If it had been last night, he would have been alert. But tonight feels too heavy, too weary. Reflecting on how he made it through last night without incident, he felt a sense of relief. As long as he served well, he wouldn't have to suffer again. In his dream, he was surrounded by a group of women, their clothes half undone, breaths still unsteady, when suddenly a thunderous pain struck his forehead like a bomb. He suddenly sat up, cold sweat soaking his back, and opened his eyes to find several smiling faces staring back at him. Oh, you're awake. Not awake. Should we wait for him to snore until dawn? Really can endure holding on for so long. My arm is sore. Even if you hold on, you're still just a limp cucumber. Filthy words drilled into his ears, yet his lower body felt as though it was being repeatedly cut by a dull knife. Lin Jiaming's face turned pale in an instant as he threw off the thin blanket. A large area was soaked in blood, the mattress and blanket stained dark red. The severed part lay next to the pool of blood, tilted, as if casually discarded like a dead branch. His vision went black, and he collapsed, completely losing consciousness. When he opened his eyes again, he was in a stark, white hospital room, dressed in blue-striped patient attire, with 2 other patients lying on 4 drips in adjacent beds. His heart tightened as he lifted the blanket to feel. Hiss! The sudden movement caused his lower abdomen to spasm painfully, his teeth clenching audibly. But he still trembled as he pulled down his pants to look. It's over. Completely over. His face drained of color, his eyes vacant, his body softening and sinking into the pillow, his mind buzzing as if filled with scorching sand. At the same time, Lin Baixin had just been discharged from the hospital and was sitting in a rattan chair to rest when the phone rang suddenly. Hello. Immediately, the tense voice of Assistant Feng came through the receiver. Chairman, something has happened. Lin Baixin's heart sank. What happened? The prison just called. The young master is in trouble. He's now in the city hospital for emergency treatment. What a... He suddenly gripped the armrest, knuckles whitening, jamming. How did he end up in the hospital? Even if he thought this eldest son was useless, blood was still warm, the surname was still Lin. No matter how disappointing, he was still Lin Baixin's own flesh and blood. Just hearing the word emergency made his heart feel like it was being squeezed tight. Assistant Feng's Adam's apple-bobbed words caught in his throat, afraid to speak the truth. Afraid that if he said one wrong word, the old man would faint on the spot. He only vaguely said, the hospital won't explain in detail. They just ask you to come over immediately. As soon as he said this, Lin Baixin felt a chill run down his spine, his legs trembling involuntarily. He hung up the receiver, threw off the covers, and quickly put on his coat. Master, where are you going? Shi Baizhu peeked out from the staircase, seeing her husband dressed, her eyebrows raised slightly as she hurried over. Jiaming is in trouble. The prison called saying he's lying in the hospital. I need to go see him. Shi Baizu's heart skipped a beat, nearly laughing out loud. She wished for him to die outside, so the family fortune could smoothly fall to her son. Yet her face suddenly stiffened, her eyes reddening. How could he end up in the hospital after just a few days? Perhaps he was dealt with by someone inside. Lin Baixin sighed, furrowing his brow. He had seen the world and knew that new inmates were most likely to be bullied in the first week. They'll accompany you. You... Lin Baixin paused in the middle of fastening his buttons, looking at his wife with slight surprise. He knew very well Jiaming would not even want to give Shi Baizhu a glance. There was no longer any affection between them. Shi Baizhu said, Jianming is in the hospital. Ooh, as his mother, how can I not go see him? That works too. Lin Baixin didn't dwell on it, and soon they got into the car heading straight for the hospital. Half an hour later, the Lin Baixin couple arrived at the hospital entrance. Assistant Feng and the hospital director had long been waiting at the door. As soon as the car stopped, they immediately came over. What happened to Jianming? As Lin Baixin got out of the car, his gaze fell on Assistant Feng, and he asked, what happened? Assistant Feng's throat moved, his voice extremely low. Chairman, the young master's injuries are severe. He might never be able to have a marital relationship again. Never be able to have a marital relationship. Lin Baixin momentarily couldn't process this before the sound of a sharp scream exploded in his ear. What you mean Jianming can never have children? Assistant Feng lowered his eyes and gently nodded. Lin Baixin staggered, retreating 2 steps, his heel hitting the edge of the steps, nearly falling down. Master! Shi Baizhu called out in alarm, catching his arm to steady him. His face turned pale, cold sweat beading on his forehead. After a long moment, he forcefully shook off his wife's hand, tightening his jaw, and strode toward the direction of the ward without saying a word. A crowd followed closely behind, their footsteps chaotic, but no one dared to speak. When Lin Baixin pushed open the ward door, he immediately saw his son lying flat on the hospital bed, his eyes vacant, as if covered in a layer of gray mist. His heart clenched, his eyes instantly warmed. Jianming. Lin Jianming heard the voice and slowly turned his face. Those eyes, which usually held a hint of arrogance, were now dry and devoid of light. When he finally recognized his father's face, his pupils suddenly constricted, his lips trembling like a child who had been lost for many years, finally encountering a relative as a man in his 30s, began to cry uncontrollably. Dad! Jianming. Lin Baixin could no longer hold back, rushing over to tightly embrace his son, his shoulders shaking violently, a lump in his throat preventing him from uttering a single word. At that moment, he was no longer the Lin Dong who controlled 100 billion in business, nor the head of the Lin family, who drew everyone's attention in Xiangjiang. He was just a father helplessly watching his son fall apart. Shi Baizhu stood at the door, silently watching for a few seconds, the corners of her mouth subtly tugging down, before raising her hand to wave behind her. Everyone bowed their heads and backed out, the door being gently closed. The father and son cried in each other's arms for a long time, their emotions finally calming slightly. Lin Baixin released his grip, wiped his face, and began to inquire about the situation. After hearing, he suddenly slammed his fist against the bed's edge, his knuckles turning white. Su Feng. This move is vicious. Lin Baixin will never let this go. Dad, did Su Feng really do this? Who else would dare to trample on the Lin family's face? Lin Baixin's eyes burned with 2 clusters of dark flames, his hatred so intense, it was almost palpable. Lin Jianming gripped the blanket tightly, his nails digging into his palm, his voice hoarse as he pleaded, Dad, you have to get revenge for me. I can't just let this go. Dad promises you. Lin Baixin patted his shoulder, his voice low and heavy. I will definitely help you take revenge. He paused, then lowered his voice to say, you can't stay here any longer. Staying here, even your life, won't be guaranteed. Lin Jianming nodded while gasping, I don't want to see this room. Not for a second. Lin Baixin didn't say much, only stated, I've already sent someone to arrange for medical parole. Once we get home, once the door is closed, even if the sky falls, no one else can intervene. Neither of them mentioned the police. Firstly, there was no solid evidence, though they both knew full well that it was undoubtedly Su Feng's doing. Secondly, if this matter were to leak, it would be like digging up the Lin family's ancestral grave. His eldest son rendered useless, unable to even be a man, the entire Xiangjiang elite circle would laugh behind their backs, marriages would be rejected, collaborations avoided, and the facade the Lin family had built up over decades would collapse overnight. The human heart is difficult to fathom, let alone the fact that there are more than just a few who know the truth. As a result, the day after Lin Jianming was brought back home, several newspapers in Xiangjiang simultaneously headlined, the eldest son of the Lin family is sabotaged and loses his male function for life. The news spread like wildfire, and that day it exploded in tea houses, restaurants, office elevators, and the back seats of private cars. Is this for real? You must be joking. Lin Jianming has become a useless person. Deserved it. Look at how he used to be a notorious womanizer. Now heaven has taken him down. Can't do anything, can't even touch it. TSK. I heard they cut it off directly. That's too ruthless. Like an unexpected typhoon, this matter swept through the streets and alleys. When meeting each other, 8 out of 10 would open their mouths to ask, hey, have you heard? The young master of leasing group Lin Jianming has become useless. This phrase echoed around Xiangjiang, repeated in tea houses, elevators, during drivers' chats, and while servants queued to buy groceries, all lowering their voices. Lin Jianming became famous overnight, and the Leeson Lin family also became the unnamed laughingstock of the wealthy circle. Victoria piqued the Lin residents. Crash! Get out! Everyone get out of here! As the shout fell, a blue and white porcelain cup shattered, scattering fragments everywhere. The servants held their breath, kneeling to pick up the shards, their fingertips getting cut without daring to make a sound, and after tidying up they quietly closed the door. Once the door closed, the person leaned against the wooden board, finally daring to let out a quiet breath, holding the chipped dishes as they walked down the stairs. Another one smashed. Another servant passing by with tea glanced at the fragments and frowned. How many times is this now? Sigh. She just shook her head and didn't respond. Their eyes were heavy with habit. Deserved it. It's not us who did it. Why take out your anger on us? Are you crazy? The master explicitly instructed. No one is allowed to mention it at home. If it gets out, we lose our jobs. So what if we lose them? Who cares? I care. Shut up, hurry up. The more the news spread, the tenser the atmosphere in the Lin residence became. The servants walked on tiptoes, spoke against the walls, and even coughed with their hands over their mouths. But when the doors were closed, who didn't have a few murmurs in their hearts? Yet there was one person whose lips curled up every day. Shi Baizhu. With Lin Jianming out of commission, the weight that had pressed on her heart for years finally fell away. With her son Lin Jianming having no rivals, Li Xin would sooner or later belong to her bloodline. For several days, she slept soundly and ate sweetly. Even the wrinkles in the mirror seemed to have smoothed out a bit. One day she made an excuse to go to Central to see a dentist, and as soon as she got in the car, she called Maple Leaf Country, her voice bright and cheerful like a bird. Jianyue, a mom has some fantastic news for you. Your elder brother has really become useless. The other end of the line fell silent for 2 seconds. Mom, are you serious? Elder brother has really become a eunuch. Lin Jianyue's tone was half-believing mixed with a hint of absurd laughter. This is too ridiculous. Don't call him elder brother. Shi Baizhu spat playfully. The whole Xiangjiang is going crazy with this news. Your dad is so dark-faced he could drip ink. Son, listen to your mother. Don't wait, come back. At this critical moment, having you by my side is more useful than any degree. Mom, really no need to rush. My classes aren't over yet. Besides, it's so comfortable here. No one checks. My curfew parties can be held freely. Going back to Xiangjiang. How that would be like going back into a cage. Shi Baizhu's voice suddenly rose. Can a degree put food on the table? At this time, if you don't show up, are you going to wait until they warm up their seats before trying to squeeze in? How foolish. Alright, I got it. We'll be back on the 15th of next month for spring break. Hang up. Beeps. Only the busy tone remained in the receiver. You little brat. She stuffed her phone into the velvet sofa, gritting her teeth and muttering, the day you step through the door, just wait until I tighten your skin. Maple Leaf Country, Toronto. After Lin Jianyue hung up the phone, he turned over holding the blonde girl in his arms tighter, rubbing his nose against her neck, and continued to catch up on sleep. It wasn't until 8 in the evening that he lazily threw off the quilt, patted the woman's cheek beside him. Winnie, I'm hungry, let's go eat. The two put on their coats and went downstairs. The apartment was located in a prime area of the city center, and Toronto at night was cold and quiet, with the streetlights stretching shadows long and the pedestrians sparse. They chose a French restaurant on the corner, slowly enjoyed a steak, and then strolled back to the apartment. No one noticed that 2 men in black jackets had been following them from 20 steps away unhurriedly. Entering the door, turning on the light, closing the door. Just as the carpet at the entrance absorbed the last hint of coolness, the bedroom door gently closed. A new round of gasping and entanglement quietly unfolded in the silent night. At the same time, several unfamiliar faces appeared at the apartment door. Just as Lin Jianyue was about to move, the door panel was suddenly knocked. Bang, bang. Darling, someone is knocking at the door. Winnie, lying in bed, said softly. Ignore it. Lin Jianyue didn't even lift his head, continuing what he was doing. Bang, bang, bang. 3 urgent knocks came crashing in. His anger surged. How could they time this so perfectly, disturbing him right now? He grabbed the scattered clothes on the floor and hastily wrapped them around himself, rushing barefoot to the door. Crash. He flung it open and shouted, knock. Knock you. The words caught in his throat. A dark barrel was aimed right at his forehead, cold as an ice pick, piercing his flesh. His Adam's apple rolled up and down as he swallowed a dry gulp of saliva, his voice trembling. Why you who? Bang. A heavy fist struck his left cheek, sending him crashing against the wall. Blood mixed with 2 broken teeth spewed onto the floor. Slap. The door was slammed shut. He knelt on the ground, covering his mouth, and looked up to see 4 tall, white men surrounding him. His teeth felt loose, his ears buzzed, and his voice trembled. Why you guys don't overdo it, I'm calling the police. Slap. Another slap rang out, his head exploded with a buzz, and golden stars danced before his eyes. A military boot stomped heavily on his back, the force making his knee buckle, nearly collapsing to the ground. Kid, you sure have some guts. Dare to touch my people. Lin Jianyue was dazed. Brother, is there a mistake? Mistake? The blonde man sneered, his gaze slicing across his face like a knife. I saw her walk in with you. Now you're telling me there's a mistake. He pointed his chin at the 3 men behind him. Search. Drag that bitch out. Lin Jianyue's heart sank. The next second, Winnie was dragged out by her hair disheveled, her cheeks flushed. Slap. The blonde man backhanded her, his knuckles turning white. You dared to cheat while I was gone for just a few days. Shame on you. Lin Jianyue's scalp tightened. If he dared to hit her, this man was truly ruthless. Playing with my woman. The blonde man clicked the gun's safety, the barrel pressed against Lin Jianyue's nape. He'll send you to meet the king of hell right now. Lin Jianyue's whole body jolted awake. Brother, it's a misunderstanding. I really didn't know she was your woman. Let's talk. Let's talk. Misunderstanding. The man spat. You say it's a misunderstanding after sleeping with her. I misunderstood your mother. Before the words fell, a kick landed on his waist. The intense pain exploded and Lin Jianyu's eyes heated up. Physiological tears instantly streamed out. Don't hit me. I admit my mistake. I really didn't know. He curled up on the ground, his throat hoarse. I'll pay. My family has money. Please stop. Pay, eh? The blonde man sneered. Slap. Another slap landed, making his ears ring. He was nearly driven mad. Apologizing, paying compensation, begging for mercy, he had done it all. Yet the beating continued. You just claimed your family is wealthy. Is that true? Lin Jianyue nodded frantically. Absolutely true. Not a word of falsehood. The man holstered his gun and twisted his lips into a thin smile. Fine. I'll trust you once. Leaning down, he locked eyes with Lin Jianyue and drawled slowly. My woman slept with you. Tell me, how much will it take to make this right? $5,000. Would that suffice? Lin Jianyue offered what he believed was a respectable sum. In his mind, he calculated. This amount would sustain his carefree indulgence for nearly half a month. Just as he thought, the blonde man might nod in agreement. Slap. Another stinging blow struck his face, Fulin instantly reddening and swelling his round cheeks. 5,000 to buy your way out. Boy, do you truly think this is child's play? The blonde man lowered his voice, sharp as steel scraping across iron. Is my girlfriend worth this little in your eyes? Lin Jianyue clenched his teeth against the pain and forced a grimace. Then, brother, how much would be fair? The man spread one palm open. 50,000. The blonde man's eyelid twitched. Lin Jianyue's heart tightened. He hastily raised the figure. 500,000. Nonsense. 500,000. It's $5 million. He stepped forward, his boot tip nearly pressing into Lin Jianyue's calf. Failed to produce 5 million, and you may as well lie down and stay there. $5 million. Lin Jianyue's Adam's apple bobbed violently, his eyes bulged as if ready to pop from their sockets. Had he not feared the next slap would shatter his teeth, he'd have blurted, is your girlfriend encrusted head toto with Cartier? The words remained unspoken, churning silently within him. Brother, this. I truly can't scrape it together. The blonde man's gaze turned glacial. The hard object in his hand clicked sharply as he clenched it. 5 million still feels too little. Isn't your family hailed as one of Hong Kong's most prominent science? Lin Jianyue choked on his breath, nearly blacking out. Since when had 5 million become insufficient? I swear, I truly don't have it. My account holds only 30,000. Brother, spare me this time. Slap. No money. Then shut your mouth. With a backhanded strike that cracked like thunder in the air, he snarled, you've pushed me past my limit. Kaisha. Ha, what a bargain for you. The blonde man sneered, tilting his chin toward his men behind him. Bring me a knife. He intended to carve away Lin Jianyue's arrogance, one slice at a time. Lin Jianyue's legs buckled, his face drained white. Brother, I was wrong. Utterly wrong. I have no cash, but my family does. I'll call them right now. Oh. The man narrowed his eyes. You're telling the truth. Absolutely true. I'd never dare deceive you. Very well, I'll grant you one more chance. He stared at Lin Jianyue, each word deliberate. Try any trickery again, and even begging for death will require you to wait your turn. With a curt wave, he ordered, take him to make the call. Hong Kong Jinxiu Corporation. Director Su. Yu Qinghua rushed into the office breathless. Zhao Feng Textiles, Wantai Garments, and Lowe's Garments have jointly issued a notice, terminating all fabric supply to us effective immediately. Su Feng's expression remained composed, yet his brows darkened. Zhao Feng, Wantai, Lowe's, and Li Xin were collectively known as Hong Kong's four textile titans. Together, their production capacity sustained 80% of the local fabric market. Jinxiu had never clashed with any of these three. No grudges, no friction. This sudden coordinated cutoff bore only one signature: Lin Baixing. These firms had long entrenched themselves through quota systems, interwoven like gourds on a single vine. Su Feng had never sought enemies, yet with blades already drawn he had no choice but to meet them head on. Fortunately, preparations had been made. The partnership with Vide Group had already been finalized. Without it relying solely on local channels, production lines would halt within 3 days. He paused 2 seconds, then spoke. Contact Vide immediately. Send them our full requirements list and urge priority production scheduling. Also screen a batch of mid and small-scale factories known for stable reputation and rigorous quality control. Don't fixate solely on brand-name giants. Fabric quality isn't measured by the height of a factory's gate, but by whether its woven cloth withstands tension dyes evenly and holds its price under market pressure. Understood, Director Su. At that very moment, Lin Baixing reclined lazily on a leather sofa, fingertips tapping rhythmically on the armrest, a faint smirk playing on his lips. Fresh intelligence had just arrived. Zhao Feng, Wantai, and Lowe's had officially severed all fabric deliveries to Jinxiu. Green. Humph. He lifted his teacup, blew gently across its surface, watching tea leaves rise and settle, then murmured, when you're crawling on your knees begging to borrow fabric, you'll learn what it means to face an old master. This fall, I've prepared it for you. Ring, ring, ring. A telephone rang sharply. He reached for the receiver. Father, save me. The name, Jianyue, pierced his ear. Lin Baixin's spine stiffened. He sprang upright from the sofa, voice trembling. Jianyue. Jianyue, what's happened to you? Before the words left his mouth, the line erupted in shrill static, like wind howling through a broken speaker, mingled with distant voices and the roar of traffic. After several seconds, the voice steadied. Listen carefully. Your son is now under our control. 5 million US dollars. Not 1 cent less. Refuse to pay. Tomorrow we'll ship you his ashes. A thick accented English sentence slammed into Lin Baixin's ears. He understood not a word. Sweat broke instantly across his forehead. He whirled and barked, Assistant Feng, hurry in here. The assistant burst through the door. After listening to the recording, his face paled. His Adam's apple bobbed once. He dared not meet Lin Baixin's gaze directly. Assistant Feng, what exactly did they say? Chairman, the kidnappers stated that young Master Jianyue is in their custody. 5 million US dollars. Ransom deadline is fixed. Otherwise, they'll dispose of the young master. What a... Lin Baixin's knees buckled. He gripped the desk edge to keep from collapsing. The word dispose stabbed into his temples like an ice pick. Before him flashed Jianyue standing at the boardroom entrance handing over documents. Impeccably tailored, gaze steady. This boy was his personally groomed successor, more reliable even than his elder son Lin Jiaming. The image of that face pressed into the floor, ropes biting deep into his wrists. It sent cold sweat flooding his palms. Quick, tell them. Not a single hair on my son's head must be touched. Assistant Feng seized the phone, negotiated swiftly, then wiped his brow after hanging up. They've granted 24 hours. No extensions. 5 million US dollars. That equated to over 38 million Hong Kong dollars. Earlier urgency had eclipsed calculation. Now the conversion struck dryness in his throat. Had Lee Sin stock still held its former value, selling a portion would have sufficed. But today, though news of his awakening and the company's share buyback had nudged the price upward slightly, it remained 30% below its peak. He held 42% of Lee Sin Garment's shares. His remaining assets were tied up in warehouses and land holdings across Kowloon and the new territories. Liquidating them could yield 300 million perhaps, but forced sales with steep discounts left the final sum uncertain. Yet at this moment, there was no room for negotiation. 38 million, 300 million. Whatever it took to reclaim Lin Jianyue, he'd dig up even his burial fund. He snatched up the landline, fingers shaking as he dialed, pleading one call after another for emergency liquidity. The company's operating funds. The thought flickered and was ruthlessly suppressed. That reserve would remain untouched until absolute desperation set in. That evening he was softly pleading on the phone when Shi Baozhu entered with a bowl of ginseng soup, overhearing his unfinished words. Her hand trembled, nearly shattering the porcelain bowl. Ew, he has been kidnapped. Just this morning she had spoken to her son on the phone for 10 minutes, her tone lively, quite unlike someone who was in trouble. She didn't believe it and immediately dialed back. No answer. Dialing again, it was still a busy signal. After 7 or 8 attempts, the only sound from the receiver was a monotonous beep, beep, beep. She loosened her grip, causing the soup bowl to crash to the ground, the hot liquid splattering against her skirt without her noticing. Master, you have to bring Au back. He's my only son. If anything happens to him, I won't live either. Tears streamed down her face, flowing uncontrollably along the wrinkles. Though Lin Baixin had 4 wives, Shi Baozhu was the second, over 50 years old and no longer as beautiful as in her youth, yet she held the most significant place in his heart. Li Xing Garment started from a stall on Miao Street. It was her who carried materials on a tricycle, squatted in the workshop watching the sewing machines, and accompanied him to negotiate orders across small African nations, earning the title King of Africa. Today, nearly 40% of Li Xin's annual revenue still comes from ready-made garments sold to Africa. The 2 wives he later married never lived in the main residence. The only one who shared a home with him was Shi Baozhu. Seeing her cry and tremble, Lin Baixin wrapped his arm around her shoulders, his palm firmly patting her. Don't be afraid, Au will be safe. Once the money arrives, they will release him immediately. Shi Baozhu sniffled, clutching his sleeve tightly, her voice caught in her throat. What if, after we pay, they still don't let him go? Lin Baixin's complexion suddenly paled, as if he had been asked a question that struck at the core of his being. This was a thought he had pondered before, but he forced himself to swallow it, reluctant to entertain the darkest possibilities. Master, should we report it to the police? Shi Baozhu's voice was tense, her palms sweating. We can't. Lin Baixin stared at the ground, each word hitting hard. The kidnappers made it clear whoever dares to report to the police will have Au lose his life on the spot. Besides, we are unfamiliar in Maple Leaf Country. Will those foreign police even care? If word gets out, Au will be in real danger. As her husband finished speaking, a lump formed in Shi Baozhu's throat, and the thought of reporting to the police vanished. Meanwhile, the Lin family was biting the bullet to gather money. In Maple Leaf Country, Lin Jianyue had just been transferred to a new location when the blonde man Harry dialed Su Feng's number. Upon hearing that the person was now in their hands, Su Feng's lips curled into a smile, his brows relaxing. He simply instructed if Lin Baixin paid on time, the person would be released immediately. If anything went wrong midway, he wouldn't guarantee anyone's safety. In fact, he had also contemplated a more ruthless scheme, to have Harry execute a root-severing tactic on. But then he thought Lin Jiaming had just suffered this fate. If Lin Jianyue were to face a similar end, Lin Baixin would surely turn his attention to him in an instant. He pondered for a moment and then dismissed the thought. After hanging up on Harry, Feng quickly dialed Li Wenqing in New York. In New York, Li Wenqing was just unbuttoning his shirt, getting ready to shower and sleep, when the phone by his bedside suddenly rang sharply. "Hello, it's me, Feng." As soon as the name was mentioned, Li Wenqing straightened his back, instinctively responding, "What is the current situation on your end? How much cash can you mobilize?" "The market is good. The yen has surged greatly, and we have reaped significant benefits. The profits on the books have already exceeded $500 million. Feng held the receiver, his brow raising. "Say that again. How much did you earn?" "Over 500 million. Specifically 597 million, just over 270 million away from 600 million. Hiss. Feng gasped in disbelief, his mind racing. Just 270 million away from 600 million means a net profit of nearly $600 million at the current exchange rate of Hong Kong dollars to US dollars. In less than 4 months, Li Wenqing had leveraged 46 billion Hong Kong dollars. Actually, that's not even the peak. Li Wenqing's tone remained steady on the other end. Several established funds on Wall Street have even higher quarterly returns than this. Additionally, this round of yen fluctuations isn't over yet. I suspect there will be a second wave. Second wave? Yes. Li Wenqing spoke clearly and unhurriedly. I've reviewed the import and export data of Japan to the US over the past 3 years. In the last 14 months, Japan's exports have surged, and the surplus has skyrocketed, directly crushing many American factories. Recently, the Wall Street Journal and the New York Times have been extensively discussing this matter, and politicians are clamoring for increased tariffs. I suspect the U.S. will soon take action using policy to force the yen to appreciate and give their local factories a breather." Feng listened half understanding, but he grasped the last sentence. Clearly, there would be profits to be made. Moreover, Li Wenqing possessed master-level trading skills, and his intervention would likely hinder progress. After a brief pause, he said, "In that case, I plan to acquire a company with a budget of around $300 million. Can you expedite cash availability on your end?" Feng had long set his sights on this juicy piece of meat, the Kowloon warehouse, and would never allow Bao Yugong to take advantage of it. This time, he not only wanted to swallow Kowloon warehouse, but also to take down Hutchison Whampoa with it. Just the land of Hung Hom Whampoa Dock was enough to make anyone envious. Spacious and well-located, with a bit of planning, it could be developed into high-end apartment complexes and large commercial properties. Even if it couldn't compare to Harbor City, it would still be a steady money-making machine. If he could conveniently acquire the Qingzhou Ingmi Company, that would be even better. Although its old factory in Heyuan was labeled as industrial land, it occupied a large area and was only a few steps away from Whampoa Dock. With contiguous development, Feng had already envisioned in his mind a brand new commercial heart rivaling Causeway Bay would rise in Hung Hom. The issue with industrial land, in simple terms, was just paying a little more money and going through some procedures to change the land classification. As long as he could digest this piece of pie, from then on he wouldn't have to worry about anything. You just relying on rent several generations, could comfortably live off the income and never run out. Upon hearing that Feng wanted to move $300 million over, Li Wenqing fell silent for a few seconds before speaking. "Boss, I actually disapprove of withdrawing funds at this time, but since you've decided, I'll arrange for liquidation immediately, which may take 2 to 3 days. "All right," Feng responded decisively. Missing this wave in the stock market could be chased again. However, if he missed the Kowloon warehouse and Hutchison Whampoa, he might not even get a drop of soup next time. He clearly remembered. This October trouble was bound to erupt in the Middle East. Oil prices would soar, and a short yet fierce crisis would ensue. By then it would be more than enough to turn the tables. "Okay, I will transfer the money to the Hong Kong account right away," Li Wenqing replied on the line. After a few more casual words, they hung up. After finishing this call, Feng felt very clear-headed. With a net profit of nearly $600 million combined with the original investment of $350 million in the U.S., the liquid assets he held there had already surpassed $10 billion. With such a large cash flow in hand, even if he were to confront HSBC Hedon now, he wouldn't even blink. Despite HSBC's market value approaching $10 billion and assets exceeding $100 billion, the banking industry, after all, is most vulnerable to a bank run. When faced with a large-scale withdrawal crisis, shutting down operations could happen overnight. The next morning, Lin Baixin transferred the money from selling shares and assets, along with a loan from an old friend in the business world, all into her son's account in the Maple Leaf Country. Then at the time specified by the kidnappers, she dialed the number. Her palms were sweaty, her heart raced, and finally the call connected. "Hello, is the money there?" "Hello, I have transferred all the money into my son's account. May I ask, when will you release my son?" "Don't worry, once the money arrives, he will be released immediately." "Aye." Beep, beep, beep. Before she could finish, the line was met with a busy tone. "Master, how is it? Have they relented?" When will you come back? Shi Baizhu, who had been sitting nervously for a long time, suddenly stood up, her voice trembling. Lin Baixin looked at his wife, forcing a smile. It's fine, they said once the money arrives they will release him right away. Didn't the money go over already? Why haven't they released him yet? Baizhu, don't panic. You will be safe. It's still the middle of the night over there. They need some time to process things. He spoke softly, but his tone was so weak that he could barely contain it. My poor son. Shi Baizhu choked up and cried out, it's all your fault. I told you countless times not to let you study abroad, but you wouldn't listen. Now look, he's been kidnapped. If anything happens to you, Lin Baixin, I will never forgive you for the rest of my life. Lin Baixin swallowed hard, not retorting, just gripping his wife's cold hand palm against palm, saying nothing more. Dad? Mom, I heard that my brother has been kidnapped. Before her words fell, a girl of about 16 or 17 rushed in, her makeup flawless, her dress immaculate, but her face was pale. Shi Baizhu instantly recognized her youngest daughter Lin Shuru and rushed over to embrace her as tears streamed down her face. Seeing her mother cry like this, Lin Shuru's heart tightened. Dad, Mom, is it true? Did something really happen to my brother? Lin Baixin stared at his daughter, his lips moved, but no sound came out. He let out a long sigh, slowly stood up, and turned to make his way to the staircase. His back was hunched, his steps heavy, as if his spine had been pulled out, and he suddenly collapsed, as if overnight he had aged his hair, graying his steps unsteady. Indeed, 2 sons had encountered problems one after another, and his business had faced successive setbacks. He was already overwhelmed. Maple Leaf Country, Toronto City. In front of a bank, a gray van quietly parked. Soon several figures emerged from the bank, each carrying heavy black bags. Among them one person was bound, head lowered, half pushed, and half dragged out. Boss, the money is ready. Harry responded lightly, slightly lifting his eyelids to glance at Lin Jianyue. Lin Jianyue immediately straightened his back, his voice tense. Brother, the money has really arrived. Can you let us go? Sure, I keep my word. $5 million in, and he is released. Thank you, big brother. Truly thank you. Upon hearing this, the heavy weight that had been pressing on his chest for 3 days fell with a thud. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead, yet he hurriedly bowed in gratitude. So, can I leave now? Harry's lips curled. What's the rush? Do you want to leave so badly that you think I didn't treat you well? Or do you not trust me? Before the words fell, his gaze turned cold like 2 ice picks stabbing into Lin Jianyue's face. Lin Jianyue's back stiffened, and he hurriedly waved his hands. No. It's really not that. It's too dark and my family is waiting for me to have dinner. Harry suddenly drew a knife from behind his waist. Lin Jianyue's pupils constricted, fearing a fallout, and wanted to turn and run, but his arms were tightly held by the people on either side, his heels barely leaving the ground. Unable to break free, he shouted desperately, help! Murder! Quiet! For the sake of the money, they'll spare your life. But you'll need to lose a little peace. Next time if you think about someone else's girlfriend, it won't just be a piece of ear. The knife light flashed. Blood splattered onto the concrete floor. Lin Jianyue knelt down, clutching his left ear, warm blood gushing out between his fingers, a small piece missing from his ear, the edges jagged. Harry leisurely wiped the blade clean with his sleeve, then nodded toward the back. Withdraw. The engine roared, tearing through the night, the van swiftly disappearing around the corner, leaving Lin Jianyue curled up in place, crying hoarsely. 3 days later, in Hong Kong at Kai Tak Airport, Lin Baixin, Shi Baizhu, and Lin Shuru stood at the arrival gate, their eyes fixed on the exit. As soon as Lin Jianyue showed his head, the Lin family rushed forward. Son, you're finally back. Their cries drew the attention of travelers who momentarily forgot to push their luggage carts. Lin Baixin wiped his eyes and turned to the people who had gathered, softly saying, as long as he is safe, that's good. Let's get in the car and talk slowly on the way. Dad. Lin Jianyue lunged over, his face smeared with tears and snot. Lin Baixin immediately noticed the bandage wrapped around his son's ear. His heart clenched, and without saying a word, he patted his shoulder heavily, taking his hand. Well, let's go home. The group hurriedly left, their figures quickly cut off by the airport glass doors. Upon arriving home, cries erupted in the living room and tissues piled up like a small mountain. But this incident couldn't be contained. The news that the second young master of the Lin family had been kidnapped in the Maple Leaf Country, missing a piece of his ear, spread rapidly through the high society of Hong Kong in just a few days. Several families held emergency meetings overnight and issued a ban children studying abroad. Fine. But they must be accompanied by at least 2 bodyguards. If they refuse to bring them, they shouldn't leave the house at all. And at the center of this storm, Feng was sitting in an old-fashioned coffee shop in Central, face to face with Zhong Chuhong, sipping coffee. Since their chance encounter at the Jingxiu Industrial Building, they had met privately 3 or 4 times. Zhong Chuhong had just turned 18, and her birthday card was still 32 days away from being opened. It was the softest moment of her heart, and she had fallen into Feng's sweet trap, a young man with wealth, clear features, gentle speech, and a charming smile that curled at the corners of his eyes. Before long, she had plunged headfirst into the sweet dream he had laid out. Their relationship heated up quickly. Initially, even the slightest touch of their fingertips would make them blush, but now they embraced on the streets, utterly inseparable, their breaths intertwined. Before even crossing the threshold of third base, Su Feng had already measured every other aspect thoroughly. Brother Feng, where are we going later? Zhong Chuhong rested her chin on her hand, her left hand swirling the coffee spoon, ripples spreading in circles in her cup, her eyes sparkling as she looked at him. Su Feng took a sip of coffee, set the cup down, and his gaze fell on the few strands of hair on her forehead, smiling. We're going to get a haircut. A haircut? She paused, her lashes fluttering in confusion, tilting her head. Why on earth get a haircut? Su Feng reached out and gently brushed aside a strand of hair near her ear. This hairstyle is too obedient, it can't contain your aura. It needs to be a bit fluffier, let it flow naturally. It would be a shame to tie it up with your face. Su Feng paused for a moment, then suddenly asked, Marilyn Monroe, have you heard of her? Zhong Chuang nodded. I've heard of her, a Hollywood actress quite famous. I saw her photo in an old magazine years. Her eyes lit up. Then shall I try a new hairstyle later? Before she finished speaking, she could hardly contain her excitement, eager to check her new look in the mirror, wondering if it truly would be as striking as he said. How about we set off now? She put down her spoon, a glow appearing on her face, her tone light and a bit excited. As Su Feng responded, Zhong Chuhong smiled and took his hand, turning to walk towards the door. Just as he rose, a dozen men in black suits in the cafe stood up in unison, their steps steady, following in an orderly manner like a silent undercurrent. The surroundings fell silent for a moment before erupting into low whispers. Wow, that startled me. Impressive, he looks even younger than me, yet he is such a figure. Tisk, leaving with 10 bodyguards, the aura is overwhelming. The men clicked their tongues in astonishment, their eyes filled with envy. The women also brightened up in unison. Heavens, he's incredibly handsome. Cool and composed, even more captivating than in the movies. Xiao ran, my heart is racing. Just a glance from him makes me want to marry him. My legs feel a bit weak. I'm not exaggerating. 40 minutes later, deep in a narrow alley in Simsha Sui, there was a modest yet tidy beauty salon. Look, doesn't it feel like you've brightened up completely? This face of yours deserves this voluminous wavy style. Straight black hair is too stiff, it can't hold your charm. Su Feng looked at the revitalized Zhong Chuhong in the mirror, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. This was the Zhong Chuhong he envisioned, graceful and with captivating eyes. But will this be too? She stared at herself in the mirror, her ears slightly flushed, her fingers unconsciously twirling the ends of her hair, her voice growing softer. Too alluring, reminiscent of the charming old-school actresses from Hong Kong films, a bit shy and somewhat guilty. But she had to admit she indeed looked more vibrant and enchanting than before, with femininity suddenly emerging. It's quite good, Su Feng said firmly, just like this. He didn't care what others might gossip. He simply found her appealing and comfortable. Hearing his words, Zhong Chuhong pressed her lips together, no longer refusing. Since it was the look he liked, and indeed more pleasing than before, she would go along with it. The two of them stepped out of the salon. The sunlight slanted down, people bustling about on the street, but Zhong Chuhong clearly sensed there were more gazes lingering, tightly scanning for longer, filled with curiosity, admiration, and unabashed attention. She instinctively slowed her pace, her fingertips subtly clutching the hem of her skirt. Su Feng looked at her sideways, his voice warm. On the road, do you feel like there are more eyes on you than usual? She softly replied, her head lowering slightly. It wasn't just more. From the salon door to the street corner, at least 30 pairs of eyes had followed her. This was indeed a bit overwhelming for her, who was usually reserved. It means your complexion has improved and your state is on point. The right hairstyle acts like a key, unlocking a person's truest radiance. What you have is just right. Pausing for a moment, he raised his hand, naturally wrapping it around her waist. They're pleasantly plump, but not excessive, soft and warm. However, he looked down and smiled. My person can only be looked at by me a few more times. Finishing his words, he led her to the car that had been waiting at the roadside. To the Jinxiu family store in Simsha Sui. Understood, boss. A few minutes later in Simsha Sui at the Jinxiu family store. Why did you bring me here? What else could we do? Su Feng winked at her. To pick out some clothes for you. Today I will be your stylist. His arm remained casually draped over her shoulder as they stepped into the store together. Wang Shui, a sales assistant at the Jinxiu family store in Simsha Sui. She previously sold clothes at a department store before switching jobs 2 months ago. She sought the sincere benefits. Her base salary had increased by 30% and her commission had doubled or more, especially recently with the brand gaining popularity. Earning 2,000 Hong Kong dollars a month had become the norm for her. This figure in today's Hong Kong is undoubtedly a high salary one that even many mid-level employees in large companies may not earn so comfortably. Thanks to this considerable income, Wang Shui felt bold enough to take out a mortgage for a small apartment in Mong Kok. With monthly payments just over 600, it posed no pressure for someone like her, earning 2,000 a month. She had settled into her new home and her love life was also progressing. She had started dating a teacher. Thus, she was genuinely satisfied with her current job. As usual, she stood at the store entrance holding her back straight, quietly waiting for customers to arrive. Suddenly, several shiny luxury cars stopped outside the store. As the doors opened, a man and a woman stepped out. The woman was unfamiliar, but the man made her heart skip a beat. He looked very familiar, as if she had seen him somewhere. Her gaze instinctively swept over the open newspaper nearby. Her mind buzzed as everything came back to her. Her expression shifted slightly, and she hurriedly patted the arm of her colleague beside her. Feng, the boss is here. Before she finished speaking, she had quickly walked to the store entrance. The young girl named Feng was momentarily taken aback, and as she saw Wang Shui smiling, slightly bowing at the entrance, she immediately came to her senses and hurried after her in her high heels. Welcome, boss, to inspect the store. Wang Shui bent slightly, her smile bright, as she approached Su Feng. Su Feng looked at the girl in a black lattice suit with keen interest. Wang Shui smiled and nodded. I've seen the reports about you before, boss. Su Feng lightly nodded. No need to ask, it was most likely the interview done by Di Bolai. He had only shown his face that time and provided his real name. Afterwards, all reports referred to him as the boss of Jinxiu Company, with no one having seen his true appearance. At that time, television couldn't be replayed, so very few could recognize him. Let's go, take me inside to have a look. Please, boss. Wang Shui discreetly glanced at Zhong Chuhong. Seeing Su Feng's arm naturally draped over her shoulder, and unsure how to address her, she opted for the safe and proper term lady. Lady, please. Zhong Chuhong was clearly visiting Jinxiu family for the first time. As soon as she entered, she was captivated by the shelves full of bags and the charming Chanel-style dresses. Su Feng turned to Wang Shui, help her pick out some clothes and see which one fits her best. The boss had spoken, and Wang Shui immediately perked up, responding swiftly, while still maintaining her smile, introducing the fabric's cuts and matching tips one by one. Boss, please have some water. Xiao Feng brought over a paper cup, her voice a bit tense. Su Feng looked up at her, thanked her, took a couple of sips, and slowly scanned the entire store. This was his first time stepping into the physical store of Jinxiu family. The decor was indeed exquisite, rivaling that of department store counters. Warm light spilled over the polished marble floor, reflecting a soft glow that exuded a sense of quiet elegance. Looking at the two sales assistants, they were pretty but not overly stunning. Yet standing on the street, they could easily outshine 60% of passers-by. Their figures were well-proportioned, tall, neither too slender nor too robust. Of course, Su Feng was very clear in his mind that he had no such thoughts. After watching for a while, he waved to the slightly reserved Xiao Feng and casually inquired about the store's recent situation. He heard that business was better than before, but he didn't ask further. After all, he had never checked before, making it hard to discern the truth. He then asked about her monthly salary. Upon hearing her say it was around 16 to 1700, he didn't say much more. The initial salary structure was something he had set with Xiechio. Being able to earn this amount meant that the commission part was at least over 1,000. If the business was not solid, it simply could not support this sum. Just after their chat, Zhong Chuhong joyfully rushed over, elegantly twirling in front of him, her eyes sparkling. How do I? You look great. Su Feng scrutinized her closely, a slight smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. You look even more striking than before, making you appear more dignified. The Shaoxiang windbreaker is sharply tailored, paired with a pure white blouse, and below are slightly flared trousers. Not made of denim, but a silky suit fabric that drapes elegantly, adding a touch of grace to her appearance. Hearing her boyfriend's compliment, Zhong Chuhong's eyebrows lifted in delight. Does the store still have the platinum bag? Su Feng suddenly asked, feeling that something was still missing. Wang Shui quickly replied, the platinum bag is a limited edition, very sought after. The store currently only has a sample on display. The sample on display was not just for show, but a genuine item. However, it is not for sale, meant solely for customers to observe on-site, so they can see which styles are available in the store. Go get the sample to have a look. Okay, boss. Wang Shui replied and hurried off, returning in less than 2 minutes carrying 3 bags, each in different colors. Su Feng glanced over and chose the milky white one, handing it to Zhong Chuhong. Try it on. Zhong Chuhong didn't decline. She had already noticed the price tag, around 30 to 40,000. Knowing that Su Feng was the helm of Jinxiu and seeing it was handed to her by him, why not try it on? It looks good, suits you. Su Feng nodded. This one it is. Once the bag was on, Zhong Chuhong radiated an aura of calm elegance. If she were to step out of the store right now and claim she was not a wealthy lady or a socialite, few would believe it. She quickly walked to the full-length mirror and examined herself from side to side, growing more satisfied with each glance. How much does this whole outfit cost? Su Feng tilted his head to ask Wang Shui, who was standing nearby. This. The boss comes to buy something from her store and still has to pay. Su Feng replied calmly, don't treat me as the boss, just think of me as an ordinary customer. Whatever the cost is, it must be paid in full. He never took advantage of his own store. The rules are rules. Wang Shui felt a stirring in her heart, secretly admiring him. No wonder he had secured a position in Jinxiu at just over 20 years old. If it were someone else, they might have already grabbed their bag and left without a thought of paying. She quickly calculated the total and respectfully reported, boss, it's $39,750. Su Feng raised his voice. Axin. Liao Zhixin immediately jogged over, boss. Check out. Yes. Zhong Chuhong was taken aback. Only when they left the store with Wang Shui and Xiao Feng bowing to see them off, did she unable to restrain herself from asking. Su Feng answered straightforwardly, if I don't uphold the rules, how can the others follow them? If I set a bad example, wouldn't the vice president and the director follow suit? then this business would just fall apart, right? Zhong Chuhong blinked and didn't reply. At that moment, Liao Zhixin hurried over, his expression serious. Boss, Mr. Shinzhou from HSBC called for you. Oh. Su Feng's gaze flickered, and he turned to lightly pat Zhong Chuhong on the hip. I'll take a call. After saying that, he quickly walked toward the car. How did Shinzhou get his number? He was not surprised at all. The #1 financial group in Xiangjiang, HSBC. How hard could it be to find a contact for a boss of Jin Xiao? Hello, this is Su Feng. Hello, Mr. Su. I am Shinzhou from HSBC. I wonder if you are available this afternoon at 6 for a meal. Su Feng smiled silently, just as expected. The $300 million from the United States had already arrived. Shinzhou could no longer sit still. Who among ordinary people could move such a huge sum overnight? Even the shipping king Bao Yu might not be able to spare that much cash at any moment. Sure, I happen to be free this afternoon. Then let's meet at the XX restaurant in Central. Okay, see you later. After hanging up, a smile curled at the corner of Su Feng's lips. He had instructed Li Wenqing to transfer the money into the HSBC account, specifically to wait for this call. The fish has bitten the hook. Next, he just needed to reel it in. Catch a slick, hefty big fish. He glanced at his watch. It was almost 5. Hastening to Central, it was just about 5:30. Su Feng got out of the car, walked straight to Zhong Chuhong, wrapped one arm around her waist, and leaned down to give her a heavy kiss on the cheek. Zhong Chuhong's ears turned red as she glanced around and playfully glared at him. What's got you so happy? Later I'll introduce you to someone. Who are we meeting? Shinzhou. Shinzhou. Zhong Chuhong was taken aback, her brows slightly raised. That name sounds unfamiliar. Who is he? Su Feng paused for a moment, not responding. Could it be that someone in Xiangjiang didn't know Shinzhou? Upon reflection, he found it quite ordinary. In the business world, no one dared to neglect him. Yet among gossipers in tea houses, housewives shopping at markets, or students chasing stars after school, who would mention a bank executive's name daily? Meanwhile, Shinzhou had just hung up the phone and was still seated in his office at HSBC's headquarters in Central. His fingertips lightly tapped the table, his gaze falling on the document in his hand. A page of cross-border remittance proof with the signature from M Country, New York, and the amount boldly printed $0. Storm Investment Fund. This name had been making waves on Wall Street for the past 6 months, known for high returns, quick transactions, and precise foresight. HSBC also had branches in the East Coast. Conversations between peers would naturally leak out some news. A locally emerging businessman from Xiangjiang having a tangible financial transaction with Storm, $300 million directly deposited into a personal account. This was certainly not ordinary. The whole of Hong Kong sees him as a young upstart, but they've truly underestimated him. Shinzhou leaned back in his chair, a slight smile at the corners of his lips. It was precisely because of this that he personally made that call. If we only consider Su Feng's current situation in Hong Kong, he was not yet worthy of Shinzhou freeing up this dinner tonight. 6 o'clock sharp. At the top-level Western restaurant of an old hotel in Central, as soon as the private room door was pushed open, it closed behind them. Having seen the photo beforehand, when Shinzhou faced the real person sitting across from him, he instinctively looked twice. Too young, and there were hardly any lines on his brow to suggest authority. Mr. Su, it's a pleasure to meet you. HSBC Shinzhou. He extended his hand, his palm warm and strong. Mr. Shin, I am Su Feng. The other party reciprocated the handshake with a steady grip, neither servile nor overbearing. Shinzhou's gaze slightly shifted, nodding towards Zhong Chuhong. Su Feng immediately introduced, this is my girlfriend Zhong Chuhong. Miss Zhong has a good demeanor, he praised with a smile. Zhong Chuhong smiled faintly and sat down beside Su Feng without saying much. After a few polite exchanges, Shinzhou lifted his coffee and steered the conversation. The remittance that arrived from New York this afternoon could not easily escape the notice of those who were watching, despite Mr. Su's discreet manner. He looked up, his smile steady, and remarked that Su Feng seemed to have deep ties with the Baofenjiu side. Su Feng lowered his gaze, stirred his cup, and when he raised his eyes again, there was a composed frankness. The boss was an old acquaintance, very well acquainted indeed. Shinzhou drew out an understanding hum, and a look of enlightenment crossed his face. He had never entertained the notion that Su Feng might be the figure behind Baofenjiu. It sounded far-fetched at first, yet a check of the resume showed the man had indeed studied in America and fraternized with players in the circles of capital, which made the connection plausible. Once that link was confirmed, Shinzhou dropped the pretense of circumspection. $300 million was no petty sum. There must be a significant move in the works. If he could get on board, it would be advantageous both for Hui Feng and for Shinzhou himself. He asked plainly whether Mr. Su already had a plan for the funds. Leaning forward with sincere tone, Shinzhou offered that if local financial backing were required, Hui Feng would do its utmost to assist. At that moment, Su Feng was passing Zhong Chuhong a spear of asparagus with his chopsticks. Her chopsticks hovered for a heartbeat, and her eyes flashed at his words. This was not merely a matter of doing one's best. The asset Su Feng held might very well be the key to their entire maneuver. Su Feng set down his silver chopsticks and looked up with a placid smile, saying he did have a plan. He had heard that Hui Feng held shares in Heji Huangpu and wondered whether Mr. Shin might be willing to cede a portion. Shinzhou's fingers tightened on the cup rim, and he paused. His gaze snapped up and fixed on Su Feng for a moment, then he slowly relaxed. The 300 million had just been credited. Suddenly, everything fell into place. With a large war chest taking over Heji Huangpu became a natural and logical next step. Though a foreigner, Su Feng had rooted himself in Xiangjiang for years and had long since learned the temper and ambitions of the local Chinese. He had also known Bao Yugong for 20 years and understood that deep urge among Chinese merchants to secure a foothold and raise their heads. Acquiring an established British trading house was the swiftest way for Su Feng to cement his name and stand tall among the Chinese business elite. Xinzhou listened without answering at once, lowering his head briefly to weigh the matter. In truth, he was already inclined to transfer Heji Huangpu to Su Feng. First, the company's recent accounts were undeniably poor. After Hui Feng had seized control of Heji Group and pushed Qi Dezun aside, they had dispatched Wei Li to take charge, an executive famed in the industry as a company doctor and a firefighter for troubled firms. Yet a year on there had been no recovery. The foundations were weaker than under Qi Dezun. Second, completing this deal would secure an ally whose prospects were boundless. Shutting him out would merely create an unnecessary enemy. Learning that Su Feng was backed by several top Wall Street consortia only reassured Xinzhou a bank's sustenance was never from small depositors alone, but from such deep-pocketed patrons. Third, divesting this block of shares would shed a heavy burden and free a large sum of liquid capital, making future maneuvers far more flexible. Having balanced the pros and cons, Xinzhou reached a decision. He met Su Feng's eyes, a slight smile lifting his lips, and said Hui Feng did indeed hold a substantial stake in Heji Huangpu. If Mr. Su desired, he could authorize the sale. The shares would be transferred at 7 Hong Kong dollars a share. The moment he heard that, warmth flushed Su Feng's chest, and delight rose to his temple. When Xinzhou amended the price to 7.1 per share, the smile that had been at the corner of Su Feng's eye spread fully to his mouth. He raised his glass and solemnly toasted Xinzhou's generosity. Xinzhou returned the toast with a kindly voice, praising Mr. Su as a pillar of Xiangjiang's commerce and expressing the hope for continued mutual support. The offer of support was a thinly veiled request to bind their futures together in banking matters. Su Feng understood perfectly. It was simply a wish that their institutions grow closer and more tightly linked in future financial dealings. He welcomed the prospect. For now, there was no conflict of interest with Hui Feng. Launching a bank of his own was inevitable one day, but not immediately. To strike out on a new front at this moment would be both laborious and unwise. We will support one another for the long haul, he answered crisply. They laughed together. Words left unspoken had already been fully understood. With the deal settled, the mood at the table lightened further. They agreed to expedite the equity transfer, and Su Feng requested that the matter be kept confidential for the time being. If the news leaked, Heji Huangpu's share price would be driven up, and he would lose the chance to accumulate at low levels. Xinzhou saw this at once and readily assented. As the dinner wound down, they exchanged a few more words about Xiangjiang's prospects, after which Xinzhou rose to take his leave. Su Feng did not linger either and left the table. Outside the hotel, Su Feng took Zhong Chuang's hand, and they continued on to the mall to choose gifts. The woman who had accompanied him to the banquet was even more stunned after learning Xinzhou's true identity. He was a senior Hui Feng figure, one of the genuine wielders of power in Xiangjiang. That her boyfriend could sit as an equal, laugh easily, and dine with such a man bestowed upon her a rare dignity. The more she thought of it, the prouder she became, and the more she wanted to shout it to the world. Caught up in her emotions, she rose on tiptoe and pressed a long, ardent French kiss to Su Feng on the street, only reluctantly breaking away when their breaths grew tight. She looped her arm through his, and radiant they hurried into the mall. During the walk, Su Feng dialed Xiao Nan and instructed him to enter the market immediately to quietly pick up Heji Huangpu's scattered shares, not with an aggressive blitz, but with a steady, patient accumulation. Once Huifeng's block transferred, he would be the uncontested largest shareholder. In the present chaos, with Heji Huangpu leaderless and factionalized, who would have the strength to mount a counterattack? Control of the majority stake was the single prize to be held fast. Everything else could be delayed. The ammunition had to be conserved for Zhelangang. Indeed, Su Feng planned to accomplish two goals with one operation: bring down both Heji Huangpu and Causeway Bay. The bodyguards lugged bulging paper bags whose plastic handles cut into their palms. Zhong Chuang blinked and hesitated. Was this not a little overboard? Su Feng smiled easily and replied that it was far from enough. Besides, they were about to visit his future in-laws, and it would be improper to arrive empty-handed. Her ears heated, and she lowered her head, protesting softly that they were not his future in-laws. He feigned a rueful sigh and pretended to be offended, saying he must have misunderstood and suggesting they go home. He called out to their driver to return, and she suddenly looked up to find the mischievous glint in his eyes, immediately understanding she had been teased. She grabbed his arm in a fury and bit down hard, declaring that she would bite him to death for deceiving her and daring him. He yelped exaggeratedly, asking if she were a dog for really biting him, playing the part to perfection as she scowled and warned she would bite again if he lied to her. Her cheek puffed as she declared she was indeed dog-like and vowed the bite would be repeated. He looped an arm around her waist, his palm warm, and pleaded mockingly that he was frightened. He urged her not to fuss, teasing that if she stayed angry her face would puff up like a frog, and he would not be able to kiss her. She shot back that he was the frog. She reached up and thumped his chest lightly, the blow soft and playful like a cat's paw. He looked down at the woman in his arms, both delicate and assertive, his gaze sweeping over her slightly parted lips and the blush on her ears, and suddenly leaned in to kiss her. Their lips intertwined, breaths mingling. Liao Zixin and his companions immediately turned around in unison, staring at their reflections in the opposite window, pretending to study the glass reflection. In the evening at Sim Sha Sui Chongqing building. In the kitchen, Mama Chung was busy stir-frying, the oil sizzling, and suddenly realized that the salty taste was off. Lifting the lid to taste, it was bland. She wiped her hands and called out to the living room, "Ahong, buy a bag of salt downstairs." No one replied. She raised her voice, "Ahong, did you hear me? We're out of salt. Mom, my sister hasn't come back yet." With a patter of slippers, the second child, Chung Xing, rushed into the kitchen. "What?" Mama Chung paused, spatula in hand. "Where is your sister? I haven't seen her. Where has that girl run off to? It's already dark and she hasn't come home." Forget it. She fished out a few coins from her pocket and shoved them into her daughter's hands. "Xing, run an errand for Mom and buy 2 bags of salt." "All right." Chung Xing took the money, changed her shoes deftly, and pressed the elevator button to go downstairs. But this old building's elevator was so narrow that it could only fit 3 people side by side, and with a mixed crowd, it happened to be dinner time, making it crowded. The elevator jerked and stopped swaying for a long time before reaching the ground floor. Although Chongqing building was old, the residents were from all walks of life, those from Africa, those from India. The whole building resembled a miniature dock. The 2 lower floors were even livelier, with shops connected to the street selling clothes, running restaurants, and repairing shoes and socks, with calls of vendors echoing everywhere. "Boss, 2 bags of salt. Here, take it carefully." "Thanks." Just as she tightened her grip on the plastic bag and turned around, a line of black cars suddenly drove up from across the street, all shiny sedans, their headlights reflecting the evening glow, dazzling her eyes. Chung Xing glanced over, but didn't think much of it. Just as she took a step, her peripheral vision caught something. The car door opened, and a tall, well-built man stepped out, his suit tailored sharply, with distinct facial features. He wrapped one arm around the waist of the woman beside him, while his other hand gripped the back of her neck, leaning down to kiss her. The woman turned her face slightly, her hair lifted by the evening breeze. Chung Xing's heart skipped a beat, rubbing her eyes and focusing intently. Her mind went blank. It was her sister, Chung Chuhong. Oh my. She froze in place, her mouth slightly agape, unable to believe her eyes. Her usually composed sister was actually kissing a man on the street. Could it be? This was her new boyfriend. But how come there was not a hint of it? A belly full of questions urged her to run, shouting, "Sister!" Lost in the embrace of Su Feng, Chung Chuhong's ears perked up, recognizing that clear call. She turned around and saw her sister Chung Xing rushing over. She quickly broke free from Su Feng, hurriedly adjusting her clothes, and whispered urgently, "My sister is coming. Tone it down, don't fool around anymore." She pushed away the hand resting on her waist. Su Feng chuckled, no longer teasing her, and turned to look at the little girl running towards them. Not very tall, she looked about 13 or 14 years old, her features still underdeveloped, not striking. Her skin was a bit dark, it was unclear if she took after her father or mother. Anyway, the Chung family seemed to carry a warm brown tone, as if they had all been kissed by the sun. "Sister, who is this guy?" Chung Xing stopped, her eyes bright as she stared at Su Feng. In her heart, she quietly added, "He's really handsome." "Ah, him. Sister." As Chung Chuhong was about to speak, Su Feng smiled and interjected, "You must be Ahong's sister, right?" "Hello, I'm Su Feng, your sister's boyfriend." Chung Chuhong was suddenly taken aback, her cheeks flushed, casting him a sidelong glance. She had repeatedly warned before leaving, don't claim relationships carelessly, yet here, he was breaking that promise. "Oh, so you're the brother-in-law." "Hello, brother-in-law. I'm Chung Xing." Her voice was clear and unafraid as she tiptoed closer. "Brother-in-law, you came to my house. Let me take you upstairs." Chung Xing. Chung Chuhong was furious, stamping her foot. How could this girl be so shameless? Su Feng winked at her, causing her to raise her hand as if to twist his arm, but he adeptly dodged, laughing. The group entered the elevator lobby. It was crowded, and they had to wait for a round before squeezing in. On the way, Chung Xing chatted non-stop, like a lively little sparrow. "Brother-in-law, how did you meet my sister?" "She came to our company for an interview." "Was it my sister who pursued you first?" She tilted her head, asking with confidence. Su Feng raised an eyebrow. "Why do you think so? You're so handsome, more spirited than those stars on TV." "My sister," she paused, scratching her head, "is quite ordinary looking, so it must have been her who took the initiative, right?" Chung Xing. Chung Chuhong grabbed her fingertip, almost pinching her arm. Chung Xing quickly darted behind Su Feng, tugging at his sleeve, shouting, "Brother-in-law, quickly control your wife, she's about to make a move." "Just wait. If I don't deal with you today, I'll write my surname backward." Su Feng laughed, looking at the girl hiding behind him, and nodded. "Yeah, it was indeed your sister who pursued me first." Chung Chuhong shot him a glare. Amid the commotion, the elevator dinged as it arrived at the floor. The door opened, and Chung Xing bolted home, shouting as she ran, "Mom, my sister brought her boyfriend home." Just as the shout fell, the house erupted in chaos. Even Papa Chung, who was sifting through accounts in the study, dropped his calculator and rushed out. Mama Chung, who was stirring soup in the kitchen, greeted them at the entrance without even taking off her apron. What? Ahong has a boyfriend. Yes. Just met downstairs. He looks quite dashing. Where is he? He's right behind me. I ran back to deliver the news. Upon hearing that their eldest daughter had brought someone home, they didn't have time to ponder how did this suddenly happen and hurriedly began to tidy up, taking away the teddy bear from the sofa, sweeping up the cookie crumbs on the floor, straightening the tilted low stool, and stuffing the old magazines piled on the coffee table into the cabinet. Mom, I'm back. Ahong is back. This. Mama Chung and Papa Chung both looked up simultaneously, their eyes landing on the man behind their daughter. Having heard Chung seeing gossiping about it, they discreetly sized him up. After a good look, Mama Chung's heart tightened. This young man was tall and fair-skinned with sharp features. Looking back at their daughter. Wait a minute. Ahong seemed really different. Her eyes sparkled, her shoulders were straight, and even the way she walked exuded a quiet confidence. Seeing her parents stare at Su Feng, Chung Chuhong felt her ears heat up. Lowering her head, she tugged at her clothes and finally said softly, but clearly, his name is Su Feng, he's my boyfriend. Su Feng stepped forward slightly, bowing slightly, his voice gentle. Hello, uncle and aunt. Oh, little Su is here. Come and have a seat. Mama Chung hurriedly ushered them inside. He took the opportunity to bring in the gift boxes he had been holding. What is this child bringing gifts for? Mama Chung complained, yet her fingers gently tapped her daughter's forehead. You should have reminded little Su a bit. Though her words were reproachful, her face was full of an irrepressible smile. Chung Chuhong stuck out her tongue, lowering her head without speaking. Out in the world, she could still maintain her composure, but in her own home, she dared not speak. She shot her husband a subtle glance, immediately misses. Zhong turned to Su Feng with a warm, welcoming smile. Xiao Su, please sit down. Don't stand on ceremony. Feel right at home. Yes, Annie. Su Feng settled onto the sofa. Would you like a cigarette? Mister. Zhong sat beside him and casually pulled out a cigarette pack. Su Feng waved his hand, gently declining with a courteous smile. Thank you, uncle. I don't smoke. Years ago, he'd occasionally indulge, later, he quit entirely. Mister. Zhong nodded approvingly. Good. Not smoking keeps the body strong. Xiao Su, how old are you this year? Uncle, I just turned 24. 6 years older than Ahong. No sooner had these words left his lips than Mrs. Zhong ushered her daughter into the kitchen. Why didn't you call ahead? You've caught us completely unprepared. Wiping her hands on her apron, Mrs. Zhong murmured under her breath. Zhong Chuhong whispered, I meant to tell you, but got so busy I forgot. Oh, my girl. Mrs. Zhong couldn't decide whether to scold or laugh. By the way, how did you two meet? We've never heard you mention him before. Well, it was quite serendipitous. About 3 months ago, actually. And what does his family do? Do you know? I'm not very familiar with his family. Only that he founded his own company. Zhong Chuhong slipped her arm through her mother's, her eyes crinkling warmly. Yes, he's in the apparel business, just like ours. Also in apparel. Mrs. Zhong blinked, faintly surprised. Yes, Zhong Chuhong nodded softly. Then, as if remembering something, she added, Mom, have you heard of Jinxiu? Jinxiu? Yes, Jinxiu Apparel. The brand whose designs have won international awards, and whose dresses sell for exorbitant prices. That's his. Oh, it clicked instantly in Mrs. Zhong's mind. Though the Zhongs ran only a modest clothing shop, stocking mostly affordable pieces priced at 20 or 30 yuan, they kept close watch on industry developments. Just recently, they'd heard fellow shopkeepers discuss the public dispute between Jinxiu and Lee garments. She even recalled someone muttering in disbelief that one of Jinxiu's wrap dresses carried a price tag over 1,000 yuan, calling it outright robbery. At the time, she'd merely raised an eyebrow in quiet skepticism. Now, learning it belonged to her future son-in-law, questions of price vanished entirely. Ahong, is it true? Jinxiu Apparel really belongs to Xiao Su? Yes. Then, he must be quite wealthy. I suppose so. Zhong Chuhong paused thoughtfully. I've never asked him exactly how much. Yet Mrs. Zhong's expression gradually darkened. Poverty frightened her. For her daughter's sake, wealth unsettled her, fearing deception. After a moment's hesitation, she lowered her voice. Ahong, tell me honestly, have you and Xiao Su gone that far? Huh. Zhong Chuhong froze then, understanding her mother's gesture, flushed crimson to the roots of her hair. Mom, what are you saying? Seeing her daughter flustered and speechless, Mrs. Zhong exhaled softly in relief. Good, her daughter's purity remained intact. Her heart settled calmer now. She reached up to smooth a stray strand from Zhong Chuhong's forehead, her tone softening. Ahong, listen to your mother. Before marriage, you must never cross that line with Xiao Su. I know young people fall deeply in love, easily swept away by passion, but boundaries must hold firm. It's for your own good. Xiao Su clearly comes from refined origins, built his own enterprise, scaled it impressively. His family background must be substantial. But our family, ordinary folk, your father earns his wages through hard labor, I tend a small shop. If his parents disapprove later, who will bear the shame and the heartbreak? You alone. I stole a glance at her daughter, whose expression dimmed slightly, and sighed quietly. I know this sounds pragmatic, but I won't forbid you from seeing him. I only ask you to keep a measure of restraint outside our home. It'll protect you. I've lived through hardship. I'd never lead you astray. Zhong Chuhong offered a faint wry smile. Mom, I understand. I've got it figured out. All right, if you're clear-headed then fine. You're a grown woman now. I can't control you anymore. Go on now, keep Xiao Su company. It's his first visit. Don't let him feel awkward or unwelcome. Zhong Chuhong laughed. Got it. Oh, by the way, Mom. We already ate out together earlier, so no need to prepare too many dishes. Oh, you've eaten already. Right, I see. She replied lightly, but inwardly sighed, poor child. Love is never that simple. That meal was never truly about hunger. In the kitchen, Mrs. Zhong stood before the stove, apron tied tight, spatula dancing, steam curling like mist. When Zhong Chuhong emerged, she found her father and Su Feng seated side by side on the sofa, one gesturing animatedly, the other nodding with easy, genuine laughter. Outwardly cordial, yet the memory of her mother's hushed warnings in the kitchen pressed faintly against her chest, leaving a dull, hollow ache. She didn't let the feeling linger long. In an instant she knelt down and joined her younger siblings in a lively game of. When dinner was served, Su Feng, though already full, sat upright at the table with quiet dignity. At moments like this, even his stomach bursting with food demanded steady chopsticks and a level bowl, lest he appear careless or disrespectful. Xiao Su, this is just simple home cooking. Nothing special. Please don't think us crude or impoverished, Mrs. Zhong said while serving dishes. Not at all. I find it wonderfully sincere, Su Feng replied, lifting a forkful of greens with a humble downward smile. Laughter filled the room, dishes steamed warmly. He shared the meal with the Zhong family, lingered a while after, then rose to depart as dusk deepened beyond the windows. Home. Xiao Su's first time here, he doesn't know the way. Walk him part way. Sure thing, Mom. Uncle Andy, I'll take my leave now. Thank you so much for today's hospitality. Look at you, what polite words. There's no disturbance at all. Do come again often. After a few more pleasantries, the two stepped outside together. You were unusually quiet just now. Were you unhappy? No, not at all. Zhong Chuhong shook her head gently. Did your mother say something to you? She lifted her gaze, sharply startled. How did you guess? A faint knowing smile curved Su Feng's lips. I guessed more than that. Did she bring up family background? Matched status? She froze, her eyes wide, bright, and piercingly direct as she held his gaze. Your mother worries for you, but some things need not concern her. He paused, his voice dropping lower. My parents passed away long ago. Even if they were still alive, I would marry whomever I choose regardless of wealth or station. He halted mid-step, his fingertips lightly lifting her chin, his palm warm, his tone unyielding. So, don't carry that worry for me. Zhong Chuhong's nose stung, her eyes glistened. I'm sorry, I didn't know about your parents. It's all right, he shook his head, his smile softening into quiet resignation. It's behind me now. For a fleeting instant his gaze drifted far away, his brow shadowed by the faintest trace of sorrow, like wind rippling across still water, imperceptible, yet stirring the heart with quiet ache. Zhong Chuhong assumed he was mourning his parents in this life, and her chest tightened. Rising onto her toes, she pulled him fiercely into her arms, as if to draw him back from unseen shadows clinging to his past. In that very moment a quiet resolve settled within her. What if I come to your place tonight? She tilted her face upward, her voice low but unmistakably clear. Su Feng faltered, startled. On previous occasions, she'd always deflected such openings, laughing off the suggestion, fiddling nervously with her sleeve, or suddenly calling out to her brother to summon her to dinner. He'd long grown accustomed to waiting, but this time, she opened the door herself. His Adam's apple moved slightly, and a warmth surged in his heart. Silly girl, if I really take you away tonight, your parents will probably chase me down the street with brooms. He rubbed his thumb over her cheek and smiled. What's this? Have you suddenly come to your senses? I just don't want to see you sad. Sad? He was taken aback, then quickly understood. She had misunderstood. Unable to resist, he chuckled, leaned down, and pressed a kiss on her lips, gently patting her lower back. He'll let you off this time, but if you dodge again next time, there won't be another chance. Zhong Chuhong's ears flushed. She turned to dodge his hand, and stubbornly said, don't even think about it. The opportunity was given to you, but you didn't seize it. Despite saying that, the corners of her mouth secretly lifted. Because she clearly saw, there was no calculation in his eyes, no urgency, only a sincere earnestness. That was enough. Watching her figure disappear at the corridor entrance, Su Feng opened the car door. Boss, where to Guangbo Road. He leaned back in his seat and replied softly. A few days ago, Su Feng had arranged for Zhao Yaji to get a new home near Guangbo Road through an acquaintance, a two-bedroom apartment. Initially, he wanted to arrange for her to stay in the old place in Beijiao, but Zhao Yaji found it too far. Wuxian Station was right on Guangbo Road in Jilong Bijia Mountain, and driving from Beijiao would take about an hour one way. If there was traffic, it could take 3 to 4 hours. After much deliberation, he simply chose a house close to Guangbo Road. The total price was less than 100,000, which was merely a trivial matter for him. The convoy steadily drove towards Guangbo Road. In the Zhong family's living room, Zhong dad and Zhong mom sat side by side on the sofa, with unwashed dishes piled up in the kitchen, neither of them in the mood to move. What do you think, is that kid Su reliable or not? Zhong mom turned to ask her husband. Zhong dad rubbed his hands and replied leisurely. He's quite an open-minded person, speaks clearly, not pushy or hasty, who just listening to him makes one feel at ease. He's tall and looks decent too. In terms of ability, eloquence, and demeanor, he truly matches our Ahong. Not a bad match at all. Zhong mom's lips twitched, but she remained silent. Match. What they should be considering now was Ahong worthy enough to handle the weight of this? Just as the thought crossed her mind, there was a knock at the door. Lao Sango opened the door. Oh, Zhong Laosan opened the door. Sister, you're back. Zhong Chuhong smiled and ruffled her sister's hair as she entered, casually closing the door behind her. Has Xiao Su left? Zhong mom approached with a hint of surprise. Why so soon? Zhong Chuhong sat down next to her mother. He lives in Beijiao. It's too late for back and forth and worried about something happening on the road. Oh, Zhong mom responded, her gaze sweeping over the few gifts on the coffee table, beautifully wrapped and Ahong. These gifts from Xiao Su must not have been cheap, right? Zhong dad pointed. Not cheap. I helped him pick them out. Just these few add up to about 23,000. What? 23,000? Zhong dad sat up straight, his eyes nearly popping out. He and his wife worked tirelessly selling clothes, and they might not save up 20,000 in a year. Now it turned out his future son-in-law's first visit came with gifts worth 10 years of their hard work. Really? Zhong Chuhong counted on her fingers, listing the prices. American ginseng 3,000, 8 birds nest 4,006, gold watch 12,000. This. You too. Such expensive things, why didn't you stop him? Zhong dad's palms were sweaty, his voice trembling. What if his family finds out? Won't they say he's wasteful? He initially thought it would just be a few hundred as a token of appreciation, but upon hearing the figures he panicked and turned to blame his daughter for being inconsiderate. Zhong Chuhong pursed her lips, feeling aggrieved. She had advised him at the time, but Su Feng had insisted, it's the first time meeting your parents, but can't be too light. The gifts must be substantial, only then does the intention appear sincere. How could she stop him? Dad, that's his own money. Even if he has money, he shouldn't spend it like this. You two are still young, and there will be plenty of places to spend money later. Zhong dad grew increasingly anxious. Doesn't getting married cost money? After the wedding you have to settle down, right? Buying a house is another huge expense. Zhong mom frowned and raised her hand to interrupt. Alright, this is getting out of hand. Do you really know what Xiao Su does for a living? Zhong dad blurted out, I know. He said he works in fashion in the same industry as us. Like hell, it's the same industry. You hawk goods at a stall, and he is listed on the stock market. Zhong mom didn't laugh, just calmly added, Xiao Su doesn't sell clothes, he runs a company. Jinxiu, have you heard of it? It's the brand he created himself. What a? Zhong dad was stunned, his throat rolling. Jinxiu is his a. Zhong mom nodded. He turned to look at his daughter, who also gently nodded. His. Zhong dad gasped, unable to recover for a long time. How could he not have heard of the Jinxiu family? A rising star in the fashion industry in Xiangjiang, in recent years positioned very high-end. Rumor has it that the cheapest items in the store cost 500 to 600, while slightly higher-end ones go for over 1,000. A bag could easily cost 30 or 40,000, and they often sold out with lines that you might not even be able to join. Such a formidable brand actually belonged to his daughter's boyfriend. Oh, Zhong mom suddenly froze, her gaze landing on her daughter. Ahong, that outfit looks great on you. Did Xiao Su give it to you? Zhong Chuhong intentionally showed a bit of confidence from being doted on in front of her parents, responding, not just this one, the pants and this bag are also from Jinxiu. Just this bag cost over 30,000. What? This bag costs over 30,000. Zhong dad and Zhong mom were equally stunned, their eyes fixed on the bag in their daughter's hand. It looked exquisite, but that price was rather shocking. Didn't you say Jinxiu is his? Why does he still have to pay for? Zhong mom, coming back to her senses, blurted out the question that had been on her mind. Oh, he said that as a boss he has to follow the rules. He must first act according to the rules, so that his subordinates won't dare to exploit loopholes or cut corners. Zhong Chuhong answered naturally. Zhong mom reached out. Let me see what makes a $30,000 bag so precious. Zhong Chuhong passed the platinum bag over. Tisk, it really is different, softer, smoother, and feels like a cloud. Now compare it to those I bought for a few dozen bucks. They're stiff and hard, without even a hint of comfort. She kept rubbing it, and sighed while speaking. Zhong dad interjected. Of course it's different. If it sells for such a high price, there must be a reason for it. It's just like street vendor goods. Who would be willing to spend that money? As soon as those words fell, Zhong mom frowned and turned to retort, Xiao Su knows how to buy his girlfriend a bag. What about you? After decades of marriage, I haven't even received a decent bag from you. Those few dozen bucks were from my own pocket. Aren't you embarrassed? Zhong dad was left speechless and turned to look at the television, no longer speaking. Zhong Chuhong smiled slightly. This kind of bickering had long become a daily occurrence in the family. The broadcast sound started. After dinner, Zhao Yaji was curled up on the sofa watching television when she suddenly heard 3 knocks on the door. She got up and opened the door. Outside stood Su Feng. What brought you here? Su Feng grinned. I missed you and my feet just led me here without thinking. Without waiting for a reply, he kicked off his shoes and stepped inside. In the next moment, he wrapped his arms around Zhao Yaji and kissed her. Her heart raced, her cheeks flushed. She gently pushed him away, her voice barely a whisper. My mom is here. Ah, your mom is home. Su Feng immediately peered into the room, but saw no one. She just went back to her room to sleep. Oh. He sighed in relief and quietly walked into the room. Have you eaten? Yes. Oh. Zhao Yaji, seeing him reaching out again, she quickly blocked him. Go take a shower first. All right. A short while later, Su Feng with his damp hair slipped into her room and flopped onto the bed. After a long time, they nestled close, their breaths still warm. Su Feng gently nibbled her earlobe, his voice low and husky. Have you been feeling well lately? Zhao Yaji turned slightly, hearing his question, her tone calm. It's okay. Just that my parents seem troubled, probably feeling guilty towards me. Su Feng replied, it's not good to keep it bottled up. Why not take them out for a walk? A change of scenery might help them feel better. Let's wait until later. Xiaohong isn't even a year old, yet it's too much hassle to take him out. True. By the way, I just finished filming a new drama. Have you seen it? Yes, The Tycoon. It stars Qiu Guan and Lu Songren, and their performances were really good. But there's one thing I'm not quite satisfied with. Zhao Yaji immediately turned to face him. What is it? Su Feng frowned. The way that Kong Baluo kid acted, it made me angry. He put his hand on your waist. What's that about? Zhao Yazi's eyes sparkled as she laughed, tilting her head playfully. Oh, has the vinegar jar been tipped over? Su Feng tightened his arms around her, his voice low and intense. You are mine. Your heart is mine, and next time someone dares to touch you, it'll break one of their arms. Why are you being so fierce? Zhao Yaji feigned annoyance, but her fingers quietly dug into the fabric of his shirt, her heart swelling with sweetness. Fierce? Is this what you call fierce? Let me teach you something even fiercer. Before his words could finish, the two were already tangled together, their breaths mingling, making quite a commotion. The next morning, the sky was just beginning to lighten. Su Feng got up quietly, not wanting to disturb Zhao Yaji, and even more so, not daring to wake her mother upstairs. If caught, he would have to explain himself, and his face would surely turn red. After going downstairs, he grabbed a bowl of rice rolls and 2 fried dough sticks from a stall at the corner, eating them in a hurry. Sitting in the car, he suddenly remembered something and raised his hand, signaling to Liao Zhixin. Go tell Zhou Ruinrong to keep his hands clean. Understood, boss. Liao Zhixin immediately signaled to the 2 men in black suits behind him. Seeing them move, Su Feng nodded. Let's go to the company. Meanwhile, Zhou Ruinrong was completely unaware. Just stepping onto the broadcast road, only 100 steps away from the wireless television building, 2 slim-waisted men in suits suddenly blocked his path. Who? Are you Zhou Ruinrong? I am. As soon as he spoke, his left arm was seized, his wrist bone feeling as if it were caught in an iron grip, sending a sharp pain through him, making him gasp. Just as he was about to struggle, the grip loosened. With his arm free, he gasped for air and was about to speak when one of them stepped closer, lowering his voice. Listen carefully. Miss Zhao, keep your distance. If you dare to touch her even once, just think about how it feels to have your bones broken. Having said that, the 2 turned and left, their leather shoes clicking decisively on the ground. Miss Zhao. Zhou Runrong's heart skipped a beat as thoughts raced through his mind. There's only one Zhao he's recently worked with, and he's even had tea with her 3 times. Is it her? But didn't she just get divorced? Besides, wasn't her ex-husband a bespectacled doctor? When Zhao Yaji stepped into the wireless building and heard about this, she was momentarily stunned, but quickly guessed who was behind it, a smile creeping at the corner of her mouth, which she quickly suppressed, pretending to be angry. What a stingy person. Fa, I'm really sorry for dragging you into this. She looked at Zhou Ruinrong, sincere regret evident on her brow. Zhou Ruinrong waved his hand, smiling wryly. It's fine. Even if I explain, no one would believe me. Believe it or not, it doesn't matter. It's all right. Boss, all the patents have been approved. The factory is working day and night, and we've shipped out 150 tape players. In the conference room of Shanghai Electronics, Lu Yunan stood straight, reporting to Su Feng. We've also set up counters in Coppergua Bay, Wanchai, Central Sheng, Wan Simsha, Sui, and Mongkok. 20 in total, all located in the busiest areas. What about the advertisements? Su Feng asked. The video has been edited and the schedule with wireless TV has been confirmed. We've selected 3 newspapers, Ming Pao Oriental Daily and Sing Tao Daily. The ferry and Kowloon bus advertisements have also been finalized. Then let's set the launch for Friday. All right, boss. Lu Yunan responded promptly. In a flash, a few days passed. February 3rd, 1978, the 26th day of the 12th month. New Year's Eve was just 3 days away. The Shanghai brand cassette player was officially launched in Hong Kong. On that day, during prime time, on wireless TV, advertisements for the Shanghai brand tape player appeared on the front pages of the Sing Tao Daily and Oriental Daily, as well as on the walls of the ferry and Kowloon buses. Shanghai portable tape player, wherever you go, music follows you. A new auditory era, we are here to begin. Just a press away, listen whenever you want. A Shanghai portable player lets your ears breathe freely. With this, that bulky tape recorder at home can finally retire. These words filled the light boxes, newsstands, and TV screens across Hong Kong. In no time, discussions erupted. The counters set up by Shanghai Electronics in major shopping malls were crowded from the very first day. Most of the visitors were young people who loved to sing and collect tapes. Liu Yunan specifically instructed that every store and counter must have one device on display playing loops of new songs by Leslie Chung and Anita Mui. When customers saw it working, they could hear it for themselves, naturally reducing questions like, can it really play? Or will it jam? Saving time and making sales even faster. Wow, it's so small and it can really sing. Amazing. If I can fit this in my pocket, I can listen while riding, waiting for a boat, or shopping. Who would still carry a tape recorder around? Anyone who got close to see the real thing was left dumbfounded. The novelty surged. This palm-sized box was dozens of times lighter than a tape recorder, and the sound quality was not lacking. After staring for a few minutes, someone couldn't help but ask, "Boss, how much is it?" Upon hearing the price of 1,000 Hong Kong dollars, many gasped, exclaiming, "So cheap." In their memory, a decent domestic tape recorder would cost 700 or 800, while imported ones easily reached 2,000 or 3,000. This pocket-sized portable player is only 1,000. It didn't seem like a scam. Right then and there, someone pulled out their wallet. "Excuse me, I'll take one." "Sure thing, sir." One person paid, and immediately 3 to 5 others followed. Soon even passers-by were pushed to tiptoe to take a look. Upon hearing it was Shanghai portable player, they noticed the long queue at the counter and quietly joined in line. Similar scenes unfolded in Coppergua Bay Mong Kok and Tsim Sha Tsui. Just past 3 in the afternoon, the shelves of various stores were empty. With an initial release of 50,000 units, they were sold out. Liu Yunan quickly ordered an urgent restock. 3 days later, all 150,000 units would be cleared. The frenzy of sales was not only due to the reasonable prices, but also because of the timing. Just before the new year, people were financially comfortable and generous with gifts. Children clamored for them, and adults also sought to buy new items for the festive season. With multiple fires raging, the portable music players became the most sought-after item for the new year in Hong Kong. The conference room of the Jingsuan Industrial Building was filled with chatter as the leaders from Shanghai Electronics, Jingsuan Industries, and Shanghai Real Estate were all present. Su Feng sat at the center of the long table with Xiechio Yu Qinghua and Liu Yunan to his left, and Yang Xingchang Pei Yunming and Xiao Nan to his right. He lifted his teacup and took a sip, then said, "Today is New Year's Eve. Everyone should be at home keeping vigil, yet we've gathered here, so we'll keep it brief. Just a few important matters to discuss for after the new year. I've reviewed the year-end summaries. The work has been solid, and we will continue to build steadily next year. Next, let's talk about personnel arrangements." Xiechio. The first person on the left, Xiechio, immediately sat up straight and looked towards Su Feng. "After the new year, you will take over as the general manager of Jingsuan Company, overseeing daily operations." "Understood, boss," she replied succinctly, her expression calm and steady. Su Feng's gaze shifted to Yu Qinghua. The latter's fingers curled, slightly pressing against his knee as he held his breath in anticipation of the next words. Yu Qinghua will be transferred to Shanghai Real Estate as general manager, focusing on real estate development. Assigning Yu Qinghua to Shanghai Real Estate was a decision he made after careful consideration. He removed his title as the deputy general manager of Jingsuan Group to allow him to dedicate himself fully to real estate. While Yu Qinghua's intellect and marketing ideas did not match Xiechio's, he was never vague when it came to execution, keeping track of progress, and pushing for milestones. Real estate matters did not rely on whimsical ideas, but rather on the diligent construction of acquired land brick by brick, step by step. When Su Feng publicly announced Yu Qinghua's appointment as general manager of Shanghai Real Estate, the stone that had been hanging in Yu Qinghua's heart finally fell. The title of acting was finally removed. The specific arrangements for the real estate side will be discussed later. General Yu, I will talk to you in detail. Su Feng looked at him, his tone straightforward. Yu Qinghua immediately responded, "Okay." Subsequently, the positions of Liu Yunan, Yang Xingchang, Pei Yunming, and others were clarified one by one, along with the key directions for each line of business next year. The RD department was particularly crucial. The Chinese version of the Pager arcade motherboard and FC gaming console. All three needed to be swiftly realized. Pei Yunming was appointed as the deputy chief designer of Jingsuan Company, specializing in the development of bag products. Su Yu was promoted to chief designer, overseeing clothing design. The financial sector was not included in this adjustment. Currently, Su Feng's three main businesses were clear: clothing and bags, real estate, and electronics. While electronics had begun to show promise, real estate remained stagnant. It was not that Yu Qinghua was not working hard, rather a skilled worker cannot make bricks without clay. Without funds, even if land was acquired, construction could not commence, let alone heating up the market and pushing for sales. The entire meeting lasted only half an hour before dispersing. Su Feng kept Yu Qinghua and Xiao Nan behind. He lifted his teacup, took a sip, and turned to Xiao Nan. "How is the progress with Hyung Ki? How many shares have been acquired?" Xiao Nan replied succinctly, "A total of 3.21 million shares have been accumulated in the stock market, accounting for 0.8 of the total share capital. Funds totaling 45 million Hong Kong dollars have already been spent." However, he paused, his expression grave. "Boss, to acquire Hyung Ki, there is still a significant gap. Currently, only about 15 million Hong Kong dollars remain in the account. 45 million only bought less than 1%. Looking at Hyung Ki's nearly 6 billion Hong Kong dollar market value, this calculation is not surprising at all. In contrast, HSBC was much smoother, 22. 4 of common stock and 11. 2 of preferred stock, totaling 33. 65, all for only 940 million Hong Kong dollars. If estimated at market value, it would be worth at least 1,800 million. The favor from Shenzhou was substantial, equivalent to gifting 900 million outright. Added to Xiaonan's 0.8, Su Feng currently held 34.45 of Hyung Ki's shares, firmly securing the position of the largest shareholder. However, this was far from being secure. The controlling stake that could truly make decisions was 51. He still needed 16.55, which at the current price of 14 Hong Kong dollars per share amounted to about 66 million shares, requiring an additional 920 million Hong Kong dollars. This was still the most ideal scenario. Once the market sensed a shift, tightening liquidity would cause stock prices to rise immediately, and the actual cost would only increase. But there was no turning back on this matter. Hyung Ki held too many valuable assets: Watson's Junyi Warehouse, Metropolitan Real Estate, Hyung Ki Real Estate, and Shandaya, Hong Kong Port Engineering. Each one was a solid stronghold. Its business network was extensive: import and export trade, wholesale and retail, container transport, shipbuilding and repair, warehousing and logistics, transportation, infrastructure, real estate development, quarrying and road construction, as well as various equity investments. Among them, Junyi Warehouse was a well-established large warehousing group in Hong Kong, just like Hyung Ki Shipyard, holding substantial land in Kowloon and Hong Kong. Although most of this land was designated for industrial use, as long as one was willing to spend money and apply to the government for a change to residential use, it was not difficult at all. As for the money issue, I will resolve it after the new year. After finishing, Su Feng turned to Yu Qinghua and instructed directly, I purchased a villa estate on Victoria Peak Road. I will use it for trial purposes after the new year. Additionally, arrange for someone to investigate the land situation in Seongkwan-o and prepare a detailed report for me after the holiday. Seongkwan-o. Yu Qinghua raised an eyebrow, his face showing surprise. He genuinely could not understand what was attractive about that place. It was a wasteland, even less accessible than Kuntong. If construction were to take place, Tuen Mun would be 10 times better. While he pondered internally, he did not express any hesitation aloud. All right, boss. Su Feng noted his expression, but said nothing further. The value of that land in Seongkwan-o depended entirely on how it was used. If utilized correctly, it could become a golden goose. Currently, there were no grave sites there. In his previous life, the permanent cemetery for Chinese people would not begin construction until 10 years later. Seongkwan-o sounded remote, but it was actually just a waterway away from Hong Kong, only about 450 meters in a straight line. If a bridge were built from Ma Wan Village on Devil's Peak to Shao Kei Wan, it would be more convenient than traveling from Mong Kok to Causeway Bay. Even better, the land was astonishingly vast, currently all farmland and village houses untouched by anyone. In other words, for a small amount of money, one could acquire a large tract of undeveloped land. This untouched first soup was something he was determined to obtain. On New Year's Eve, Su Feng did not go anywhere, choosing to stay at home and calling together key personnel like Feng Xiaonan, Pei Yunming, and Su Yu to keep vigil around the stove. With many people, it was lively, preventing it from being too quiet. During this time, the phone rang continuously. Zhong Chuang called to say Happy New Year. Zhao Yaji exchanged a few pleasantries, and Di Bola also sent a voice message to celebrate. This new year allowed him to savor some flavor after all this time. Since his rebirth, he realized he had been single. Years later, outside the Beijiao electronics factory, the crowd was bustling. 2 long buses had just come to a stop, and around 50 to 60 people poured out. Middle-aged men in suits, young women with ponytails, foreign gentlemen with curly hair and blue eyes, and a short man from Sakura Country wearing glasses. They quickly filled the entrance of the factory, drawing the attention of passing workers. What's going on? What's with all this? Looks like they came to see something rare. What's there to see? What's so special about our factory? Don't you remember? That portable player has been all the rage lately. When have we ever seen such a large crowd gathering here? If it's not for this, could it be for our cafeteria's pancakes? Hey, it really could be. The people stepping off the bus were also whispering to each other, their gazes scanning around. Oh my, is this little courtyard really where that incredible portable player came from? A blonde foreigner exclaimed, raising his voice dramatically. Next to him, a round-faced foreign man shot him a sideways glance and scoffed. Oren, you should give it up. Your capital can't even touch the tip of my shoe. You. Oren stiffened his neck. Hughes, the agency rights are not finalized yet, so it's not your place to speak out. What a waste of effort. The table of the Florent family, you can't move it. Humph. Oren turned his face away, raising his chin high, no longer looking at him. Just then Lu Yunnan appeared with his assistant, raising his hand for silence. Once everyone quieted down, he smiled and began. Thank you all for coming from afar. When we tour the workshop shortly, please refrain from touching the equipment or taking photos. After the visit, you can take the bus back to the hotel for dinner. The bidding for agency rights will start promptly at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and those interested may stay. With that, he led the way, and the crowd formed 3 lines, entering in an orderly fashion. They were accustomed to assembly lines and found nothing unusual. What truly astonished them was the chip the size of a fingernail on the circuit board, the core of the core. Unfortunately, they could only look from afar, not daring to reach out, let alone take one back to dismantle. 20 minutes later, the tour was complete. Lu Yunan's intention for this tour was straightforward: to let this group of future buyers see with their own eyes that Shanha Electronics is a legitimate factory, not a hollow shell, and certainly not a mere illusion. After the visit, everyone boarded the spacious bus returning to the hotel where they were staying. The hotel was located near Causeway Bay and was quite an upscale establishment. Lu Yunan was extravagant, directly booking the entire building for 2 days, just for this agency rights auction. The lunch was lavish: steamed grouper, garlic lobster abalone, and abalone sauce. A feast of seafood. These guests who came from afar had indulged in delicacies, but Lu Yunan still laid out such a spread, not just to fill their stomachs, but to show his attitude. This matter, Shanha Electronics was indeed committed. By 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the well-fed merchants gradually exited their rooms, heading towards the banquet hall, specially set up by the hotel. The hall was about 300 square meters, covered with a deep red carpet, and the lighting was subdued. Feng had also arrived. He chose a seat in a corner against the wall, quiet, as though he wasn't there. He had never intended to take the stage. All the attendees were from out of town. Some had come from the island country, others from the Eagle country, several from Southeast Asia, and even some from the United States. Notably, there were no representatives from Hong Kong and Taiwan. Because Feng had no intention of granting agency rights to these 2 regions, Shanha Electronics wanted to handle it themselves. Other places were too far, and the company had no foundation there. He wanted to quickly roll out the portable player. Relying solely on himself would be unfeasible and slow. It was better to leverage local people, those who understood the channels, had connections, and were familiar with the rules. Thus this auction was arranged. There was another underlying reason: that everyone understood selling agency rights could immediately bring in a substantial amount of cash. At 2:20 in the afternoon, the conference began as scheduled. Lu Yunan stepped onto the stage and lightly tapped the microphone twice, saying, "Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to today's investment conference. First, please allow me to introduce the portable player." He spoke at a measured pace, praising the product, not merely shouting revolutionary, but explaining how light, stable, and portable it was, stating that it was not just a new gadget, but a true device set to change global listening habits, calling it an invention worthy of being recorded in the annals of technological history. It's clear to any discerning eye that the music business holds significant weight. Just in the present, global sales of record players have surpassed several million units. It's clear to any discerning eye that the music business holds significant weight. Just in the present, global sales of record players have surpassed several million units. Such heavy machines attract so many eager buyers. Now shrunk to the size of a palm, it can be carried in a pocket, requires no electricity, and is not afraid of bumps. How could this path be any narrower? I suppose everyone has already formed an idea in their minds, so I won't beat around the bush. Next, let's talk about the rules of the agency rights. First, the term is 10 years. From the day you successfully bid, the agency rights will be firmly in your hands for a full decade. As long as you follow the rules, no arbitrary price hikes, no selling across regions, and no unauthorized product changes. Second, if you no longer wish to continue within those 10 years, you can transfer the rights to someone else, but you must report to us in advance for record keeping. Third, and this is what everyone is most concerned about, the gross profit is set at 35 points, which is 35. As soon as these words were spoken, many in the audience began to calculate quietly. 35 seems high, but after deducting shipping, customs duties, rental fees, labor, and miscellaneous taxes, the net profit would at most be 15 to 20 points. Not a huge profit. However, the portable player is an entirely new category, just emerging and gaining heat. Once the reputation is established, sales will snowball. Furthermore, the agency rights can be resold. If one can't continue, they can still recover their investment or even make a profit. Moreover, the ironclad rule of no crossing borders effectively delineates territories for each agency, so no one has to fear a neighbor suddenly barging in to snatch away business. With the pros and cons weighed clearly and the calculations understood, many had quietly tightened their bidding cards. Does anyone have any questions regarding the terms just mentioned? Lu Yunan scanned the room. No one raised their hand. He nodded. Since there are no objections, let's move on to the main event, the auction for agency rights. The first auction is for the agency rights in the island country. The starting bid is 20 million Hong Kong dollars, with each subsequent bid increasing by no less than 100,000 Hong Kong dollars. The staff then unfolded a map of the island country, clearly marking key data such as total population and per capita. The numbers were laid out clearly. Even without understanding Japanese, one could see at a glance the potential profit and the substantial earnings hidden behind this agency right. As soon as the words fell, a bidding paddle was raised. 21 million. The bidder was a short man in a dark gray suit from the island country. People around turned to see who it was, and upon recognizing him, no one was surprised. This was indeed his home turf, and it was only natural for him to grab the first bid. 25 million. Another voice chimed in, clear and crisp. Feng turned his head, and saw a middle-aged woman with her hair tied up in a bun wearing a cheongsam, with a plain silver brooch, her demeanor composed. 30 million. The third shout came from the back row, also an islander with a loud voice. 42 million. After several rounds of bidding, the initially short man steadily secured the agency rights. Starting at 20 million Hong Kong dollars, it ended at 42 million Hong Kong dollars, more than doubling. Those hoping to snag a bargain immediately extinguished their thoughts. This is just the first round, and the price has already soared so high. The following auctions in Europe and the United States are bound to raise the roof. Next up, Lu Yunan lightly clapped his hands, and a new map suddenly appeared behind the curtain, the Land of the Stick. The agency rights for the Land of the Stick start at 12 million Hong Kong dollars, with a minimum bid increment of 1,000. In terms of population and economic foundation, the Land of the Stick indeed cannot compare to the island nation, with a smaller market, hence a lower starting price. 13 million. The voice came from a man in his 40s with sparse hair, speaking Mandarin with a slightly stiff accent, clearly a local. 13 million once. 13 million twice. Just as he sighed in relief, someone suddenly shouted from the crowd, 20 million. Wow. All eyes in the hall turned in unison. Someone whispered, it's someone from the modern Chable. That's right. Even the Four-Starly family has to give them some face. When they speak, it counts. 21 million. The sparse-haired man tensed, gritting his teeth to keep up. 30 million. A member of the Zheng family raised the card decisively, jumping 9 million in one go. The hall fell silent, even the breathing paused for a moment. The sparse-haired man pressed his fingers on the table for a while, but ultimately did not raise his hand again. Lu Yunan declared loudly, 30 million once. 30 million twice. 30 million 3 times. Bang! The hammer struck crisply. He smiled with a glint in his eyes. Congratulations to that gentleman. The agency rights for the Land of the Stick now belong to you. Applause erupted instantly. Next up was the agency rights for Southeast Asia. This time they were not sold separately, but bundled together. Scattered poor and weak purchasing power. Individually, each country was not worth much, but together they held some weight. Starting at 30 million Hong Kong dollars. After several rounds of bidding, it was sold for 41 million. It's not surprising that it's cheaper than the island nation, while there are many people they don't have as much hard currency. The agency rights for West Asia and South Asia were sold for 52 million to a man from the Eagle Nation. The African agency rights started at 15 million Hong Kong dollars and were quickly concluded. Despite Africa being generally underdeveloped in the 1970s, South Africa had already introduced cars to highways, factories were smoking, and banks had queues for dollar deposits. As the number of bidders dwindled, the hall gradually emptied. By 3:30 in the afternoon, there were fewer than 30 people left. The real finale was just about to begin. Next, the agency rights for the United States. Lu Yunan paused slightly, a smirk on his lips. The largest market in the world, I need not elaborate. The starting price is 100 million Hong Kong dollars with a minimum bid increment of at least 1 million Hong Kong dollars. No sooner had he finished speaking than someone in the audience immediately raised their card. 110 million. 120 million. 154 million. They'll bid 158 million. 200 million. 270 million. After more than 30 rounds of heated bidding, the agency rights for the M Nation were secured by a foreign businessman for 350 million Hong Kong dollars. As the hammer fell, the entire hall was in an uproar. The intensity of this auction was unprecedented. On stage, Lu Yunan could hardly hide his excitement, his palms slightly sweaty, heart racing. He had completely fallen in love with this rhythm. Faces in the audience were eagerly calling out numbers, each voice more urgent than the last, the air vibrating with tension. It was exhilarating. In the corner, Feng raised an eyebrow slightly. He had indeed not anticipated that these foreigners would be so tenacious. Originally, he estimated that the cap would be around 200 million Hong Kong dollars, yet it had surged to 350 million. However, converted to U.S. dollars, it was about 45 million, merely a medium-sized entry fee for first-tier consortiums in the M Nation. More critically, the market size of the M Nation was evident: high per capita income, strong purchasing power. If the portable player is priced at 100 Hong Kong dollars, approximately 120 U.S. dollars, an ordinary office worker could afford it with half a month's salary. Unlike Hong Kong, where one would have to save for a month and a half to afford $100. Additionally, the annual influx of over 1 million immigrants continuously expands the consumer base. This business isn't just about profit, it's like printing money. The investment would return within a year, and everything afterward would be pure profit. As applause continued, Lu Yunan had already announced the start of the next round. The Commonwealth countries, including Canada, Y Nation, Australia, and New Zealand, were bundled for bidding, with per capita salaries higher than those in the M Nation, and a total population nearing 100 million. The starting price was also 100 million Hong Kong dollars with increments of 1 million Hong Kong dollars. After nearly 20 rounds of back-and-forth bidding, it was ultimately sold for 280 million Hong Kong dollars. The remaining regions of the Americas were merged into a single bid secured by an M Nation businessman for 250 million Hong Kong dollars. In Europe, excluding Y Nation, a French businessman acquired the rights for 300 million Hong Kong dollars. At 6 o'clock in the evening, the investment conference concluded, and the signing process immediately began. Though the crowd dispersed, the aftershocks remained. News spread, and the entire industry was inquiring whose new gadget could stir up global capital to such an extent. The next morning, Lu Yunan burst into the office with red-rimmed eyes, clutching a freshly printed summary sheet, his voice trembling. "Boss, you've truly struck it rich. Tremendously rich. Oh my, just the agency rights alone sold for 1.37 billion Hong Kong dollars. I've never seen such a scene in my life." He was almost incoherent. When Feng suggested holding an investment conference and directly auctioning the agency rights, he thought it was just a trial run. If they could recoup 1 or 2 billion, it would be a blessing. Who would have thought that after just one conference the numbers would multiply 7 or 8 times? If this word spread through Hong Kong, no one would believe it. "Boss, they've gone completely mad." His eyes were bloodshot, yet filled with brilliance. Feng lightly tapped the table, his tone calm. "They aren't crazy, they just know how to count the costs. Let's take the M Nation as an example. That buyer forked out 350 million, while we sell it for 1.0 Hong Kong dollars each, which is roughly 120 US dollars. The people in the M Nation can earn that in a few days of odd jobs. But here for 1.0 dollars, an ordinary person would have to tighten their belts for a month and a half." He looked up at him. "Do you understand?" "Understood." Lu Yunan nodded vigorously, blurting out, "That guy must be laughing all the way home." Feng chuckled and shook his head. "It's not just about breaking even. If managed properly, the agency fees could be recouped within 6 months. This is a huge loss." Lu Yunan thumped his thigh, regret evident in his tone. "If I had known it would be this hot, the starting price should have been doubled." Feng waved his hand, his smile unchanged. "What's done is done, don't dwell on it anymore. First collect all the agency fees without leaving a single cent behind. There's something else that can't wait: expansion. The current production line simply can't handle the upcoming global distribution. We need to hire workers immediately and order equipment right away. The daily output must be pressed down to at least 2.0 units. Hearing 2.0 units, Lu Yunan's brow twitched, and he blurted out, "That requires at least tripling the workforce. The assembly line needs at least 10 more lines. You draft the plan, and I'll approve the funds." Feng's tone was firm. "There's no shortage of money in the account, just go ahead and do it. This battle needs to be loud and swift. Let the whole world remember. The portable player was made by Shana." He paused for a moment, his expression turning serious. "Once the portable player becomes a hit, counterfeits will inevitably swarm in. Our only window of opportunity is to dominate the market before this wave of enthusiasm dissipates and before others take action. That's why I insist on using agents and not selling directly myself." "Boss, haven't the patents already been submitted?" Lu Yunan interjected. "If someone does copy, can't we just sue them?" He murmured to himself. "With a written patent in hand, what is there to fear?" "Patent?" Feng chuckled lightly, fixing his gaze squarely on Lu Yunan's face. "Do you think that just because the patent is hung on the wall, others would truly refrain from reaching out? It's better to let go of that thought early. Lawsuits consume time and cost market share. Can the money lost be used to reclaim the market that was taken? Then, applying for a patent would be a futile effort." Lu Yunan's voice lowered. "Of course not." Feng squinted, his tone calm. "It's just that when faced with a rogue, even the most stringent provisions will fray at the edges. But having it is better than not having it at all." He shifted his tone. "The agency rights can be sold, but we cannot let go of the key markets. America, Japan, and Eagle Country must have direct branches of Shanghai Electronics. First, build the brand and set the tone. Localized promotion cannot rely on agents making arbitrary decisions. Second, keep a close watch on them. Who dares to raise prices indiscriminately or sell cheaply to damage the brand must be stopped immediately. Third, guard the market. Once counterfeit, pirated, or rebranded products are discovered, issue a lawyer's letter on the spot, sue the company, and hold the legal person accountable, leaving no one out." Lu Yunan nodded, then forced a bitter smile. With this level of commitment, relying solely on the company's legal team may not even suffice to draft the lawsuit. We would need to maintain a dedicated team of lawyers. "Exactly, it requires such a grand setup," Feng replied decisively. He had already calculated the electronics and clothing sectors have always been major targets for piracy. Rather than having each company establish its own legal department, it would be more efficient to start anew and create a law firm specifically for ourselves, concentrating firepower for greater efficiency. This not only protects our own business, but also allows for external cases to be taken on. It's a win-win and reliable. A few days later, a new sign quietly appeared in Xiangjiang, Nanshan law firm. The founding shareholders were only two, Jingsha and Shanghai Electronics. To quickly attract talent, the firm offered a monthly salary of 10,000 Hong Kong dollars. At that time, the average lawyer in Xiangjiang earned 2,000 to 3,000 a month, and those with some reputation made at most 7,000 to 8,000. This kind of offer, starting with a base salary of 10,000 Hong Kong dollars, was like a resounding slap in the face to the entire lawyer community in Xiangjiang. The unreasonable extravagance of Nanshan law firm instantly became a topic of conversation on the streets. Many lawyers who were feeling stifled and dissatisfied with their low salaries at their old firms submitted their resignations without a word and headed straight for Nanshan. The scale of Nanshan law firm quickly surged like a spring flood pouring over the banks. Naturally, this attracted envy and criticism from competitors. Some accused it of disrupting industry norms and undermining livelihoods. Yuan Tianhong treated it like a breeze in his ear. This director held no press conference and made no statements, instead swiftly allocating a large sum of cash to successively set up branches in Eagle Country, America, Japan, France, and Italy, expanding the layout of overseas divisions. At the same time, agents from various regions were transferring agency fees to the account of Shanna Electronics. 37 billion Hong Kong dollars had been received, combined with the sales of 230 units of the portable music player listed in Xiangjiang for half a month, netting 200 million Hong Kong dollars. The total amount on the books was approaching 57 billion Hong Kong dollars. This was not merely a fortune, it was clearly a gold mine that had fallen from the sky. With a strengthened backbone, one could dare to take bigger steps. Job advertisements filled the pages of Ming Pao Oriental Daily and Sing Tao Daily, all uniformly stating, monthly salary over 10,000 negotiable for those with exceptional skills. Lu Yunnan decisively purchased the vacant factory next to Shanna Electronics at a high price, merging the two factories and enclosing a full 10 acres of land, about the size of a standard soccer field. Huanghucking Pier. Tap tap. An old wooden boat, its paint peeling and hull askew, slowly docked. On the stone steps of the pier, two people were already standing. As the boat came to a halt, a sailor tossed out a rope, leaped down, and quickly secured the rope around a steel pile. Then a man with disheveled hair and dark circles under his eyes descended from the swaying gangplank. The two immediately approached him. After a few whispered words, the three of them climbed into a black sedan and drove away from the pier. What a charming Xiangjiang. I have finally returned. In the back seat, the man gazed out at the glass curtain walls lined up like scales, his voice soft, as if he were speaking to himself. If Su Feng were present, he would instantly recognize this man. He was Shi Huan, the very culprit who had toppled Dongyi Xing and personally caused the deaths of Su Feng's parents. But the current Shi Huan had long lost the grandeur of being the leader of the Mei clan. He was thin with prominent cheekbones and a wandering gaze resembling a wild dog stripped of its backbone. No one knew how he had survived on Ao Island for a year. He had intended to take root and wait for the winds to shift, but news came that the Mei clan had disbanded and their territory had been completely swallowed up. Without a name, even the number gang members avoided him. He had become the most despised piece of rotten meat on the corners of Ao Island streets, bringing misfortune to anyone who got too close. Later, when he heard that Su Feng had become a new rich man in Xiangjiang, Shi Huan attributed all the humiliation, disdain, and hunger he had endured to Su Feng. He destroyed everything I had. When he heard that Su Feng had torn ties with the Li family, Shi Huan's eyes suddenly lit up. An opportunity had come. He gritted his teeth, leveraged relationships, slipped red envelopes, sought middlemen, and desperately made connections. This was how he ended up at the dock today, to meet someone. The sedan wound its way up the mountain road, ultimately entering the heart of Victoria Peak. The large iron gate of the Lin family's villa estate slowly opened with the sound of the engine. Are you Shi Huan? Lin Baixin sat in a wide redwood chair, not even lifting his eyelids, merely casting a sidelong glance, his tone as bland as plain water. In the past, not to mention a meeting, even his name would not have reached Lin Baixin's ears. When a number gang leader came, he might not even stand up. But upon hearing that this person held something that could topple Su Feng, he made an exception and nodded, allowing them to bring Shi Huan back from Ao Island. Shi Huan certainly recognized Lin Baixin. Despite his short stature and the street nickname Short Mule, he was not a brute who wielded a knife recklessly. He read newspapers, followed editorials, memorized names, and had knowledge. Seeing Lin Baixin's cold face, he remained unruffled, did not flatter or ingratiate, and boldly sat on the sofa, crossing his legs, casually grabbing an apple from the coffee table and taking a large bite, the juice splattering onto the corner of his mouth before mumbling, "I've met Mr. Lin." Lin Baixin stared at his demeanor, his brows knitting tighter, his voice like ice scraping against iron. "Speak, what evidence do you have against Su Feng?" "Of course I have." Shi Huan flicked the apple core into the ashtray, licked his fingers and grinned. "But Mr. Lin, as you can see, I've been unable to even get a decent meal lately. How about you lend me some money first so I can have a proper meal?" "Haha." Lin Baixin scoffed twice, his fingertips lightly tapping the armrest twice. "Tell me, how much do you want?" Shi Huan's lips curled up, his index finger lightly raised, his gaze fixed on Lin Baixin. "Not much, 1 million Hong Kong dollars. Evidence and details will all belong to you." Lin Baixin did not respond immediately, merely staring at him quietly. After a long while, he finally asked, "How can you make me trust you?" "Mr. Lin, what would I gain from deceiving you? If it turns out to be false, you just need to raise your finger, and I'll be carried out sideways. All right, the money I can give, but if I find out you are playing me..." He paused, lowering his voice to a near whisper. "You won't even find a place to collect your body." Lin Baixin's words were cold and sharp, each one carrying a sting. Shi Huan, however, showed no concern, smilingly waving his hand. Mr. Lin, rest assured, life is only one. I would never gamble it away. Lin Baixin did not respond, but merely nodded towards the back. His subordinate turned and quickly left. In less than 30 minutes, a black suitcase was placed on the table. Opening it revealed a stack of pristine Hong Kong dollars neatly arranged, not a single one missing. Bang! The suitcase lid snapped shut, and Shi Huan clapped the surface forcefully, laughing heartily. Mr. Lin truly deserves to be a pillar of the Chaozhou Shantou business world. So straightforward. So straightforward. He paused momentarily, leaning slightly forward and lowering his voice. To speak frankly, Su Feng is the biological son of Su Jianglong, the head of Dongyi Xing. Is this news enough to make Su Feng drink a pot of wine? Lin Baixin's pupil shrank slightly. Really? Absolutely true, Shi Huan asserted firmly. Don't believe me. Just send someone to Beijiao, and you'll know. There are still people alive who know about this. He glanced at the silent Lin Baixin, then smiled suddenly. Mr. Lin, actually, we can join forces. Join forces? Lin Baixin's eyebrows twitched. Yes, Shi Huan nodded. We're both targeting the same objective. Exposing Su Feng's background will only embarrass him. But if we truly want to cut off his roots, it would be better to send him on his way clean and decisive. Lin Baixin scoffed. Easier said than done. He has over a dozen bodyguards surrounding him. What will your clean and decisive approach depend on? A kitchen knife. Shi Huan was not offended. Instead, he spread his hands. Mr. Lin, who runs around with a knife nowadays? As long as the price is right, there are experts willing to take the job. No matter how many bodyguards he has, can they stop bullets? At long range, one shot is enough. Lin Baixin remained silent, but his gaze deepened, thoughts swirling. Killing Su Feng would be the best outcome. What I fear is failing to kill him, and instead losing myself. You pay, I handle the matter. I will erase Su Feng's life for you, Shi Huan added. Lin Baixin still did not respond, his fingers unconsciously tapping the armrest. At that moment, the door to the reception room was suddenly flung open. Lin Jianming rushed in, his eyes bloodshot, a fierce intensity burning within. Dad. Agree to him. I want Su Feng to pay blood for blood. His eyes were filled with an unbearable pain and hatred. Lin Baixin swallowed hard, finally, unable to pretend he couldn't hear. His eldest son was paralyzed, the man's dignity shattered, his second son had a piece missing from his ear and still dared not look in the mirror. Although there was no concrete evidence, Lin Jian's kidnapping in Feng Nation had coincidentally happened right after his fallout with Su Feng. What a remarkable coincidence. One son mutilated, the other disfigured. The stock price of Lee Sin Company plummeted faster than waste paper. Shareholders dumped their stocks overnight. Factory orders were all withdrawn, and only a few breaths remained in the account. The Lin family ship was sinking. The instigator was none other than Su Feng. A cold light flashed in Lin Baixin's eyes as he raised his gaze to Shi Huan. The person you're looking for, can they really take him out? Shi Huan stood tall, his tone resolute. Mr. Lin, in our line of work, if you move, you must hit your target. If Su Feng doesn't die, I won't have a face to mix in Xinjiang anymore. Good. Lin Baixin's expression darkened, his voice as hard as iron. 5 million Hong Kong dollars a deposit in advance. After he is down, I will pay another 5 million. Bang. Bang. Shi Huan clapped his hands twice, laughing heartily. Mr. Lin's temperament is truly refreshing. Then it's settled. Once the person is located, I will inform you immediately. He leisurely stood up, a smile on his face. Thanks for the 1 million, Mr. Lin. I will take my leave now. In Central, in an office, Su Feng leaned back in a sofa chair holding a coffee cup while listening to Xiao Nan's report. The 10 billion Hong Kong dollars invested by the boss has solved our urgent needs. In the past half-month, we have quietly acquired 13.8 of Hutchison Whampoa's shares from the stock market. Spent about 700 million. Now the share price of Hutchison has surged to $16.30. If we continue to buy, the market price will likely rise further. He paused slightly, his gaze steadily fixed on Su Feng's face. Boss, I think we should slow down. Including the shares we acquired earlier from HSBC, we already have 48.25. We are less than 3 percentage points away from 51 controlling stake. If we truly want the controlling stake, we can supplement it at any time. Right now, the most important thing is to keep an eye on Kowloon warehouse. Su Feng pondered for a moment, also feeling that Hutchison was a done deal, and there was no need to push it to 51. If anything went wrong, he could easily fill that gap. He nodded. Let's proceed as you said. Start acquiring Kowloon warehouse. By the way, how much movement is there on Li Jiaqing's side? We haven't grasped any solid evidence for now. However, there has been something unusual with Kowloon warehouse lately. Trading volumes have quietly increased significantly, clearly indicating that someone is stealthily accumulating shares at low prices, and the methods are very experienced, leaving no trace. Oh, Su Feng raised an eyebrow. It seemed that Li Jiaqing couldn't hold back any longer and had taken action. Good, let's see who will be the first to grasp Kowloon warehouse. It's most likely him. Li Jiaqing. Xiaonan was taken aback. Yes, Su Feng nodded, his tone calm. Don't pay attention to him. You arrange for personnel to enter the market immediately and acquire the scattered orders of Kowloon warehouse. If funds are tight, contact me at any time and I will allocate them. Shanghai Electronics is generating gold daily, and Storm Fund is also building momentum. Now Su Feng's ammunition is not just sufficient, but overly abundant. Don't mention just one Li Jiaqing. Even if 10 came at once, he would take them all without batting an eye. As Su Feng's funds quietly entered the market, the daily transaction volume of Kowloon warehouse increased day by day, and its stock price surged ever more fiercely. This abnormality was quickly noticed by Li Jiaqing's team. Why has Kowloon warehouse suddenly surged so much? Li Jiaqing's brows furrowed, his voice tense. Report to the boss, it seems someone is quietly buying shares beneath us, just like us. The trader Jiang Changyan handed over a detailed report. Li Jiaqing glanced at it. Trading volumes had sharply increased in recent days, densely packed and abnormal. He felt a weight in his heart. It turned out that hidden in the shadows was an opponent making moves identical to his own. Are they just looking to make a quick profit, or are they after the entire Kowloon warehouse like him? Have you found out who it is? Jiang Changyan shook his head. No leads. The other party, like us, has split the funds into tiny pieces, scattering them across hundreds of accounts, leaving no trace at all. Li Jiaqing remained silent for a long time. To enter now risks hitting a hard wall. To retreat feels utterly regrettable. At the current price of Kowloon warehouse, it is clearly a piece of fat meat being offered freely. He took a deep breath, finally speaking. Continue buying. We'll see which deity is thinking the same as I am. Thus, two undercurrents silently converged beneath the stock market, with retail investors' shares of Kowloon warehouse being quietly swallowed one by one. The stock price rose higher each day. Initially at $12.30, within less than 7 days, it soared to $20. However, the Yiha side took no notice. It was only a rise of $6 or $7, perfectly ordinary in their eyes. As for who dared to target Kowloon warehouse, they didn't believe it at all. But before this thought could even warm up, reality dealt a slap that shattered it. On April 7th, the stock price of Kowloon warehouse had already surpassed $28. In just 3 weeks it had doubled. Even a fool could see. Someone was quietly making large purchases in the Central District Jardine House. Silence enveloped the conference room. Nabijian's face was ashen. How dare someone encroach on Jardine's territory? As the top trader in Hong Kong, he felt utterly humiliated. This was not merely trading stocks, it was like being slapped in the face. As soon as the news reached him, he immediately convened an emergency meeting. Just as everyone settled down, he slammed his palm on the table. You idiots. Ever since someone scooped up a large chunk of Wharf Holdings, you report it only now. No executive in the room dared to speak up. Having finished his tirade, he slumped heavily into his chair, his gaze cold as it swept across the faces around him. Immediately halt all acquisition projects and pause all overseas expansions. All funds and manpower redirect them to repurchase Wharf Holdings. No matter who is behind this, I will ensure they leave empty-handed. With that order, Jardine swiftly mobilized cash, cutting several overseas plans, and rushed into the stock market to seize shares. Consequently, amidst the struggle of 3 parties, Wharf Holdings' stock price surged dramatically. Retail investors were overwhelmed with mixed feelings. They were delighted to see their account balances rising daily, but they were worried as the stock price soared to its peak, fearing a crash. In a hurry, they sold off their shares, only to find that as soon as they listed them, they were instantly snatched up, and the price continued to climb. Within 3 days, the stock price had shot up to 43 Hong Kong dollars per share. The total market value reached 4.214 billion Hong Kong dollars, just a breath away from its true worth. In North Point at the Glamour Building, Su Feng was on the phone with Xiao Nantung, inquiring about the progress of the boss. We have currently acquired 26.7 million shares from the secondary market at an average price of 23 Hong Kong dollars, totaling 614 million Hong Kong dollars, which accounts for approximately 27.24% of the total share capital. Hearing this figure, Su Feng smiled slightly. It was more than he had anticipated. After all, the current situation involved 3 parties in a fierce battle. No, it was likely already a 4-way undercurrent. With such a significant battle for Wharf Holdings, how could Bao Yu not be involved? He must have already infiltrated the scene, waiting for others to take the lead before he struck from behind. In any case, this time Li Jiaqing would find it impossible to gather the 20 of Wharf Holdings he held. The stock price had already surged ahead, and his meager resources simply couldn't swallow such a large piece of meat. However, the exact amount he held was still unclear. After a brief contemplation, Su Feng spoke. Continue acquiring. Buy as much as you can below $100. Understood, boss. After hanging up, he sat quietly behind his desk for a moment. He still needed to ascertain Li Jiaqing's cards. If they could negotiate and buy out his shares outright, it would be the most straightforward approach. As he had expected, Li Jiaqing had already grasped the situation. Jardine had fully entered the market, and the stock price had surged to $43, shattering his dreams of swallowing the elephant. At this price level, he neither had the courage nor the capital to hold out. Since he could not stomach it, he might as well sell while it was hot. Make a profit and walk away. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking interrupted his thoughts. Come in. The secretary pushed the door open and said, Chairman, Glamour Company is calling. Their boss Su Feng wishes to meet with you. Glamour Company. Li Jiaqing raised his eyebrows slightly, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes. He knew well that he had no prior dealings with Su Feng. Why would he suddenly seek a meeting? He had heard much about this young man emerging in Hong Kong's fashion scene. His abilities were not to be underestimated. Currently, the external valuation of Glamour Company hovered around 500 million Hong Kong dollars. Of course, this was merely speculation. Glamour was not publicly listed, and its financials were not disclosed, so no one could say for certain how much profit it made annually. Judging solely by the figure of 500 million, it had firmly crossed the threshold of medium to large enterprises. On the surface, compared to the market value of Cheung Kong Holdings, the gap was just over $1 billion. However, if one were to delve into the foundations and future potential, Li Jiaqing was well aware Cheung Kong Holdings possessed vast tracts of land. Merely by holding onto them, they appreciated year after year. No matter how fast Glamour grew, it would be difficult to catch up in a short time. Although he was unclear about the other party's intentions, he nodded and turned to his secretary beside him. Check the schedule, finalize a time with Mr. Su, and report back to me. Understood, Chairman. The secretary responded and exited briskly. In an old tea house in central the two, this was Su Feng's first time seeing the real Li Jiaqing. He had only seen photos of him in newspapers before. In this life, he had hardly paid attention to Li Jiaqing himself, only occasionally hearing snippets of news about Cheung Kong Holdings, such as securing the development rights for the land above Admiralty and Central Stations. The man before him was entirely different from the Li Jiaqing he remembered, who had a slight hunch and a slow gait. His eyes were bright, his back straight, and his speech radiated an undeniable sharpness. The most fitting description would be young, strong, and capable. As Su Feng assessed him, Li Jiaqing was also carefully scrutinizing Su Feng. Seeing this young man, who was a whole generation younger than himself, managed to establish a 500 million valuation company in just a year, he felt a jolt in his heart, unable to suppress a quiet sigh. Times have truly changed. It had taken him over 30 years of hard work to reach his current position, while this young man seemed to have arrived on a whirlwind. After exchanging a few pleasantries, they both took their seats. Su Feng cut to the chase. Mr. Li, I have always been straightforward. May I ask how much Wharf Holdings you currently hold? Wharf Holdings. Li Jiaqing's pupils constricted. Suddenly, a flash of electricity sparked in his mind as he abruptly looked up, his voice tightening. Mr. Su, could it be that you are also acquiring Wharf Holdings? Realizing he had guessed correctly, Su Feng nodded gently. Indeed. Hiss. He inhaled sharply as if something had collided with his chest. It turned out that the invisible opponent who had also set his sights on Wharf Holdings was this young man before him. This outcome was truly unexpected. He swallowed hard, suppressing the surging emotions, his gaze heavy as it settled on Su Feng's face. Mr. Su, forgive my frankness. Do you truly have the capacity to acquire Wharf Holdings with your current strength? Su Feng smiled, lifted his teacup, took a sip, and set it down with a light clink against the saucer, his voice steady. Whether I can or cannot, Mr. Li, will become evident in due time. Today I come with sincerity, hoping Mr. Li will part with his Wharf Holdings shares and transfer them to me. As for the price, please rest assured I will not make you feel wronged. With his words, he looked directly at Li Jiaqing, his gaze unyielding. Li Jiaqing paused briefly, then slowly replied, I hold 2 million shares of Wharf Holdings. Selling is possible. 2 million shares. Wharf Holdings has a total of 98 million shares. That means Li Jiaqing holds 53. If this entire amount were acquired along with his existing 24, that would total 77. Regarding how much Jardine has stockpiled, he had no concrete information, but it certainly couldn't exceed 30. After all, their subsidiaries' holdings were just 20. In the past 2 to 3 days, how could they suddenly increase by 10 percentage points overnight? Su Feng pondered briefly, then looked up and said, Mr. Li, I am willing to purchase at 45 Hong Kong dollars per share in cash. What do you think? The closing price that day was $43, and he was offering $2 more. Such sincerity was evident. Don't underestimate these $2. It adds up to over 30 million, nearly 40 million Hong Kong dollars. Li Jiaqing shook his head. Su Feng raised an eyebrow. Is Mr. Li dissatisfied with the offer? No. Li Jiaqing waved his hand, his smile warm. $45 is not worth negotiating. Oh, let's go with today's closing price. Su Feng was taken aback, his gaze fixed directly on his face. Did this person drink the wrong tea this morning? They don't want the money that's handed to them. Li Jiaqing seemed to understand the hint of doubt and smiled calmly. I originally intended to seize Kowloon warehouse and make a comeback so that Huashan could stand tall and speak with confidence. But the pie is too big and my strength is insufficient. Rather than letting the Eagle Nation take advantage of it, it's better to entrust it to Mr. Su. Su Feng felt a stir in his heart and looked at him a bit longer. Regardless of whether it's true or false, this single sentence already carries weight. Based on today's closing price of 4 to 3, Su Feng would save over 30 million Hong Kong dollars. Then I thank Mr. Li for this favor. Su Feng cupped his hands and smiled sincerely. The two parties immediately reached an agreement, and the legal team and lawyers quickly entered the scene to draft the equity transfer agreement overnight. The next morning, 696 million Hong Kong dollars were transferred to the Cheung Kong account on time, and this deal that shook the Hong Kong business world was thus settled. At Su Feng's request, the news was temporarily kept under wraps for a week. During this window period, Xiao worked tirelessly to continue buying in the secondary market. On April 25th, another 782,000 shares were recorded, accounting for 7.89%. Including the portion transferred by Li Jiaqing's Su Feng's side, held 51.75% of the shares, firmly crossing the controlling line. At this time, the stock price of Kowloon Warehouse had risen to 58 Hong Kong dollars. Su Feng felt it was time to reveal his hand. If he continued to hide, Iha would likely go crazy buying up shares and push the stock price to the sky. On the surface, it seemed like they were helping him, but in reality, it was a hidden trap. If he wanted to privatize in the future, he would have to buy at a high price, not to mention emptying his pockets and falling into a verbal trap. More critically, he truly had no surplus funds left. The $300 million from the Storm project had long been depleted in the account of Shana Electronics. There was originally 1.35 billion Hong Kong dollars, but now only less than 4 million remained. Rather than waiting for the other party to increase the offer, it's better to actively show his cards and cut off his fantasies. On the morning of April 27th at 9:30, at the third-floor banquet hall of the North Point Landmark Hotel, the press conference began on time. Su Feng, dressed in a deep gray suit, walked steadily onto the stage. Look quickly, that's the Su Feng from Jinxiang. He looks even more spirited than on screen. He's really young. Starting from scratch to reach this point, who would believe it? Not only can he make money, but there are also no flaws to pick. Tall, straight, with well-defined features. It's unfair how favored he is by heaven. I bet he saved the galaxy in his past life. The sound of camera shutters clicked in succession and the murmurs of discussion buzzed in the air. Su Feng took the microphone and nodded to the audience. Good afternoon, dear journalist friends. Thank you for taking the time to attend. Clap. Applause surged like a tide. He raised his hand to lightly press down, and the noise gradually subsided. The purpose of gathering everyone today is to announce two matters. The entire venue instantly quieted down, even their breathing became lighter. The first matter: Jinxiang Company currently holds 51.75% of the shares of Kowloon Warehouse Group, officially becoming the controlling shareholder. As soon as the words fell, the hall fell silent. You could hear a pin drop. Everyone froze and placed their eyes wide as if nailed to their chairs. What? Jinxiang controlling Kowloon Warehouse. 51.75%. Today is not April 27th, but rather a rescheduled April Fool's Day. A few seconds later, the scene erupted. Mr. Su, may I ask if what you just said is true? Did Jinxiang really take over more than half of Kowloon Warehouse's shares? Forgive my presumptuousness, but how could Jinxiang, given its previous scale, raise such a massive amount of capital? Mr. Su, could you disclose the source of the funds? Please, everyone, be patient. Let's save the questions until after the second item is discussed. Kindly raise your hands, and we'll communicate in an orderly manner. Under Su Feng's reminder, the reporters, filled with doubts, fell silent one by one. When the venue quieted down, he nodded in thanks, and then spoke. The second matter: Jinxiang Company currently holds 48.25% of Whampoa Group's shares, officially becoming its largest shareholder. The whole room was suddenly so quiet you could hear a pin drop. The reporters in the audience exchanged glances, momentarily speechless. None of them had expected this press conference concealed such a thunderous revelation. Jinxiang Company openly announced that it had taken control of Whampoa, while simultaneously achieving actual control over Kowloon Warehouse Group. The former is the second largest trading house in Hong Kong, while the latter is known alongside IHA as the twin paragons, both being publicly listed companies with a combined market value of 57 billion Hong Kong dollars. And now these two towering commercial giants have been claimed by a company that is yet to go public and is estimated by the outside world to be worth only a few hundred million. This is simply unbelievable. The reporters present would rather believe that Su Xiong's nuclear bomb was tested in the island nation than accept that Jinxiang truly had control over both He Huang and Kowloon Warehouse. It's too absurd. A company that has never even disclosed its financial report has forcefully swallowed a colossal entity. If the news is confirmed, then it would undoubtedly be the headline news that shakes all of Hong Kong. Just as this thought left his lips, Su Feng turned to leave. Seeing him about to leave, the stunned reporters suddenly came to their senses, rushing forward to surround him, each one throwing out questions. Seeing no hope of escaping, Su Feng had no choice but to return to the stage. Friends, there are too many questions. I simply can't keep up. How about this? I will randomly select 4 to ask questions. He raised his hand and pointed to a bespectacled male reporter in the front row, just this one. The surrounding colleagues cast envious glances, and the bespectacled man stood up excitedly. Mr. Su, may I ask if what you just said about controlling Kowloon Warehouse and Whampoa is true? Su Feng replied firmly, absolutely true. Such matters cannot be taken lightly. Mr. Su. The other party had just begun to follow up when Su Feng raised his hand to signal, next one. The bespectacled man had no choice but to sit down in disappointment, still harboring a multitude of questions. Su Feng then selected a short-haired female reporter with delicate features. She couldn't hide her excitement and blurted out, Mr. Su, how on earth did you manage to gain control of these two supergiants? As soon as she finished speaking, the venue suddenly fell silent, and everyone held their breath. They were equally eager to know, how could an obscure company like Xiang leverage two major trading houses? Su Feng paused slightly, deciding to reveal a bit. After all, the whole of Hong Kong was likely pondering this question: how could Xiang, a small company, swallow an elephant? To put it simply, by purchasing stocks with real money, buying enough shares, naturally one gains control. As for Whampoa, I must especially thank Mr. Shenzhou from HSBC for generously relinquishing his, and also Mr. Li Jiaqing. If it weren't for his timely transfer of Kowloon warehouse shares, my acquisition process wouldn't have gone so smoothly. Su Feng did not show favoritism. Old Li's willingness to let go indeed saved him hundreds of millions in real cash. Had Li Jiaqing remained inactive at that time, Su Feng would have had to fight Iha Hedon in the secondary market for shares. By then the stock price would have certainly surpassed 58 Hong Kong dollars, likely replicating the scene from years ago when the Charter King battled Kowloon warehouse, soaring above 100. Gasps of astonishment arose one after another. After a brief moment of shock, the reporters became even more excited. Originally intending to dig for details about funding, Su Feng inadvertently unveiled two heavyweight relationships: HSBC's executives and Li Jiaqing himself. With HSBC backing him, this suddenly made much more sense. Mr. Su, do you have a close friendship with Mr. Shenzhou? Is the funding for acquiring Kowloon warehouse and Whampoa sourced from an HSBC credit loan? The noise surged once more, and Su Feng's ears buzzed. I really want to walk away, but then I think, these days it's not wise to provoke reporters. Who doesn't know? Those stars and rich second-generation individuals who have offended reporters are bombarded daily by gossip journalists. At this moment, Su Feng still needs these reporters to disseminate information. Everyone please calm down, it's too noisy, I truly cannot respond. Su Feng held the microphone, his brow slightly furrowed, his expression revealing a hint of fatigue. The noise gradually subsided. My relationship with Mr. Shenzhou is purely a private matter, and I cannot. As for where the funds for acquiring Kowloon warehouse and Hutchison Whampoa come from, it's not a loan from HSBC, it's my own money. I have another company under my name called Shanghai Electronics. The portable music players that have been selling like hotcakes recently are produced by them. I am the boss of this company. Suddenly the entire venue erupted. The reporters' eyes lit up. No one expected that the rising star Shanghai company was actually owned by Su Feng. No wonder he has such a bold approach, daring to acquire Kowloon warehouse and Hutchison Whampoa in one go. Just looking at the sales of Shanghai Electronics in Xiangjiang, it is conservatively estimated to have brought in 200 million. Not to mention that this business has just started. If the portable music players penetrate the overseas market, earning 2 to 300 million a month is not just empty talk. Mr. Su, may I ask one more question? The press conference ends here. Thank you all for coming. There will be a small gift for everyone later, please take it with you. Before he finished speaking, Su Feng had already quickly left, surrounded by bodyguards. As he walked away, the scene remained buzzing. Stepping out of the banquet hall, Su Feng let out a long breath. After all, he was inherently fond of tranquility. He had always kept a respectful distance from such noisy scenes. The group swiftly passed through the hotel lobby. 3 cars had long been waiting outside. Just as Su Feng was about to get into the car, unexpectedly someone charged over, and before he could react, his shoulder was violently shoved, causing him to fall straight to the ground. Bang! A bullet grazed past his ear and lodged into a bodyguard's shoulder. If that bodyguard hadn't instinctively stepped forward, and someone else hadn't pushed him sideways in time, that shot would likely have struck him. Upon hearing the gunfire, Su Feng's face suddenly turned pale. On the other side, Liao Zhixin shouted sternly, "Get in the car. Escort the boss away immediately." As soon as he finished speaking, several bodyguards quickly formed a tight wall around him. Bang! The second shot hit the rear windshield of the Rolls-Royce. The glass shattered with a loud bang, scattering shards everywhere. Su Feng did not have time to curse. Instinctively, he ducked down beside the car door. Boom, boom. Liao Zhixin had already sat in the driver's seat, pressing the accelerator to the floor. The engine roared, and the car shot out like an arrow released from its bow. Bang, bang. 2 more muffled sounds came from inside the car. The gunfire startled pedestrians outside the hotel, causing them to scatter and scream. Li Lijun, a reporter from the Qingdao Daily, happened to push the door open and witnessed this scene firsthand. His mind went blank for a moment, but then suddenly became excited. An exclusive. A gigantic exclusive. Su Feng was attacked. Once this news is published, won't it directly explode across the entire Hong Kong? He hurriedly took out his camera, snapping several shots: overturned flower pots, shattered glass, fleeing shadows, and black-clad bodyguards covering the retreating figures. He had already calculated in his mind he would submit the article to the agency immediately. Though he didn't dare to think about promotion, the bonus was certainly guaranteed. Meanwhile, on the rooftop across from the hotel, a sniper was watching the retreating convoy, slamming a fist down onto the cement ground. Just as he propped himself up, his pupils suddenly constricted. Below, 7 or 8 men in suits were charging towards the building, moving like the wind, their target clear. Oh no, I've been exposed. He discarded his equipment, not even bothering to collect his bag, and according to the original plan, he bolted away. He dashed into the stairwell, took off his coat, and wore it inside out, lowered his hat, and blended into the flow of people in the elevator. Ding! The elevator came to a steady stop on the first floor. The metal doors slid open silently. Sure enough, someone was already waiting at the elevator exit. The assassin raised his collar and lowered his hat, burying his head in the crowd as he moved outward. Just as he took a few steps out, his arms were suddenly gripped tightly by someone. Just as he was about to use force to break free. With a crisp sound, his arm was twisted and broken on the spot. The assassin could not move, letting out a miserable howl. Damn. With this level of skill, you still want to get away with it. Do you think I'm just a decoration? Damn. Lu Ming spat, waved his hand, and said coldly, drag him away. At this moment, Su Feng, who had already escaped, leaned against the car window and slowly exhaled. But in the next second, a surge of anger rushed to his head. Someone really hired an assassin to take his life. Who did this? The Lin family. The first words that popped into Su Feng's mind were these two characters. Since his rebirth, aside from the old affair with Dongyi Xing from his early years, he had the deepest enmity with the Lin family. And the matter with Dongyi Xing had long since passed. The only person involved back then was a minor figure who had reportedly sneaked away to Ao Island and vanished without a trace. It was nearly impossible to summon anyone back to Hong Kong to take action. But the Lin family was different. He had first incapacitated Lin Jiaming, then had people kidnap Lin Jinhua, even cutting off one of his son's ears. With such blood feuds piling up, if Lin Baixin couldn't swallow this anger and hired an assassin for revenge, it would make complete sense. There is hatred, there is money, and there is motive. Although there was no solid evidence, yet Su Feng was already 80% certain in his heart. But even if he guessed who it was, he still needed to investigate thoroughly. If someone dared to draw a knife, he must be prepared to face his wrath. The original plan was to meet Zhong Chuhong in Simsha Sui, but now it was naturally ruined. The convoy turned around and headed straight back to his residence in North Point. Upon entering the door, Su Feng immediately dialed Zhong Chuhong's pager. The phone rang quickly. He casually made up an excuse, saying that he had an urgent matter and could not get away. Zhong Chuhong seemed a bit disappointed upon hearing this, but then thought that as the boss of the company, he was busy every day, so she quickly perked up and smiled, saying they could arrange to meet another time. As soon as she finished speaking, Liao Zixin pushed the door open and entered. Boss, we have caught the person. Su Feng's eyes brightened. Send him to Feng Xiaonan immediately. Have him pry open his mouth and find out who is behind this. Understood. By the way, are my brothers injured bad? 2 were shot, but fortunately it didn't hit any vital spots. Just flesh wounds. After some rest they will. After hearing this, Su Feng relaxed his shoulders slightly, and then said in a deep voice, you arrange it personally. Find the best doctor in Shangjiang. For medical expenses and consultation fees, spare no expense. Understood, boss. In North Point, Feng Xiaonan received the call. His face suddenly darkened, and he stood up, heading straight to the bar's back alley. Brother, Nin, the person is in your hands. Lu Ming got out of the car and shoved the limp assassin forward. Feng Xiaonan's men immediately stepped forward to restrain him and dragged him into the alley. Feng Xiaonan glanced at the distorted face of the man, his voice hoarse. Take him down, no mercy. Understood. Several men lifted the figure and turned to enter the dark door. Boss, is he all right? Lu Ming shook his head. It's all good. Brother, Nin, the person has been delivered. Him leaving now. Feng Xiaonan nodded, watching as the car's tail disappeared around the corner before turning back inside, his brow furrowing even tighter. In the bar's basement. Slap. Who sent you? Speak. Seeing him grit his teeth and endure, the brother from the interrogation team picked up the whip and gave another harsh lash. Ah! The screams echoed against the concrete wall, rolling back and forth. Half an hour later, a subordinate rushed in to report. Brother, Nin, we have a lead. He said it was someone named Shihuan who sent him to handle this job. Shihuan. Feng Xiaonan's brows furrowed. Wasn't that person already deeply rooted on Aodao? Could it be that he secretly slipped back? Did he say anything else? He stared at the ground, his voice lowered to a whisper. Yes. He said Shihuan paid a deposit of 5 million, and after the job is done, he would pay another 5 million Hong Kong dollars. 5 million. Where did Shihuan get that much money? And to say after the job is done, he would pay the other half. There must be someone backing him up. Otherwise it wouldn't make any sense. Feng Xiaonan narrowed his eyes, pondering for a moment, then raised his hand to suppress his voice, which was as low as iron scraping against the ground. Find out clearly how he got in touch with Shihuan. And preferably dig out where Shihuan is hiding right now. Yes, Brother Nan. At that moment, in a dim bar in Wanshai, Shihuan was anxiously stirring the ice cubes at the bottom of his glass, his eyes fixed on the entrance. Time dragged on slowly, but the good news never arrived. Could it be that they failed? He furrowed his brow, muttering to it shouldn't be. Yesterday he personally scoped out the location. The rooftop had a wide view and a tricky angle. Once the gunshot rang out, there was no way to hide. Could it be that Su Feng changed his plans at the last minute and didn't go to the scene at all? As this thought arose, a layer of prickly unease surfaced in his heart. At the same moment, several dark-colored vans sped out from North Point, their tires crushing over the wet pavement, heading straight for Wanshai. 20 minutes passed. Shihuan could no longer sit still. No phone calls, no one arriving, not even a hint of news. He suddenly stood up, preparing to sneak out the back door, when he saw a group of people rush in at the bar entrance. Black suits, white shirts, ties, impeccably neat, each holding a steel pipe and moving in heavy synchronized strides. His pupils constricted. Other gang members would be dressed flamboyantly, wearing leather jackets and gold chains, but the Righteous Society members were all in suits looking like employees rushing to an early meeting. Leading them was Lu Wenlong. Damn it, search everyone. No sooner had he spoken than dozens of people had spread out like a tide, searching each table. All the patrons in the bar froze in place, barely daring to breathe. The bar owner rushed out upon hearing the news, wiping sweat as he approached. Big brother, this is Bo Guest Turf. Bo Gu. Never heard of him. Stop wasting time. I'm looking for someone. Once I have them, I'm leaving right away. Lu Wenlong shot him a sidelong glance, his lips pressed into a sharp line. The owner opened his mouth, but ultimately swallowed his words. At least they weren't here to cause trouble, giving him a sliver of hope. Shi Huan sensed the danger, turning to slip away. Just as he reached for the back door handle, familiar faces swayed in the doorway. All were members of the Righteous Society, blocking the exit tightly. In a moment of daze, a younger brother in a gray suit spotted him, pointing and shouting, "Tiger brother! Over here! Shi Huan is here!" The voice sounded like thunder, and the crowd instantly surrounded him. Shi Huan wanted to turn back, but as soon as he dashed into the hall, he was fixed in place by Lu Wenlong's gaze. "Damn, so you were hiding here. Drag him over." The wall of people immediately closed in. He grabbed a bottle and swung it, then knocked over a chair to block their path. But after just 2 moves, his arm was firmly caught. A sharp pain shot through his neck, and he was hoisted up, forcibly dragged in front of Lu Wenlong. "Oh, Shi Huan, you've got some guts to come back to Hong Kong and cause trouble." As soon as the words left his mouth, a slap rang out, making his eardrum buzz. 5 red marks printed hotly on his face. Shi Huan gritted his teeth and looked up, his eyes like poisoned hooks. Smack! Another blow followed. Smack! Smack! "They'll teach you to glare." After several slaps, his vision darkened, and his ears were filled with a buzzing sound. "Damn!" Lu Wenlong shook his numb hand, spat, and said, "This bastard, take him upstairs." "Yes." Dozens of people moved quickly, leaving just as quickly, and in the blink of an eye the bar returned to silence, with only the half-melted ice cubes on the table dripping water under the light. North Point Bar basement. The man was tightly bound to a thick wooden post. His skin was torn, blood smeared all over him, looking as if he had just been pulled out of a blood vat. Lu Wenlong whipped the barbed whip onto the ground and stared at Shi Huan for a long time. His opponent's jaw was clenched tight, not a word escaping. He let out a cold laugh. "Go bring me a knife. Today I'll slice him piece by piece to see if his bones are tough or my hand. Oh, by the way." He suddenly raised his eyes, calling to a younger brother about to turn away. "Also grab some ants while you—" "Ants?" The younger brother paused, bewildered. Where could he find ants in this cursed place? "And grab a bottle of honey, the faster the better." "Yes." Puffed. Shi Huan spat a mouthful of blood onto the ground, his face contorted, eyes burning with fire as he yelled at Lu Wenlong. "If you're brave enough, just kill me." "Kill you?" Lu Wenlong shot him a sidelong glance, chuckling as he sat back in his chair, crossing his legs high. "You think I'm that bored? Sending you off with a single knife would only do you a favor. Aren't you tough with your words? Today I'll accompany you to the end. Let's see if your tongue is tough or my knife is quick." He raised his hand, signaling to the person beside him, "Keep hitting. Don't stop until he talks." "Yes." A younger brother immediately picked up the whip from the ground and began to strike again. "Oh!" With each whip that fell, the basement erupted with heart-wrenching wails. About 20 minutes passed. The younger brother, sent to find ants, honey, and a knife, returned panting, holding several bags and gripping a gleaming short knife. "Is everything here?" "Brother Long, I got it all." He opened one of the fabric bags and took out a glass jar. Inside, a mass of ants were crawling around. Lu Wenlong glanced down, nodded. "Good, you have an eye for this. This month, it'll give you an extra $200. The younger brother grinned widely. "Thank you, Brother Long." Lu Wenlong tossed the remaining sunflower seed shells on the table, stood up, and patted his pants knife. The younger brother hurriedly presented it with both hands. He took the knife, ran his thumb along the edge, and blew on it, sharp enough. Before the words were out, he had already stepped toward Shi Huan. The younger brother, still wielding the whip, immediately took 2 steps back, standing still with his hands down. "Last time I'm asking, speak or not." Shi Huan grinned, blood trickling down the corner of his mouth, his laughter hoarse. "In your dreams." Lu Wenlong raised his thumb leisurely, saying, "No wonder you were once a boss, you really have guts. What a pity. If you die today, I still have to carve out every word from your belly one by one." As the words hit the ground, his gaze suddenly darkened, the knife flashing coldly. "Ah!" The scream suddenly rose in pitch. Cold sweat mixed with blood slid down from his forehead, soaking his collar, his entire face turning pale. He sliced off a piece of skin and casually tossed it aside, the knife tip rising again, ready for another cut. Before long, Shi Huan had lost 5 or 6 pieces of flesh. Seeing that he still clenched his teeth in silence, Lu Wenlong grew tired of the effort and slammed the knife onto the ground with a clang. "Spread honey." One person lifted the lid of the jar and honey was poured thickly all over the thin ring's chest and back. Another person shook their wrist, and a tide of black ants instantly swarmed over his wound's neck and behind his ears. In an instant, the thin ring trembled violently. "Ah!" The pain was not sharp like a knife, but felt like thousands of needles stabbing into the marrow, both itchy and burning, drilling straight into the brain. He twisted his body like a madman, kicking wildly with his feet, slamming his shoulder against the wooden post, but those ants clung tightly to his flesh, unmoving. His howls became increasingly hoarse and fragmented. Finally, he squeezed out a cry from his throat, gasping. I said, it was Lin Baixin. It was Lin Baixin who instructed me to do it. Lin Baixin. Lu Wenlong suddenly jumped up from his chair as if his feet had been scorched by fire. As the name Lin Baixin drilled into his ears, his spine tightened. Last time the Big Boss factory turned to ashes because of this Lin family's doing. Is this true? His voice was low but heavy as iron. Absolutely true. Before the words fell, Lu Wenlong had already turned and stepped away. You? I beg you. Give me a quick death. The thin ring's voice behind him was intermittent, laced with blood and foam. Lu Wenlong paused for half a second, not looking back, and coldly replied, finish him. In the next second, the figure had vanished at the door. Su family. Su Feng sat on the sofa, his face devoid of warmth. Only a thin layer of frost remained. Today's assassination had fixated him on two words, gun. No matter how tightly the bodyguards surrounded him, they couldn't stop the bullets. Nowadays, assassins no longer fought with knives up close, but chose to pull the trigger from 100 meters away. This time he escaped by sheer luck, relying on his sharp eyes. If his own men were armed, why would he be passively beaten and constrained everywhere? This was still Xinjiang. If it were on the streets of America, or in those warlord-ruled areas where laws are like scraps of paper, it wouldn't just be dangerous. It would be akin to being a live target. He immediately decided the bodyguard team must be armed. Xinjiang has strict gun control, but as long as the paperwork is in order, gun permits can be approved, and after registration it becomes legal possession. Ordinary people want to get that permit. No way. But Su Feng was not an ordinary person. Rules are always made for those who abide by them. Not only arming his men, he also planned to establish a security company. This way he could take orders for profit and smoothly go through the process to obtain licenses. Taking it a step further, a private armed mercenary group should also be on the agenda. Some matters were not suitable for him to show himself, but someone could act on his behalf. With over 90,000 dead soldiers at his disposal, reallocating a portion would be more than sufficient. He had already thought about the location: Southeast Asia and Myanmar. There were three advantages. First, the situation was chaotic and military and political conflicts had been tearing apart for years. Second, it was far from the capital, making it hard for the Myanmar army to reach. Third, it was close to the Siam border, bordering the sea, with many escape routes and islands, allowing for quick retreats and hiding. Moreover, local officials were notoriously greedy, and dead soldiers could slip in like salt, dissolving in water silently. Establishing a foothold would leave a way out for himself. In the future, military-related businesses could also be discreetly directed there. It might be early now, but it's better to prepare for rain than to scramble when the fire is burning. Not only in Myanmar, but also in Lion City, some nails should be buried too. His thoughts rolled faster, and his ideas expanded. Ding ding ding. The phone rang abruptly, cutting through his thoughts. Hello, boss, we found out. The thin ring is behind Lin Baixin's instructions to hire a killer. Feng Zionen's voice came through the receiver, calm and decisive. Su Feng did not even raise his eyelids, but a flash of cold light swept through his pupils. Understood. After a 2-second pause, his voice suddenly turned cold. Lin family, leave not a single one. When the last 4 words were spoken, the killing intent was almost palpable, making the microphone tremble slightly. On the other end of the phone, Feng Xiaonan answered quickly, understood. Late at night, Victoria Peak Lin residence. One light after another was extinguished, and the entire estate sank into darkness. The sound of cicadas rose, the wind rustled through the treetops, and the surroundings were eerily silent. A person lay in the grass 100 meters away, holding binoculars, their gaze firmly locked on the shadows of the Lin family's windows. At the bend of the mountain road, 2 old vans quietly parked, their windows tightly shut, and the engines had long been turned off. Time crawled slowly by. Yu Hu squinted at the dark estate in the distance, and whispered to the person beside him, Brother Long, it's about time. It's been over an hour, they should have fallen asleep by now. Lu Wenlong put down the binoculars and sat down heavily on the wet mud, twisting open a bottle of mineral water and gulping down a few mouthfuls, his Adam's apple bobbing. Let's wait another 30 minutes. Wait until they are completely asleep. Still waiting. Yu Hu scratched his arm, clapped down a mosquito that was sucking his blood, and grumbled, This damn place has more mosquitoes than people. If we waste any more time, I might wake up tomorrow looking like a pig's head. Whose fault is that? You chose to wear a short-sleeve shirt. If you had worn a long-sleeve one, how would the mosquitoes have targeted? It's so hot that it makes a person sweat. Who would have thought we'd end up hiding in the woods? Lu Wenlong chuckled lightly. All right, just bear with it a little longer, we're almost there. Yu Hu pulled at the corner of his mouth. Understood, Brother Long. Half an hour passed in a blink, and the hour hand had quietly slid to midnight. Lu Wenlong stood up, brushed off the dust from his pants, glanced in the direction of the Lin family's estate, and then patted Yu Hu on the shoulder twice. Let's go, it's time to get down to business. Yu Hu grinned. Finally, I've been waiting for that line. Work efficiently, the sooner we finish, the sooner we can go back to hug our wives. You brat. Always thinking about that'd be careful one day you won't be able to stand straight anymore. Am I weak? Nonsense. In the 13 Brothers of the Night. 13 brothers. You. Stop bragging without a draft. The two chatted and laughed as they walked down the mountain. Before long they reached the roadside and knocked 3 times on the doors of the 2 vans. The doors opened in response. 12 men in black suits poured out, each holding a gun. All were the dead soldiers of the gang. Tonight's affair stirred the nerves of all Xiangjiang. Without a bit of iron will and loyalty, no one would dare to step through the Lin family's gate. Make sure your weapons are ready or avoid using them unless necessary. Also, not a single living soul is to escape. Lu Wenlong turned to Yu Hu and nodded. Ahu, take a few brothers around back and block the back door. Yu Hu nodded in response, pulling back the bolt with a click, grinning. Don't worry, not even a rat will slip out the back. Lu Wenlong patted him on the shoulder again. This man had followed him for 8 years, and he trusted him. The rest of you follow me through the front door. Bring the gasoline. Yes. The group immediately split into 2. Yu Hu led 4 men into the dense forest on the mountainside. Lu Wenlong took 7 or 8 brothers straight to the front door, 3 of whom were carrying heavy gasoline barrels on their shoulders. When they reached the wall, 2 subordinates crouched down, interlocking their hands to form a base. Lu Wenlong stepped up, his fingers just gripping the top of the wall, and with a push of his feet, he flipped over and landed steadily inside the courtyard. Clap. He landed lightly. He crouched down and scanned the area, confirming that no one was there, before quietly moving to the iron gate, unlocking it, and pushing the door open little by little. The others followed in. Only one person remained inside the gate, keeping an eye on the movements outside and preventing anyone inside from rushing out in a panic. Lu Wenlong waved his hand, and 3 subordinates holding buckets unscrewed the lids, slowly pouring the contents along the outer wall of the villa. He, along with 3 others, infiltrated inside. The front door was locked, but a window on the west side was left ajar. Perhaps a servant forgot to close it, or it was intentionally left slightly open. Lu Wenlong's heart stirred. He gently pushed, and the window slid open silently as he swiftly slipped inside. No one noticed. The room was as dark as ink. The 4 spread out, moving slowly in the shadows, barely able to make out the outlines of the furniture by the moonlight filtering through the window. Lu Wenlong paused in front of a door. With a slight push, the door creaked open a crack. Inside, the sound of heavy snoring filled the air. He raised his right index finger and made a throat-cut gesture with his left hand. 2 subordinates immediately drew out their daggers and crept along the wall. Puff! The man on the bed felt a warm sensation in his throat, and before he could even grunt, blood gushed down his neck. One person held his mouth tightly shut, while another pressed down on his shoulder. Moments later, his body went completely limp, and he fell silent. Following this method, everyone in the 3 rooms downstairs was swiftly subdued. Judging by their attire, they were undoubtedly bodyguards, drivers, and servants. Once the first floor was cleared, Yu Hu silently led 2 others inside. The 2 sides met and nodded to each other, 7 of them stepping in unison up the stairs to the 2nd floor. Lu Wenlong nodded slightly towards Yu Hu. Yu Hu responded with a nod, leading his men down the right corridor, while Lu Wenlong took the other 3 to the left. He reached out and twisted the doorknob of the first room. Click. The door lock had not been secured. Lu Wenlong's heart raced, gripping his gun tighter. He gently pushed against the door crack. It was slightly ajar, and he pressed himself against the wall, holding his breath as he glanced inside. The room was dark, and he couldn't see the faces of the people, but he could clearly count 2 figures on the bed. 2 blades plunged into the chest so fast that only the sound of tearing fabric could be heard. The woman on the bed let out a half-stifle. Her body stiffened, and she ceased to move. Meanwhile, Yu Hu was stuck at the doorway. The door was locked from the inside, and he couldn't turn it or pull it open. He frowned and made a hand signal behind him. He stepped back 2 paces, raised his gun, and aimed the silencer steadily at the door lock, firing twice. The sound was kept extremely low, but the night was too quiet. The muffled pops were as piercing as stones hitting ice. Who? A loud question suddenly rang out from inside the room. With a crisp sound, the ceiling light turned on, flooding the area with white light. Without waiting, Yu Hu felt a weight on his shoulder and kicked the door squarely in the center. The door slammed against the wall and bounced back as he swiftly entered. Lin Jianyue was still lying on the bed, just managing to open his eyelids a crack, when 3 blood blossoms erupted from his chest. His body twitched, his eyes bulged, and his lips moved, but he couldn't draw a breath. Yu Hu glanced around, confirming there were no others present, and his gaze returned to the bed. Lin Jianyue's Adam's apple was still quivering. He had not yet drawn his last breath. He raised his hand and decisively shot again. Puff! The bullet shattered his skull, red and white splattering onto the pristine white sheets. Tap, tap, tap. Several windows on the 2nd floor lit up one after another, the lights flickering like startled fireflies. Yu Baozhu heard the commotion and opened her room door to peek out, only to find 2 men in black standing in the corridor. She froze, exclaiming, "Who are you?" Before she could finish her sentence, she reacted, opening her mouth to shout, "Thief! Quick!" Bang, bang. 2 shots. She looked down at the blood gushing from her chest, her mouth opening and closing as she tried to scream, but only a single breath remained lodged in her throat. Thud. She collapsed to her knees, her gaze struggling to turn towards her son's room. The bottom of the door crack slowly oozed dark red. Her pupils dilated and the light in her eyes extinguished. At that same moment, Lin Baixin was startled awake by his wife's abrupt cry. Barefoot on the floor, he pulled open the bedroom door only to see three dark figures blocking the doorway, their guns pointed directly at his chest. His heart sank and his face turned pale as he forced his dry throat to speak. Who are you? What do you want? You who smirked, his smile devoid of warmth. Mr. Lin Baixin, it's quite a challenge to me. He stepped forward, raising his gun slightly. You have some guts sending assassins after Mr. Su, what do you think? Shouldn't you have surrendered your life in advance? Lin Baixin's pupils suddenly constricted, and he waved his hand. Nonsense. What assassins? Mr. Su. I've never even heard of him. Mr. Lin, you're playing your part well, but unfortunately it's useless. At that moment, Lu Wenlong walked in from outside, followed by several subordinates, each dragging a corpse, their shoes leaving wet, sticky prints on the floor. The light shone down, and Lin Baixin immediately recognized them. On the left was his eldest son, on the right was his youngest son, and the one in the middle wearing a floral nightgown with her neck tilted was his wife Yu Baozhu. Wow! A mouthful of blood sprayed onto his hands. You killed my wife and children. He roared, his eyes bloodshot like a beast that had just lost its offspring, glaring fiercely at Lu Wenlong. Lu Wenlong brushed off his sleeves, chuckling lightly. Don't be anxious, we're not done yet. After a pause, he clapped his hands. A subordinate pushed in a woman wearing a goose-yellow nightgown. Aru, let go of my daughter. Lin Baixin's voice cracked, and he lunged forward, but was firmly held back by two men beside him. Lu Wenlong reached out, gripping Lin Shazu's chin to force her to look up. With his other hand, he pressed heavily on her chest, turning to Lin Baixin with a grin. Mr. Su sent me with a message. Winners write the history. Those who lose must accept their fate. Plotting against others will ultimately harm oneself. As soon as he finished speaking, his expression suddenly turned cold, raising his gun and aiming at Lin Shazu's temple, firing twice. Aru. Lin Baixin's eyes widened in agony, his shoulders straining with a cracking sound. Dad. Lin Shazu coughed up a mouthful of blood, her lips trembling as she tried to call out, but only a wheezing sound escaped. Her body went limp, collapsing to the ground, the collar of her nightgown slowly soaking with a dark stain. With his wife and children lying dead before him, his daughter sprawled in a pool of blood, her eyelashes still trembling. He threw back his head and let out a voice that was more beastly than human. Good? What a Su Feng. So ruthless. Lin Baixin. Admit defeat. Lin Baixin laughed maniacally, his laughter tinged with the blood surging within him. Tell Su Feng. I'll be waiting for him down below. Bang! The gunshot erupted, abruptly cutting off his words. Lu Wenlong shook his head, spitting on the still warm body on the ground. You're so tiresome with your rambling. Is everyone cleaned up? Not a single one left. Rest assured, not even a bone fragment can be found. Let's go. Before leaving, he kicked open the kitchen door and casually turned on the gas valve. As soon as he stepped out of the iron gate, a lighter clicked open and a small flame dropped directly into the gasoline spilled on the ground. Boom, boom. The flames licked the oil like a living creature, quickly climbing up the steps, wrapping around the pillars and lunging towards the windows. The entire villa was instantly engulfed in crimson flames. Fall back. Two dull-colored vans roared to life, rounding the bend and disappearing in the blink of an eye. By the time the police and fire trucks arrived, more than half an hour had passed. The fire had already burned through the roof, thick smoke rolling like dark clouds pressing down. Inside, there were occasional dull explosions, shattered glass raining down, and as soon as the water cannon was steadied, it was pushed back 3 steps by the heat wave. The fire was completely extinguished at 4:17 in the morning. The scene was left with charred remains, beams collapsed, and even the stair railings had turned to ash. When a dozen bodies, unrecognizable due to the fire, were carried out, the leading detective's face was ashen, veins bulging at his temples. He had just received an internal notification the deceased were from the Li Xian Lin family, one of the notable families in Shangjiang. The entire family had perished without a single survivor. This case was not merely hot, it was a raging wildfire. By 6 o'clock that morning, the newsboys on the streets of Shangjiang were shouting out the headlines. Breaking. The ownership of the Kowloon warehouse has changed. The Jinxiu Company officially takes control of the Kowloon Warehouse Group, a century-old trading house rebranded. Jinxiu has taken down 2 giants, Hutchison Whampoa and Kowloon Warehouse. The Kowloon Warehouse battle comes to an end. Jinxiu announces their controlling stake as Hong Kong capital rises to create a huge wave. The front page was hot off the press, newspapers covering tea houses, ferries, and tram seats, resembling a silent avalanche. Everyone stared at the headline, their hands trembling, spilling soy milk on their sleeves. Was this really just a play? Hutchison Whampoa and Kowloon Warehouse, ranked 2nd and 8th among Zhangjiang's trading houses with assets totaling over 10 billion Hong Kong dollars, actually swallowed whole by a company that was barely over a year old and started by selling t-shirts. An old man by the street removed his reading glasses and wiped them again. Su Feng, that young man who makes portable music players. He's tougher than the king of chartering. In a tea restaurant, a waiter scoffed while wiping a table. Whatever the papers say, it's better to go to a temple and seek a fortune. At a stall in Mongkok, a fishmonger crumpled the newspaper into a ball and tossed it into the gutter. Nonsense. Today isn't April Fool's Day. Old Zhang, did you see this morning's news? It says our company bought both Hutchison and Kowloon warehouse. Buy? It's more likely we'd buy coffin boards. Do we even have enough cash flow to cover a month's expenses for their department? But all the newspapers are reporting it. They can't all be going crazy, right? Most likely someone is trying to trip us up and embarrass the boss. Oh, in the electronics workshop of Shanha, the conveyor belt hummed. A few female workers leaned closer during a break, whispering, "Do you think this matter is reliable, eh?" Hard to say. The factory has distributed bonuses 3 times in the last 2 months, and I heard the funds from the investment fair have piled up like a mountain. If we quietly bought shares while the stock price was low, it might not be impossible. Oh, so our boss is the owner of Jean Show Company. Does that mean we're family with the Jean Show clothing store now? Can we get a discount when we pick clothes there? You're thinking too beautifully. Sharing a boss doesn't mean we're one company. What's the difference? Aren't we all following his lead? In Central at the Chung Kong building in the chairman's office, Li Jiaqing held a cup of coffee, the day's newspaper spread open on his lap. His unyielding habit was to read the newspaper every morning. The printed words were his window to understanding the previous day's events. His gaze swept over the front page headline, and his throat tightened. With a puff, the coffee he had just sipped sprayed out brown liquid, splattering on his shirt front, soaking a dark patch. He didn't have time to wipe it. He pulled the newspaper closer, his eyes nearly pressing against the ink, meticulously reading every line and word. His lips parted slightly, his voice low as if to himself. How is this possible? He even acquired Hutchison Whampoa. How? How did he manage this? His pupils were filled with shock. Initially, letting go of Kowloon warehouse was a facade. He had secretly set his sights on Hutchison Whampoa. Larger territory and thicker assets perfectly suited to his taste. He had quietly sent people to buy shares and was preparing to visit HSBC Shenzhou, but who knew that before he could even step out, Feng had already made a lightning move, seizing 25 of the shares just a step away from control. How should he proceed from here? He let out a bitter smile. Having missed out on Kowloon warehouse, now he lost Hutchison too. This is truly a stroke of bad luck. As his bitter smile faded, his heart suddenly jumped. Could it be? Shenzhou had pushed Feng from behind. Otherwise, there's really no way to explain this. How many shares does HSBC hold in Hutchison? Who in Xinjiang's Chinese community doesn't know? Feng holding nearly half of the shares couldn't possibly have all come from the secondary market. If it were true, the stock price would have soared to $20 or $30 rather than the current pitiful state hovering around 10. On Victoria Peak at the Bao family residence, Bao Yuzhong just sat on the sofa, slowly putting down the newspaper and lightly tapping the edge of the paper with his knuckles. In this drawn-out battle for Kowloon warehouse, several powerful factions clashed. Yet it was a young man who had only been in the industry for less than 2 years who took the biggest prize. He felt a mix of emotions. As one of the world's Chinese shipping tycoons, outsiders only saw him steering a giant ship renowned and illustrious, while internally, he felt as if walking on thin ice. Winter was coming for the shipping industry, and he had long wished to step ashore. At this moment, the real estate market in Xinjiang was booming, making it the most secure landing point. Kowloon Warehouse, one of the flagship companies under Jardine Matheson, held large plots of prime land in Kowloon and Tsimsha Sui. If he could acquire it and operate it carefully, the Bao family could rise another level, which was not mere talk. Unfortunately, a misstep meant the peach had been picked by someone else. In fact, he had quietly entered the market back in March, but by then the stock price had already climbed to nearly $30. As soon as Jardine Matheson noticed, they immediately initiated a buyback, causing the stock price to soar to over $50. There was no way to pick up cheap chips in the market anymore. Just as he contemplated how to break the deadlock and quickly increase his holdings, news suddenly arrived. The other party had already taken control. Bao Yuzhong stared silently at the newspaper for a moment, reached for the phone, and dialed a series of numbers. An hour later at HSBC, in a quiet meeting room. Sigh. Old Bao, I never expected this Mr. Su to be so bold, swallowing 2 trading houses in one. At first I thought he had his eye on Hutchison Whampoa, but who knew he would take down Kowloon Warehouse as well? It's truly... Did you sell the shares of Hutchison to him? Yes. Shenzhou nodded, his tone calm. This Mr. Su is no ordinary person. He is closely associated with an investment fund on Wall Street in the U.S. called Storm, which directly lent him $300 million. What? $300 million? Bao Yuzhang's body stiffened, and he gasped in shock. The maximum amount of liquid cash he could mobilize was only about 1 to 1.3 billion. He would have to drain all the cash flow from every company under him. That's right. Shenzhou looked at Bao Yuzhang, a trace of helplessness in his smile. This Mr. Su is indeed hiding deep. From the data disclosed in the newspapers alone, the liquid funds he holds are far more than $300 million, at least 4 to 500 million. Otherwise, how could he swallow 2 giants in one go? What's more surprising is that Shana Company actually belongs to him. In short, Mr. Su's strength is true. Bao Yuzhang fell silent. This young man before him, though inexperienced and young, had a presence and confidence that suffocated. For a moment he didn't know whether to nod or shake his head. His gaze slowly returned to the newspaper laid out on the table, his expression becoming more solemn. Suddenly he raised his head sharply, staring intently at Shinzhou. Do you think it's possible to buy Heji Huangpu from Su Feng? Off. Shinzhou was taken aback, then waved his hand. Impossible. He wants sell. Not necessarily. Oh. Shinzhou perked up, leaning slightly forward. Go on, tell me more. As Bao Yugong grabbed the newspaper, he pointed forcefully at a section. Look here. What about this? Shinzhou squinted. Heji Huangpu 48. 25 of the shares. What's wrong with that? Bao Yugong's voice was steady. With his financial power, if he really wanted to take control, he could easily eliminate that too. 75. Just like when he took down Jilong Warehouse. But he hasn't moved. There's only one explanation: he's not in a hurry to tighten his grip on Heji Huangpu. Shinzhou nodded. After thinking about it, there might be some truth to that. Bao Yugong's eyes shone brightly. Since you know him well, can you arrange a meeting with him? Sure, I'll make a call right now. Shinzhou stood up and picked up the phone to dial. Ihi Building. This is absolutely impossible. Fake. It must be fake. Nabijian clenched the newspaper tightly, his knuckles turning white, bloodshot, eyes glaring. An assistant entered, glancing at the broken teacup and scattered papers on the floor. He swallowed hard, lowering his voice. Chairman, Mr. Henry is calling. Nabijian's expression suddenly darkened. No need to guess, he knew it was to hold him accountable. Got it. He took a deep breath, adjusted his tie, and slowly stood up, walking towards the internal phone. North Point Jinxiu Industrial Building. System recruit, 10 Death Warriors, come see me immediately. Su Feng stood by the window, his tone calm. Ding, recruitment complete. In less than 10 minutes, 10 tall figures stood in the room. He walked over slowly, his gaze sweeping over each face. Finally, he stopped on a middle-aged man with graying temples and a calm expression. Name Tanningshuan. Skills, intermediate communication skills. System load the advanced professional manager panel for Tan Ingshuan, including advanced management skills. Ding, loading successful, deducting 5,000 yuan. Without pause, he turned to the three on the right. Xiao Changwei, load master-level military command skills, master-level domination skills, master-level mercenary panel. Xiao Changwei stood like a blade, his gaze piercing his posture like a freshly forged gun. He was the mercenary leader selected by Su Feng. Having sheer ruthlessness is not enough. He must understand strategy, manage people well, and earn the loyalty of his subordinates. Thus, 3 master-level skills, none omitted. Ding, loading successful, deducting 15,000 yuan. In the next second, 3 golden skills prominently appeared in Xiao Shenghui's attributes. Zhang Yongning, Shui Yong Xiang Yongyan. Each to load master-level combat command skills, advanced domination skills, advanced mercenary skills. Ding, loading successful, deducting 3,000 yuan. Just as the notification sound fell, Su Feng suddenly asked, System, can I designate the birthplace of these Death Warriors? Ding, host permissions have been opened, can be set. He sighed gently, his tense shoulders finally relaxing a bit. If it didn't work out, he would have to make a trip to Southeast Asia himself. Fortunately, now he could directly specify the birthplace of the Death Warriors, saving him from taking detours. System, bring up the world map, then focus on Myanmar. As soon as he finished speaking, a softly glowing map appeared before Su Feng. First, the global outline appeared, then the image zoomed in steadily to cover all of Myanmar. It zoomed in again, clearly revealing mountains, coastlines, and town boundaries. His gaze swept across the southwestern corner, quickly locking onto the area around Dan Lao. System, recruit 10,000 Death Warriors with 2,000 loaded with primary special forces panel skills, the remaining 8,000 to remain in basic status. They will all obey Xiao Changwei, Shui Yongzhang Yongning, and Xiang Yongyan. Ding, skill loading failed, insufficient account balance, please recharge. A line of numbers popped up in the lower right corner of the screen, need to replenish 69. 5 million Hong Kong dollars. Su Feng was stunned. This was not a Death Warrior system, but clearly a bottomless recharge pit. He had just poured in 50 million last time. How could it be empty again in just a few days with almost 70 million? Not to mention 70 million at the moment. The combined corporate accounts of Shanha and Jinxiu couldn't even reach 50 million a personally. He had just over 13 million left on his card. He had never even considered touching the Storm Fund. Li Wenqing explained it clearly, as long as he didn't touch that money in 4 months, the principal and interest would be at least 4 billion US dollars. If the market was favorable and leveraged 20 times, reaching 70 or even 80 billion was not just talk. With 700 million as the principal and 20 times leverage, it's clear to anyone that this calculation was far more worthwhile than buying Death Warriors. So no matter how tight things got, he wouldn't touch the Storm money. If money was tight, he would downgrade the plan. Then just load primary special forces skills for 2,000 people. Ding, recruitment complete, skill loading successful. He exhaled slowly. 2,000 primary special forces paired with 8,000 trained Death Warriors would be enough to take root in the war-torn and gunfire-filled southern Myanmar. Especially since Dan Lao was a strategic location backed by Siam, looking south towards Malaysia with a dense Chinese population and extensive connections, as long as they stabilized their position and mobilized the locals they could potentially carve out a territory. Su Feng pulled out a checkbook, the pen flying across the page as he filled in the numbers and signature. He turned and handed it to Xiao Changwei. 10 million Hong Kong dollars. You take the lead in registering a mercenary company. I've already decided on the name, Thunder Defense. Turning his gaze, he swept over Shui Yongzhang Yongning and Xiang Yongyan. You three are under Xiao Shanghui's command. The location has been finalized, and people have already been sent in batches. It's in the vicinity of Dan Lao in Myanmar. This money is seed capital, weapon procurement, personnel expansion, and base construction will all be arranged by you. I just want one result: establish a solid foothold in Dan Lao as soon as possible, control the area of real power, and truly build up the armed forces. He fixed his gaze on the four, his tone heavy and resolute. 10,000 people, even if only elite core members with average combat strength, would be enough to stir the power dynamics in that kind of place. Moreover, leveraging the local Chinese network and connecting with compatriot resources from Siam and Malaysia, they could delve deeper and gradually manage. There was no reason they couldn't replicate the old paths of those warlords in northern Myanmar, first control the military, then manage the land, and finally become an autonomous entity. Yes, boss. The four responded in unison. Go on. Su Feng waved his hand. Once they left, he turned to the other five. Load the advanced professional manager panel for Liu Bowen. Ding. Loading successful, deducting 30,000 Hong Kong dollars. The remaining four all load the advanced accounting panel. Ding. Loading successful, a total deduction of 120,000 Hong Kong dollars. Seeing that the skills of the six had been set, he said, tomorrow morning the six of you will accompany me to Julong Warehouse and Heji Huangpu. After controlling Julong Warehouse and establishing Heji Huangpu as the largest shareholder, trustworthy people must be placed in these two fat pieces. Tan Ing-Xuan and Liu Bowen are the nails he will drive into these two companies. Here Su Feng had just finished delegating the tasks when his phone rang. Hello. Hello, Mr. Su, this is Shun Zhou from HSBC. Oh, Mr. Shun. Su Feng was slightly taken aback, puzzled as to why he had suddenly called. Mr. Su, would it be convenient to meet this afternoon? I want to discuss something in person. Sure. Okay, let's talk in detail in the afternoon. After hanging up, Su Feng leaned back in his chair, lightly tapping the armrest with his fingers, pondering Shun Zhou's intentions. Recalling his past connection with Bao Yugong and Shun Zhou and seeing that the Nine Dragons warehouse was now in his hands, he quickly deduced that this meeting would likely revolve around Hutchison Whampoa. If that was truly the reason for his visit, it would only lead to disappointment for the other party. He had never regurgitated what he had swallowed. Unless he chose to give it up, anyone who reached out would have to weigh their chances carefully. HSBC Tower, top floor office. Shun Zhou put down the receiver, and Bao Yugong immediately approached, asking, is it done? Shun Zhou nodded with a smile. It's set for this afternoon. That's wonderful. Shun Zhou sank into the sofa and caught a glimmer in Bao Yugong's eyes, gently shaking his head. Bao Sheng, don't hold too high expectations. If he had no interest in Hutchison Whampoa, why would he have bought those shares from me? Bao Yugong fell silent for a moment and sighed. One misstep, and you fall behind. We have to try. If negotiations succeed, I hope Mr. Shun can lend a helping hand. No problem, Shun Zhou replied succinctly. It was not just a personal favor. HSBC was indeed one of the shareholders of Global Shipping. Years ago, if Bao Yugong had been willing to hint at his intentions, Hutchison Whampoa would never have come to Su Feng. Unfortunately, back then he was solely focused on the Nine Dragons warehouse. In the afternoon, Su Feng drove to HSBC Tower. At the reception area, Shun Zhou was already standing. Seeing the secretary guiding Su Feng in, he quickly stepped forward with a warm smile. Mr. Su, your arrival is quite unexpected. Such a significant move with Nine Dragons warehouse, yet it was done so quietly. Come, let me introduce you to an old friend. Shun Zhou stepped aside respectfully. This is Mr. Bao Yugong the king, and Mr. Bao, this is Mr. Su Feng, whom I've mentioned frequently. Mr. Su, it's a pleasure to finally meet you. Bao Yugong extended his hand, his smile sincere. Su Feng also raised his hand for a handshake, speaking humbly. Hello, Mr. Bao, I've heard a lot about you, and it's a pleasure to finally meet. Haha, Mr. Su, you are quite accomplished at a young age. He initially wanted to mention Nine Dragons warehouse, Hutchison Whampoa, and the momentum of his success, but upon noticing Shun Zhou nearby, he swallowed the latter part of his words. After exchanging a few pleasantries and complimenting each other, they got to the main topic. Shun Zhou spoke. Mr. Su, Bao Sheng has a rather unreasonable request. Would you consider selling Hutchison Whampoa? He is willing to offer a generous price. Hutchison Whampoa, not Nine Dragons warehouse. Su Feng's eyes flickered slightly, showing a hint of surprise. Bao Yugong immediately followed up, his tone firm. Mr. So you can rest assured the price will certainly satisfy you. I'm sorry, Su Feng replied with an apologetic smile. Mr. Bao, I do not intend to sell Hutchison Whampoa. Bao Yugong's expression dimmed for a moment, but then quickly returned to normal as he laughed heartily. I was being presumptuous. I hope Mr. Su won't take it to heart. Su Feng waved his hand, his demeanor calm. While Hutchison Whampoa is not for sale, I do have a business proposition. Would Mr. Bao and Mr. Shouldn't be interested in hearing it. Oh, may I ask, Mr. Su, what business is it? Bao Yugong asked with undiminished interest and a smile. Shinjo interjected, a deal that prompts Mr. Su to personally bring it up must have considerable weight. You're too kind, Mr. Su Feng smiled, I own a fund company. Recently we've assessed that in the next 2 to 3 months the Japanese yen will significantly appreciate against the US dollar. If both of you are willing, we can collaborate on a foreign exchange deal. Before coming, Su Feng had already considered this, bringing HSBC on board to grab a larger share. If Shinjo were to decline, he would not suffer losses. The opportunity was presented a favor for the last time Shinjo helped him sell Hutchison Whampoa. As for Bao Yugong, he was just an afterthought. Of course he wouldn't do anything for free. The commissions owed must be fully collected. Personal relationships are one thing, financial matters are another. Two different things. Moreover, he had hardly met Bao Yugong more than a few times. Foreign exchange. Both men were taken aback simultaneously. They exchanged glances, both surprised. None expected that the business Su Feng mentioned was actually trading foreign exchange. Bao Yugong was not familiar with this area, however Shinjo was well aware. HSBC's securities department was right under his nose, and it was unusual not to understand foreign exchange in this line of work. Because he understood, he was aware this game was like walking a tightrope. One misstep could double your wealth, one miscalculation could leave you with nothing at all. Mr. Su, may I ask, how accurate is your analysis? Shinjo straightened his posture, and his tone became serious. He wasn't as carefree as Su Feng. HSBC was not his own shop. If he were to lose several hundred million, it would be mild to lose his position. There was a chance the board could turn against him and even take him to court. Su Feng was not entirely confident either. However, Li Wenqing and Xiaonan, both experienced traders, firmly claimed that the yen would rise sharply against the dollar soon. Coupled with their historical performance and stable backing, he estimated he had a 90% certainty. He shrugged with a casual smile, I trust them. Because so far they have never led me astray. Shinjo stared at him for a few seconds, suddenly smiling. Mr. Su, may I ask, did the money you used to buy Nine Dragons warehouse come from the stock market or the foreign exchange market? He had been holding on to this question for a long time. Not only did he want to know, but Bao Yugong, who had been listening with narrowed eyes, also leaned forward slightly, his ears perked up. Su Feng scanned both of their expressions, and his heart was clear. This was not just about probing his financial status, but also assessing the real abilities of his subordinates. He couldn't reveal his trump card. The connection to Storm Fund had to remain concealed. That was his secret weapon, his ace in the hole. The rest could be loosened up a bit. For instance, the Galaxy Fund that Xiaonan managed in Hong Kong was not something he concealed. If Shinjo truly investigated, he might not find it challenging to uncover clues. Mr. Shin, are you trying to dig up my past? Shinjo nodded with a smile. Bao Yugong chuckled along. Indeed, part of the money used for Nine Dragons warehouse did come from the stock market. Shinjo felt relieved, the cloud of doubt dissipating. Mr. Su, would you mind revealing, how much have you earned in the stock market? This question was rather direct and a bit intrusive. However, Bao Yugong could no longer hold back. He had to know the figure. Su Feng cast a sidelong glance at him, knowing he was the type who wouldn't let go without some solid evidence, and smiled. Not much, just around $100 million. With a friend from Country M. A friend from Country M. Shinjo's eyes brightened. Su Feng had mentioned earlier that he was acquainted with the owner of Storm Fund. Could it be that the initial $300 million loan was precisely because he valued his team's insight? With this thought, everything began to connect. Upon hearing 100 million, yet saying not much, Bao Yugong couldn't help but twitch his lips, and seeing Su Feng's nonchalant demeanor, he thought to himself, this kid is truly infuriating. Gentlemen, what do you think? Su Feng smiled, surveying the two, resembling a shepherd gazing upon two fat sheep just entering the fold. Is there a capital threshold? Bao Yugong spoke up. Additionally, how are the profits to be shared? Bao Yugong had no objections to this. Since the other party offered the idea and managed the whole process, if he were to take it without charge, he would be filled with suspicion. He pondered for a moment before agreeing. Currently, the acquisition of Hutchison Whampoa and Wharf Holdings was stalled, and the funds were just sitting there. It was better to trust Su Feng once and invest 200 million Hong Kong dollars to test the waters. If it was profitable, everyone would be happy. If it was a loss for him, it would be a mere drop in the bucket. Moreover, if he really lost, Su Feng would owe him a favor. I only invested because I trusted you. If it fails, how can you face me? After thinking it over, he felt that this testing amount was worthwhile. 200 million Hong Kong dollars. Su Feng shook his head in his mind. This amount was rather too conservative. 200 million Hong Kong dollars converted to US dollars was less than 30 million. If one dared to use 100 times leverage, it could indeed yield significant returns. However, the money belonged to Bao Yugong, and he couldn't afford to gamble that aggressively, at most 20 times. According to Li Wenqing and Xiaonan's calculations, the total operation scale after adding leverage would be about 200 million US dollars. In Hong Kong dollars, it was close to 15 billion. After deducting the principal, the net profit would be around 13 billion, with a 20% commission amounting to 2.6 billion Hong Kong dollars. Forget it, a fly's leg is also meat. It's better than working hard for nothing. Fortunately, Bao Yugong couldn't hear the mumble in his heart, otherwise he might have choked on the spot. Mr. Shin, what do you think? Su Feng turned to Shinjo, his eyes filled with anticipation. This person was truly the financial backer. If HSBC was willing to loosen its purse strings, they should be able to come up with 7 or 800 million Hong Kong dollars, right? Unexpectedly, Shun Zhou merely nodded lightly. Mr. Su, I need to assess this matter cautiously and cannot reply immediately. He then added that he was just a professional manager and had to answer to the shareholders. Su Feng's heart sank slightly, but he said no more, only smiling and nodding to show understanding. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he stood up to take his leave. After sending the two off, Shun Zhou immediately dialed the internal line summoning the heads of the securities and foreign exchange departments. Marcus, has there been any unusual movement in the yen exchange rate recently? He picked up his coffee, his tone calm. Yen exchange rate. Marcus was taken aback and then replied, overall it has been quite stable for the past 2 months. Not unstable. Shun Zhou raised his eyebrows slightly. Yes, it has remained steady around 223. Marcus affirmed. No signs of increase at all. Increase. Marcus paused, recalled for a moment, and said there hasn't been much action in the past 2 to 3 months. If we talk about an increase, we have to go back. Since last September, the yen has risen from 264.50 to 238.83 in February this year, increasing by several thousand points. Several thousand points. Shun Zhou's eyes lit up. Did the investment banking division have any predictions at that? Did they participate? The bank headquarters was not allowed to directly speculate on foreign exchange. However, HSBC had investment banks that could get involved, just like Goldman Sachs and Morgan Stanley. Cough. Marcus showed a difficult expression and shook his head. At that time, the funds from the investment banking division did not appear in yen trading. What a missed opportunity for wealth. What were those investment bankers busy with? All right, you can leave now. Shun Zhou waved his hand, his voice slightly weary. Marcus complied and exited. In the spacious office, Shun Zhou leaned back in his leather chair motionless for a long time, repeatedly weighing, was Su Feng's chess game worth betting on? Meanwhile, Su Feng had just stepped out of the HSBC building. After finalizing the time for signing the agreement with Bao Yugong, he got into the car preparing to head to Zhao Yazi's place. The car hadn't gone far when the car phone rang. It was Zhong Chuang. Brother Feng, where are you now? Just finished a meeting and am on my way home. Why do you miss me? Su Feng replied with a smile. Yeah, I miss you. This blunt admission took Su Feng by surprise. Usually she spoke with a hint of subtlety and a touch of probing, but today she seemed completely open. What happened? His tone immediately turned serious. Nothing. Brother Feng, come pick me up. Su Feng's heart skipped a beat. Her voice was soft, but the ending trembled. All right, I'll be there soon. He hung up the phone and told the driver turn around to Chongqing Building in Tsimsha Tsui. The convoy swiftly turned at the intersection, the tires lightly grinding over the surface as they made their way back. In less than 5 minutes, the car stopped in front of Chongqing Building. Zhong Chuhong, wearing a fitted dress from the Brocade family, spotted the car from a distance and quickly approached. Her skirt swayed slightly and her hair danced gently. She rushed into his embrace, wrapping her arms tightly around his waist, her face pressed against his chest, her breathing quickening. Su Feng momentarily stayed still, looking down at her dark hair. After a moment, he raised his hand, his warm palm resting on her soft waist, gently asking, what's wrong today? Before he finished speaking, her warm, moist lips covered his. His heart tightened and softened at the same time. He didn't dodge or hesitate, instinctively holding her neck and leaning down to meet her. Under the slanted streetlights, amidst the bustling crowd, the two kissed passionately on the busy street, as if the surrounding noise had all receded. Only when Zhong Chuhong gasped for air did they part. With her eyes slightly reddened, she looked up at him and choked out, Brother Feng. I thought I would never see you again. Huh, where did that come from? Su Feng was truly taken aback. How could such words come out of nowhere? I bought a newspaper on my way home, and the version printed by the Singtao Daily had your story about being shot by a hitman in North Point on the front page. Her words came rapidly, each carrying a tremor. Flipping through the pages casually, she saw the typeface, accompanied by a blurry scene. Her heart felt as if it had been tightly squeezed and twisted, and she immediately burst into tears. She first dialed her home, but no one answered. Then she called the taxi number, trembling so much that she pressed the button 3 times before getting through. Only when she heard his voice did she dare to breathe deeply. After hearing her, Su Feng laughed instead, gently rubbing away the damp marks under her eyes with his thumb. Silly girl, am I not here, standing right in front of you? So what was written in the newspaper? Was it false? Not entirely false. Someone did shoot, and it was indeed, well, it wasn't a complete lie. My luck held, and the hitman's aim was too poor. The bullet just grazed past my ear. Zhong Chuhong's face turned pale instantly as she grabbed his arm tightly. Are you hurt? Where does it hurt? Let me see. While speaking, she anxiously examined him up and down, her fingers tensed. I'm really fine. He smiled. If I were truly lying down, could I still drive myself to pick you up? You still dare to laugh? Her eyes reddened further as she glared at him, but eventually she couldn't help but bury her face in his shoulder. I'm not laughing, I'm not laughing. He comforted her, pulling out a plain handkerchief from his suit pocket and carefully wiping away the remaining tears from the corners of her eyes. She still refused to let go, practically hanging on to him, as if afraid that if she loosened her grip, he would vanish into thin air. The two held each other quietly, neither moving. Suddenly, a soft rumble came from her lower abdomen. Zhong Chuhong's ears turned bright red as her head sank even lower. Su Feng chuckled softly, "Are you hungry?" "Coincidentally, I haven't eaten either. Let's go have a meal." She finally loosened her grip a little, but immediately looped her arm around her fingertips, hooking onto his sleeve, looking down, with a faint smile, utterly the picture of dependence. They didn't choose any high-end restaurant, but rather found a small Cantonese eatery by the harbor city. The facade was clean, the lighting warm, and the two casually ordered a few home-style dishes. After finishing their meal, and stepping outside, a cool night breeze greeted them as the street lamps began to light up. Su Feng intended to take a look around the harbor city and its surroundings, so he accompanied her as they strolled leisurely. The night in Tsim Sha Tsui was indeed hotter than elsewhere. Neon lights splashed everywhere, the flags of bars fluttered in the wind, the curtains of nightclubs were partially lifted, and the street-side stalls hummed with activity. Even the late-night dessert carts had queues, making the bustling atmosphere of Mongkok and Yao Ma Ti seem subdued in comparison. As they walked, they arrived at the harbor city. At that time, the harbor city was far less grand than it would later become. It only consisted of the ocean terminal, the ocean center, and the Marco Polo Hong Kong hotels adjoining mall. The harbor plaza, which now occupies half of Guangdong Road, was still just a dream on paper and would not break ground until 1995. The harbor city was already bustling with people, almost all of whom had youthful faces. "Brother Feng, let's watch." As they entered the ocean terminal, Zhong Chuhong suddenly grabbed Su Feng's sleeve, her eyes sparkling. Although Su Feng wasn't particularly interested, seeing her smile brightly changed his mind, and he nodded with a smile. The two quickly bought their tickets and entered the cinema side by side. The hall was packed, and the screen was showing The Legend of the Condor Heroes, directed by Zhang Che and produced by Shaw Brothers. He had already worn out the original novel and could recite the dialogues effortlessly, so he felt no excitement. However, Zhong Chuhong was captivated, occasionally exclaiming, "Wow, Nayuni's acting is so lively. So this ancient costume really suits her. She's so beautiful." Su Feng was too lazy to focus on the screen, twirling his fingers around Zhong Chuhong's hand, then leaning closer to her ear and gently exhaling. Her ears flushed instantly, and she shivered, hurriedly clutching his mischievous hand, glancing at him sideways, her voice soft. "Stop it. Someone might see us. In this darkness, who can see, eh? Behave, just watch the movie." As the session ended, Zhong Chuhong's cheeks were flushed, and her earlobes felt hot enough to fry an egg. Su Feng noticed several faint finger marks on his side, slightly reddened. "Hiss. Did you train your grip?" As he stepped out, he deliberately grimaced. "Deserved it. I told you to watch the movie properly, but you didn't listen and caused trouble." She tilted her little face, her nose slightly wrinkled. "If you keep this up, I might really bite you next time." Her fierce expression resembled that of a small, fluffy kitten. They laughed and teased for a moment, then Su Feng raised his wrist to check the time. "It's getting late, let me take you home, so your parents won't worry." Yet deep down he felt a rush of anxiety, wanting to send her back quickly to search for Zhao Yaji. But Zhong Chuhong stood still, not moving. "What's wrong?" he asked. "Brother Feng, I don't want to go back." As soon as she finished speaking, her entire face turned bright red, her ears burning, and even her neck was flushed. Su Feng was momentarily stunned, his gaze sweeping over her, biting her lip and twisting the hem of her clothes, and his heart skipped a beat as he immediately understood. The next day, he opened his eyes to find the sun hanging high in the sky. Beside him, Zhong Chuhong was still fast asleep, breathing steadily. Su Feng leaned down and placed a kiss on her forehead, then lifted the blanket to get up and went to the bathroom to wash up. Wrapping a towel around himself, he returned to the room and casually grabbed the watch on the bedside. 10 minutes to 11. He glanced again at her, still curled up in the blanket, remaining quiet and not touching her. He let her sleep a little longer since she was very tired last night. He crouched down and reconnected the phone line he had unplugged last night. The phone had rung incessantly in the first half of the night, and he was so annoyed with the urgent matters that he had pulled the plug just to have some peace. He called the company and asked Ten Ingxiuan and the others to accompany him in the afternoon to run errands in Kowloon and Hutchison Whampoa. After hanging up, he instructed the bodyguard outside to buy lunch, then leaned back on the sofa, settling down. Last night, Zhong Chuhong had quietly told him something. Her mother had signed her up for the Miss Hong Kong contest on TVB, but she was unsure whether she should go. Su Feng immediately shook his head. No way. In his eyes, being a Miss Hong Kong was just about parading in a bikini on stage for others to judge. His woman, Su Feng's woman, could not be subjected to such scrutiny. If she wanted to be charming, it could only be for him alone. Zhong Chuhong then mentioned she no longer wanted to work for the subway company. There was no future, it was exhausting, and she wanted to find another path. He nodded in agreement. When he asked what she wanted to do, her eyes lit up. "I want to act, to be an actress. Not only would it be glamorous, but it would also allow us to live more comfortably in the future. I won't stop you verbally, but deep down I know I don't truly want her to be in the spotlight every day. Yet I also don't want her to cling to me all day, idly thinking about things. If a man wants to be at ease, he needs the woman beside him to have something to occupy her time, preferably a career, goals, and a social circle. When someone is busy, who has time to question whereabouts, check phones, or feel jealous? Since she was determined to act as her boyfriend, he would naturally pave the way for her. Moreover, acting itself is a legitimate career path, With Zhong Chuhong's looks and background, it would be hard not to gain fame. In her past life, she had already established herself in the Chinese film industry with her posters plastered all over Sakura country, South Korea, and Southeast Asia. This time, with Su Feng personally strategizing breaking into Hollywood wasn't a mere fantasy. By casually acquiring a film company, he could also build more connections and ties. Of course, it wasn't solely for the purpose of pursuing a girl. The exquisite apparel in his hands, from t-shirts to handbags, and even the jewelry line, he planned to launch all needed stars to wear them and endorse them. Even the new portable music player from Shanghai Electronics would save a mountain of advertising fees if it could naturally make an appearance in a film. However, registering a film company from scratch, too labor-intensive and unnecessary. He was too lazy to fuss with that and decided to buy an existing one. His target was already set: Golden Harvest or Shaw Brothers. These two companies were the real backbone of the Hong Kong film industry at the moment, covering everything from filming to distribution and screening. In terms of acquisition difficulty, Su Feng leaned more towards Golden Harvest. Shaw Brothers had the formidable Shaw tycoon behind it, making it too solid. Moreover, it hadn't yet begun to decline and would only start to lose power after the new city was built. Approaching them for acquisition now would be a wasted trip. Golden Harvest, on the other hand, was a good opportunity. With Li Xiaolong gone, there was a lack of talent. Oh Chung Long had yet to sign on, finances were tight, and times were tough. At this time, if Su Feng offered capital and negotiated for a controlling stake, there was a high chance of success. As for whether the films would be profitable, he hadn't even considered that. Deep down, he never expected to recoup costs through box office earnings. To put it bluntly, a film company was merely a stepping stone to pry open the hearts of ambitious women seeking to turn their fortunes around. Back in the day, DeLu relied on his limited resources to dominate the Hong Kong entertainment industry, having lost count of the number of actresses he had been with. Su Feng stroked his chin. In terms of skills and looks, he was definitely a notch above him, right? Just as he was thinking about this, the door made a click sound. He looked up and smiled, awake. Zhong Chuhong had just yawned, heard the sound, and glanced over, wanting to move closer to him. Hiss. She instinctively bit her lower lip, her ankle feeling weak. Stay in bed a little longer. Su Feng got up, grinning broadly. Still laughing? It's all your fault. Zhong Chuhong shot him a sideways glance, her eyes holding a hint of reproach. It's my fault. Who told you to sway in front of me like a ripe peach? But, all right, I understand. Seeing her brow slightly furrowed and a hint of grievance in her eyes, Su Feng reached out, wrapped his arms around her, and gently patted her back. Next time, be gentle, okay? Only then did she curve her lips into a smile. The two nestled together for a moment of warmth when Zhong Chuhong suddenly stirred and softly said she wanted to go to the restroom. Su Feng chuckled and pretended to crouch down, saying, I'll carry you there. Ah, hurry up and go out. The restroom door was slightly ajar, yet Su Feng lingered at the entrance, refusing to budge, making Zhong Chuhong's ears burn with embarrassment. What's the rush? It's not like you haven't seen it before. He raised an eyebrow, smiling teasingly. You're not allowed. Don't look. Hurry up and go. Her face flushed like it was soaked in wine, and she gently pushed against his chest with trembling fingers. Seeing her flustered, Su Feng stopped teasing, shrugged, and said, all right, I'll leave. With a click, the door locked. She leaned against the door, quietly exhaling a breath. Even though they had shared their hearts and bodies the night before, being in front of him while in the restroom still made her feel shy, her fingers curling tightly. After washing her hands and coming out, she saw Su Feng fiddling with several takeout boxes. I just ordered downstairs, pick whatever you like. When Zhong Chuhong took a closer look, she exclaimed, why did you order so much? Plenty. If it's not enough, we can order more. He casually handed her a bowl of white rice and a pair of disposable chopsticks. The two nestled into the sofa quietly and contentedly eating their meal. After dinner, Su Feng sat with her for a while before finally getting up to leave. In the Carey Properties conference room, when Su Feng, along with Tan Yingxuan and others, walked in, several major shareholders of Carey Properties were already seated. Sorry for being late. He pushed open the conference room door, his words carrying an apology, but his face showed none. The main figure, Nabijian, furrowed his brows, and his expression turned serious. Now that everyone is here, let's begin the meeting. Nabijian raised his hand to signal, his voice steady. First, please welcome Mr. Su, who will officially join the Carey Properties Board of Directors. Clap, clap, clap. The applause was sparse and intermittent, like raindrops hitting a tin roof. None of the shareholders truly wanted to welcome Su Feng. To be more precise, the foreign faces in the room clearly held two words in their hearts regarding this newly appointed Chinese director: rejection. Nabijian's eyes narrowed, a shallow smile appeared, not deep, but sharp. This silence was the first warning he delivered. Holding shares does not equate to wielding power. Do not mistake a director's seat for your own living room. Su Feng had anticipated this. Before coming, he had considered how a group of self-important foreigners would be greeted with smiles. Furthermore, with Nabijian from the Lee Kum Key group subtly pushing from behind, the flames of tension naturally rose higher. Mr. So would you like to say a few words? Nabijian smiled amiably, his eyes crinkling with fine lines. That smile in Su Feng's eyes resembled an undercooked steak, shiny on the surface, but tough underneath. Su Feng nodded, the corners of his mouth slightly lifting. Indeed, I should say a few words. First, according to the company law and our company's articles, the largest shareholder has the right to propose a re-election of the chairman. Those in favor, please raise your hands. Those against, please show yourselves. With a buzz, the conference room erupted. I oppose. Mr. Nabigian is fulfilling his duties. There's no need to replace him. I completely agree. Several foreign directors rushed to speak, their tones uniform, their stances united. Nabigian's expression grew darker, his brows knitting into a deep furrow. Su Feng instead smiled, his gaze sweeping across the room. And then he suppressed his smile, his voice lowered, yet resonating in every ear. Do you really think I need to wait for your nod? Do you understand what holding shares means? Do you know how to write veto power? With each question, the faces around the table turned a shade grayer. Bang! A foreign director in his 30s slammed the table, standing up. Even if you hold the most shares according to the articles, the chairman cannot be dismissed without reason. Su Feng lightly clapped his hands twice. Tan Yingxuan stepped forward at once, slapping a stack of documents on Nabigian's desk, the paper corners scraping against the surface with a crisp sound. Nabigian, I suggest you turn to the third page. Nabigian frowned and opened it. At first he was steady, but as he went further, the veins on his forehead twitched, his complexion shifting from pale to green, then to purple, finally resembling a piece of pig liver just pulled from a jar of sauce. Bang! He slammed the table and stood up abruptly, his eyes red and voice hoarse. What exactly do you want? Su Feng stood up leisurely, adjusting his cuffs, and slowly walked to Nabigian, placing his hand lightly on his shoulder. What do I want? Didn't I just say? Re-election of the chairman. Is your ear uncomfortable? Should I call an ear doctor for you? You. Nabigian gritted his teeth, his gaze sharp like a knife. If looks could bleed, Su Feng would have been riddled. What are you? Su Feng suddenly pushed with force, and Nabigian staggered back 2 steps, his chair tilting, while Tan Yingxuan quickly righted it. Su Feng returned to the main seat, leaning back, casually placing his right leg across the long table, his toes lightly swaying, his tone as calm as discussing the weather. From this moment forward, I will assume the position of chairman of the board. Does anyone have any objections? The room fell silent. Everyone stared at him, their eyes burning with fire, yet their throats felt as if they were nailed shut. Very well. Su Feng nodded, his expression relaxing. Since no one opposes, the appointment is effective immediately. The second item on the agenda, I nominate Mr. Tan Yingxuan as the executive director and vice chairman to fully assist me in my duties. Before he finished speaking, Tan Yingxuan had already stood up with a smile, slightly nodding to everyone. Hello, everyone, I am Tan Yingxuan. It is an honor to join Carry Properties, and I hope to receive your guidance in the future. Even though Nabigian's faction hated it so much that their nails dug into their palms, they could only swallow their anger at this moment. Nabigian himself was restless. Where did that document come from? Who leaked the secret? Which hidden line was exposed? His mind raced, and he had no strength left to argue. The other shareholders, seeing him silent, also lowered their heads and fell silent, even their breathing softened. Immediately after, Su Feng pointed out 2 more people, one in charge of accounts, the other managing personnel. Including Tan Yingxuan, who had already taken the vice chairman position. Key positions in Carry Properties fell into his hands in just a few days. The remaining positions would remain unchanged for now. No rush. Those who needed to leave would eventually have to move. Seeing Su Feng blatantly rearranging the pieces, Nabigian angrily tossed his sleeves and left. The remaining minor shareholders exchanged glances, remaining silent and unresponsive before collectively getting up to leave. Su Feng didn't even lift his eyelids. Before the meeting adjourned, he called Tan Yingxuan aside and lowered his voice. Go all out. Don't be afraid of offending people. Whoever whispers behind your back, drags their feet, or sings a different tune, you crush them thoroughly. If you really can't handle it, come find me, and I will take care of it. Understood. Tan Yingxuan responded crisply, standing tall with a serious expression. All right, you can go back to your work. No need to see me out. Su Feng waved his hand and turned to leave with his entourage. His next stop, Hutchison Whampoa, without a moment to lose. In the Hutchison house. Uncertain if Shenzhou had given Wei Li a heads up, as soon as Su Feng stepped into the lobby, the other party had already led people to greet him at the elevator. This level of courtesy made Su Feng, who had originally planned to mirror the Carry Properties approach, instantly retract his intentions. There's an old saying, greet people with a smile, keep the fist hidden. Since they brought him warm tea, why would he pour cold water on them? Moreover, he hadn't yet obtained controlling shares, and I have long admired Mr. Su's great reputation. Today, seeing you in person, you truly possess an extraordinary demeanor. Wei Li smiled warmly, speaking with a humble tone, as if they were 2 old friends reuniting. Su Feng squinted his eyes and casually replied, Mr. Wei Li, you are too kind. After some pleasantries, Wei Li stepped aside and gestured, Mr. Su, please. Please. The 2 walked side by side, their path unobstructed. Many employees of Huang paused in the corridor to look and whisper, Is that Mr. Su? He looks even more charismatic in person, walking with such vigor. The papers didn't lie. Did he really take down Hutchison Whampoa? The Hong Kong market might be about to change its helm. He's still so young, yet his net worth is in the billions. Standing next to the shipping king, he doesn't fall short at all. I used to think Li Jiaqing was remarkable, but now I understand what it means, that there's always someone better. From today onwards, Mr. Su will be my guiding light in life. You think you can compare with him? First go eat 3 pounds of shit to fill your stomach. Let us welcome Mr. Su to the board of directors of Hutchison Whampoa with the warmest applause. In the top floor conference room, Wei Li was the first to applaud, his smile radiant. The other minor shareholders quickly followed suit. Once Wei Li set the tone, who dared to oppose? The applause was synchronized and resounding. Su Feng slightly nodded and said, "Thank you all for your support." Next came the election of the board of directors. He initially planned to place his own people in the chairman's position, but changed his mind at the last moment. Wei Li would continue to hold the position. Though this person seemed respectable, he was empty at heart. Having him in charge would lead Hutchison further astray. What Su Feng wanted was precisely this: boiling frogs in warm water. Waiting for the company's performance to decline and finances to tighten, he could then step in effortlessly to initiate privatization. But the right people must be securely in place. Major decisions cannot be made blindly, or trusted individuals must be inserted into core departments. Now let's elect the new chairman of the board. I propose Mr. Su Feng to take the position. Before the words were fully out, Wei Li had already raised his right hand high. Others immediately responded, raising their hands in unison. Su Feng cast a heavy glance at Wei Li, then smiled. I am honored. However, Mr. Wei Li is more suited for the position of chairman of the board. He is familiar with the company's structure and has ample experience. I believe that under his leadership, Hutchison will surely advance further. Everyone in the room, including Wei Li himself, was taken aback, all turning to look at Su Feng. How many people had been vying for that position, and he had voluntarily pushed it away? Wei Li felt a sense of relief wash over him. He could hardly suppress a grin. He had thought he would lose power today, yet unexpectedly Su Feng had personally reinstated him to the chairman's seat. Su Feng's suggestion for Wei Li to remain chairman eased the minds of the other shareholders, who were already reluctant to change. Seeing him take the initiative to step back, they immediately nodded in agreement. Wei Li's expression relaxed as he stood up to express, I thank Mr. Su and all shareholders for their trust and support. I firmly believe that Hutchison's future will be more stable and brighter. As his words concluded, applause erupted once more. The phrase, paying back kindness with kindness, was ingrained in Wei Li's very bones. Thus, when Su Feng immediately nominated Liu Bowen for the position of executive director and CEO, he was the first to agree, with the others remaining silent. After all, in their eyes, Su Feng allowing Wei Li to secure the chairmanship was already a glaring concession. Holding out further would only seem petty. Su Feng was pleased that they thought so. Thus, the new Hutchison board was finalized amidst warm words and laughter. The 3 representatives he nominated all took their seats, overseeing the crucial financial and board secretary positions. Combined with CEO Liu Bowen, the core power of Hutchison Whampoa had quietly converged. Now all that remained was for the situation to develop naturally. News of the personnel changes quickly spread from both Kowloon warehouse and Hutchison, with the Hong Kong media reporting it the next day. However, public opinion did not create much of a stir, because another piece of news was causing quite the uproar. A fire broke out on Victoria Peak last night, claiming the lives of over 10 people. The police confirmed that the burning villa belonged to the Lin Baixing family of the Li Feng Group. Initial investigations at the scene suggested accidental fire, with the final conclusion pending forensic examination. This report will continue to follow up. Indeed, the news of the Lin family's entire household perishing in a fire made the front page. The entire Hong Kong was in an uproar. Although the Lin family's influence had waned in recent years, they still held deep roots and lush foliage in Hong Kong society. Such a prominent family collapsing overnight, even without the police revealing the names of the deceased, anyone with discernment could tell not a single member of the Lin family escaped. Lin Baixing herself was very likely among them. Otherwise, why would the newspaper remain silent on the matter? Alas, who would have thought the Lin family would fall just like that? Truly, the world is unpredictable, and misfortune and fortune are ever-changing. Accidental. That sounds off to me. No matter how fierce the fire, there should have been time to escape, right? How could not a single person make it out? Are you implying someone started the fire? I didn't say. That just feels too coincidental. Coincidental? If it were a real fire, once it blazed up, someone should have shouted or broken a window. Surely someone would have managed to escape, right? Exactly. This matter likely has some hidden intricacies. So what if there are? Will you get an extra piece of meat in your bowl tomorrow? Get lost. If you don't speak, no one will treat you as mute. Kowloon Warehouse Group Chairman's Office. Boss, here are a few candidates for secretaries filtered by the HR department in recent days. Please take a look and see which one you prefer. The speaker was the administrative supervisor, Huang Jinming. Facing the new master who had just swept New World out the door, he stood with his back straight and spoke with a tone that was almost cautious. Su Feng took the list and flipped through it page by page. Each resume was accompanied by a photograph. This one, he lightly tapped one of the documents with his fingertip. Huang Jinming glanced down, immediately responding, got it. Soon he led a young woman into the room. The woman had skin as fair as fresh snow, radiating a soft glow. She was tall, nearly 1.7 meters. Her legs were straight and proportionate, her short hair slightly curled with refined features, and eyes bright, as black obsidian glistening with morning dew. She wore a pale yellow crewneck shirt and light blue casual pants, looking clean and fresh, standing out among the camp. In terms of looks, the only Hong Kong actress who could rival her was Zhong Chuang. Zhao Yazi standing beside her actually seemed slightly inferior. Zhong Chuang was fiery-tempered, while this one seemed like a refined lady who had walked out of an old-fashioned magazine. Chairman, this is Lu Jinhua. Then I will take my leave. Call me if you need anything. Once Huang Jinming left the office, fell silent enough to hear the air conditioning running. Lu Jinhua stood in place, nervously twisting the edge of her skirt, her breathing becoming lighter. Su Feng leaned slightly against the sofa chair, raising his eyelids. Tell me about yourself. Hello, Chairman. My name is Lu Jinhua, and I just turned 18. Are you from Yanjing? Yes. I was born in Yanjing and grew up in Hong Kong. She spoke a bit nervously and quickly added. At that time, people from Hong Kong viewed those from the mainland with a bit of distance. Go make a cup of coffee. Su Feng's tone was flat, without fluctuations. Sugar use less. Yes. She nodded slightly, her ears turning a bit red. Once the door closed, Su Feng's gaze darkened as he stared at the firmly shut door, the corners of his mouth curling silently. Who would have thought that the woman who would later portray empress dowagers and imperial consorts had in her youth truly been like an early spring pear blossom, pure and fragile. In a lifetime, who among us has never shone brightly for a time? Lu Qianhua froze the moment she stepped outside. She had no clue which floors the company occupied, where the pantry was, or what the coffee machine looked like. Frowning and turning in circles, she was met by Huang Jinming, who approached with a gentle tone. Secretary, Lu, anything wrong? Supervisor, Huang, do you know where I can brew coffee? Brew coffee? He hesitated for half a beat, then slapped his forehead with an apologetic look. Goodness, I forgot you're new and still unfamiliar. Come, I'll take you to your office. 10 minutes later, Lu Qianhua knocked softly, pushed the door open, and entered. Chairman, your coffee. Su Feng glanced at his watch, his expression cooling slightly. Why so long? She began, but he raised a hand and cut her off briskly. No explanations. I will not listen to that. Remember, as my secretary, time is not for argument. Yes, Chairman. She bowed her eyes and answered obediently. Su Feng lifted the cup, sipped once, then twice, and set it back on the table. The taste is acceptable. Next time, make it this level of sweetness. All right. Her eyes lit up like a schoolgirl suddenly struck by sunlight on a windowsill. Su Feng cast her a quick glance, his voice still cool. One more thing. Call Mr. Zhou Wenhui at Jiahe and tell him I wish to meet. After a moment, seeing her gaze go blank, he added, if you don't know the number, ask Supervisor Huang. He will manage. Yes, Chairman. She turned and hurried away, her heels clicking on the floor. A misstep nearly sent her sprawling, and she grabbed the doorframe to steady herself. Su Feng watched that flustered silhouette, shook his head lightly, and smiled. Truly a seedling raised in a greenhouse. Only when it steps into the workplace does it learn that here they don't care for bloom, season only for substance. Secretary Lu. Something else. Huang Jinming rose at once when he saw her return to the doorway. Supervisor Huang, the chairman, wants to arrange a meeting with Mr. Zhou Wenhui of Jiahe. Do you know Mr. Zhou's contact? Jiahe Zhou Wenhui. He paused. Where would such a number already be? But when the boss asks, however difficult you wait here, I'll check immediately. Before he finished speaking, he had already turned back to his office and picked up the phone to dial. Jiahe Film Company. Zhou Wenhui was bent over paperwork when a knock sounded. He frowned and said softly. The latch clicked. The door opened a crack, and an employee poked in, half their body, voice barely above a whisper. General Manager, we just received a call from the secretary of Su Feng, chairman of Zhelangang Group. Mr. Su wishes to meet with you. Zhou Wenhui's pen stilled ink, blotting the paper. He slowly raised his eyes, a slight lift to his brow. The man who had been splashed across recent headlines, rumored to be worth tens of billions, a genuine titan of commerce. Yet why would such a figure suddenly single him out for a meeting? Zhou Wenhui felt a surprise tug at his heart, but betrayed nothing on his face. He only asked when. 3 o'clock this afternoon, Jianshazui Peninsula Hotel. All right, understood. Zhou waved, and the employee turned and left. 3 in the afternoon, the Peninsula Hotel. As soon as Zhou Wenhui entered, a waiter greeted him and led him to the private room reserved by Su Feng. A voice called from within, please come in. He pushed the door open and met Su Feng's face, surprisingly youthful, a faint lift at the brow that was quickly smoothed into a warm smile. Mr. Su, good afternoon. Mr. Zhou, please sit. Su Feng rose and extended his hand. After a brief shake, he motioned to a seat. Zhou thanked him and took his place. After 3 rounds of tea and some small talk about the weather and recent affairs, the mood had warmed and Zhou's legs had grown slightly stiff. Finally, Su Feng spoke. Mr. Zhou, you are probably wondering what I intend by inviting you today. Zhou nodded. Su smiled and without further preamble said, I'll be frank. I'm here to propose a collaboration with Jiahe. Zhou's gaze sharpened as he looked at him. Su's tone was even. I intend to invest in Jiahe. Before Zhou could respond, he added, please don't reject me hastily, hear me out on the terms. Since Li Xiaolong left Jiahe, though it still competes with Shao Corporation on equal footing, tends to spend lavishly on productions, while box office returns lag behind to costs, are nearly catching up with Shao's small-scale business. At this rate the accounts will likely become strained. Zhou listened in silence. Su lifted his teacup, sipped lightly, then continued, if you don't mind, I will provide the funds. Jiahe would no longer worry about money. Perhaps we could even leap past Xiao Corporation and secure the top seat. Su Feng is offering 50 million Hong Kong dollars for 70% of our Jai shares. He Guanchong mid-smoke forgot to inhale, his eyes bulged. Old Zhou, you're not joking, are you? 50 million. A tycoon who rose from selling clothes and now commands the property world. Why on earth would he set his sights on the film business? Zhou shook his head. Do you think I'd joke about this? He said it himself. 50 million for 70%. So what's your plan? He Guanchong pressed. Zhou's head bowed as he lit a cigarette, the flame flicking twice before he drew deeply. I haven't decided yet. Decide what? It's like bricks of gold falling from the sky. Once Su Feng invests, Jiahe will have the strongest backing in all Hong Kong. No more money worries for productions, no fear of running out of funds upon wrap. Zhou offered no reply, only smoked steadily. The haze carried his hesitation. He Guanchong glanced at him and understood. You're afraid he'll take too large a share and then call the shots. Zhou nodded slowly. After toiling alone for years, to be hollowed out would feel like sewing wedding clothes for someone else. You're worrying too much. He Guanchong flicked his ash. A man with a fortune of 50 or 60 billion has no time to watch film reels every day. I think 80% it's for novelty and to make connections in the circle, you know. That rang with more than a little truth. Su Feng's foray into film did carry an air of pastime, and it was indeed a convenient way to get closer to certain people. If you ask me, 70% is too steep. Let's give a little ground. 30 million for 50%. He Guanchong tapped the table. Zhou pondered a moment and nodded. Thus they set their baseline. Su Feng may come in, but his stake must be capped at 50%. Any higher and negotiations are off. What they did not know was that Su Feng would rather pay more to obtain absolute control, and if they refused, he was not the least bit hurried. At worst, he would rebuild the team and delay matters by a few months. After all, the heyday of Xiangjiang cinema stretched from 1985 to 1993. The real show was yet to come. That night Su Feng's phone rang. It was Zhou Wenhui. After listening, Su's tone was brisk. Mr. Zhou, I am straightforward. 50% non-negotiable. Let's each give an inch. 40 million for 60% of Jiahe. Fine sign. If not, then it's over. Zhou Wenhui immediately covered the microphone with his hand and whispered to He Guanchong. He said at least 60%. He Guanchong did not respond, only raised his eyes to look at him. Old he, is it worth handing over the company's lifeline for an extra 10 million? Zhou Wenhui lowered his voice even further. He Guanchong took a deep breath, looked at the ceiling, and after a moment said, decline it. Zhou Wenhui nodded, releasing his hand and pressing the receiver back to his ear. Mr. Su, I sincerely apologize, but we can only offer to part with 50 at most. All right, understood. Just as the words fell, the receiver was left with the busy tone of beep, beep, beep. Zhou Wenhui was taken aback. Why did he hang up so quickly? Old Zhou, what did he say? He hung up. He pulled at the corners of his mouth, smiling somewhat bitterly. Off. He Guanchong was startled. Not even a single extra word left. Zhou Wenhui shook his head, furrowing his brows. Old he, do you think? Did we provoke him? It shouldn't be that serious. He Guanchong replied somewhat uncertainly. Zhou Wenhui waved his hand, loosening his brows. Forget it. If we've provoked him, then so be it. I didn't plan on dealing with him any further anyway. Once the call was disconnected, Su Feng got up, opened the drawer, took out a tablet, and turned on the interface. System recruit 3 assassins, 1 to load the advanced managerial panel, 1 to load master-level directing skills, and the last one load advanced screenwriting skills and infuse core knowledge of the film industry for the next 50 years. Unable to reach an agreement. Then we'll set up our own stage to perform. Ding. Recruitment completed. Skills synchronized, deducting 2,000 yuan. 10 minutes later, the 3 stood in the center of the study. Boss. They called out in unison, their backs straightened. Su Feng scanned the 3 with a steady tone. I want to establish a film company and cinema entirely entrusted to you. Here are 3 checks, he said, pulling out 3 checks from a folder and handing them out one by one. 3 million as initial capital. I will add more funds in a month. Yes, boss. The new company will be called Jinxiu Shana Film Company. Gao Qinghong will serve as the general manager, and the other 2 will assist fully. Gao Qinghong is the one who loaded the advanced managerial panel. Yes, boss. The 3 responded again, their voices as sharp and synchronized as if cut from the same cloth. Go ahead. Su Feng raised his hand to signal. As July quickly approached, the heat surged and the sound of cicadas rushed in through the window. The stock market also brought good news. The exchange rate of the yen against the dollar soared as expected, rising over 1,900 points in just over a month. That afternoon, Bao Yugong called in, his laughter almost spilling out of the receiver. Mr. Su, I'm impressed. These people under you are truly amazing. The yen's foreign exchange has indeed skyrocketed. He had already invested 200 million Hong Kong dollars into Su Feng's Xinghe fund and had even sent someone to monitor the market. Just this morning, he received news the yen had risen for 3 consecutive days with a fierce momentum. Roughly calculated, the principal had at least doubled. In just over a month, doubling. Who wouldn't be overjoyed? Su Feng leaned back on the sofa, his right leg casually resting on his left knee, nodding towards Lu Xihua. She quickly stepped forward, her 10 fingers pressing on his shoulders and neck with just the right force. As he enjoyed the massage, he smiled into the phone and said, "Bao Sheng, now you can rest assured, right? That 200 million of yours is probably already worth 400 million now. Haha, all thanks to your guidance, Mr. Su. Without you illuminating this path, how could I find this gold mine?" Bao Yugang's laughter was hearty and sincere. After a moment, he asked again, "Mr. Su, when do you think it's appropriate to cash out?" Su Feng lightly tapped the armrest with his fingertips, his brows slightly raised. "Oh, Bao Sheng wants to call it quits. Cough, cough. Isn't that just in line with the saying, a bird in the hand is worth two in the bush? You decide, but I think waiting another 2 months would be more prudent." "All right, if Mr. Su says so, then old Bao will be patient and wait a bit longer." After discussing business, Bao Yugang's tone lightened as he said, "Mr. Su, whether this succeeds or not, I must thank you for your support. Another day when you're free, let's have tea together." Su Feng chuckled lightly. "Sure, if you invite me, I will definitely attend." "Huh." The cheerful laughter of Bao Yugang came from the other end of the line. After a few casual exchanges, the call was hung up. He leaned back in his chair, squinting his eyes, continuing to enjoy Lu Xihua's technique. Knock, knock. A moment later, a knock sounded. "Come in." Huang Jinming pushed the door open and immediately averted his gaze upon seeing Lu Xihua, bent over massaging Su Feng, and then bowed slightly to Su Feng. "Chairman General Lu from Shana Company is here." Indeed. After taking over the controlling share of the Kowloon warehouse group, Su Feng moved the office from Jinxiu Industrial Building here. Although the former location was also respectable, it was ultimately a factory building with machines roaring below and people coming and going which could not avoid being noisy, but the Kowloon warehouse side was different. It had a bright location, convenient transportation, and opening the window revealed the twinkling lights of Victoria Bay on both sides. With the sound of the tide faintly heard, the city view easily in sight. Standing on the top floor, it indeed had a sense of standing at the pinnacle of the world. Only Lu Yunnan, Yu Qinghua, and Xieqiu had to travel all the way from North Point every day. Hearing that Lu Yunnan had arrived, Su Feng still remained with his eyes closed, only saying lightly, "Please invite him in." "Yes." Huang Jinming responded crisply, turning to the door to say to Lu Yunnan, who was waiting outside, "General Lu, the chairman invites you in." "Thank you." Lu Yunnan nodded in greeting, took a deep breath, and then stepped inside. "Boss." Huang Jinming called him chairman, but Lu Yunnan called him boss. The difference in titles was not about formality, but rather the weight in their hearts. In Huang Jinming's eyes, Su Feng was the major shareholder and Kowloon warehouse was still co-owned by many. While Lu Yunnan was different, Shana Electronics was entirely Su Feng's private property, and the boundary between master and servant had long been etched into every word of their daily interactions. Su Feng slowly opened his eyes, looking at the upright and humble Lu Yunnan before him, and simply said, "Sit." Lu Yunnan complied and took a seat. "Tell me about the company's recent situation." "Yes." He paused briefly to organize his thoughts, and then began. "Since the end of April, the company has been shipping products to various major agents. As of today, overseas sales have reached 270,000 units, primarily in Japan and the United States. Over 150,000 units sold in these two regions combined. Next are Eagle Country, France, and other places. Additionally, a new batch of agent orders has been confirmed, totaling over 340,000 units, with the United States accounting for 200,000 units. In Hong Kong, local sales have declined to about 10,000 units per month due to market saturation. Aside from new orders from May to July, the total shipment of the portable music player project reached 275,000 units, with a revenue of 1.787 billion Hong Kong dollars and a net profit of 1.483 billion Hong Kong dollars for the company. This is all the current operating data for the project." Su Feng gently nodded. This was just the beginning. With subsequent advertisements rolling out, there was still room for sales growth, especially in the United States, where monthly sales of 200,000 to 300,000 units were without question. Japan was no different. Given its population and purchasing power, consistently selling over 100,000 units a month was not out of the question. Earning nearly 1.5 billion Hong Kong dollars in just over 2 months showcased the ferocity of the electronics industry. Excluding the unpredictable financial markets and stock markets, even top cosmetics and luxury brands had to step back in its presence. Of course, this hinges entirely on your possession of something novel that others lack, and on your control over a fleeting window of opportunity no one else can breach. At the mention of something novel, Su Feng suddenly recalled 3 projects he hadn't closely followed for months: arcade machines, pagers, and Famicom gaming consoles. Each was quite literally a money-printing machine. "Where do we stand with the arcades?" he asked directly. Lu Yunnan responded without hesitation. "The hardware for the arcade machines is long complete. The bottleneck has been the game content. Development dragged on, but at last it's finally ready. Tanks Battle Contra, the King of Fighters, and Thunder Fighter will all be installed and undergo trial runs next week." He paused briefly before adding, "As for fruit machines, production poses no concern. We've already rolled out 500 units. Now the question remains, should we open our own arcade halls, or follow the same path as personal stereos and distribute through agents? This matter requires no further discussion. We will not operate physical arcade halls ourselves, neither for arcades nor for fruit machines. The old method stands: host an investment roadshow and sell the machines outright. Su Feng's tone was decisive. Though these ventures promised substantial profit, launching brick-and-mortar halls would immediately entangle them with Hong Kong's myriad triad factions. Arcade halls attracted a motley crowd. Thieves, gamblers, and thugs alike, and volatile incidents were commonplace. Worse still, local underworld bosses drawn by the scent of money would swarm in, demanding exorbitant protection fees on site. Though the Ishi society remained active, it had yet to grow strong enough to dominate every faction across Hong Kong. There was also a more pragmatic consideration: personally operating such venues would do nothing to enhance his reputation. Chasing marginal gains simply wasn't worth wading into such murky waters. Selling equipment outright yielded lower margins, but it spared him headaches, preserved dignity, and eliminated the constant vigilance against shadowy hands reaching into his ledgers. This logic was so widely understood. Even Ho Yingdong's early days with the Number Gang had long since been dredged up and dissected in gossip circles. Upon hearing Su Feng's final decision, Lu Yunan nodded immediately. He had always favored the equipment sales model, delivery settlement, and clean separation from future entanglements. And the pagers? Su Feng shifted focus to another venture. This business guaranteed steady returns for at least another decade. It was the epitome of slow, sustained growth. In his mind, the next step was to establish his own telecommunications company dedicated exclusively to building paging networks. Mobile phones? Not yet. Let pagers first mature the market. The new chipset has been finalized. Plastic injection molding machines are already on order. Launch is confirmed for early August. Lu Yunan replied crisply. Su Feng nodded. Synchronize the paging network rollout. Customers must be able to use their devices the moment they receive them. Understood. After a few concluding remarks, Lu Yunan rose to leave. Su Feng raised a hand. Wait. Lu Yunan turned and stood still, awaiting his instruction. After a moment's reflection, Su Feng said, transfer 10 billion Hong Kong dollars from the company's account. 8 billion to Xinghe Fund, 2 billion to Jinxiu Shana Film Company. In the past, capital constraints had kept expansion sluggish. Now it was time to push Gao Chenghong into action to build a cinema chain. Whether through acquiring independent theaters or constructing new ones, establishing distribution channels was imperative. Otherwise, films would sit finished on shelves with nowhere to screen, a ludicrous predicament. As for distributing through Shaw Brothers or Golden Harvest, Su Feng hadn't even considered it. Hearing yet another $10 billion allocation, Lu Yunan didn't bat an eyelash. He'd grown accustomed to it. To him, Shana Electronics was little more than a cash cow, milked relentlessly to fund other ventures. He might not fully endorse every decision, but Su Feng was the boss, and once a directive was issued, execution was non-negotiable. At least this time, over 4 billion remained, enough to sustain operations without austerity. Annal Cinema Circuit, founded in 1950 by Jiang Zui, specialized exclusively in screening Western films. As Hong Kong-produced films surged in popularity and Western imports waned, this venerable circuit, having endured over 2 decades, had shrunk into little more than a modest workshop. It operated solely through direct management, no franchises, and comprised just a single theater with 600 seats. Indeed, at that time, all cinemas in Hong Kong followed the single-screen model. The concept of multi-screen complexes did not yet exist. Though Annal lagged behind industry titans Shaw Brothers, Golden Harvest, and Lixing in scale, it held a slight edge over Shuangnan Cinema Circuit, currently managing 7 theaters, 6 located in Hong Kong and 1 in neighboring AO Island. Unlike its peers, Annal did not rely on sheer screen count. Instead, it focused primarily on film distribution, a strategy reminiscent of earlier Media Asia with established connections in Western markets as well. Having resolved to enter the film industry, Su Feng knew securing a cinema circuit was paramount. Among the 5 major circuits, Annal stood out, not backed by any conglomerate or political commercial alliance, making it in his eyes the most readily acquirable target. At Annal Cinema Circuit's headquarters, Jiang Zui's office received a visitor, a man who introduced himself as general manager of Jinxiu Shana Film Company. Mr. Jiang, it's an honor. I'm Gao Chenghong. I've come today to discuss Annal Cinema Circuit. Jinxiu Shana. Jiang Zui paused, mentally scanning the industry roster. No such company registered in his memory. Yet he recognized both Jinxiu and Shanha as separate established entities. Mr. Gao, what is your company's relationship with Jinxiu and Shanha? No direct affiliation, Gao Chenghong smiled. They simply fall under the same principle. Our principal is Mr. Su Feng. His name, I trust, is familiar to you. Jiang Zui nodded. Su Feng, who hadn't heard of him. Recent takeovers of Wharf Holdings and Hutchison Whampoa had dominated headlines for weeks. Even tea house uncles debated them daily. Mr. Su holds deep interest in the film industry. We understand you hold controlling interest in Annal Cinema Circuit, and we offer a substantial acquisition sum. What are your thoughts, Mr. Jiang? I'm sorry, Annal is not for sale. Jiang Zui declined firmly, leaving no room for negotiation. Gao Qinghong remained unruffled. Please don't refuse outright. Consider the offer before deciding. 3 million Hong Kong dollars. Cash full payment. Zhang Zui shook his head again, expression calm and resolute. Mr. Gao, I've stated clearly Anil is not for sale. No price, however high, changes that fact. Gao Qinghong paused slightly. Our sincerity is genuine. Let me raise the offer by 200,000, 3.2 million. Please reconsider. Zhang Zui met his gaze steadily. Mr. Gao, this conversation has reached its conclusion. If your sole purpose here is Anil, then I must ask you to depart. Seeing the firmness of his stance, Gao Qinghong offered no further argument. Rising, he withdrew a business card from his inner jacket pocket and presented it with both hands. My contact details. Should your position change at any time, please feel free to call. My apologies for the intrusion. After the door closed, Zhang Zui glanced down at the card, then lifted his eyes toward the doorway, his brow faintly furrowed. In Kowloon Tong, a detached villa stood quietly. A crimson sports car eased slowly through its iron gates. Two young men with dyed blonde hair stood at the entrance. Spotting the vehicle, they waved eagerly. As the car came to a stop, they hurried forward. Brother Chong, why the delay? We've waited over half an hour. The acne-scarred youth beside the passenger seat spoke first. Ugh, got scolded by my dad again. Zhang Ziqiang tossed his hair, dismissively, irritation plain on his face. Old people talk too much. Same lines over and over, go find something respectable to do. It's maddening. He turned to ask Daozi, where are we headed tonight? Daozi was the pock-marked blonde youth. A new bar has opened in North Point called Sky Above Clouds Below. It is said to have a high standard with many beautiful girls and even some foreigners, who are exceptionally fair-skinned. Should we go take a look? Are there really foreigners? Zhang Ziqiang's eyes lit up. I can't guarantee, but I've heard that the girls inside are indeed beautiful, many of whom have come from Helan and the drama troops, as well as models from the runway. There's a high entry fee, though. It costs 200 just to get in. 200. Zhang Ziqiang scoffed. Let's go to this Sky Above Clouds Below you mentioned. Another guy with yellow hair in the back immediately broke into a grin upon hearing this. Daozi rubbed his hands together. Now that Zhang Ziqiang was leading the way, they could finally check out this legendary Sky Above Clouds Below and see if it truly lived up to the hype. The wheels spun, racing down the road. The journey to North Point Sky Above Clouds Below should have taken an hour, but Zhang Ziqiang pressed the accelerator to the floor and arrived in just 38 minutes. The last hint of gray-blue faded from the sky and the neon lights flickered to life. The four large characters Sky Above Clouds Below hung atop the building, entwined with colorful lights dazzling from afar. A long line had already formed at the entrance. Wow, that girl is stunning, one companion exclaimed, eyes wide. Zhang Xiao, look. Everyone is in ultra-short shorts. Those legs are so fair, absolutely captivating. Zhang Xiao, check out that one. A foreign girl. Tisk tisk, she's definitely a foreign treasure with legs that reach her waist, wild and spicy. Just as he finished speaking, two security guards in black suits swiftly approached. Upon confirming they were there to have fun, one immediately pointed, please park in this designated area. The three got out of the car and walked towards the main entrance. As they walked, they scanned the crowd. Most of the girls in line were in their early 20s with short skirts and high waistlines revealing their thighs without hesitation. There were European girls with blonde hair and blue eyes, as well as Japanese and Korean ladies, and even brown-skinned beauties from Brazil, each looking like they had just stepped off the runway with narrow shoulders and wide hips, their curves stunning. It was this diverse group of equally fiery women that made Sky Above Clouds Below a household name in just 6 days after opening, becoming an unspoken paradise for men. However, it was not cheap here. The entry fee was $200, and once inside you couldn't just sit idly, right? You'd need to drink, order snacks, and it would be embarrassing to just sip a beer without a few girls accompanying you. By the time you finished ordering, you'd be spending at least $2,000 to $3,000, and if you really wanted to take someone away, the starting fee was $1,000 with no upper limit, as $20,000 or $30,000 was quite normal. For an average office worker saving for half a year, it might not even be enough to step through that door. Yet the more unattainable it seemed, the more it lingered in their minds. Just as they queued up, they suddenly noticed someone walking straight in with a bag without even bothering to queue. The three immediately shouted, hey, why doesn't he have to wait? The security guard quickly approached with a calm tone. Sorry, this gentleman is a VIP using the exclusive passage. Upon hearing VP Zhang Ziqiang's anger subsided, and he only asked, how does one become a VIP here? Sir, a deposit of 10,000 Hong Kong dollars gets you the initial VIP. No queue, exclusive parking. He raised an eyebrow. So there are higher tiers. Yes, there are advanced VIPs and diamond VIPs. He didn't ask about the advanced tier and directly inquired about the highest diamond VIP. How do I get that? The security guard smiled amicably. A one-time deposit of 200,000 Hong Kong dollars. This includes 20% off all drinks, a private garage, personal security, and a private butler. 200,000. Zhang Ziqiang felt a jolt in his heart. His family's assets were around 20 to 30 million, but that was his father's account. His own monthly allowance was barely 20,000. Where would he get 200,000 to throw around? Yet watching the long line move and seeing those fiery figures gradually enter the bar, his throat tightened and he simply wanted to get in and see for himself. Was it really as incredible as the legends said? Alright, let's get a VIP card first. The smile on the security guard's face instantly brightened. They earned a commission for signing people up. In recent days they had staged several VIP flash entries just to attract people like him today. Sure enough, they had hooked another one. Thinking of the guaranteed $100 commission in his pocket, he straightened up and gestured, "Sir, please follow me this way." The three followed through the members' passage, stepping into the bar amid the envious gazes of many. Jiang Ziqiang lifted his chin slightly, and his steps became a bit lighter. As they pushed the door open, their eyes were immediately greeted with a stunning sight. In the center was a resplendent dance floor with the DJ booth flashing lights. In a rhythmic explosion, several tall blonde foreign girls were swaying their waists to the beat, their movements bold and uninhibited. Mesmerizing purplured beams swept over their glistening collarbones and undulating backs, complemented by a row of waitresses in fluffy rabbit-ear bodysuits. Jiang Ziqiang and his companions were momentarily stunned, their eyes wide. "Changge, this is what I call class." Daozi's mouth dropped open, his Adam's apple bobbing, his words stumbling. Jiang Ziqiang was equally dumbfounded. He had frequented many bars and nightclubs in the past, but a place like Sky Above Clouds Below not only had stunning girls, but even the uniforms exuded a seductive allure that made one's blood race. He almost shouted out loud, ready to dive straight into that fragrant crowd. "Ladies, please come this way to process your membership card." The security guard signaled to the front desk, and without hesitation Jiang Ziqiang took out his money to get the card, then was led to an exclusive booth. "Mr. Jiang, what would you like to order?" Just as he settled in, a male waiter approached with a tray, his voice bright. "Wow, so Changge's family owns a film company. That's amazing. No wonder you have such a different aura. Changge, I want to be a movie star so much." Several hot girls gathered around, with one leaning against Jiang Ziqiang's arm, softly rubbing against him and acting coy. He smiled, placing his wine glass on the edge of the table, casually pulling the girl beside him into his embrace, laughing openly and intimately. "Want to be a star? It's not that easy. You need to seize opportunities and dare to reach out." As his words trailed off, his hand had already slid over her back's curve, gently pressing at her waist. The woman giggled, her eyes sparkling, and her hand around his arm tightened a bit more, her nose nearly brushing against his ear. "Changge, I will hold on tight." As her fingers just slipped half an inch down the edge of her clothing, a middle-aged man dressed in a dark gray butler suit approached quietly, wearing a polite smile. "Hello, Mr. Jiang, sorry to disturb you. May I ask if you are interested in participating in tonight's member entertainment event?" "Member entertainment event?" Jiang Ziqiang was taken aback. "What is that?" The butler explained unhurriedly. "Every night we hold a small member gathering on the second floor, limited to cardholders only. You are a junior member, just eligible to enter. Would you like to join me?" "Join? I must join," he answered readily, but inwardly he was calculating just the chance to see what this was all about. "All right, Mr. Jiang, please follow me." The butler stepped aside to let him through, his arm slightly raised, adopting a standard guiding posture. Jiang Ziqiang still had one hand resting on the woman's waist, turning back to Daozi and a Biao, calling out loudly, "Let's go experience this member entertainment event." "Sorry, Mr. Jiang," the butler interjected softly. "The entertainment event is limited to members only." "Oh." He glanced down at the girl in his arms, and then turned to ask, "Can she come in with me?" The butler maintained his smile. "Of course, each member can bring one female attendant from our establishment along." Jiang Ziqiang nodded and turned to Daozi and the others, speaking casually. "Did you hear that? It's the rules. It's not that I don't want to take you with me." Daozi immediately waved his hand. "No worries, Changge. You go have your fun, and I'll just drink with a Biao here while waiting for you." "All right, I'll find you later." He nodded to the butler. "Let's go." The three of them ascended the staircase, stepping onto the long corridor on the second floor. On both sides of the corridor, every 10 steps, stood 2 security guards in black suits, standing upright with calm expressions. This display only heightened Jiang Ziqiang's curiosity. What could be hidden behind that door? Turning right at the end of the corridor, they halted. The 2 men at the door quickly checked the cards, and then pushed open the heavy wooden door. The butler stopped, turned, and smiled. "Mr. Jiang, this is where I leave you." "Thanks." He patted the curvaceous backside of the woman in his arms, leaning close to her ear and whispering, "Honey, let's go in and see what's inside. What kind of wildness lies within?" The woman smiled softly, tiptoeing to wrap her arm around his, and they stepped in together. "Wow, I never expected this kind of play inside." The scene before them was bustling with noise, the sound of dice clattering and chips clinking, and Jiang Ziqiang's eyes lit up immediately. Aside from the usual gambling was the thing he cared about the most in his life. He had sneaked over to the neighboring Aodao Island to try his luck in his early years, only to be dragged back by his father, who gave him a thorough beating. Not to mention that place was full of chaos and underhanded dealings, and he never returned after that. However, he was quite familiar with the hidden establishments in Xiangjiang, having frequented them often. "Let's go take a look." With an itch in his palm, he spoke as he lifted his foot to stride forward. Several tables were neatly arranged, chips piled into small mountains glimmering coldly. He watched for a few rounds, growing increasingly restless, and casually stopped a waiter in a black suit to inquire about the exchange rules. At the exchange window, he swiftly swiped a card for 10,000, receiving a neatly stacked pile of chips in return. He thought it would last him half the day, but to his surprise, after betting on just 3 or 4 rounds, everything he had slipped into the dealer's pocket. He cursed inwardly. This luck was simply feeding the dogs. The woman beside him, however, leaned in with a bright smile. "Changge, let's go again. That last round you were so close." He patted himself down, turning his pockets inside out. His wallet was empty, his credit card maxed out, and he even pulled out the last 2 coins from his cigarette pack. Just as he was feeling anxious, a man wearing gold-rimmed glasses approached with a badge reading "Manager" on his chest. Speaking in a calm tone, he said, "Mr. Jiang, we offer a credit limit to our members, allowing you to borrow first and pay back later." Hearing that he could borrow and catching the glint in the woman's eyes, Jiang Ziqiang felt a rush in his throat and blurted out, "Give me 50,000 in chips." With the chips in hand, he immediately rushed to the blackjack table, doubling his bets, his heart racing in sync with the dealer revealing the cards. With every win, the woman would let out a soft gasp, her eyes shining as she looked up at him, as if gazing at a suddenly emerging mountain of gold. His internal anxiety crackled with fervor. But how could a casino have a consistent winner? Not long after, the 50,000 quietly vanished without a trace. Not yet satisfied, he turned back to find the manager. This time his voice was a bit heavier as he spoke. 200,000. This round dragged on for a while. He smoked half a pack, and his coffee went cold 3 times, but the outcome remained unchanged. Loss. With red eyes and trembling fingers, he headed for the manager's office for the 3rd time. The woman grabbed his sleeve. "Changge, how about another day? Today's cards are really not in your favor." "What nonsense." He shook her off. "I refuse to believe it can keep pressing down on me." When they met again, the manager handed him a pen and a form. Without even looking, he signed his name hastily. 500,000 quick. By the time he dashed back to the gambling table like the wind, the door of the exchange room behind him had just closed, but a figure had already emerged from the gap. "Lu Wenlong. Brother Long." The manager immediately straightened his back and stood respectfully. Lu Wenlong sat down leisurely, crossing his legs, his gaze following Jiang Ziqiang's retreating figure, the corners of his mouth curling slightly. "How much?" 750,000. When it reaches 200,000, let me know immediately." "Yes." He stood up and patted the manager's shoulder before turning to leave. Meanwhile, Jiang Ziqiang clutched the 500,000 in chips and rushed to the stud table, betting everything right away. He lost faster than before, 5 rounds clean and tidy. "Damn. Today I'm going to see if this bad luck has any end." He dug his nails into his palm, his mind consumed by a single thought: to turn the tide. The manager followed him, speaking in a tone that was neither high nor low. "Mr. Jiang, your total borrowed amount is 750,000. "What? 750,000? He abruptly turned his head, his pupils constricting. The manager opened the ledger, pointing to 3 lines. "First time 5,000, second time 20,000, third time 50,000. Your signatures are all here." The borrowing note was laid out before him, black and white, along with his flamboyant signature. His throat went dry and a chill ran down his back. 750,000. If his father found out, he would probably smash his shins with a rolling pin. But if he didn't borrow, the money he lost would take him 3 years of not eating or drinking to fill this hole. "Mr. Jiang, do you wish to continue borrowing?" The manager's question was like a thin thread, gently wrapping around the last bit of clarity he had, snapping it away. "Just one more round. Just one round. What if you won?" He clenched his jaw, staring at the manager, speaking slowly and clearly. "Borrow 1 million. The casino manager didn't say much, waiting for Jiang Ziqiang to sign the loan agreement before pushing a stack of chips worth 1 million towards him. Jiang Ziqiang gripped the chips tightly and turned towards the gambling table. An hour later, he approached the exchange desk for the 3rd time, just about to ask to borrow again, when the manager looked up and said, "Mr. Jiang, you have borrowed a total of 2 million. Your personal limit has been reached." "What?" Jiang Ziqiang frowned. The manager replied evenly, "At your level, the limit is 2 million. Want to continue borrowing? Fine. First, let's settle the old debt." Jiang Ziqiang's eyes reddened, unwilling to admit defeat. He stepped forward, raising his voice, but the manager's smile had vanished, his voice as cold as ice. "Mr. Jiang, please leave." For dark shadows silently surrounded him. 2 security guards in black suits blocked the exit, while the other 2 stood half a step behind him. Jiang Ziqiang gulped, his anger instantly doused, and he lowered his head to leave. In the following days, debt collectors came in turns. He had long spent the money at the gaming table, his pockets cleaner than his face, and could only deflect repeatedly. "Next week it will definitely be in." However, he hadn't accounted for the compounding interest, which was swelling day by day. Half a month later, a figure emerged from the shady corner of the alley, smoking a cigarette. With sunglasses covering half his face, he twirled a small knife in his left hand, his right shoulder slightly shrugging, grinning widely to reveal white teeth. "Mr. Jiang, the deadline has arrived. 320,000, it needs to be settled." It was Yu Lu Wenlong's right-hand man from the Iha Society. Behind him stood 4 burly men, their muscular arms bulging with veins, their eyes devoid of warmth. "I only borrowed 2 million. Jiang Ziqiang blurted out. "Principal, Mr. Jiang, there are rules in borrowing money. How can you not pay interest?" He laughed dryly in anger. So according to your theory, the extra million is all interest. Exactly. Yu tilted his head, pointing the knife upwards. You're charging high interest. Yu-Hu's expression darkened, his eyes squinting behind the sunglasses, and he grunted, does that mean you don't want to pay back? Jiang Ziqiang's back stiffened, beads of sweat trickling down his temples as he hurriedly waved his hand. Brother, you misunderstand. I will definitely pay back the money. It's just that the amount is too large. Oh, please allow me 2 more days to arrange it. A sharp slap echoed, leaving his ears ringing. Oh, another strike, causing his mouth to bleed. A grace period. Do you really think I'm performing a play? I have been dragging this on for half a month. With a wave of his hand, 4 men immediately pounced on him, raining down punches and kicks. Jiang Ziqiang curled up on the ground, enduring a few blows, his voice hoarse as he shouted, stop hitting me. I admit it. I will gather the money right away. Yu crouched down, ash from his cigarette falling onto Jiang Ziqiang's forehead. You have 3 days left. If you drag this out any longer, he paused, the blade of his hand lightly grazing his palm. You'll have to weigh your own options. Jiang Ziqiang repeatedly nodded, his forehead bumping against the cement floor. Yu stood up and waved his hand behind him. Let's go. In the northern corner, clouds gathered in the sky. On the 3rd floor, Lu Wenlong pulled a pack of cigarettes from his inner pocket, tossing one to Yu across the table. He lit one for himself, took a couple of puffs, and asked, what are the arrangements for wrapping things up with Jiang Ziqiang? When do we act? Yu exhaled a cloud of white smoke, grinning widely. In the next couple of days. Lu Wenlong nodded. Hurry. Nangu just called pressing for results. Understood. Yu flicked the ash from his cigarette. Tomorrow, I will bring people directly to his door. Lu Wenlong paused and said, once this is taken care of, I want you to lead people into Causeway Bay. What do you think? Causeway Bay. Yu suddenly looked up, a spark of excitement in his eyes. Long ago, is Nangu really going to take serious action against the other factions? Lu Wenlong slowly shook his head, smoke swirling in the air. We can't go head to head. If it comes to blows, the first ones to be crushed by the police will be our society. We need to first test the waters in Causeway Bay. We won't touch the hard-nosed factions like the Number Gang. We'll clear out the smaller players first. Let's see how the He Sheng and those major factions react before deciding on the next step. Yu interjected, in my opinion, there's no need to beat around the bush. Anyone who stands in our way should be dealt with directly. With our current foundation, we won't suffer losses, even if we go toe-a-toe with Xian, Ian, He Sheng, and the others. Yu frowned, filled with confusion. Lu Wenlong raised an eyebrow, irritatedly huffing. The Underworld isn't about brute force, it requires strategy. Resorting to violence is a last-ditch effort. It's a foolish method when there are no alternatives. He paused, then waved his hand dismissively. Forget it, explaining this to you is akin to playing music to a cow. Yu scratched the back of his head, falling silent. That night, Jiang Zui returned home, finding himself at the dining table with his 2 sons. A glance around revealed the clear imprint of 5 red marks on his youngest son's left cheek, and his brow immediately furrowed. Ziqiang, what happened to your face? Jiang Ziqiang, lost in thought about where to gather money, was caught off guard by his father's call, momentarily stunned, and looked up at him blankly. Seeing his son's dazed expression, Jiang Zui's heart sank. He gestured to his own cheek. I'm asking about the mark on your face. Did you get into trouble again? Oh, how could that be, Dad? It's really nothing. It was just a playful scuffle with friends, and I accidentally bumped into something. Though he spoke lightly, his eyes quickly darted away, unable to meet Jiang Zui's gaze. Little brother, Jiang Ziwen picked up some vegetables with his chopsticks, glancing up with a tone laced with suspicion. Why do I see that mark? Looks like 5 fingerprints. Jiang Ziqiang instinctively covered his face, giving a dry laugh. Brother, you're just seeing things. That's really nothing like that. Is that so? But the outline is clearly a handprint. Jiang Ziwen set down his chopsticks, staring at him intently. You didn't really get into a fight, did you? Before he could finish, Jiang Zui slammed his hand on the table, his voice rising sharply. Are you still going to play dumb? Confess to me. Jiang Ziqiang shuddered, his shoulders slumping as he stammered out the whole story. What? Jiang Zui's voice cracked, and he shot up from his chair, his face flushed red as he fixed a furious glare on his youngest son. You actually went to a casino and lost 2 million. I'm going to beat you to death for being such a waste. He shouted, turning around to grab a bamboo broom from the corner, ready to charge at him. Dad, please don't. Jiang Ziwen hurriedly stepped forward to grab his father's wrist. You disgraceful child. How many times have I told you? Have you grown tumors on your ears? You never learn. Jiang Zui's chest heaved violently, his finger jabbing Jiang Ziqiang's forehead as he shouted, shaking the entire room. Get out. Get out right now. I never want to see you again in my life. Little brother, why aren't you coming to apologize? Jiang Ziwen's tone was stern, though there was an undercurrent of urgency. Jiang Ziqiang slowly stood up, bending his knees and kneeling on the cold cement floor with a thud, his head bowed low. Dad, I was wrong. I really won't do it again. I won't gamble anymore. Not do it again. Jiang Zui sneered. Count it on your fingers. How many times has it been? Last time you owed 1 million on AO Island, and this time, directly doubled 2 million. Jiang Ziqiang swallowed hard, mumbling, Dad. They said, It's 350,000. What a... Zhang Zui's eyes widened, abruptly shaking off his eldest son's hand, his voice tearing through the air. Get away. If I don't deal with him today, I'm not fit to be a father. Back then that bullet was less painful than hitting the wall. As his words fell, he kicked forcefully. Caught off guard, Zhang Ziqiang fell heavily to the ground, biting his teeth to suppress his voice. Just as the second kick was about to land, Zhang Ziwen stepped forward to block the way. Dad, you've yelled and cursed. The most urgent matter now is to save him. Ziqiang said if he doesn't gather the money in 2 days, those people will really kill him. Oomph. Zhang Zui gasped for breath, glaring at the kneeling figure of his youngest son, gritting his teeth. Let him die out there. At least I won't have to deal with his nonsense every day. Zhang Ziwen sighed, turning to look at his brother, his expression growing serious. Ziqiang, this time is too outrageous. Over 300,000. How could you dare to borrow it? Zhang Ziqiang bit his lip, remaining silent. Having scolded enough and vented half his anger, Zhang Zui stared at his youngest son huddled on the ground, feeling a tightness in his chest, but blood is thicker than water. He couldn't really let them cut off his fingers or chop off his ears. He let out a long sigh, irritably rubbing his face, his voice hoarse. Speak. From beginning to end, not a single word can be left out. Zhang Ziwen gently nudged his brother's back. Zhang Ziqiang took the initiative to speak, recounting everything that had happened. After listening, Zhang Zui's face turned ashen, his brows knitting tightly. The anger he had just suppressed flared up again, his lips turning white as he spoke in a voice as heavy as a stone slab. You owe 2 million at the gambling den, and in half a month it escalated to 350,000. Zhang Ziqiang lowered his head, nodding slightly. Dad. Zhang Ziwen slammed the armrest of the sofa, his voice tense. This is clearly extortion. It's usury. An extra 1,500,000 in just 15 days. What is this if not robbery? Let's just call the police and let them handle it. Zhang Zui shot a cold glance at his eldest son, his eyes as sharp as a knife cutting through ice, his words devoid of warmth. Did you really borrow 2 million from them? They can afford an entire building for their bar and club. Do you think they would fear you calling the police? Do you believe this? Before you even finish dialing, our whole family could end up in the morgue. Zhang Ziwen choked on his words, the lump in his throat making it hard to speak, beads of sweat breaking out on his forehead, a chill running down his spine. The more he thought about it, the more afraid he became, convinced that the other party could really do this. So, what now? His voice was weak. Zhang Zi remained silent, hunched over, hands clenched behind his back, slowly making his way to the study. Only the two brothers remained in the room, standing face to face, neither daring to speak again. The next morning, as Zhang Ziwen just started the car and drove out of the iron gate, a group of about 20 people suddenly surged in from both ends of the road, each wielding iron rods and wooden sticks, their faces brutish and their eyes fierce enough to bite. He froze on the spot, his palms clammy with cold sweat. Bang! 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 A man with a shaved head and a thick gold chain around his neck stepped forward, his fist heavily pounding on the hood of the car. Get out. Zhang Ziwen gripped the steering wheel tightly, his voice trembling. Big brother. Is there some kind of mistake? Mistake? The man scoffed, a cold smile spreading across his lips. Your brother owes us over 3 million. Where's the misunderstanding? Get him out. Hey! The surrounding people immediately closed in, their sticks crashing against the car, the glass vibrating ominously. In just a few moments, the car door was yanked open and Zhang Ziwen was dragged out by his arms, pushed directly in. The man flipped his right hand and a dagger flashed out with a swish, the back of the blade slowly gliding across Zhang Ziwen's left cheek, the coldness piercing to the bone, yet not breaking the skin. All right, then pay back the money and we can talk things over. The man grinned, the tip of the knife lightly poking Zhang Ziwen's Adam's apple. Otherwise, I'll send your whole family to meet the king of hell. Open the door. Zhang Ziwen trembled as he took out the keys, personally pushing open the iron gate. Go. A swarm of people rushed in. Inside, Zhang Zui and Zhang Ziqiang heard the commotion and rushed to the door just as they collided with the group blocking the courtyard. Dad. Seeing his father, Zhang Ziwen's legs went weak, nearly collapsing to the ground. Dad, they're here to collect the debt. Slap. A hard slap landed on his face, the sound ringing in his ears, stars appearing in his vision. Can't you speak? What do you mean by collecting debt? It's collecting the debt. Do you understand the rules? The burly man looked Zhang Zui up and down, then grinned at Zhang Ziqiang. Zhang Ziqiang, time's up. It's time to settle the account. Zhang Ziqiang's face turned pale, his fingers unconsciously digging into his palm. Zhang Zui stared at the brutish face, his chest heaving for a moment before he slowly spoke. What should I call you? You can call me brother. Who tilted his head with a smile, his gold chain swaying. So you're Zhang Ziqiang's father. You look quite respectable, but unfortunately your son owes us 350,000 Hong Kong dollars and today is the last day. Pay back the money, or should I book a one-way ticket for your entire family to Southeast Asia? Zhang Zui took a deep breath, his gaze heavy on you. Huss face, brother, I can find a way to get the money. But as long as I pay it off, you guarantee that you will never step into my house again, nor harm anyone in my family. You shrugged. Debt cleared, people leave, never look back. Good. Zhang Zui nodded, turning to walk inside. You leisurely added, his tone light and cold. Sure. But I advise you, don't try any tricks. Call the police. We couldn't even be bothered to remember which way the police station's door opens. 350,000 Hong Kong dollars. Can Jiang Zui come up with that? He indeed has 20 to 30 million, but that's all in land deeds, shares, and unrealized assets. His bank account doesn't even have enough for the change. These past few years, Jiahe's momentum has been too strong, and the Western market has gradually shrunk. The company's finances were already tight. Where could he squeeze out such a huge sum? The only way out left now was to sell the cinema line. That's right. Last night, Jiang Zui sat in the study. After weighing it repeatedly, he decided that agreeing to Gao Qinghong's acquisition terms was the only way to survive. He took out a business card, paused for 2 seconds, and dialed the number on it. Beep, beep, beep. Hello, who's this? As the voice on the other end fell, Jiang Zui took a slow breath and exhaled before speaking. Hello, is this Mr. Gao from Jinxiu Shana Film Company? Who are you? I'm Jiang Zui from Anil. Oh, Mr. Jiang. I've heard a lot about you. Please go ahead. Mr. Gao, I've decided to transfer Anil Cinema line to your company as a whole. Gao Qinghong's tone lifted slightly, suppressing a laugh. Sure, I'll send someone over to discuss it in detail tomorrow. Jiang Zui's heart tightened at this response. Mr. Gao, let's be straightforward. Can someone come over right now? Now. It really is a bit rushed. Besides, we just acquired Lixing Cinema line, and Mr. Su seems to have some reservations about the price he quoted last time. Jiang Zui's throat constricted, anger surging to his temples, his fingers almost crushing the receiver, but he swallowed his anger, his voice tense. Mr. Gao, is this a change of plans? Mr. Jiang misunderstood. It's not that I want to back out, it's that the situation has changed. Previously we were eager to fill a gap, but now that Lixing has been secured, the pace is naturally different. Don't you think so? So what does Mr. Gao mean? How much are you planning to offer this time? Jiang Zui's voice was as cold as frost. 25 million. No way. That's too low, he replied firmly. Anil may only have 7 cinemas, but they are all cell phone properties and independently operated, with 6 located in prime areas of Kowloon and 1 on Outao, all deeds under his name. The most I can add is 3 million, that's the maximum. If we can't reach an agreement, then we're done. Jiang Zui felt a painful tightness in his chest, nearly throwing the receiver. He closed his eyes, counted to 3, then spoke again. Then let's negotiate. After some back and forth, they finally settled on 29 million. Jiang Zui insisted on an immediate transaction. Gao Qinghong, well aware that Anil's financial chain had stretched to its limit, readily agreed. An hour later, the two sides met at Zhang's residence, the agreement signed and sealed. As he was about to leave, Gao Qinghong glanced out at the gray sky outside, a slight smile tugging at his lips, and he didn't say anything further. Only Jiang Zui remained in the living room, his face as dark as the sea before a storm. The news quickly reached Su Feng's ears. After listening, he raised an eyebrow. Nice and clean. Anil had landed, and the next step was Lixing. The Lixing Cinemas is currently one of the 3 major cinema chains in Xiangjiang, with a foundation far thicker than Anil. It was founded by the Lei family of Julong Jianya, starting with 4 theaters. Last year it swallowed up 4 more medium and large cinemas, bringing the total to 8. For many years it has been rented out to Jiahe, essentially acting as a sub-chain for them. Gao Qinghong paused slightly, raising his eyes to look at Su Feng, and then continued. According to reliable information, Lei Jukin does not intend to renew the lease. Moreover, he has been frequently contacting several independent cinema owners privately, clearly indicating that he wants to establish a new cinema chain to compete with Jiahe and Shaw Brothers. Oh, Su Feng's eyes flickered, already understanding 7 or 8 parts of it in his heart. Lixing would later become the predecessor of the Jingu Master Cinemas. Lei Jukin's current move is nothing more than his unwillingness to remain in the supporting role. While Jiahe feasts, he barely gets a taste of the broth. In earlier years, Lixing did not have its own production studio and could only screen low-budget films from independent companies, earning the derisive title of patchwork cinema within the industry. Those films were poorly made and audiences were reluctant to buy tickets, leading to a plummeting reputation. Eventually, they could not sustain themselves and had to rent the entire chain, to Jiahe barely surviving on the rental income, neither losing nor gaining. Although Su Feng has secured Anil, what kind of spectacle can 6 cinemas support? Establishing a cinema chain from scratch would yield no visible results in a short time. Therefore, acquiring Lixing is the most straightforward route. With this thought in mind, Su Feng extended 2 fingers towards Gao Qinghong, indicating 2 things. The first thing, do whatever it takes to acquire as many independent cinemas as you can. Use any means necessary. If it really becomes impossible, consult Feng Xiaonan, he can handle it. The second thing, immediately arrange a meeting with Lei Jukin. Just say I want to see him. Su Feng pondered this matter, realizing that sending Gao Qinghong to negotiate would not intimidate Lei Jukin. Only by personally stepping in would it carry enough weight. With his current foundation and reputation, when Lei Jukin hears this, he will undoubtedly weigh it carefully. In plain terms, it is all about leveraging one's influence to speak. First courtesy, then force. If he does not relent, then take action. Zhou Deguang has 2 cinemas in hand. He initially made his fortune in plastic flowers, accumulating a few million. Later, when the flower market cooled down and competitors undercut prices, he simply sold off the factory and took the money abroad for a tour. Upon returning to Hong Kong, he switched to running a wig factory. The products were solid, and by chance he caught the attention of an M-country businessman visiting Hong Kong, closing a deal on the spot and earning a nice sum. After a few successful collaborations, Zhou Deguang felt reassured. When the next batch of goods was sent, the other party said they were tight on funds and would delay payment for a month. He thought about it, having kept his word in previous dealings, and nodded in agreement. Who would have thought this time it wasn't a delay but a scam? Over a month passed, and the money was nowhere to be seen. The phone was unreachable. He flew to M-country, heading straight to the other party's company, only to find the main door tightly shut. The people had vanished without a trace. After wasting several days there with nothing to show for it, he returned to Hong Kong in embarrassment. This deal cost him nearly $1 million. He almost lost everything he had earned before. With no orders, and the local Hong Kong market unable to absorb wigs, he had to try finding business elsewhere. However, old customers overseas already had fixed suppliers, who would easily switch. He spent over half a month trying to negotiate outside, but didn't even get a proper quote, ultimately having to close up shop and go home. Thus the wig factory was shut down. Coincidentally, a friend in the film industry advised him cinemas are lucrative, the next 10 years will be a boom period. He also loved watching movies, and in a moment of excitement, he invested all his savings of several million into opening 2 medium-sized independent cinemas. Not to mention making a profit. Breaking even would be considered a blessing. Want to squeeze into Jiahe or Shaw Brothers cinemas? Sure, but the revenue share would be reduced to just over 10%, not even reaching 20%. Not entering the major cinema chains. The film sources would immediately dry up, leaving only those pieced together from small companies. Low quantity, poor quality, and audiences would not buy it. After more than 3 years, he could only barely make ends meet. During his free time, Zhou Deguang couldn't help but scold himself. How could he have trusted that friend's words? If only he had invested money in real estate back then, he might have already multiplied his fortune several times. The more he thought about it, the more frustrated he became. That day, he was once again holed up in his office sipping tea. Knock, knock. A knock sounded at the door. Come in. Upon opening the door, a stranger entered. Zhou Deguang. Are you Zhou Deguang, Mr. Zhou? That's me. Hello, Mr. Zhou. I'm Gao Chenghong, the head of a film company. I came here today to discuss something with you. Gao Chenghong smiled, extending his hand, his palm warm and his smile genuine. Hello. Zhou Deguang quickly stood up to shake hands. After a few pleasantries, he could not sit still and asked directly, Mr. Gao just mentioned there's something to discuss. May I ask what it is? Gao Chenghong gently placed his teacup back on the table, still smiling. Here's the thing. Our boss intends to expand the company and is considering acquiring several cinemas to establish our own chain. Once the films are made, we won't have to rely on others. We can screen them ourselves. Zhou Deguang nodded, then smiled. Mr. Gao, your boss? Could it be Mr. Lei? Mr. Lei? Gao Chenghong raised his eyebrows slightly. Yes. Zhou Deguang smiled. Mr. Lei Jukin from Jiulong Bashi and Jiulong Jianya. Oh, is that him? Our boss doesn't have the surname Lei. His surname is Su. Gao Chenghong waved his hand, his tone indifferent. Oh, I really thought it was Mr. Lei. Zhou Deguang was taken aback, his eyebrows slightly raised. Gao Chenghong did not beat around the bush and got straight to the point. Mr. Zhou, for those 2 cinemas under your management, our Jingxiashan company is offering $7.5 million. Will you sell? Zhou Deguang's eyes darted slightly, then shook his head. Mr. Gao, this price is too low. Although my 2 cinemas are not top tier, they are located in prime areas in Mongkok and Sham Shuipa. Earlier, Mr. Lei offered $10 million, and I didn't budge. A $7.5 million. How could I sell? Gao Chenghong did not waste words, his voice turned serious. $8 million. If you agree, we'll sign. If not, I'll leave right now. The capital he invested a few years ago, including property and renovations, totaled just over $6 million. Selling for $8 million would net him over $100,000, which is considered safe. But Zhou Deguang still wanted to push for more. $8 million is still too little. How about this? I won't ask for $10 million. Let's settle for $9 million. Is that acceptable? Gao Chenghong did not reply, his expression cold as he stood and walked towards the door. Zhou Deguang was taken aback, seeing him genuinely about to leave. He hurriedly stood up and called out, Mr. Gao, hold on. I'll sell. Gao Chenghong paused, his steps the corner of his mouth subtly curling up. Then he turned back expressionlessly, sitting down again to discuss the details. At the same time, in a private room on the top floor of the Marco Polo Hong Kong Hotel in Julong Harbor, Su Feng and Lei Jukin sat across from each other. The table was adorned with exquisite snacks and fragrant tea wafted before them. Upon hearing that Su Feng was interested in acquiring the Lixing cinemas he owned, Lei Jukin's expression became slightly stagnant. He did not rush to respond, but instead raised his eyes to look at Su Feng. Mr. Su, may I ask a question? Su Feng smiled slightly and nodded. Please go ahead. He truly couldn't fathom it. Why would someone like Su Feng fixate on this unprofitable, labor-intensive venture? You surely know I own Jinxiu Garment Co. Ltd. Don't you, Lei Sheng? Su Feng asked, lifting his teacup with a light sip. Lei Juoken nodded. Jinxiu Apparel had long reigned as Hong Kong's premier domestic clothing brand. Its renown was universal. I intend to use film as a springboard to seamlessly integrate my own products into the narrative. And another layer of meaning. Su Feng paused, then lifted his gaze with a knowing smile, his expression layered with quiet implication. Lei Juoken fell silent. Inwardly, he muttered product placement. Likely just a pretext. What he truly sought was probably to stage a cinematic platform and casually charm a few admirers along the way. The more he pondered, the more stifled he felt. Yet he had no choice but to weigh the risks. Refusing would invite calamity. Who was Su Feng? Even the Li Xianlin family had fallen beneath his hand. Lei Juoken knew full well his own stature paled in comparison. Confronting Su Feng Heiden would leave not even bone fragments behind. After prolonged deliberation, Lei Juoken finally relented. Just a casual foray. Why resist so stubbornly? He broke into a cordial smile and turned to Su Feng. Mr. Su Licing Cinema Circuit, I cede it to you. Excellent. Let's proceed to the details. Thereafter, the two men began negotiating Licing's acquisition price. Su Feng spoke decisively, $43 million. Upon hearing the figure, Lei Juoken didn't hesitate. He simply nodded in agreement. The following day, both parties formally signed the transfer contract. Having acquired Licing and Annal, the third and fourth-ranked cinema circuits in Hong Kong, Gao Chenghong delivered further good news. 3 independent mid-sized cinemas and 4 small-scale theaters had been swiftly absorbed. Thus, Su Feng's cinema portfolio now totaled 22 venues, 21 in Hong Kong, 1 in Macau. Meanwhile, Hong Kong's total number of cinemas had dwindled from over 180 at its 1969 zenith to fewer than 80. Shanghai Cinema Circuit ranked first in Hong Kong with 21 screens, 5 more than Shaw Brothers' 16. Yet it must be clarified those 16 Hong Kong venues represented merely the tip of Shaw's vast empire. The Shaw family's true stronghold lay in Singapore. Their circuit spanned Southeast Asia, operating for decades with over 130 cell phone theaters, and including long-term managed venues, the total exceeded 200, solidifying their status as the region's undisputed leader. Otherwise, how could Sir Run Shaw maintain his perennial position among Hong Kong's top 20 wealthiest individuals, relying solely on TVB's broadcast shares and Shaw Brothers' modest local holdings? What truly underpinned his fortune was an extensive silver screen network across Singapore, Malaysia, Thailand, and Vietnam, alongside integrated commercial real estate developments. On September 3rd, all equity transfers were finalized. Su Feng, accompanied by Gao Chenghong and other core executives of Jinxiu Shanghai Film Company, held a press conference at the Marco Polo Hong Kong Hotel in Harbor City. Nearly all attending journalists were familiar faces. Word of Su Feng's personal appearance had drawn them early. They came not only because he was Hong Kong's undisputed wealthiest man, but also because, given his stature, any public appearance signaled something extraordinary, never mere routine publicity. Without a genuine headline, he simply wouldn't show up. Hey, any guesses what Mr. Su will announce today? How dare I speculate? But judging by the atmosphere, it's almost certainly tied to the film industry. The film industry. Precisely. Look at the invitation's letterhead, Jinxiu Shanghai Film Company. What else could— Honestly, I can't fathom why Mr. Su suddenly turned his attention to cinema. What's so puzzling? Young people act on passion, not calculation. Do you think he's chasing box office dividends? He couldn't care less about such petty sums. Fair point. Now Shaw Brothers and Golden Harvest will struggle to sleep soundly. When Mr. Su enters a field, he doesn't dabble. He reshapes its rules with sheer capital effortlessly. Well, isn't that a welcome development? The fiercer they compete, the richer our choices become as audiences. Ah, you've hit the nail on the head. Chill. Don't talk, Mr. Su has arrived. Su Feng strode briskly onto the main stage, Gao Chenghong and others following closely behind. The previously bustling hall fell utterly silent, so still a pin drop would echo. Several reporters had already raised their cameras. Magnesium flashes blinked in rapid succession. Su Feng adjusted the microphone, confirmed the audio, then smiled faintly, sweeping his gaze across the room. Good morning, esteemed journalists. Thank you all for taking time out of your busy schedules to attend today's press briefing. After brief pleasantries, he cut straight to the point. Today, I announce one matter only. Following over 2 weeks of intensive consolidation, Jinxiu Shanghai has completed its acquisition of Licing Cinema Circuit, Annal Cinema Circuit, and multiple independent theaters. Effective immediately, Shanghai Cinema Circuit commences official operations. We uphold a zero-barrier principle, opening our scheduling resources to all production houses dedicated solely to nurturing Hong Kong's film ecology toward greater sustainability and vitality. Henceforth, independent filmmakers need no longer fret over theatrical releases. Simultaneously, Shanghai abolishes traditional guarantee distribution models, adopting internationally aligned revenue-sharing mechanisms, ensuring creators earn more and exceptional works travel farther. Before his words fully settled, reporters scribbled furiously, eyes alight with intensity and excitement. This announcement alone would send shockwaves rippling across Hong Kong's entire film industry. Su Feng then handed over the QA session to Gao Chenghong. The next day, Shanghai Cinema Circuit's founding dominated the front pages of every major Hong Kong newspaper. Conversations buzzed through streets and alleyways. Some wondered aloud, why would a tycoon commanding vast industrial empires wade into cinema's murky waters? Others brimmed with anticipation. Would this new entrant truly disrupt the industry's long stagnant landscape? When Bao Yugong read the headline, he let out a soft chuckle. It hardly surprised him. Youthful ambition often defied conventional logic. True to form, Mr. Su strikes hard, swallowing anal and licing outright, then absorbing a string of independent theaters. Hong Kong's top cinema circuit is now firmly secured. Yet moving forward, we must seriously assess this formidable new rival. Whether a true dragon diving into the ocean, or a coiled Jiaolong stranded on barren sands. Closing the paper, He Guanchang sighed softly, fingertips unconsciously tapping the desk, brow slightly furrowed. Zhou Wenhui remained silent, merely turning the page. His Adam's apple bobbed once his gaze sank deep, weighted like stone submerged in still water. No one anticipated Su Feng's unconventional approach. His opening move was not a cautious probe, but a decisive swallow of two venerable circuits, anal and lysing. This was no test run. It was overturning the table to inaugurate a new game. On the day Shanhe officially launched, the two men sat facing each other in silence for a long while, their tea growing cold untouched. Shaw brothers' battle had barely begun. Now a reckless, unknown force crashed headlong into their domain. Ahead lay days when even catching one's breath would demand meticulous timing. At that very moment, in the top-floor office of TVB's Broadcast Drive headquarters, Sir Run Shaw stared at the front-page photograph, his knuckles whitening. Uncle Six, Feng Yihua murmured, eyes lowered, voice measured and calm. For all Mr. Su's wealth, he remains an outsider. Recall Lei Juokin's former glory, yet within 3 years his empire crumbled to dust. No script, no production team, no theater chain. Only a handful of screens propping up appearances. How long can such a facade endure? She paused, lifted her teacup, and blew gently across the surface. If he truly intends to build, he must first endure 3 or 4 years of obscurity. As for now, the one who should be losing sleep is Golden Harvest. Also, Titan artist contracts. Last time we lost talent, there must be no second lapse. Sir Run Shaw nodded slowly, but his gaze remained fixed upon that single line of lead type in money. He has seen plenty of it. But there are no martial arts instructors squatting at the set to adjust movements, no editors working through the night to change the rhythm, and no lighting technicians sketching the wrinkles of seasoned actors with their lights. No matter how big the cinema is, it is merely a hollow shell. He suddenly stood up, folded the newspaper neatly, and pressed it into the bottom of the drawer. The most troublesome issue at the moment was the two young men at Jiahe who refused to back down. On the night the filming of Snake-style Clever Hands wrapped up, Chung Long squatted in the back alley of the set smoking. No one believed he could blend martial arts with comedy, yet ticket sales skyrocketed across the entire Hong Kong, raking in 270,000 in box office revenue. Grandmothers on the street recognized him and stuffed him with candy, while the subway station was flooded with people. He became famous, warmth radiating through his bones. Yet the hotter it got, the emptier he felt inside. Just the other day, someone from Jiahe came and tossed a 1 million Hong Kong dollar check at him, the paper still carrying the scent of bank ink. He was filming under Luo Wei and earned less than 15,000 a year. Collaborating with Wu Xiyuan, 3,000 was already considered generous. The price difference was stark. Who wouldn't be tempted? Luo Wei's company had long lost its vitality, while Jiahe had screens, funds, and a complete production line. Let alone he had just tasted the sweetness of being cheered by thousands. How could he willingly shrink back under the old roof? But the kindness from his godfather was real, forged through meals, shared beatings, endured, and blades shielded. He did not agree on the spot, but the check found its way into his pocket. That night he stared at the ceiling until dawn, ash from his cigarette falling onto his chest. In the end he still sought Luo Wei out, laying everything bare. Though he did not mention a raise, the meaning was clear: your son is worth this much now. After listening, Luo Wei slammed the table, cursing Jiahe for being insatiable, and forced him to return the ticket. Chung Long turned and closed the door, his nails digging into his palm. That evening he arranged to meet Hong Jingbao and Mai Jia at a large roadside stall in Kowloon City. After a few rounds of drinks, the conversation opened up. Along, repaying kindness does not mean binding yourself as a filial son, Hong Jingbao said, picking up a piece of fried noodles. How many years have you shouldered for Luo Wei? You've paid your dues. Mai Jia chuckled, clinking glasses. $1 million check is right here. I dream of touching it. Are you still pondering? If you think any longer, the flowers will wilt. Chung Long tilted his head back and downed half a glass of beer, bubbles trickling down his chin into his collar. He understood. But thinking of Luo Wei's cracked hands when teaching him to stand firm, or the broken ribs when teaching him wire work, the words "I leave" lodged in his throat, unable to be spoken or swallowed. While the three were talking, a sudden commotion erupted from the next table. 3 black Mercedes suddenly stopped at the street, and as the doors opened, 7 or 8 burly men filed out, their steps heavy, their gazes sharp. Who is Chung Long? As soon as the words fell, the 3 stiffened. Every person in front of them was sturdy and imposing, exuding an aura that warned off strangers. I am. Chung Long's voice trembled, his palms clammy with sweat. The leader glanced at him and spoke in a tone as calm as a still lake. You are Chung Long. The boss has called for you. Come with us now. Who is your boss? Gone, but you will know soon enough. He raised his hand, and several men behind him stepped forward menacingly. Wait. Hong Jingbao stepped forward, blocking Chung Long. Who are you? On what grounds do you take someone away? And you are? Hong Jingbao. Hong Jingbao. The man's eyes suddenly lit up. Hong Jingbao felt a chill run down his neck. In the next second the other party smiled, and continued, "What a coincidence, we were just planning to find you, saving us a trip. Take them both. You." The two instinctively stepped back. Just as they opened their mouths, two guns were firmly pressed against their temples. The metal's coldness dug into their skin, and sweat instantly trickled down from their foreheads. Even Mai Jia, who had just wanted to rush forward, came to a sudden halt. The leader's voice was cold and unyielding. "You didn't heed the good words. Do you only obey after seeing the iron weapon? Big brother, it's a misunderstanding. A huge misunderstanding. We'll go with you." Hong Jingbao immediately changed his tone decisively. Chung Long was already trembling and unable to form a complete sentence. Seeing the two lower their heads in submission, the man's mouth curled slightly as he raised his hand to signal to put away their weapons, simply uttering two words: "Take away." 3 cars turned around and drove away, their taillights disappearing in an instant. Mai Jia settled the bill and rushed toward the nearest police station. Kowloon Tong 20, Kinder Road. The newly purchased house by Su Feng. A 3-story villa covering 10,866 square feet, complete with a basement garden and a temperature-controlled swimming pool, with a garage that can park 10 cars side by side. Buying here was all about proximity. After living in North Point for so long, traveling to Kowloon for work was too roundabout. The property in Victoria Peak was still under renovation and couldn't be moved into in the short term. After weighing the options, he chose Kowloon Tong. He didn't select Stone Bay, Repulse Bay, or Deepwater Bay because it was only a 10-minute walk to Broadcasting Road and a mere 15-minute drive to Tsimsha Tsui. Moving forward, the focus would shift towards real estate, electronics, and media. The time saved on commuting was enough for 2 more meetings. At this moment, Su Feng was playing in the pool, with Zhong Chuhong water splashing lightly. A maid was flipping skewers near the grill, while 4 bodyguards stood like sentinels around them. Yan Hong, the newly hired housekeeper holding a dry large towel, quickly walked over to the poolside, bowing slightly. "Boss Chung Long has arrived." Su Feng released. Zhong Chuhong paddled to the shore and climbed up the metal ladder. Yan Hong immediately handed him the towel. He roughly dried his hair and shoulders, wrapped another long bath towel around himself, and said to the people in the pool, "I'll be right back." "Go ahead." Zhong Chuhong nodded, splashing some water. He slipped on his slippers and went straight into the house. Both Hong Jingbao and Chung Long, who had been on edge initially, thought they would be taken for a ride by gangsters or kidnapped by a syndicate, but instead of entering a dark alley bar or a nightclub booth, they were invited into an impressive Western-style house. Glancing at the bodyguards standing around, the two exchanged a glance, their hearts finally settling. The display here was clearly not something petty thugs could muster. Most likely it was someone of considerable importance wanting to see them. As for who it was, they couldn't guess, as long as it wasn't the usual crowd from the Underworld. That would be fortunate. "Boss," a bodyguard called softly, and the two hurriedly stood up. They raised their eyes and saw Su Feng wrapped in a bath towel, walking barefoot across the marble floor with water droplets cascading down his calves. "Mr. Su." The two froze in unison, exclaiming in surprise. What a coincidence! Just a few days ago the Shanha Film Company was established and the news was published in the papers. Both had happened to see it. Su Feng was in the front page photo, and it had only been a few days, so the impression was still fresh, making it easy to recognize him at a glance. They never expected that the one wanting to see them would be Su Feng himself. Their hearts raced, and their palms secretly became sweaty. Su Feng nodded, slightly seated himself on the sofa, glanced at the two young men, who stood rigidly like new recruits on guard duty, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. "Please have a seat." "Thank you." The two hurriedly responded, sitting at the edge of the sofa. They dared to occupy only a small space, sitting up straight, their shoulders tense.